Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our unit on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-shared human introduction first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see second part, what if Harry Potter manipulated fate to protect his brother. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When destiny crowns his twin the boy who lived, Harry discovers he alone remembers the truth of that night. Gifted with a forbidden power to bend fate itself, he works from the shadows, rewriting destiny, manipulating events, and sacrificing everything to protect the brother who never knew the danger stalking him. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Between his and John's fight and Harry's impending conversation with his father, the Christmas holidays were a horribly tense affair. The two brothers spent the entire holiday simultaneously circling each other and ignoring the other's existence, leaving their poor father bewildered. James tried in vain to get them to make amends. Still, as December passed into January, even he seemed to realize that this wasn't a fight that could be easily mended. The brothers were long past the days where James could force them to hug and make up, and even he had to admit that this was no simple argument. Harry was, quite understandably, hurt by John's accusations, and asking him to forgive his brother had only offended him. Why do I have to be the good one? Harry had snapped one evening after they had secluded themselves in his office. Why do I always have to apologize to him? I didn't do anything wrong. Because it's the mature thing to do. James supplied, feeling more than a little lost himself. Despite his closeness with Sirius, James had been an only child. He fully admitted that he had no idea how sibling relationships worked. Not for the first time, he lamented the fact that Lily couldn't be there to help him. Because he's your little brother. If he really thinks that I'm a blood purist, then he doesn't know me at all, Harry snarled, flinging himself onto the loveseat by the fireplace. He's 12 and an idiot, James explained, rising from his desk and moving to sit beside Harry. He's not able to think through these things. Things always seem so black and white at that age. Harry sent him a glare, eerily similar to one of Lily's. Why are you defending him? James sighed and reached for his son, who remained stubbornly stiff-limbed. I'm not, he explained patiently. I'm offering you a different perspective. Well, I don't want it, Harry replied, his voice thick with the attempt to hold back his tears. James pulled a little more on his son's body, relieved when Harry finally gave in and slumped into his side. I want to be angry. James hugged and pressed a key to the top of Harry's scruffy head. It's easier to be angry than admit that you're hurting, he agreed quietly. Just like it's easier to be angry than admit that you're scared. I'm not scared. John is, James pointed out gently. I reckon you'd have to be to brew an illegal potion in Ning Myrtle's bathroom. He could have just talked to me, Harry said, and James felt a hot tear fall on the shoulder of his robes. Instead, he barges into the Slytherin common room and accuses me of being the heir of Slytherin. He and his stupid friends think I'm going around attacking everyone. I'm trying to keep them alive, but, oh no. The Slytherin has to be evil. Why else would he have books about petrification in his room? James shifted and pulled his hysterical son into a tight embrace. Oh, my love, you're not evil, he whispered in his son's ear. You're a good boy. I'm so tired, Harry admitted, his voice muffled by the wool of James's robes. There are these attacks, and now everyone knows that Grace is a muggle born, and Teddy is a blood purist and thinks Grace is diseased, and Ginny won't talk to me anymore, and Lockhart won't leave me alone. And that's on top of all the work I'm doing in the hospital wing. And I still haven't heard back from the Asclepian. James's hand stilled its rhythmic massages on Harry's scalp. The Asclepian. Harry's words died, and he froze, finally realizing what he had revealed in his panicked ramblings. He jerked out of James's embrace, his shoulders hunched. He didn't offer any further explanation. Reaching for his son, James tried again to coax out a response. Why have you applied to the Asclepian? He had heard of the hospital, of course. Hell, he'd even been a patient there a time or two in his youth. But for the life of him, he couldn't understand why Harry thought he'd have a chance at getting into the school. His son was silent for a moment before he slowly looked up, his green eyes shadowed with conflict. Because I'm a Parselmouth. James blinked. That doesn't answer my question. Harry's brow furrowed. Did you not just hear me? I'm a Parselmouth. I did, James replied slowly, not entirely sure what was going on in his son's mind. But you're 14. You haven't even sat for your owls. Why are you worrying about a healing program? They have a summer intensive, Harry explained woodenly. Then his face twisted in confusion, which appropriately summed up James's feelings on the matter. Hang on. I just told you I was a Parselmouth. I heard you the first 2 times you said it, James replied. Why do you keep repeating it? Harry gave him a look, seemingly wondering if James was being purposefully dense. Because you aren't reacting to it. James stared at his son through narrowed eyes, desperately trying to figure out what he was missing. Then he realized that they were having 2 entirely different conversations. Love, did you think I didn't know? Harry stuttered, his eyes wide. Evidently, he hadn't. A slow smile spread across James's face. Harry, how much of a fool do you take me for? I've heard you talking to your snake. You knew. All this time. Not right away, he admitted. I heard you about a week after you came home after your first year. This hissing was a bit of a giveaway. Oh, James chuckled and pulled Harry back into a hug. I assumed you didn't know, he admitted. He hadn't wanted to bring it up at the time, afraid of how Harry might react. He could see now that that had been the wrong move. Harry apparently had known and had spent who knew how many years worried about telling anyone. Even him. James tried to push away how much that realization hurt. Clearly, I was wrong. So, the Asklepios. His son chattered on about the summer intensive he had applied to, and James listened patiently when he admitted he'd have to spend the entire summer in Greece. He couldn't pretend he liked the idea of his son living so far away, but Sirius had once pointed out that he had to let the boys go some time. He just thought he'd have a little longer with them before that happened. I have a few cousins that live outside of Athens, James said when Harry paused to breathe. If nothing else, we could go visit them. Do you know when you'll hear back from the Asklepios? Harry shook his head, doubt flitting across his face. Acceptance letters should come by February, but I'm not sure if they'll take me on at all. Madame Pomfrey says I have a good chance because I'm an apprentice. But I haven't graduated yet. There's no telling what they'll decide. Admittedly, James didn't know much about becoming a healer, but he wasn't sure why Harry would be disqualified. Do they not take apprentices? Sometimes, Harry explained, biting his lip as he thought. But it's not common for healers to take apprentices who haven't gone through a healing program. They may reject my application because you're 14. James finished dryly. I admit that I was surprised when Poppy took you on. Harry shrugged. I'm glad she did. Classes were boring. James had to chuckle at that admission. He distinctly remembered telling his parents something similar when he was Harry's age. Well, at least you're positively channeling your energies. When I was 14, I was spent my time chasing skirts and getting detentions. Harry supplied with an innocent expression. James spluttered in surprise, unable to formulate a coherent rebuttal. Especially considering that it was a true statement. Sirius was no doubt the source of this information, James thought. Well, he'd deal with his traitorous best friend later. Mostly your mum's, he finally said, relishing in the look of horror that crossed Harry's face. Speaking of skirts, how has it been going with that girl I met over the summer? What was her name again? Cordelia. Harry flushed to the roots of his hair. Clearing his throat, he sprang to his feet. I'm not having this discussion. James laughed as Harry all but sprinted out of his office. It was only the following day, over a very tense breakfast, that he realized his boys still weren't speaking with each other. The spring term commenced with a lethargy that followed holidays, despite the professors' best efforts to invigorate their students. There were brief sparks of interests, of course. The short-lived dueling club that Lockhart tried, and failed, to run. The Ravenclaw vs. Hufflepuff Quidditch match that saw Cedric catching the snitch and securing Hufflepuff's first win of the season. And, to Grace's utmost pleasure, a massive blizzard that saw their herbology and care of magical creature classes cancelled for a week. In Harry's own life, things were a bit more hectic. After weeks in the hospital wing, Hermione was finally released sans fur and whiskers, thanks entirely to Harry's drive to see the back of her. He probably would have indulged in a long, overdue nap had a second-year Hufflepuff called Justin Fitch Fletchley not been petrified. So, in addition to his regular hospital wing duties and studies, Harry now had 3, 4, if you counted Mrs. Norris, which Filch did, and Harry most certainly did not, petrified people to care for. And then there was the Hogsmeade trip. Sure, visits to Hogsmeade were often an exciting and anticipated event for students third year and above. Still, this one, in particular, was quickly becoming something to dread for one specific reason. It fell the day before Valentine's Day. Seemingly overnight, students were sent into a flurry and could think of nothing else but dates for the trip. And, to Harry's utmost confusion, he found that he wasn't immune. It started when a fourth-year Slytherin Harry had never spoken to asked him out. He declined her invitation as politely as his bafflement would allow. His confusion only grew when a seventh-year Ravenclaw asked him on a date. Harry then had the mortifying experience of turning him down, mostly because he accidentally called him the wrong name. And then there was Cordelia Gamp, who decided that taking Harry to Madame Puddifoot's was her life's ambition, no matter how many times Harry tried to explain that he wasn't interested. However, that wasn't to say he wasn't interested in a date. Just one with a completely different girl. Namely, one Katie Bell. The third-year Gryffindor seemed to be everywhere Harry looked, from the library to the Great Hall, even finding herself in the hospital wing for inconsequential ailments. Cedric pointed out that Harry was probably just looking for her. There was probably some truth to that statement, but a small part of Harry wondered if Katie was going out of her way to find him. A week before the Hogsmeade trip, Harry once again made eye contact with Katie from across the Great Hall. Harry would have ignored the coincidence if it had been any other person. But then Katie gave him that brilliant smile that did funny things to his stomach and waved. Harry offered her a shy smile in return, which had Katie turning, giggling, to her friends. Should I ask her out? He found himself asked, still watching Katie. She's nice, Grace replied simply, which Harry knew was as close as a ringing endorsement one could get from Grace. And she does seem to like you. Just don't discuss Quidditch plays, Marcus grunted. Oh, Harry said, feigning disappointment. I had been planning on showing her the playbook. Marcus gave him a sarcastic smile before returning to his breakfast. Just for your cheek, I won't even tell you good luck. Harry blinked and felt his blood run cold. You think I should do it now? No time like the present, Marcus pointed out. And it would get Gamp off your back. Gamp won't give up until Harry puts her on her back, Grace supplied, grinning wickedly when Marcus choked on his omelet. But I'd hurry if I were you. I heard George Weasley was planning on asking her out. Whether or not this was true was immaterial, he simply couldn't take the chance. When he saw Katie leaving the Great Hall, Harry abandoned his breakfast and sped after her. Luckily, he managed to catch her before she ascended the grand staircase, and when he called out her name, she waved for friends to continue without her. Will you? His throat seized up, and the rest of his words came out in a strangled gasp that left him coughing. Katie patted his back, concerned. His cheeks burned with humiliation. Now was not the time for his voice to stop working. Clearing his throat, he tried again. Will you go to Hogsmeade with me? Katie blinked in surprise before a pretty smile covered her face. The sight of her dimples made him go weak in the knees. I would love to. Great. Brilliant, Harry said, grinning so hard that his face hurt. That's fantastic. Katie grinned and tucked her hair behind her ear. An awkward silence descended over them, in which Harry realized he had no clue what he was supposed to do next. A sigh sounded from behind him, and to his horror, Grace stepped forward. He'll meet you here, next Saturday, at 11, she informed Katie. She turned to Harry, wearing a devious smile that showed entirely too many teeth, and patted his cheek. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Her smile morphed into something more pleasant as she turned to look back at Katie. He's been agonizing over this for weeks. Thank you for saying yes. Harry wished that the floor would open up and swallow him whole, right then and there. Then, if things couldn't get more embarrassing, Marcus appeared and fixed them with a scowl. No discussing Quidditch plays, he grunted. His two traitorous friends flounced off, leaving him to his mortification. After a long, very uncomfortable pause, they looked at each other. I'll see you at 11, then. Katie asked. Her cheeks were tinted pink, but she gave him a sweet smile that helped ease some of the panic in his chest. When he spoke, his voice came out strangled. 11 sounds perfect. They looked at each other for another moment before bursting into giggles. I think I'm supposed to offer to walk you to class at this point, Harry said. But I'm actually running late and. Katie waved his apologies off. I'll see you later, Harry. She stepped closer, and before Harry could react, pressed a key to his cheek, turned, and ran up the grand staircase. Harry didn't stop smiling for the rest of the week, no matter how much his friends teased him for it. And when the 13th of February rolled around, he spent a lovely day with Katie, visiting the shops, getting butterbeer from the Three Broomsticks, and having his first key by the Black Lake. But like all good things, the high of first love had to end, and reality came crashing back the very next day. Your father is in the paper, Marcus said in a low, slow voice. Brow furrowed, Harry shifted on the bench to look over Marcus's shoulder, where the headline Protection or Persecution, Lord Potter Speaks, was splashed across the front page of the Daily Prophet. Concerned, Harry pulled the newspaper out of Marcus's hands and read. Lord James Potter is notoriously tight-lipped on his political leanings. Indeed, the last time he spoke publicly was in early 1981, when he advocated for a trial for the convicted Death Eater, Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew, a former friend of Lord Potter, was sentenced to life in Azkaban on 4 charges of conspiracy to commit murder and 12 charges of murder. So, what has brought Lord Potter out of hiding? The answer is surprising. To oppose the Muggle-Born Protection Act, proposed last week by Ministry official Arthur Weasley. On the surface, the bill seems like a good idea, Lord Potter explained. But there are several logistical components that are unethical. His father was quoted at length, explaining his issues with the bill, although he stopped short of anything that might have labeled him a paranoid conspiracy theorist. He mainly focused on the cultural aspect of the bill, Harry noticed, going so far as to call it a clever way to oppress Muggle-borns in the name of equality. Harry thought his father's objections would have been more effective had he focused on the physical dangers of Muggle-borns and magic. Overall, however, he found the argument rather convincing. He is not alone in this sentiment. Lucius Malfoy, who sits on the board of governors at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, agrees. The bill introduces changes to Hogwarts curriculum, such as updating the Muggle Studies class and making said class mandatory for wizarding children. Furthermore, it introduces a Wizarding Studies class and forces Muggle-borns to enroll. As a member of the Board of Governors, as well as a parent, I don't appreciate the ministry dictating what our children must learn. The article went on to discuss the benefits of the Muggle-Born Protection Act before ending with the biased. Mr. Weasley could not be reached for comment, but this writer sincerely hopes he takes Lord Potter's criticisms to heart and revises the bill. Brow furrowed, Harry folded up the paper neatly into fourths and handed it back to Marcus. He glanced around the Great Hall, judging his peers' reaction to the article, and was relieved to notice that very few students were reading the Prophet. Several teachers were, though, and Harry could see Snape's glower from across the Great Hall. It's not too bad, Marcus murmured, rereading the article. It's rather favorable towards him. The bill must be gaining ground, Harry said, for lack of a better thing to say. Truthfully, he wasn't too sure how he felt about the issue. At 14, he had the luxury of not caring about politics outside Hogwarts. But as he stared across the sea of students, finding John and Ron with their heads bowed together at the Gryffindor table, he wondered how much they really were sheltered from external politics. A small body slipped onto the bench next to him, distracting him from his morose thoughts. For a split second, he thought Luna had decided to join him for breakfast, which honestly would have made more sense than who he actually saw. Ginny, who had been avoiding him for months, was huddled next to him, staring at the empty plate in front of her. Harry shot a panicked look at Marcus, who shrugged. Deciding not to draw attention to the fact that she had willingly approached him, Harry filled up her goblet with pumpkin juice. What classes do you have today? Ginny shrugged, something she had been doing a lot of these days. But, instead of snapping at him or slipping away, she surprised him yet again by leaning heavily into his side. It took a moment for Harry to register that she was shaking. Has something happened? He asked softly, leaning down to speak in her ear. He wrapped his free arm around Ginny and tucked her into his side. She didn't move for a moment. Then she twitched in a movement that could have been interpreted as a nod or a shiver. Harry frowned and shifted in his seat to better look at Ginny. She was pale. Paler than he had ever thought possible, and working in the hospital wing, he saw many ill faces, and her lips had a bluish tinge to them. Are you all right? He murmured, unwilling to draw attention to her. She was so flighty this year, and this was the first time she voluntarily sought him out. He wasn't about to embarrass her at the breakfast table. Ginny shrugged and burrowed her head into his shoulder. Harry pursed his lips and set down his fork before drawing his wand. Ginny, may I cast a few diagnostic spells? She didn't refuse, so Harry took that as an affirmative. He flicked his wand, the furrow of his brow deepening as he read the glittering symbols that hovered in the air. Ginny's blood pressure was so low that he was surprised she was still conscious. And according to his spell, Ginny's internal body temperature was more in line with a corpse than a human. He rolled his wand between his fingertips, mind racing. Whatever was ailing Ginny was killing her. She would die, very soon, if he didn't act. Grace, he said, interrupting her conversation with Marcus. Go get Percy Weasley. Her nose wrinkled in disgust. Ew. No. Harry shot her a sharp look. That wasn't a request. Marcus, grab Professor Sprout. He didn't give them the chance to respond. Disentangling himself from Ginny's too thin, arms, he spun her around on the bench and crouched down, his free hand moving to brace her head when it lulled forward. There was no way she'd be able to walk to the hospital wing. Ginny, I'm going to place you on a stretcher. Do you think you can stand, or would you like help? The only reply he received was a pitiful groan. Harry reached for his abandoned fork and transfigured it into a stretcher, which he quickly charmed to hover several feet off the ground. He scooped up the limp Ginny and settled her on the stretcher, pausing only to summon their bags from the ground and loop them over his shoulder. Percy Weasley, looking decidedly less pompous than usual, met them at the doors of the Great Hall. Harry didn't give Percy the chance to ask questions he didn't know the answers to and began asking about Ginny's medical history. It was fortunate that Percy was more helpful than Ron had been the year before. They were discussing Ginny's reaction to nettle-based potions when the monitoring charms around Ginny began to chime. Harry's stomach plummeted to his feet. Percy Weasley had the audacity to stop and grab hold of Harry's sleeve. What's happening? It took every bit of self-control not to react, and he tramped down on furious, pounding panic building in his chest. This was not something he knew how to fix. Her heart is failing, he admitted, pushing off Weasley and taking off at a run. He could vaguely hear Weasley chasing after him as he sprinted towards the hospital wing. He calculated that he had 30 seconds before her heart stopped. He knew there were charms that could help her, but he didn't know how to cast them. He was only 14, after all. No sane adult would teach a teenager how to cast the heart-starting charm. No, the only thing he could do was run faster and hope he made it in time. Harry didn't recall blasting the doors to the hospital wing off their hinges. He didn't remember transferring Ginny's lifeless body onto a hospital bed. He barely remembered Percy Weasley punching him, breaking his nose, and screaming at him to King do something. What he did recall, though, was the way Ginny's vibrant hair covered her face like rivers of blood across freshly fallen snow. What he did remember was the absolute terror of the realization that he was about to watch his friend die. He remembered how he went into autopilot, working mechanically, doing everything in his power to stop that from happening. As hot blood spurted out of his nose, dripping down the front of his white wool robes, his hands trembling, he felt a tight pressure wrap around his arm, squirming up his body until it came to rest heavily on his shoulders. The hatchling is ill, Medusa noted, more to herself than to Harry. In his flurry of activity, he didn't spare a second to respond. He couldn't even rebuke her for leaving the safety of his bag. But Medusa didn't seem to be waiting for a response or direction to follow. I will assist, she declared. She launched herself off of Harry's shoulders impossibly fast, her jaw widening, her fangs bared. Percy Weasley's shout of alarm was the only warning Harry or Madame Pomfrey got before Medusa sank her fangs into Ginny's chest, right above, into her sluggishly beating heart. Medusa! He cried without thinking, reaching out and making a grab for his snake. The ward erupted into shouts. Madame Pomfrey was shouting at him, Weasley was trying to kill Medusa, and Harry was desperately trying not to have a panic attack. Medusa dodged his hands, her red eyes watching the chaos she had wrought. Put your wand away. You could hit Ginny. Harry snapped. He swiped at Medusa again, but she avoided his hands. He didn't even think about the fact that he was speaking Parseltongue in front of witnesses when he asked, Medusa, what have you done? Medusa moved to coil up on Ginny's chest. The hatchling will live, Medusa said. I have given you time. It took a moment to realize what she was saying, and he froze, finally glancing at the monitoring charms that he had cast over Ginny. Even as he watched, her pulse escalated, and her blood pressure ceased its terrifying plummet. The warning alarms quieted, and a moment later, Ginny's brown eyes flew open. You've saved her, he whispered. Somehow, Medusa had managed to do what Harry and Madame Pomfrey could not. She had stabilized Ginny. Within hours, Harry became Hogwarts persona non grata. Distrustful eyes followed him wherever he went, as did the hissed whispers that called him the heir of Slytherin. From the moment they heard Harry was a Parselmouth, it was like they had forgotten everything they knew about him. It didn't matter that he was a healer's apprentice. He was clearly out to kill them all. The insane rumor that Harry had somehow poisoned Penelope Clearwater didn't seem so mad after all. The fact that Ginny Weasley was lying in a magically induced coma after his venomous pet snake bit her only strengthened their beliefs. Harry had never dodged so many jinxes in his life. By contrast, the Slytherins, for once in his life, weren't the problem. Sure, some of them were scared that he might petrify them, but others watched him with something akin to reverence and awe. Unlike his first years at Hogwarts, nobody went out of their way to harass him or attack him. Nobody breached the security charms he had set up around his private chambers, and very few Slytherins approached him. Harry's friends firmly rebuffed the ones that did. Harry didn't think he'd have made it through February if it weren't for his friends. Marcus, as always, acted as his looming protector. His gruff, quiet demeanor was a comforting presence when situations got out of control. He had taken on the role of Harry's confidant, and the two spent countless nights talking through the mounting pressures Harry was facing. Grace, meanwhile, always seemed to know precisely when Harry needed a break and was ready to rip his book out of his hands whenever he grew too tense. And as the weeks, then months, dragged on with no reprieve from the school's ire and Harry grew quieter, it was Cedric who stepped in to help him the most. His friend was well accustomed to speaking for Harry, and when Harry's mute episodes grew longer and became more frequent, it was Cedric who made sure that he felt heard. And then there was Katie. The morning after his secret had been revealed, she marched up to him in the Great Hall, grabbed him by the front of his robes, and ed him in front of the entire school. Ever the consummate Gryffindor, Katie had no problems letting people know her thoughts about Harry. She didn't shy away from the rumors or nastiness and had earned more than one detention defending Harry's honor. Harry wasn't sure what this honor she talked about was supposed to be, but he thought he might have lost some in empty corridors and abandoned classrooms, trying to make it up to her. Whilst the school was rallying around the idea of making Harry's life a living hell, they seemed to have completely forgotten that there hadn't been an attack in months. That didn't make the Slytherin versus Ravenclaw match any less tough. It took Harry about 5 minutes to realize that his opponents had no interest in playing Quidditch. No amount of penalty shots awarded to the Slytherins could keep the Ravenclaws from fouling Harry, and by the time he finally caught the snitch, he had 2 broken ribs and a shattered left arm. Madame Pomfrey pursed her lips, vanished the bones, and gave him a healthy dose of Skele-Gro. She also provided a vial of sleeping draught, which Harry vanished when she wasn't looking. He wasn't about to knock himself out on the off chance that somebody tried to attack him in his sleep. That night, in the open ward of the hospital wing, Harry had his first anxiety attack. Truthfully, they weren't a common occurrence. Only once a week, twice if the week had been particularly stressful. But that was fine. He could deal with it. just like he was dealing with everything else. If an anxiety attack or two kept him functioning outside of the confines of his dormitory, he wasn't about to tell anyone. It wasn't like it was affecting his studies. He had no trouble at all keeping up. The few students that still let him treat them were no problem for him to fix, and none of his test scores dropped. Still, there was a nagging suspicion in the back of his mind that his apprenticeship was in jeopardy. He knew that Madame Pomfrey could tell that he was stressed, but the last thing he wanted was to admit that something was wrong. If she thought he was struggling, she might think he wasn't capable of being her apprentice. She might even tell Snape and have him removed from the program altogether, which was the last thing he wanted. And so, he tramped down harder on his growing anxiety, locking it away until he could freak out away from prying eyes. He was fine. He wasn't about to let a little stress compromise his future. As a result, he withdrew further into his books, spending every waking moment reading. He was still trying to figure out the root cause of the petrification and how to reverse them, although he was no closer by April than he had been before the Christmas holidays. He also had yet to figure out the exact cause of Ginny's illness, though they knew that she had fallen victim to some sort of curse. They might have even known which curse had caused her condition had Lockhart not stuck himself into the situation. Not even 2 hours after Ginny had been stabilized, Lockhart had waltzed into the first-year Hufflepuff girls' dormitory under the guise of looking for clues. Professor Snape had tried to intervene, but most of the evidence had been destroyed by the time he had. What little Snape could find were mere traces of dark magic in her school bag and under her pillow. With this scrap of information, Harry went to work researching curses that fed off its victims' magic like the curse that ailed Ginny. It was a good thing his anxiety kept him from sleeping because the things he read were nightmare-inducing. After one such sleepless night in late April, Harry was drinking an obscene amount of coffee and trying not to fall asleep at the Slytherin table. 2 months of inadequate sleep was catching up to him, and he had a headache. Madame Pomfrey had excused him for his hospital wing duties for the rest of the afternoon, with the promise that he caught up on some sleep. They both knew that his agreement was a lie, but it was nice of her to try. "Have you and John made up?" Cedric asked suddenly, jolting Harry out of his fatigued stupor. Harry shook his head and followed Cedric's line of sight. Sure enough, John was making his way towards them, a letter in hand and a determined look on his face. Harry's head gave a particularly painful throb, and he dropped his head onto the table. "Make him go away." Marcus patted him on the shoulder. "It might help." "Getting screamed at by my brother." Harry grunted. "I'll pass." "You don't know what he wants," Cedric reminded him. "Nor do I want to." Grace sighed. "I'll deal with him," she replied, spinning around on the bench and rising to her feet. She intercepted John before he could reach them. She was too far away to hear what they were saying, but he watched, detached and exhausted, as she shook her head. John's face distorted with anger, and he tried to push around her, only for her to move into his path. "Are you sure about this?" Marcus asked, his voice surprisingly gentle as they watched Grace spin John around and gently push him away. The answer was more complicated than a simple yes or no answer. Did he want his relationship with his brother to be fixed? Absolutely. He hated the glares and stony silences that had plagued them since December. But at the same time, he wasn't sure how to get over the hurt John's accusations had caused. He didn't know how he was supposed to look John in the eye again with the knowledge that his little brother distrusted him. And truthfully, he didn't have the energy to fight with John anymore. It was easier just to ignore his brother. Maybe they could hash out their problems over the summer. But right then, not dealing with John was just one less problem to worry about. "I can't do this right now," he muttered, pressing his palms into his eyes so hard that he saw white. Maybe it was the way he said it or the way his body sagged with exhaustion, but Marcus and Cedric were kind enough to drop the subject. Grace returned a moment later and resumed her meal as if nothing had happened. Harry was more than willing to let her. He didn't watch his brother's reaction or watch him walk back across the Great Hall. He tried to listen to his friend's conversation about the Hogsmeade trip planned for the following day, but even that barely sparked his interest. In fact, if he hadn't been taking Katie, he might have skipped the trip altogether. But as it was, he was dating Katie, and he had promised to buy her a butterbeer to celebrate Gryffindor's win against Ravenclaw. So, the next morning, Harry rolled out of bed, having had far too little sleep, and donned a nice pair of robes for his date. He met Grace and Marcus in the common room, where Marcus wordlessly handed him a bacon buddy, which Harry devoured as they made their way up to the entrance hall. Oh, damn. Grace stopped in the middle of the corridor and began to rifle through her bag. I forgot my coin purse. Why do you need it? You always make us pay for you, Harry replied. Grace gave him a patronizing look. Well, yes, it's only polite to pretend. She sighed and checked her watch. Head up without me. I'll be right back. Waving off their offers to join her, she set off back the way they came, her strawberry bee-owned hair unnaturally bright in the dark dungeon corridor. Marcus grabbed Harry by the shoulder when he went to follow her. You should trust her more, he grunted, steering Harry out of the dungeons. I never said I didn't, Harry replied. I just don't like the idea of her being alone right now. She's a big girl, Marcus said. Besides, she's got her wand with her. They ascended into the entrance hall, which was already full of eager students. They managed to find Cedric, surrounded by a swarm of Hufflepuffs that hung on to every word he said. When Cedric saw them, he bid his admirers farewell, all of whom looked thoroughly put out at the loss of his attention. Where's Grace? Cedric asked, looking around as if he half expected Grace to be hiding behind them. Never mind that, right now. Listen, if you two wouldn't mind making yourselves scarce today, I'd really appreciate it. Harry exchanged a confused look with Marcus. Did we have plans to stay together all day? He asked, racking his brains and trying to remember having such a conversation. When Marcus shook his head, Harry continued. Because Katie and I were thinking about. Cedric waved a dismissive hand. Not at all. But I was thinking about taking Grace to Kowalski's for lunch, and I'd really like for you all not to be there. Diggory, Marcus said with a heavy sigh, the last thing either of us wants to do is witness your romantic fumblings. Many of which that could have been avoided had you grown a pair and asked her out. Cedric blushed and cleared his throat. Yes, well, I'd just thought I'd warn you ahead of time because I do have friends, you know, Marcus drawled. Friends that aren't twitchy little fourth years. Cedric looked somewhat affronted by this description. Just because I wasn't blessed with your mountain troll genes doesn't make me short. This was relatively true. Marcus and Cedric had each undergone another growth spurt, leaving Harry looking positively minuscule next to his tall friends. Not that he could complain too much. At 14, Grace was still the same height as her first year. Well, as I said, I'm chucking you lot for Katie. Anyway, Harry said as he spotted his girlfriend coming down the grand staircase. He waved her over, ignoring his friend's ribbing at his lovesick expression. At least I have a girlfriend, he reminded them. Katie nodded, waved to his friends before weaving her fingers through Harry's. I heard that there was a new bookstore that opened last month, she said in lieu of a greeting. But we can only go there after lunch, and you buy me something from Honeydukes. I have a feeling that you'll want to stay all afternoon. As fascinating as that sounds, someone drawled before Harry had the chance to reply. They all turned, finding Snape standing behind them, his face devoid of any expression. I regret to inform you that Potter will not be joining you in Hogsmeade today. Harry frowned. Does Madame Pomfrey need me? This was the only reason Harry could think of that would keep him from Hogsmeade, though he wasn't sure why Snape, of all people, was asked to retrieve him. The headmaster wishes to speak with you. His message delivered, Snape spun on his heel and began to weave through the crowd of students. He didn't command Harry to follow, but Harry got the impression that if he wanted to find Dumbledore in a timely manner, Snape was his only hope. Alarm bells immediately went off in Harry's head, and he set off after Snape. Is it my brother? He asked, catching up to his professor as he ascended the grand staircase. When Snape didn't respond immediately, Harry asked again, a touch of panic coloring his voice. As John hurt. Snape didn't look down at Harry, nor did he break his stride. I have no idea where your foolhardy brother is at the moment, he responded, his tone devoid of any emotion. The rush of relief was momentary. If it wasn't about his brother, why was he being summoned by the headmaster on a Saturday? He hadn't done anything wrong. Well, there was the fact that he didn't stop Medusa from biting Ginny, but that was ages ago, and Madame Pomfrey hadn't been angry once she had gotten over her shock. Or maybe they figured out that he had been the one to change the password to the Slytherin common room last term. Harry followed Professor Snape, anxiety fluttering in his chest like a trapped bird, up to the second floor and down a series of corridors. They came to a stop in front of a particularly hideous stone gargoyle, to which Professor Snape gave the password, Red Vines, before waving Harry up the slowly spiraling staircase. At the top, Snape instructed him through the oaken double doors without knocking. For the second time in his Hogwarts career, Harry found himself standing in the headmaster's vast office. After getting over the shock of being stared at by portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, who watched him with varying amounts of suspicion, Harry spied the magnificent bird that perched behind the door. It was a massive, swan-sized bird with crimson and gold plumage that practically glowed in the sunlight. The bird fixed one of its beady black eyes on him before letting out a low, musical trill that sent a warm, pleasant tingle down his spine. Harry let out a little gasp of awe at the phoenix's song. Glancing over his shoulder, he found Snape had crossed the room and was staring intently out of one of the windows that looked out onto the grounds. But more notably, Professor Dumbledore was nowhere to be found. Harry wasn't sure why he had been called to visit the headmaster, but he knew he'd have to be stupid to pass up the chance to pet an actual phoenix. Extending a shaky hand, Harry touched his fingers to the red feathers beneath the phoenix's beak, stroking the surprisingly warm feathers like he would Hedwig's. The phoenix let out a chirp and tilted its head back, giving Harry more access to its neck, its eyes fluttering shut. Grinning, Harry stepped closer, running his fingers to the back of the phoenix's head and gently scratching behind its crest feathers. "It seems Fawkes has taken a liking to you." Harry flinched, and guilty jumped away from the phoenix as if it had burned him. He turned to find that Professor Dumbledore had arrived at last. The headmaster watched him over top of his half-moon spectacles from behind his desk, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. "Mr. Potter likes animals," Professor Snape responded dryly. Professor Dumbledore either missed the mocking edge to Snape's tone or elected to ignore it. He nodded slowly, a gentle, peaceful smile on his lips. "I have heard. Professor Kettleburn tells me that you perform well in his class. And Hagrid, of course, speaks fondly of your affinity for all things equine." Harry wasn't sure if Dumbledore was referring to his jaunts into the Forbidden Forest to play with the Thestrals or the unicorn he had healed last year, an event he thought they had all decided never to speak of again. Either way, Harry stared at his shoes and gave an embarrassed shrug. When he finally summoned the courage to look up, he found the headmaster watching him with an intense expression that made his skin crawl. "Won't you please sit, Mr. Potter?" Dumbledore asked, waving his wand and conjuring a plush armchair in front of his desk. "We have much to discuss." Harry perched on the edge of the chair, sneaking glances between Dumbledore and Snape, who was still staring out the window. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Potter," Professor Dumbledore began in a slow, measured voice, "that your friend, Miss Cooper, has been petrified." Harry blinked in surprise. "No, she hasn't," Harry said, a small laugh slipping out of his lips. "I saw her half an hour ago." Harry looked back at Snape, who continued to stare out the window. He didn't seem to find the headmaster's words ludicrous. "I don't understand," Harry said when neither of them replied. "What am I really here for?" Snape finally tore his gaze away from the window. For a moment, Harry caught a haggard, exhausted look in his dark eyes before a cool, calm mask slid over his face. "You are here because 20 minutes ago, Grace Cooper was found in her dormitory, petrified." But Harry's throat seized, and it took several moments for him to force air into his lungs. "How? I just saw her." "We were hoping you could tell us," Professor Dumbledore said softly. Harry swallowed against the tight knot in his throat and fought down his emotions, nodding. Panicking wouldn't help Grace now, he knew. Getting emotional would only serve to cloud his judgment. "It's hard to say without seeing her, but I assume she's like the others." When Dumbledore nodded, Harry continued. "We don't believe it is a poison. The patient's brain functions are affected and seem to be petrified. I haven't found any references to curses that cause petrification to this extent. While I suppose someone may have invented one, I don't believe anyone at Hogwarts has the necessary skill set. I did, however, find a reference regarding petrification by a Gorgon that bore striking similarities. Where did you find such a book? Professor Dumbledore asked, interrupting Harry's musings. Harry blinked. The library, he explained. This was technically the truth, although he had found it in Slytherin's personal collection rather than Hogwarts' public library. Dumbledore watched him over his steepled fingers before nodding. Continue. I suppose the victims could have come in contact with a dark artifact, but the odds of them all encountering the same artifact is astronomical. My best guess is that some sort of creature is causing this. As fascinating as this is, Snape drawled, turning to face Harry. I believe the headmaster was referring to your recollections of the events leading up to the petrification. Oh, Harry said softly, his ears burning. He quickly recounted the last time he had seen Grace and tried not to trip over his words. And you didn't see anything out of the ordinary? Professor Dumbledore asked, his voice soft. Anybody who shouldn't have been in the dungeons. Harry frowned as he racked his brains. We mainly passed other Slytherins, he recalled. The Weasley twins were there, but they didn't pay us any attention. Which was odd, now that Harry thought about it. Even before the school thought he was the heir of Slytherin, the Weasley twins never skipped an opportunity to hex him. And did you hear anything? Dumbledore asked, leaning forward and surveying Harry intently. Harry found this question rather odd. Other students were talking about Hogsmeade, he explained slowly. Professor Dumbledore hummed and picked up his wand, twirling it thoughtfully between the fingers of his right hand. Would you be willing to provide your memory of the event in question? Anxiety prickled his skin, and Harry had to fight the urge to scratch the back of his neck. Dumbledore was asking for a pensive memory, he realized, which was something one didn't just ask for. It was sort of like walking up to a stranger and asking them if you could wear their pants. Memories were insanely intimate, and merely asking was something of a taboo. Not even Aurors could make people provide memories. It suddenly made sense why Snape had remained once delivering him to Dumbledore's office. They needed a witness to prove that Harry hadn't been coerced into providing his memories. Harry's immediate action was to decline. After all, what would they even stand to learn? Harry hadn't been anywhere near Grace when she had been petrified. It then occurred to him how suspicious it would look if he refused. And what if he really had seen something, even if he hadn't realized it at the time? What if he held the missing puzzle piece for Dumbledore to catch the heir, once and for all? So, with a slow nod, Harry pulled his wand out of his wand. If it will help, he agreed. What do I need to do? Professor Dumbledore walked him through the surprisingly easy task of removing his memory. Harry drew a silvery strand out of his temple by the tip of his wand. It was a disconcerting process, where Harry felt his memory of the morning slipping away until nothing was left but a hazy afterimage. When the memory was finally extracted, he dropped it into a crystal vial Snape provided and watched with trepidation as Dumbledore pulled a pensieve out of a cabinet and dumped his memory in. Dumbledore and Snape dipped their faces into the pensieve, and it took every ounce of self-control not to dash across the room and rip them out of it. Harry waited impatiently for them to resurface, his leg beginning to bounce the longer they combed through his memories. He tried to remind himself that he was doing Grace's sake, but he couldn't help but feel violated. What were they even hoping to find? A flutter of wings drew his attention, and a second later, Fawkes landed in his lap, his golden talons digging gently into his robe-covered knee. Harry raised a hand and stroked Fawkes's feathers, the tension in his body slowly melting away. Fawkes crooned softly as they waited, and when his professors finally emerged from the pensieve, the phoenix nipped at Harry's unruly hair before returning to his perch. That was most illuminating, Professor Dumbledore said, bottling up Harry's memory and returning them to him. Harry rolled the vial between his fingers, unsure how to shove the memory back into his brain but too embarrassed to ask. Was it helpful? He asked quietly, refusing to make eye contact with Dumbledore. We were not able to ascertain who, or what, attacked Miss Cooper, Dumbledore replied after considering his words. Something hot squirmed in Harry's stomach that felt a little bit like guilt and a little bit like disappointment. But mostly, he felt angry. After allowing both of his professors to poke around his thoughts, allowing them to witness something they weren't entitled to, They hadn't even found anything. Do you need me for anything else? No. I think that will be all, Dumbledore said. Harry didn't wait for them to dismiss him. He leapt to his feet and was out of the office before anyone could stop him. He didn't stop running until he reached the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey was administering a pepper-up potion to a sniffling Ravenclaw. I thought you'd be along soon enough, she said to Harry, waving her wand and banishing the Ravenclaw's goblet. She's with the others if you'd like to see her. Harry pressed his lips together and shook his head. Madame Pomfrey turned to look at him properly, her face softening as she took in Harry's expression. What's happened? Wordlessly, Harry held up the vial of memories. She blinked as she tried to comprehend what he was showing her. Oh, Harry, she sighed at last. Crossing the ward, she pulled Harry down into a gentle hug, her fingers carding through his hair. He didn't and couldn't explain why he was so unsettled, but she seemed to understand just the same. Madame Pomfrey led him back into the office and deposited him at his desk. With careful and precise movements, she slid the vial out of Harry's numb fingers and uncorked the memories. Her voice was soft as she explained how she was restoring his memories, and a moment later, the hazy, vague notion of his morning was replaced in vivid detail. Harry shuddered at the sensation. In the future, she said in the same, soft tone. You're allowed to say no. It doesn't matter who is asking. If you don't want to do something, it's okay to say no. To his horror, tears began to fill his eyes. He bowed his head and tried to blink them away. Who asked? Dumbledore, Harry whispered, his voice husky. Madame Pomfrey tsked with disapproval. He should know better. When Harry tried to defend the headmaster, she cut him off. He has a position of authority and power over you. Of course, you would feel obligated to provide them. It didn't even help, Harry said, burying his face in his hands, exhaustion hitting him like a ton of bricks. They wanted to find out what happened to Grace, and now I feel. She didn't reply but hugged him again, this time a little tighter. Your voice is a powerful thing, Harry. Don't be afraid to use it. It's not, though. After all, how often had it failed him? How often had he choked on it when he desperately needed to speak? His voice hadn't been able to deny Dumbledore's requests or even stop people from harassing him. It sure as hell hadn't been enough to save. He cut the thought off before he had the chance to finish it. He wasn't going to open that jar of bat spleens. It is, she disagreed firmly, but allowing him to drop the topic nonetheless. Now, I can let you visit Miss Cooper for a few minutes if you'd like. She won't be able to hear you, but. Harry was shaking his head before she could finish. I don't want to see her like this. It's wrong. Madame Pomfrey gave him a sad look but seemed to understand. I want you to take the rest of the weekend off. That means no studying. I mean it, Harry. You need to relax, she added when Harry tried to protest. I'm not above confiscating your textbooks. I can get them from the library, Harry groused. I'll revoke your access to the restricted section. Don't think I won't. It was an extraordinarily unfair yet highly effective threat. Harry left the hospital wing sometime later, wondering if reading in Slytherin's study was technically breaking Madame Pomfrey's edict, and returned to his private room. Medusa was curled up by the fire and hissed a greeting when he entered. Harry shucked off his outer robes and kicked off his shoes before falling face first into his bed, contemplating sleeping away his misery. There was a knock on his bedroom door, which Harry was sorely tempted to ignore. But when a small voice called out his name, he sat up and scowled. Go away, he grunted. May I come in? The door opened a crack before Harry could reply, and a familiar pair of mooncalf-like eyes peered into his chambers. Please. Harry considered grabbing his wand and sealing the door. What do you want? Not. Undeterred by his hostile tone, Nott slipped into Harry's chambers. To apologize. For what? Nott bit his lip and toed an uneven spot on the stone floor. For being a massive git. Harry recognized that this was a difficult thing for Nott to be doing, but he wasn't feeling particularly charitable at the moment. You haven't been a git to me. I know. Nott inched closer, his shoulders practically up to his ears. I mean, I have, but not just to you. I was mean to Granger and Grace. Especially Grace. I wasn't a very good friend to her. You weren't, Harry agreed. Nott flinched at his tone. I'm going to apologize to both of them too. You'll have to wait until Grace wakes up, Harry replied, motioning for Nott to take Harry's desk chair. She was petrified this morning. I know, Nott said, sounding genuinely sad. I saw her being carried out of her dormitory. He looked down at his hands, which rested in his lap, and began to twist his fingers. It was the heir of Slytherin, wasn't it? Harry sighed heavily and shifted to sit on the end of his bed. Most likely. To Harry's surprise, Nott let out a little sob, and when he looked up, there were tears in his eyes. She doesn't deserve that, Nott said. None of them do. Not even the Muggle-borns. The hostility had left him now, and he watched Nott with interest, curious to see how he would react. Nott shook his head and pressed his lips together so hard they turned white. I was wrong about Muggle-borns, he admitted, his voice breaking and hitching through his sobs. It's just that, my father taught me that they were dangerous and unworthy of magic. That they stole jobs and magic from us. But Grace isn't dangerous, really, is she? It depends on how much sleep she's gotten and if she's been fed recently, Harry replied, a smile quirking at his lips. But her bark is worse than her bite. Something that a little bit of a sob and a little bit of a laugh slipped from Nott's lips. There are a lot of things I don't know, he admitted. I don't know anything about Muggles or Muggle-borns, or a lot of stuff, I guess. I only know what my father has taught me. But I also think that he could be wrong. He's not very nice. And I don't want to be like him. Harry slid to the floor and knelt before Nott, whose face was bowed in shame, and forced his chin up to look him in the eyes. You're nothing like him, I reckon, Harry said. I doubt he'd ever admit to being wrong. Nott let out another hiccuping sob, and Harry reached forward to pull him into his arms. Nott tensed for a moment, and Harry briefly wondered when the last time someone had offered him a gentle touch. His father certainly didn't sound like a caring parental figure. I'm sorry, Nott whispered into his neck. I know you are, Harry replied soothingly. Can we all be friends again? Nott asked, pulling away, clearly embarrassed. I suppose it depends on Grace, Harry admitted. But I think she'll forgive you. She's not one to hold grudges. I'll spend the rest of my life trying to make it right to all of you, Nott said, a fire burning in his eyes. I know I have a lot to learn about being a decent human being, Harry supplied. Nott let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Not being a massive tosser, he corrected. Harry laughed and ruffled Teddy's hair. Well, I suppose that's a good place to start. The only good thing that came out of Grace's petrification was that it brought the student body to its senses. Where in the months before people went out of their way to sneer and hex him, Harry now couldn't go anywhere without meeting apologetic and pitying looks. Harry couldn't decide if it was annoying or not. On the one hand, he appreciated not having to constantly look over his shoulder for attacks, which did wonders for his anxiety. On the other hand, very few people actually apologized for their mistreatment of him. Most of his peers simply expected Harry to forgive them and act like the last 4 months hadn't happened. In addition, their agreement that Harry was not the heir of Slytherin also meant that Professor Lockhart wasn't afraid to be seen with him, much to Harry's displeasure. It's the fickleness of fame, Lockhart told him knowingly one morning in late May. He clapped a surprisingly dainty hand on Harry's shoulder several times and flashed him an award-winning smile. People love to believe the worst about the talented ones, Harry. The higher you climb, the longer you fall. This was probably the most helpful advice Lockhart had ever bestowed on anyone at Hogwarts. Harry hoped his smile was more polite than a grimace. Thank you, Professor Lockhart. Oh, come now, Harry, Lockhart said jovially, patting Harry's shoulder several more times. We both know I'm not your professor. Call me Gilderoy. Harry grit his teeth. The last thing he wanted was for Lockhart to think was that they were friends. Oh, no, I couldn't. You've earned the right to be called professor, he said diplomatically. Right you are, Lockhart replied, tapping the side of his nose before pointing at him. Harry nodded and managed to shake off Lockhart. Thank you for your wisdom, Professor, but I am running late. Ah, yes, your little apprenticeship, he said with a patronizing smile. To Harry's annoyance, Lockhart began trailing after him. He had no choice but to listen to Lockhart's ramblings as he continued towards the hospital wing. Poppy was telling us how you passed your fourth-year exams. And all without proper lessons. Lockhart exclaimed. He tried to clap Harry on the shoulder but missed when Harry dodged at the last moment, throwing himself off balance. He stumbled over his periwinkle robes and crashed into a suit of armor. Harry would have pretended not to notice the fumble if it had been any other person. But, seeing as it was Lockhart, Harry stopped and stared at the red-faced braggart, raising an unimpressed eyebrow like he had seen Snape use on numerous occasions. Have you hurt yourself? Harry drawled. Lockhart straightened his robes and tried to right the suit of armor with a flourish of his wand. Nothing happened. Not to worry. I tripped over the rug. They glanced down at the rug-less stone floor. Lockhart cleared his throat again. As I was saying, congratulations on your exams. And if you would like some extra lessons from an expert, I'll be sure to find one, Harry finished with a polite smile. One of the portraits on the wall snickered. Lockhart's smile was more of an embarrassed grimace. Right, well, I'll just let you get on with it, then. He didn't wait for Harry to reply and quickly scurried away. The rest of the walk to the hospital wing was blissfully quiet, and Harry had to resist the urge to hum a jaunty tune as he made his way through the corridors. Harry paused, one foot in the hospital wing, and stared at the healer that was not Madame Pomfrey. He was tall, with broad shoulders, sun-bleached brown hair, a healthy tan, and his teeth were an unnatural shade white that made Harry feel vaguely unsettled. The stranger wore knee-length lime green robes made of linen, a pair of linen trousers, and on his head was a white linen veil. But as odd as his appearance was, Harry thought the strangest thing about the man was the leather cowboy boots that clicked against the stone floor as he walked. "Mornin'," the man said in a booming voice, waving a massive hand. He then let out something that might have been an introduction, but his accent was so thick it was unintelligible. That was assuming, of course, that the man had even spoken English. It was difficult to tell. "You're Harry Potter?" the man asked. It took a moment for Harry to realize the man was saying his name. He gave the man a hesitant nod and inched further into the ward. The man smiled and waved him in. "No need to be scared," he said with a laugh. "I'm Healer Rodriguez." "You're from America," Harry guessed. Healer Rodriguez nodded. He said something else, but his accent made it impossible for Harry to understand. "I'm filling in for Poppy today," Harry managed to catch. "She had a meeting at St. Mungo's." This was news to Harry. He wondered why Madame Pomfrey hadn't mentioned it. About what? Healer Rodriguez shrugged, unconcerned. This and that. Medusa chose that moment to peek her head out of Harry's bag. Harry half expected the healer to freak out at the sight of a venomous snake in the hospital wing, but the man surprised him again. "And this must be Medusa," he said, motioning for Harry to hand over the snake, which he did reluctantly. Healer Rodriguez cradled Medusa in his arms with surprising gentleness. "Well, ain't you just the prettiest little lady I ever did see," he cooed, tickling Medusa under the chin. Medusa went limp in his hands. Harry swore he heard her sigh with contentment. Healer Rodriguez gave Harry a mischievous grin. "I've been waiting to meet her," he admitted, passing Medusa back. Harry draped her over his shoulder. "Will you be overseeing the hospital wing today?" "No, sir," Healer Rodriguez replied before pointing at Harry with a flourish. "You will. Let me know if you need anything." And with that, he flounced off, his robe swishing at his knees. Excitement built in Harry's chest at the prospect of running the hospital wing for the entire day. He quickly settled into his routine, checking on the petrified patients first. It didn't take long for other students to begin trickling in needing to be healed. A broken wrist here, a botched transformation there, a student sneezing chocolate milk, a boy who had been hexed to have antlers by his disgruntled girlfriend. They happily let Harry set them right, which was a stark contrast to just a few weeks previously when few people would let him touch them. "I think there's a student with hippogriff fever," Harry said, poking his head into the office. Healer Rodriguez was bent over Madame Pomfrey's desk, reading a patient file. "She said she got bit by a hippogriff, and now she's growing wings." The man pursed his lips in thought. "Has she grown a beak yet?" When Harry shook his head, he stood and motioned for Harry to follow him out of the office. Healer Rodriguez crossed the ward in 3 long strides, leaving Harry, with his shorter legs, to sprint after him. He leaned over the patient's bite wound with the excitement of a child on Christmas. I've never seen this in person before. Is it common here? Hogwarts has a herd of hippogriffs, Harry explained. We get a few cases a year, but Professor Kettleburn generally keeps the sick ones quarantined. Healer Rodriguez nodded thoughtfully before fixing Harry with an expectant look. What'd think we should do? Draw out the infected blood with a Murtlap poultice and a stomach soother to help with nausea. The feathers will stop on their own within the next 2 days, Harry decided, already summoning the necessary supplies. And send a note to Kettleburn about a possible outbreak. Healer Rodriguez hummed and continued to watch the wound, which had begun to sprout feathers, with fascination. Would you like to treat her? Harry asked hesitantly. His eyes grew round, and he gave Harry a radiant smile. Can I? He asked, giddiness coloring his tone. Without waiting for Harry to respond, he dropped into the chair next to the patient. He began to slather it with Murtlap, chattering away in his thick, unintelligible accent. The girl shot Harry a panicked look, but when she tried to say something, her voice came out as a squawk. Unsure what else to do, Harry gave her a thumbs up and walked away, making sure to draw a set of privacy screens around them. As he considered what to do next, the doors to the hospital wing opened again, revealing Ron Weasley and John. Harry's heart lurched at the sight of them. After their accusations, Harry had barely spoken to either boy. The pain was still as fresh as it had been in December, and Harry doubted he could keep things civil. What brings you in today? Harry asked, beckoning them into the ward. He doubted his capacity to treat them, but as Healer Rodriguez was busy, the responsibility fell on Harry to at least check them in. Ron shot John a nervous look. I'd like to visit Ginny, Ron mumbled. If that's allowed. In the 4 months Ginny lay comatose in the hospital wing, Ron was her only brother who had yet to visit. Harry didn't blame him. It was difficult to look at a loved one in such a state. He could barely stomach caring for Grace, and she was merely petrified. He could only imagine how scary it was to look at your younger sibling and know that they were a hair's breadth from death. Of course, Harry replied gently, motioning for him to follow. I can only allow you, though. Madame Pomfrey has decided that only family should visit her. Ron nodded and trotted behind Harry, ducking behind the privacy screen around Ginny's bed. Face pale and drawn, Ron inched close to her bed and took her lifeless hand in his. How is she? He asked, his voice thick. She's quite sick, Harry admitted after considering his words. Truthfully, Ginny was doing very poorly. Whilst they had managed to stabilize her back in February, it was a constant battle to keep her alive. Whatever curse she had encountered was powerful and continued to leech her life from her, despite the fact that it was nowhere to be found. She's been placed in a coma to buy us some time while we look for a cure. You still haven't found it yet. The question wasn't accusing, which surprised Harry. Given their history, he had expected more accusations. Harry conjured a chair and offered it to Ron, who fell heavily into it. I'm still looking, Harry reassured him. Thank you, he whispered, not taking his eyes off Ginny. Feeling like he was intruding on a private moment, Harry turned and began to leave, only to stop when Ron called his name. I'm sorry, Ron mumbled, not looking at Harry. For thinking you were. The heir of Slytherin, Harry supplied, unable to keep a hint of bitterness from slipping into his words. Ron's ears turned red, but he finally turned to face him. That was mean of me, he admitted. I shouldn't have accused you of anything. You've always been a decent bloke. Harry's first thought was to roll his eyes, stomp away, and maybe throw a hex over his shoulder for good measure. After all, what Ron had accused him of was unthinkable. On some of his more miserable nights, he even wondered if it was Ron's fault for Harry and John's estrangement. It was so easy to blame Ron for everything that had gone wrong. It was certainly easier than dissecting his own relationship with John. But then he remembered his father's words over Christmas and how scared Ron and John had been. About how scared the entire school was, really. And scared people weren't always the most rational, like how Percy Weasley had attacked him when he was trying to save Ginny. So, Harry bit back a sarcastic retort and forced himself to nod in acknowledgement. Because despite Ron's lackluster apology, he was still apologizing. That was more than what most Hogwarts, his own brother, had done. Harry thought that if Ron could be brave and own up to his mistakes, the least he could do was acknowledge it. Thank you, Ron, he murmured, bowing his head. Ron didn't say anything else, and Harry took that as his cue to leave. Stepping out from behind the privacy screen, Harry looked over to the doors, where John still lingered. Curious and more than a little hopeful that Ron's repentant attitude had inspired John, Harry wandered over to his brother. Did you need anything? He asked quietly. He had assumed John had tagged along for moral support, but as Harry surveyed his brother's face, he realized that he looked quite ill. John's face was pale and drawn, and his normally bright eyes were dull and sunken in. Harry reached forward to run his fingers through John's lifeless hair without thinking. For a moment, it seemed like John leaned into his touch before he reared back and slapped Harry's hand away. Don't touch me. This was said with so much hostility that Harry was at a loss for words. He raised his hands in a pacifying gesture. You look ill. Are you feeling all right? Why do you care? Harry's first reaction was to roll his eyes and snap back, but he took a moment to breathe before responding. After so many months of silence, it was foolish to think he could jump back into a relationship with his brother. Even if he hadn't been the one to destroy said relationship. Because you're my brother, he replied at last. John scoffed and rolled his eyes. The dismissive response hurt more than he thought it would. Instead of snapping back with an emotional response, Harry tried again. When was the last time you ate? Why have you forgiven him? The non sequitur caught Harry off guard. Mainly because he didn't know who him was supposed to be. Unless John was talking about Ron. That would make the most logical sense, although Harry wasn't sure how John had overheard their conversation. They had been behind privacy screens, which were charmed to prevent eavesdropping. He apologized, he said slowly. John sneered, a harsh, ugly look that had no business on his soft face. That's all it takes to get back into your good graces, then? He asked. To beg for your forgiveness. You should try it sometime, Harry snapped back before he could stop himself. At least he's brave enough to admit he cocked up. A cold laugh that sounded nothing like John's slipped from his brother's lips. Like I'd want to key the hem of your bigoted robes. After all that he's said, you still want him around. The anger drained out of Harry, only to be replaced with confusion. Want him around. He's your best friend. Ron apologized for accusing me of being the heir. Not him, you wanker, John said, his voice rising. Red spots appeared on his pale cheeks. Your stupid little pet. Not. It took Harry a moment to process John's words. You're mad about that, John. I forgave him ages ago. He called Hermione and your friend a you-know-what. He apologized, Harry reiterated, feeling a sharp pain in his temples. He pinched the bridge of his nose and tried to will the headache away. And he'll apologize to Grace when she's be restored. Like that makes a difference. He's a smarmy little worm who's. Harry cut John off. Yes, well, we can't all be St. John. The rest of us make mistakes. John was silent for a moment and gave Harry a look of pure loathing. You know what? Keep him. The two of you deserve each other, John snarled. Enjoy your new little brother. He stormed out of the hospital wing before Harry could react, slamming the doors behind him. Harry wondered if the cracking sound he heard was the wood splintering under the force or simply the sound of his heart shattering into a million pieces. He stared at the door, numb. Is everything all right? It was Healer Rodriguez. Harry took a moment to compose his features before turning around. That was my brother. He wavered, words escaping him. Healer Rodriguez hummed in understanding, his eyes becoming glossy as he thought. Ya know, speakin' as a little brother myself, I think ya should go after. I am, Healer Rodriguez said. Harry shook his head, hating how his eyes burned. He doesn't want to see me. Healer Rodriguez shrugged and shoved his hands into the pockets of his robes. Maybe not. But I think it would mean a lot to I am to know ya care enough to chase after I am. Doubt swirled in Harry's stomach. Would he? Once upon a time, Harry would have answered yes. But John was so different lately, so angry. They had had their share of arguments before. They were brothers, after all. But this year, it was like Harry was staring at a complete stranger rather than his little brother. I thought I was supposed to be running the hospital wing today. He replied at last. It'll still be here when ya get back, Healer Rodriguez replied. He jerked his chin towards the door, which creaked open. Now, go. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He took off, hoping to catch his brother before he got too far. The corridors were empty save for Professor Flitwick, who told him off for running. Harry paused to catch his breath and collect his thoughts, wondering where John would have gone. Surely, he couldn't have gone too far. He had only been a minute or so behind him. If only he hadn't given Snape the Marauder's map. Harry deliberated where to go next. He didn't know what John's schedule looked like, but he highly doubted that he would go to a lesson halfway through the hour. Or would he have gone back to Gryffindor Tower? Or perhaps a stroll through the grounds? Harry moved to a nearby window and peered out, hoping to catch a glimpse of John's scruffy hair. He saw nothing but Hagrid tending to his vegetable garden, Fang the boarhound scaring off crows with thunderous barks that echoed across the grounds. There was movement in the corner of his eye, and Harry spun around just in time to see the hem of someone's robes disappear around a corner. His first thought was that it was another student wandering the corridors. After all, if it had been John, there was no way he'd have ignored Harry. He'd have approached, angry at being followed or apologetic for their fight, but he wouldn't have ignored Harry. And there was no way that the stranger hadn't seen him standing in the corridor. But just as the thought occurred to him, he heard something that he couldn't quite explain but sent a chill down his spine. The low, unmistakable reptilian hiss of a snake. It wasn't saying anything that Harry could understand, but he knew the sound as acutely as his own voice. He did know, however, was that this snake was angry. Ice pricked Harry's veins as he crept down the corridors, placing his feet so that he wasn't overheard. When he reached the corner where the stranger had disappeared, he peeked around, finding the corridor empty, save for a tiny individual, John. His brother reached up, the sleeve of his robes falling past his wrists, exposing bony elbows too big for his thin, pale arms. He touched the stone wall, tracing something that Harry couldn't see, swaying on his feet. Any and all rational thought fled his brain at the sight of his skeletal brother. Before he knew what he was doing, Harry approached John, wand in hand and a diagnostic charm on the tip of his tongue. He was mere feet from John when he smelt the blood. It didn't take long to find the source. Whereas before Harry thought his brother was simply touching the stone wall of the corridor, he now realized that John was writing a message. The tips of his fingers were raw and oozing as he finished writing. His skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Perhaps he should have run in the other direction. Maybe he should have found a competent adult to deal with the situation. But as he watched his brother write something akin to a suicide note in his own blood, a strangled cry of, "John," slipped from his lips. John tensed at the sound of his name, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, very slowly, he turned around and fixed him with a dead-eyed stare, his pupils blown so wide that not even a ring of hazel was visible. The sight froze the blood in Harry's veins. He couldn't explain what he was looking at, but he knew that something was very, very wrong with his brother. Harry raised his wand, but John was faster. With a movement too fast for Harry to see, John whipped his wand and shot a stunner at his chest. Harry was unconscious before he hit the ground. Harry awoke all at once, gasping and flailing, on the wet stone floor of a dark room. He squinted and looked around, only to realize that it wasn't just low lighting that made it difficult to see. His glasses were missing. After searching his pockets furiously for his wand, he found that it was missing too. He stumbled to his feet, his body aching as if he had gone several rounds with a bludger, and tried to take in his surroundings. From what he could tell, he was in a dimly lit, subterranean corridor. Half of the floor was covered in the bones of small animals that slid and crunched beneath Harry's feet. The other half of the corridor was flooded with murky water that came up to his ankles in some places and his knees in others. Harry trudged forward, one hand on the slimy wall as he guided himself, half blind down the corridor, eyes squinted for any sign of John or a way out. He came to a dead end, the solid wall engraved with two massive intertwined snakes. Harry realized at once where he was. "Open," he commanded, the hiss of Parseltongue echoing ominously in the corridor. The wall vanished, and Harry got his first, albeit incredibly blurry, look at the Chamber of Secrets. It was long and narrow, about half the width of the great hall but twice as long, the ceiling so high that Harry couldn't see the tops of the stone pillars that supported it. He walked down a narrow stone pathway, ignoring the hisses of the serpents carved into the pillars until he came upon a towering stone statue. Harry couldn't make out the face of the statue, but he had to admit that he wasn't looking too hard. Because at the base of the statue, lying on the ground between two massive sandal-clad feet, was John. Harry broke out into a run and dropped to his knees beside his brother. Pressing his ear to John's chest, he was relieved to hear a steady, if sluggish, heartbeat. "John," he said, giving his brother an aggressive shake. "Wake up." When he didn't rouse, Harry began to dig around in John's pockets, searching for his wand. "Are you looking for something?" The voice was smooth and pleasant. Charming even. And it sent a wave of terror through Harry's body because he knew that voice. He leapt to his feet and spun around to face a tall, dark-haired man. Voldemort. Voldemort gave him a pleased look, and a smile twisted his lips. "You know me." It took every bit of his courage to summon his voice to respond. Naturally, he tried to sneer his words like he was Snape looking down at an abysmal potion. Drawing his shoulders back, he attempted to make himself look calm and in control of the situation. Voldemort stepped closer, his head tilting as he regarded Harry, just as he had done on Halloween night, 11 years ago. "Fascinating. You must be the brother, then. Harry, is it? The resemblance is unmistakable, although dear John didn't seem to know who I was." When Harry didn't respond, Voldemort let out a little chuckle that might have been described as pleasant if it wasn't so cold. "He mentioned that you didn't talk much. He mentioned you quite a lot, actually. I've wanted to meet you for quite some time." "We've met before," Harry replied through gritted teeth. Voldemort stepped closer, his features coming into focus at last. It was then that Harry realized that he wasn't talking to the Voldemort he remembered. That Voldemort had been in his mid-50s, his dark wavy hair somewhat receded, and his pale skin stretched tight across his skull. That Voldemort's nose had been reduced to nothing but thin, snake-like slits, and his eyes had turned the color of freshly spilt blood. But the Voldemort standing before him now was clearly younger, handsome even. He didn't look much older than Harry himself. He was even wearing a Hogwarts uniform, a silver prefect's badge pinned to his chest. "The night I tried to kill your brother?" he asked, desperate hunger in his voice. Harry refused to give this maniac any answers. "You said that you were talking to my brother. How?" If Voldemort noticed the abrupt change of topic, he was too eager to care. Drawing a wand, John's wand, Harry realized, he summoned something from John's body, which he presented to Harry. "My diary," he explained. "From when I was 16. Harry fought down a wave of revulsion as his fingers brushed Voldemort's. He flipped the diary over in his hands, finding it blank, save for the name, T.M. Riddle, penned in neat cursive on the first page, smudged and faded with age, but still clearly visible. "Riddle," he murmured to himself before looking at Voldemort with an incredulous expression. "You're a Muggle born." Harry knew this was the wrong thing to say the moment it slipped from his lips. Something dark twisted behind Voldemort's eyes. He hit Harry with a blasting hex that sent him flying into the stone statue. Harry landed in a crumpled heap beside John, winded and gasping for air. "How dare you? I am descended from Salazar Slytherin himself." He spat, still aiming John's wand at him. Harry stumbled shakily to his feet and fixed Voldemort with a defiant glare. "Fat lot of good that is," Harry replied. "Seeing as you were killed by a toddler." "I cannot be killed," Voldemort shouted, his voice echoing throughout the chamber. "I have made myself immortal. Your foolish brother has helped with that." Harry raised an eyebrow, hoping he came across as unimpressed rather than scared shitless. "How so?" Voldemort summoned his diary and waved it in Harry's face. "My diary," he said. "Your brother has been writing in it since February. Before that, Ginny Weasley." Harry's face twitched, and Voldemort smirked. "Yes, you know her too," Voldemort agreed. "They both had similar things to say about you, you know." "Dear Tom," he continued in a high-pitched voice. My brothers have forgotten all about me. Dear Tom, Harry's too busy to talk to me, but he said he was my friend. Dear Tom, Hogwarts is so lonely without friends. You're my only friend, Tom. Voldemort chuckled. It was easy to get Ginny to write to me. I was patient. I offered advice. I grew stronger. Hang on, Harry said, interrupting Voldemort's monologue. She wrote to you. In your diary. Voldemort's smirk grew, stretching unnaturally wide across his pale face. A clever piece of magic, he said. I preserved my 16-year-old self in this diary, hoping that, one day, someone would pour enough of their soul into it to release mine. A cold chill ran down Harry's spine. You're killing Ginny. You're the reason she's in a coma. Catching on now. I see. They told me that you were clever, Voldemort replied. Unfortunately, Ginny grew wary of me. She threw my diary away, tried to flush me down a toilet. That's when John found me. He's been writing to me since February. Dear Tom, everyone expects me to be smart like Harry, but I'm not. Dear Tom, I'm disappointing everyone because I can't live up to Harry. Dear Tom, Harry has loads of friends, and he doesn't care about me. Dear Tom, Harry's replaced me with Theodore Nott. Voldemort scowled and tossed the diary away, and it landed a few feet from John's paling body. You have no idea how exhausting it was to listen to their adolescent whingings. But I played nice. I gained their trust. As they began to pour their souls into me, I began to pour myself into them. I grew stronger. Pieces began to fall into place the longer Voldemort talked. You possessed them, Harry stated, remembering the dark, soulless-eyed stare John had given him moments before stunning him. He had used a spell that no average second year should have been capable of. Voldemort nodded, looking quite pleased with himself. Ginny noticed fairly quickly. The blackouts, waking up in a pile of chicken feathers, finding herself covered in blood. By the time I managed to open up the chamber, she was already resisting me. You opened Chamber of Secrets, Harry said, trying to keep the surprise out of his voice. Of course, you've already said that you're descended from Slytherin. Are you also responsible for the petrifications? Voldemort waved his hand as if he found the question inconsequential. Indirectly. It was the basilisk. There was a basilisk. Fear coursed through his body, and it took every bit of self-control to not take off in a panicked sprint. Not only was he half blind and without a wand, but now a massive snake that could kill him with a single glance was lurking about. Ginny was the hardest to control, Voldemort continued, unaware of Harry's inner turmoil. It was almost a relief when John found me. He was so deliciously angry. It was almost comical how easily I could slip into his mind. When your friend Grace angered him, he didn't even fight me when I tried to kill her. You're sick, Harry snapped. Voldemort gave him an unconcerned shrug. Perhaps. But it was necessary. The stronger their emotions, the faster I gained my strength. Without them, I couldn't stand before you today. Except you aren't, Harry said, peering intently at Voldemort. He wasn't entirely translucent like a ghost, but he certainly wasn't a solid human. He hadn't finished freeing himself from the diary yet, which meant there was still a chance to save John. Now, if only he had a wand. Soon, Voldemort conceded with a tiny, indulgent smile. Not that you'll be around to see it, of course. He looked up at the statue behind Harry and hissed in the unmistakable tones of Parseltongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." Harry didn't wait for the basilisk to arrive. He took off at a run, half blind, sloshing through the water and slipping over animal bones. He wove through columns and dove through the tunnels that branched off the main chamber. He had no clue where he was going, but he knew he needed to put as much distance between himself and the basilisk as possible. He lost track of how many turns he made through the tunnels, which grew darker the longer he ran. He could have run for 20 seconds or 20 minutes, and he wouldn't have known the difference. Adrenaline pumped through his veins with each breath, each crazed step, hoping it took him further from Slytherin's monster, yet knowing it couldn't. There was no way for him to outrun a basilisk. And then Harry quite literally hit a wall. He bounced off it, his nose shattering on impact, and he landed in a heap on the bone-covered floor. He had hit a dead end. There would be no escape, he realized with chilling clarity. He would die down here, and nobody would ever find him. He could hear the basilisk, its dry scales rustling against the stone walls of the tunnel, its massive body grinding the animal bones to dust on the floor. It was close now, its cloying scent burning his nose. Harry wondered how long he had left to live. Pressing his back against the wall, he tried to decide how he would rather go, being swallowed by the basilisk or to meet its deadly gaze. One would certainly be less painful. Was death painful? He remembered how his mother died, her life snuffed out in an instant. Had she suffered? He supposed he would get the chance to ask her soon enough. Harry curled his fingers into the ground, shards and fragments of animal skeletons digging into his skin. With apathetic resignation, Harry plucked a rat skull from the pile and stared at it. Much like this rat, he'd die down here in the chamber. The thought provoked a wave of irritation in him. Harry liked to think his life was more than that, worthless and forgettable. If anything, he deserved a spectacular death and a lavish funeral to go with it. Something his father could attend. That thought provoked another response in him, this one far more heartbreaking and sickening than the last. Harry didn't want to die. He didn't want his father to have to bury him or John. He didn't want his friends to mourn him. He wanted to live, to become a healer, to save lives, to make a difference. And with this realization, Harry knew what he had to do. Mind working quickly as the basilisk slid towards him, Harry racked his brains for every bit of knowledge he had on the beast. Namely, how to kill one. He stared at the rat's skull clutched in his grimy, bloody fingers. Gallus, he whispered. Nothing happened. Of course it hadn't. Hissing the Latin word for rooster wasn't going to do anything. He thought harder, desperately trying to remember the Latin Uncle Remus had taught him. Creo gallum. The empty eyes of the rat's skull stared back at him. The basilisk's tongue flicked around the corner. Harry squeezed his eyes shut and took a steadying breath, trying to ignore the painful pounding of his heart. Now was not the time to panic. What was he doing wrong? He knew what he wanted, so why couldn't he do it? Was it because he wasn't using a real spell? But when had he ever used a spell before? A part of him wondered. He rarely spoke on the best of days, and he had been casting spells silently since he was 11. Early on, he figured out that it wasn't the words that made magic happen. It was him. It was always him and what he wanted. His body shook, though whether out of fear or exhaustion, he couldn't say. He gripped the skull so hard that he worried it might crumble to dust. The basilisk entered the mouth of his pipe, its tongue catching the edge of his robes. Breathe in. He would make this rooster. He would make it crow. He would save his brother, and he would live. Breathe out. Then, like magic, which he supposed it was, the skull grew heavier in his hands, expanding, its smooth surface growing warm and feathered. Opening his eyes, he saw that the bones strewn across the ground around him began to tremble and glow before they too transfigured into roosters. Harry watched in surprise and fascination as he was quickly surrounded by a rooster army that filled the entire tunnel. Then, as one, they crowed in a deafening chorus. The basilisk shuddered to a stop, its jaws opened wide for a death strike, its fangs inches from Harry's face. It twitched, and with its mouth open, the great beast almost looked like it was laughing. Then it keeled over. Dead. Harry stared at the basilisk, then the roosters, then the dead snake. Bloody hell. He shifted to his knees, shaking too much to stand. The overwhelming urge to curl up in a ball and nap overcame him, but he fought it off. He had a little brother to save, after all. Besides, the basilisk would make a terrible bed mate. A strangled, hysterical laugh spilled out of his lips. He reached out without thinking, his fingers wrapping around one of the basilisk's fangs, and pulled. With a wet snap, it broke free, its slimy coating stinging the skin of his hand. Harry shimmied past the basilisk and stumbled back the way he came. One of the roosters shuffled behind him like a lost puppy, its talons scrabbling on the stone floor. He followed the hordes of roosters through the tunnels, which eventually opened into the chamber. John was still motionless at the far end, though Riddle was nowhere to be found. Dropping to his knees, he pressed an ear to John's chest, listening to the thready beat of John's heart. He didn't have long, Harry knew. Harry's mind raced through his options. The diary obviously was the catalyst for John's decline, destroying it was his highest priority. It would also eliminate Voldemort's teenage ghost, which was a bonus. The only problem was said ghost currently had John's wand, which could be their only hope of getting out of the chamber. Oi, Riddle! Harry shouted, his stomach churning. I killed your snake. You're next. Pain like nothing Harry had ever felt before invaded his senses. It was all-consuming, banishing rational thought as his body arched and twisted in ways no human body should ever bend. And just when he thought it couldn't get worse, when it surely had ended, or he had grown used to the pain, it intensified, doubled, tripled, quadrupled, so that every breath, every scream that tore his throat, every muscle that tensed and writhed under the unrelenting torment, was in agony. Just as soon as it started, it was over. Harry collapsed on the damp stone floor, his body curling into the fetal position on instinct. It hurt to breathe, to blink, to exist. Even his hair hurt. He trembled, his muscles screaming as if he had sprinted a marathon. Voldemort stood over him, more solid than before, his face bone white with fury. He aimed John's wand at his chest, hands shaking so violently that he couldn't keep the wand tip steady. I can't be killed, he shouted, bending down close enough that flecks of spittle landed on Harry's face. Legs trembling, Harry kicked Voldemort away and rolled to his knees. Try me, dickhead. And with that, he plunged the basilisk fang into Riddle's diary. The effect was immediate. Ink spurts out of the hole like a geyser, and within seconds, Harry's white apprentice robes were stained black. Voldemort convulsed, seemingly in pain, and let out an unearthly, pained screech that echoed off the stone chamber walls long after he had vanished. John's wand dropped to the floor, and Harry dove for it, diagnostic spells on his tongue. They were unnecessary. John's eyes, hazel once more, flew open, and he sat up with a strangled gasp. He glanced around the chamber with wide-eyed confusion before his gaze landed on Harry. Hold still, Harry grunted as he tried to check John's vitals. John let out a sob and threw himself at Harry instead. Harry had just enough time to catch him before John wrapped his arms around Harry's neck and buried his head into his shoulder. Between the tears and incoherent babbling, Harry could hear John's profuse apologies for, well, everything. Later, Harry said after keying the top of John's wet and matted hair. Can you stand? John nodded and stumbled to his feet, offering Harry his hand. Harry grasped it and let John pull him up, only to collapse in a heap. His legs twitched, and his body buzzed unpleasantly, making movement nearly impossible. A side effect of the Cruciatus curse, no doubt. Not that he'd tell John that, of course. His brother already felt guilty enough. I'm just tired, Harry muttered, trying to stand once more. He leaned heavily against his brother, using him as a human crutch as they made their way out of the chamber and into the corridor Harry had woken up in. They limped together, John acting as Harry's eyes as they looked for an exit. Harry vanished piles of animal bones, trying to clear a path for them, but finding each spell left him more exhausted than the last. Are you all right? John asked quietly after a vanishing left Harry winded. You're burning up. Harry nodded, only to vomit when the world swirled around him. I'm just tired, he repeated. Let's just get out of here. Do you remember how you got in? John shook his head, his cheeks flushing as shame twisted his face. I don't remember much after our argument, he admitted. I woke up in the chamber, and Tom came out of the diary. Nothing else after that. Who? Harry asked, trying to distract himself from the burning in his extremities. Tom Riddle, John explained. He opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. It occurred to Harry that John had no clue who he had really been talking to. He considered informing him that Riddle was the memory of the man that murdered their mother but ultimately decided against it. Harry wanted to find his way out of the Chamber of Secrets, which would rather be difficult if John had a meltdown. Instead, he nodded and let John fill him in about what he had been up to since they last spoke in December, including finding the diary in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and investigating Slytherin's monster. They came to the end of the long corridor and found themselves at a dead end, this time standing before a wide tunnel that bent upwards at a steep angle. There was no way to climb it, and had Harry been feeling better, he might have been able to transfigure a set of stairs for them to use. But as it was, his head was spinning, and his limbs were so heavy he wasn't sure he could even lift John's wand. Any ideas? Harry asked, his voice faint to his own ears. John shook his head and looked up at him with a fearful yet expectant expression. Even if Harry hadn't been several years older than John, he was still his older brother. An older brother who had always could be counted on to fix things, no matter how badly John had cocked up. Letting out a slow breath, Harry limped forward and began to feel around the walls of the tunnels, searching for some sort of mark. Sure enough, he found a small relief of a snake etched into the wall, which hissed with pleasure when Harry asked to be let out of the chamber. There was a loud grinding sound as the tunnel turned into a narrow set of circular stairs. Well, that was easy, John remarked, helping Harry up into the tunnel. I can't believe you just had to ask. Slytherin tended to choose the easiest options when it came to these things, Harry explained, remembering the snakes in the fireplaces and the one that marked the entrance to the Slytherin common room. He lifted John's wand and attempted to light its tip, only for it to sputter out after a few seconds, leaving Harry winded and lightheaded. Noticing his struggles, John took back his wand, his brow furrowed with concern. He tried to light the wand, which he did with ease. Bloody hell, he yelped. What happened to your face? Harry touched a hand to his jaw and found it covered in massive boils. Had Voldemort hexed him somehow? Only, they didn't hurt like they would have if he had been hit with a pimple jinx. Instead, they itched and tingled like something was pulsing beneath his skin. Don't worry about it, he said at last. I'll have Madame Pomfrey set me right when we get to the hospital wing. John nodded, his lips pursed with concern, and continued up the narrow spiral staircase. And up some more. It felt like they climbed for hours, and Harry, already exhausted from his encounter with the Basilisk and Voldemort, wasn't sure how much farther he could go. But every time he thought about stopping, John turned back to look at him with those wide, fearful eyes, and Harry knew he had to continue. No matter how badly his lungs burned or his legs trembled, he continued the arduous climb back to safety. When Harry thought he couldn't go any farther, like he might topple over and roll all the way back down the stairs, the stone walls of the tunnel turned to metal, and they were greeted by another one of Slytherin's marks. John leaned forward to ask the snake if it could please open. Thank you very much, and together they tumbled out of the tunnel, gasping and panting, landing on the floor. Harry pressed a burning cheek to the cool tile floor and sighed with relief. He still couldn't see where they were, but it was open and well lit, with not a single animal skeleton in sight. Just as he was falling into what he considered to be a perfectly well-deserved nap, John shook his shoulder violently and tried to flip him over. Any other time, Harry might have rolled over, but his body felt so incredibly heavy that he couldn't summon the energy. He couldn't even raise his arm to push his brother away. He settled for an incoherent mumble, which must have got the message across because John pulled away, leaving him in blissful silence. It didn't last for long. Hands that were far too large to be John's were poking and prodding at him, flipping him over onto his back. The motion sent stings of pain through every nerve ending, but whoever was bothering him wasn't concerned about Harry's discomfort. The large, hooked nose of Professor Snape entered into Harry's vision, and Harry got the unpleasant view of looking up the man's nostrils. Harry decided it was very fortunate that he didn't have his glasses on. Snape was barking orders at someone. Or so he assumed. Sound had taken on a funny, echoey quality, as if he were listening to Snape's voice from underwater. Even his head felt like it was floating. Or maybe he was. Harry thought he might have felt himself being deposited onto a stretcher. Not that it particularly mattered to Harry. His brother was safe, and now he could rest. Harry awoke to a cat purring on his chest, and he knew before he had even opened his eyes that it was Wobbles, John's three-legged cat. This was mainly because Medusa was hissing angry expletives from somewhere nearby. He was in the hospital wing again, judging by the starched sheets that scratched his aching skin and the smell of antiseptic potions in the air. He was in bed 9, his usual bed, if he wasn't mistaken. With tremendous effort, Harry managed to pry his stiff and swollen eyelids apart, squinting against the harsh light that filtered through the windows. By his best estimates, it was around midday, though he had no idea how long he had been sleeping for. And that was before the chamber, he belatedly remembered, digging through his hazy memories. Merlin knew how long they had been in that hellhole. John, he gasped, flying to sitting position, his joints screaming in protest at the sudden change of position. Someone placed a gentle hand on his shoulder and forced him back down. He's safe. It was his father's voice, heavy with exhaustion and relief. You're both safe. Harry tilted his head, finally noticing his father's blurry outline in the chair next to his bed. A moment later, his father fit Harry's glasses over his face, throwing his face into sharp relief. His father's skin was uncommonly pale, and dark bags lined his hazel eyes. 5 o'clock shadow darkened his face, highlighting the gauntness of his cheeks, and his hair was more of a bird's nest than usual. Harry opened his mouth to speak but could only let out a strangled gasp before he descended into a hacking cough that tore his throat. His father produced a glass of water and helped Harry drink it, washing away that fuzzy, sticky feeling in his mouth. You've been unconscious for a while, his father explained. When Harry gave him an inquiring look, his father hesitantly continued. Nearly 3 weeks. Anxiety coursed through his veins and his heart rate accelerated, setting off a monitoring charm. He could only think of how much study time he had lost. He wasn't sure why this was the thing that his mind focused on, but it was better than remembering what had happened in the chamber. Which, apparently, had occurred several weeks, not hours, ago. But before he could say anything, the privacy screens around his bed shifted, and Madame Pomfrey bustled in, shooting his father an irritated look. You were supposed to call the second he woke up, James, she chided as she approached the bed. She bent over Harry's bed and shined the tip of her wand in his eyes. Well, you're not blind, she continued with a small sigh of relief. No more than usual, Harry agreed, frowning when Madame Pomfrey stowed her wand back in her pocket. After 3 weeks of unconsciousness, he thought she'd use more diagnostic charms. I didn't realize that was an option. Madame Pomfrey pursed her lips. You're suffering from magical overexposure, she explained. With the help of his father, she shifted Harry into a sitting position and handed him a potion, which Harry swallowed without questioning. Harry was vaguely familiar with magical overexposure. It was a condition that mainly affected young children and was caused when they tried to channel more magic than their bodies could handle, often resulting in the child's death. Magical overexposure happened quickly, generally after a powerful and aggressive bout of accidental magic, and was impossible to heal with magic. The only treatment was to wait out the symptoms and hope that the child was strong enough to survive. The worst part was that once someone had suffered from magical overexposure, they were more likely to experience it again. Muggle-raised children were especially susceptible to the condition, as they were unaccustomed to being around large amounts of magic. It was why magical education didn't start before 11. The sticky dryness in his throat vanished, and an icy tingle flooded his veins as he was instantly rehydrated. How? He asked, handing the empty vial to Madame Pomfrey. We were hoping you could tell us. His father sat back in his chair, curiosity and concern burning in his eyes. What was the last thing you remember? Everything, truthfully. Not that he wanted to relieve those memories. He settled for what he believed was the cause of his misfortunes. It was the roosters, he replied. His father and Madame Pomfrey stared at him blankly. I needed to kill the basilisk, he explained further. Basilisk? His father asked in a strangled gasp. That's what Voldemort used to petrify the students, Harry explained to Madame Pomfrey. Voldemort was Tom Riddle. From the diary, his father finished, still looking rather distressed about the basilisk. Dumbledore said as much. But let's circle back to the basilisk. John didn't mention one. He might not have known. Voldemort was possessing John, Harry said. He was also possessing Ginny. Is she awake too? I assumed she'd wake up when I destroyed the diary. Madame Pomfrey nodded. How did you destroy it? She asked, redirecting the conversation. With a basilisk fang, Harry replied. I ripped it out of its mouth after I killed it. With a rooster, his father said. When Harry nodded, his father sighed. And where did you get the rooster? Harry thought this conversation had sounded a lot less ludicrous in his head. I transfigured them from a rat skull. You didn't have a wand, Madame Pomfrey said with a slow nod. We found it outside Ning Myrtle's bathroom shortly after you went missing. A wandless inanimate to animate transfiguration could be enough to cause overexposure. Did you say them? his father asked, cutting off Madame Pomfrey's musings. Harry shifted awkwardly under their heavy stares. It was an accident. There were a lot of bones, and the roosters just sort of happened. How many roosters are we talking about, exactly? His father asked, looking more exhausted than he had a few seconds previously. Maybe 50. He said nervously. I wasn't exactly counting. I was more worried about the basilisk and Voldemort. Mr. Potter was spared from responding to this by the door to the hospital wing opening and footsteps approaching Harry's bed. Judging by the lack of snow in the Great Hall, came the soft, unmistakable voice of Professor Dumbledore. He appeared around the edge of the privacy screen, smiling when he saw Harry sitting up. It would appear Mr. Potter is awake. Snow? Harry asked, shooting a confused glance at his father and Madame Pomfrey. Magical overexposure can be unpredictable, she explained gently. You've had massive outbursts of accidental magic for the last few weeks. We've had to wear our scarves and winter hats for a week now, Professor Dumbledore continued jovially, conjuring a velvet armchair and sitting at the foot of Harry's bed. It has been a most delightful experience. And, just yesterday, Professor Sprout had to tame the jungle you created in the library. But rest assured, Madame Pants harbors no ill feelings towards you and assures me that you are still welcome to borrow books. Harry's cheeks burned, and he looked down at his lap. Sorry, he muttered. There was a sigh, and when Harry looked up, he realized that every piece of furniture in the room was hovering several inches off the ground. Madame Pomfrey set it right with a wave of her wand while Dumbledore watched with fascination. Sorry, he repeated. Not at all, dear boy, Professor Dumbledore said with a smile. We're just relieved to see you awake. Harry knew, even before Dumbledore asked, what was coming. Still, he was not prepared to explain what had happened in the Chamber of Secrets. He tried, in vain, to deflect the questions, asking why they couldn't just question John, but he was rebuffed. John had been unconscious for the majority of the ordeal and couldn't explain what had happened. At least Dumbledore wasn't asking for a memory this time. Although that might have had something to do with the scrutinizing look Madame Pomfrey kept shooting at the headmaster. And so, he spoke, however grudgingly, his fingers, swollen and covered in boils, twisted in his bedsheets. He stubbornly refused to make eye contact with anyone as he talked, though he didn't falter. At least until he got to the part where Voldemort tortured him with the Cruciatus curse. He shot his father an anxious look, almost wishing he could ask him to leave. His father's expression was heartbroken and guilt-ridden, and Harry would have stopped there if Dumbledore hadn't pressed him further. This explains a great deal, the headmaster said once Harry was finished. He sat back in his chair and stroked his long beard, watching Harry over the top of his half-moon spectacles. Wobbles chose that moment to headbutt Harry, demanding pets and sparing Harry from having to reply. Medusa let out an irritated hiss and approached, determined to get between him and John's cat, only for Wobbles to swat at her and knock her off the bed. Reacting on instinct, Harry dove for his snake before she could hit the ground, only to watch her freeze midair before floating back up to the bed. Harry turned to thank whoever had saved Medusa but found everyone was watching him with varying degrees of interest and not a wand in sight. The accidental magic will continue for quite some time, Madame Pomfrey explained whilst Harry carefully wrapped a grumbling Medusa around his shoulders. You'll have to remain here for the rest of term. Healer Rodriguez wants to observe you for a while. Harry furrowed his brow, recalling the strange American healer that had taken over the hospital wing. Why not you? Magical overexposure is rare. I imagine he'll want to study you, she replied, shooing out Professor Dumbledore. He had been hoping to speak with you before. Well, he was rather impressed. Harry wasn't sure why this mattered. He shot a glance at his father, who looked proud. Madame Pomfrey, who is Healer Rodriguez, exactly? I'm surprised ya didn't know. Healer Rodriguez was tall enough to peer over the top of the privacy screen, which he shoved aside with a massive hand. With a single step, he crossed the distance to Harry's bed and leaned over, his white veil threatening to slip off his head. As he righted it, a forked tongue flicked around his neck. He didn't elaborate further, instead casting a series of diagnostic charms Harry had never seen before. Well, Harry, do you want the good news or the bad news first? Bad news, I suppose. Healer Rodriguez grinned. Well, y'all won't be able to finish your animagus transformation this summer. Or perform any magic, really. No flying, portkeys, or flow travel, either. How did you know about the animagus transformation? Harry asked, stunned. Healer Rodriguez nodded to the glimmering runes that hovered around Harry's body. You're real close. You'll have to let me know how it turns out next summer. Next summer. Healer Rodriguez's grin grew. That's the good news. I'm from the Asclepion, he explained as a pig-nosed snake poking its head out from beneath his veil. And we'd be happy to have ya for our summer intensive next year. As a patient, there wasn't much for Harry to do in the hospital wing other than study. This was fortunate, considering he had a lot to catch up on after his involuntary 3-week nap. Still, as the days dragged on, Harry grew more restless, especially when his energy began to return. By the end of the first week, Madame Pomfrey had all but threatened to tie him to his bed. His friends were another wonderful distraction from his boredom, and he seemed to have a revolving door of visitors now that he could go more than a few hours without falling asleep. Cedric responsibly showed up at mealtimes and during his free periods, bringing handwritten notes that Harry didn't really need but appreciated nonetheless, whilst Grace shamelessly skipped her lessons and forced Harry to tutor her. The Quidditch team visited on more than one occasion, although always Marcus stayed the longest, swatting at Harry's hands when he scratched the itchy boils that covered every inch of his skin. Even Luna Lovegood stopped by, hanging a bouquet of tulips, clovers, and oregano over his bed, which she insisted would cure his ailments. The only people who had yet to visit, however, were the two people Harry wanted to see most, Ginny and John. Cedric said the Weasleys had taken Ginny home for a week after she woke up. Still, even after she had returned, she remained silent and withdrawn. John was similarly distant, Teddy had said, and was rarely seen outside of the company of Ron or Hermione. Give him time, Cedric said when Harry contemplated sneaking out of the hospital wing to track down his brother. It has nothing to do with you and everything to do with him. He was fine in the chamber, Harry grumbled, but he let his friend push him back into bed. I'm not even mad. I just wish he'd talk to me. Cedric gave him an impatient look, clearly believing that Harry was being purposefully dense. He's embarrassed, Harry, he pointed out. John idolizes the ground you walk on. But with your fights and now being possessed by you-know-who, just give him some time, yeah. It wasn't widely known what had happened to John and Ginny, which was nothing short of a miracle considering the effectiveness of Hogwarts, rumor mill. Only Harry's closest friends were given that information, and it was only ever discussed under privacy charms. The last thing Harry wanted was for John or Ginny to experience the abuse that he himself had suffered at the hands of the other students. You have the entire summer, Cedric reminded him gently. Hardly, Harry grunted. Dad has already said I'll be confined to the house, but I doubt he'll stop John from waltzing off to the Weasleys. There was a sigh from the end of his bed. Grace had appeared, a wicker hamper on her arm and an irritated expression on her face. We're feeling sorry for ourselves today, I see. And here I thought we were going to have our celebration. Our celebration. Harry shot a look at Cedric, who gave him a knowing grin in return. Grace dropped the hamper on the end of Harry's bed. It's the last day of term, she reminded him. But if you want to have a pity party instead, I suppose I can return this to the kitchens. Only, I don't think the house elves will be particularly chuffed. Madame Pomfrey will kill us if she catches us, Harry said, eyeing the wicker basket with interest. It might have been his imagination, but he swore he could smell treacle tart. Medusa, poking her nose out of the burrow she had created in Harry's bedsheets, also gave the hamper a curious look. That's why I'm here. Marcus appeared and began casting privacy charms that would deter all but the most dedicated healer from interrupting them. Once he was done, he began magically enlarging the little area around Harry's bed, which he also charmed to be 3 times the size it should have been. It was as impressive as it was shocking. Marcus wasn't exactly known for his charm work. I brought the tea, Teddy said, also appearing from around the privacy curtains with a laden tray. Marcus snapped at him to keep his voice down and set up another privacy charm. I told you to get pumpkin juice, Grace grumbled as she unloaded the hamper. She swatted Cedric's hand away when he tried to take a jelly slug from the large bag the elves had packed. Teddy pursed his lips, his face twisting in confusion. But you said we were having a party. It isn't a party without tea. Grace rolled her eyes and muttered, "Purebloods," under her breath. She crawled onto the bed and pulled out a slug from her stash, which she pointed at Harry. "You look disgusting, by the way." Harry ran a hand over his face, which was as rough as sandpaper. Before Healer Rodriguez had left that morning, he had lanced most of Harry's boils and collected the fluid for examination. It had been uncomfortable at the time, but Harry was happy he didn't have boils on his backside anymore. "Just wait until next week. I've been told the skin will start to peel off." Marcus's face twisted in disgust, and he placed the pumpkin pasty he had been eating back on his plate. "Thank you for sharing, Harry. I'll shed like Medusa," Harry explained, flicking his tongue out like a snake before taking a bite of his treacle tart. "Isn't the human body amazing?" Their conversation turned to more pleasant topics, such as Slytherin's third consecutive Quidditch Cup win and Professor Lockhart's announcement that he was leaving Hogwarts to travel the world. The five friends spoke late into the night, leaving only when they were discovered by Madame Pomfrey, who chased them off. Harry was released from the hospital wing the following day, only to be ushered onto the Hogwarts Express. Fortunately, Marcus had had the foresight to pack Harry's room up beforehand, which was a relief because Harry still wasn't allowed to use magic. Not that he had the energy for it, of course. It was amazing how exhausted he was after walking from the carriages to the Hogwarts Express. He ended up sleeping for several hours on the ride back to London. His father and Uncle Remus were waiting on platform 9 3/4 when Harry stepped off the train, deep in discussion about how to best get Harry home. "We're not going to apparate?" Harry asked, frowning. His father shook his head. "You're not," he explained, hugging John when he appeared. "The healers said you won't be able to withstand it for a few weeks at the very least. Taking a train would be the safest option for you," Uncle Remus explained. "You need to avoid large amounts of magic whilst you're unstable." "He can't be around muggles," Mr. Potter sighed. "He'd break the statute of secrecy." Harry gave him an affronted look. "I know not to use magic in front of." "Harry, your hair just turned to grass," Mr. Potter said, conjuring a hat and shoving it on Harry's head. Uncle Remus peered curiously at the blades of grass that stuck out from under the hat. "If you don't look too closely, it just looks like he's dyed his hair green," Uncle Remus noted. "You could say he's going through a punk phase." "No muggles," Mr. Potter said firmly, leaving no more room for argument. "We'll have to take the night bus." Harry felt as green as his hair. "Can't we just fly?" he asked weakly. His father shook his head. "Brooms require you to channel magic to stay in the air. It's too risky in your state. The night bus is the safest option." He didn't look any more pleased than Harry did at the decision, but he seemed resolute to follow through. After waving off John and Uncle Remus, Mr. Potter led Harry through the barrier and guided him out of King's Cross Station. Harry was glad he had the foresight to change out of his robes as they entered Muggle London. They wove through the crowded streets until they reached a quiet alley to summon the violet triple-decker bus. 22 sickles and an hour later, Harry and his father stumbled through the doors of Potter Manor, with Harry declaring he wouldn't leave for the rest of the summer if the night bus was to be his only mode of transportation. True to his word, Harry remained shut up in Potter Manor as he recovered, which was a wise decision. Though less frequent than they had been at Hogwarts, his bursts of accidental magic still required significant cleanup, and he would have been embarrassed to have them at a friend's house. His family didn't seem to mind all that much. His uncles even seemed to find the odd outbursts hilarious. Acorn, meanwhile, was in her glory caring for him, and it took Harry several weeks to convince the house elf that he didn't need to be spoon-fed like a baby. Without being able to fly or leave to visit his friends, there were few things for Harry to do other than read books and write letters. Cedric and Marcus could always be relied on to reply quickly to any letter he sent them, which was a blessing, considering Grace was unreachable on her holiday in Chile and Teddy wasn't permitted to write to anyone who wasn't approved by his father. In addition, Harry wrote once a week to Luna, who sent flower petals and intricate drawings of cryptids in reply. He also maintained a steady correspondence with Katie, who kept him entertained with the drama unfolding in her small village in the West Country, which involved two rival fruit stands and a runaway guard donkey. However, the one person who never responded to any of his letters was Ginny. He knew that she was getting his letters. Hedwig, offended, nipped his ear rather hard when he questioned her about the matter. Still, for whatever reason, she never replied. Harry considered questioning John about her, but it seemed that his little brother could be just as elusive as Ginny. It took Harry and Acorn 2 entire weeks to devise a plan to entrap John and force him to have a conversation with him. They had to wait for a day when their father had left for a business meeting, and Uncle Remus had left to visit his father before enacting their plan. Acorn would lure John into the library before locking the door, giving Harry, already inside, the opportunity to talk to his brother. The plan worked as expected, and John acted just as predictably. After realizing that he was alone with Harry, John panicked and tried to run, only to find that the door wouldn't budge. For several moments, John faced away from Harry, steadfastly refusing to acknowledge his presence. Harry shoved his hurt down at the action and tried to remember what Cedric had said about John's behavior. He needed to be gentle with his brother, even when he felt like throttling him. "How are you?" Harry asked, not entirely sure where to start. After all, how were you supposed to talk about your little brother being possessed and trying to murder you? Cedric would know, Harry supposed. He was good at things like that. John bit his lip and shrugged. Fine, he mumbled, only to belatedly remember to return the question. Harry replied in general terms, knowing that if John was aware of the extent of Harry's injuries, he'd be even more distraught and stubborn. "How were your final exams?" John sighed and shot Harry an irritated look. "Are we really going to talk about school? Okay. Have any of your classmates caught your eye? Who do you fancy?" "My final exams were fine," John replied quickly, a blush working its way up the back of his neck. Harry snickered before waving his brother closer and motioning for him to join him on the loveseat by the fire. John did so hesitantly, perching on the end of the furniture as far away as he could without falling off. "What courses have you chosen for next term?" Harry asked, continuing on with the safe topic of school. "Divination and care of magical creatures. Not ancient runes." Something dark twisted John's face. "I don't have to do everything like you," he snapped. Harry fought the urge to snap back and fixed his brother with a look far more patient than he actually felt. "I wasn't suggesting it for that reason," he explained steadily. "I merely thought you'd take it because you already know the languages Professor Babbling teaches. It would be an easy class for you." John's cheeks flushed, and the anger drained out of his body. "Sorry," he muttered. "I don't know what's wrong with me." "Puberty," Harry suggested, trying to keep the conversation light. John shook his head and raised a fist to rub his eyes. "It's not that. It's just, I'm so angry. All of the time. Ever since I started writing in." He cut himself off, shame and self-loathing twisting his features. Harry slid closer on the loveseat and placed a hand on John's shoulder, feeling hardened when he didn't shake it off. "When you began to write in the diary?" Harry guessed, his voice barely above a whisper. John nodded, his lips pressed tightly together. He turned his head away, but not before Harry saw a tear slip down his cheek. "It's like this hazy black fog is in me, poisoning me. Sometimes I get so angry, for no reason at all, and I feel like I can't breathe. All I want to do is hurt people and destroy things, and I know that it's not me, but at the same time, it is me and I." He cut off again, this time by a sob that racked his body. Throwing caution to the wind, Harry lunged forward and pulled John into a tight hug. His heart soared when he felt his brother wrap his arms around his waist and bury his face into his chest. "It's an effect of dark magic," Harry explained. "Outbursts of rage, the desire to hurt others, destructive tendencies, what you are experiencing is completely normal." His words were meant to comfort John, but they had the opposite effect. With a wail, he wrenched himself away and huddled against the arm of the loveseat, his back to Harry and his arms wrapped tightly around his body. "John," Harry said, his voice cracking in concern. He inched towards his brother like he might a wounded feral animal, pressing his fingers into his back. John flinched at the contact but didn't lash out or run away. "What is it? Why do you put up with me? Sometimes, I feel like I'm more trouble than I'm worth. Harry chuckled and pulled John into a hug. I'm your older brother, he explained. And I happen to think you're worth the exact amount of trouble you cause. Their relationship wasn't magically fixed with one conversation, not after a year of blame and hurt. John had a long way to go to learn how to forgive himself for what had transpired before and in the chamber, whilst Harry needed to relearn how to trust his brother. They both needed to work on their communication, or lack thereof, and acknowledge that they both had roles to play in the fights that plagued them throughout the term. That meant that John needed to learn how to communicate his feelings with his brother. Harry had to accept that he had been neglectful of his brother, no matter how unintentionally. In the weeks that followed, the two brothers had frank conversations that their relationship hadn't seen since Harry had started at Hogwarts. With Harry unable to leave Potter Manor and John's friends out of the country, Granger in France and the Weasleys in Egypt, there was little to do besides talking with each other. There were a lot of aired grievances that summer, with tears shed and hurtful accusations thrown around by both parties. It took a lot of patience and willingness to cast egos aside and admit that the other person had a point. It meant acknowledging that John was highly sensitive and reactionary, whilst Harry's instinct in the face of adversity was to shut down and ignore his problems, and it meant overcoming these reactions when one brother said something to upset the other. But it was a start. It had been difficult for Harry to admit that he had stretched his attention rather thin during the previous term. Between his apprenticeship and Quidditch, Harry barely had time to study, let alone socialize. The fact that John was in a different Hogwarts house only made it more difficult. Still, John pointed out that Harry had more than enough time for Cedric. They settled on studying together several times a week in the library, which helped solve another one of their problems, John's academic record. Although John was far from a poor student, it was apparent that he lacked Harry's studio useness, something that John thought disappointed their professors. Unlike Harry, John couldn't manage silent spell casting, no matter how hard he tried. You hold yourself to too high of standards, Harry mused when John described his perfectly acceptable, if perhaps boring, rabbit to slippers transfiguration final exam. When you inevitably fail to reach those ridiculously high standards, you decide you're a failure. John scowled at the assessment. But it's possible. You can do it, and you can do it silently. Why can't I? Because you're not me, Harry pointed out. And frankly, that's a good thing. You have other strengths that are just as valuable, and you're wasting them by pretending to be someone you're not. Talents. John scoffed, tossing another log into the fireplace. It was near the end of July, and despite the sweltering temperatures outside, the fire in the library was roaring. This might have had something to do with the snowstorm Harry had accidentally conjured inside Potter Manor. Like what? Well, for one, people tend to like you, Harry replied. They like that I'm the boy who lived, John snapped. Harry hummed in thought. I don't think that's necessarily true. At least not after they get to know you. You can be quite charming when you're not a massive prat. He laughed and ducked when John lobbed a cushion at his head. I mean, look at you. You've made it through your second year, and you're still in the dormitory with your peers. That's loads better than me. I got kicked out for being a menace to society. I can't imagine why they'd think that, John grumbled, though a smile played on the edges of his lips. I blow things up a lot, Harry reminded him with a blithe smile. John laughed before shaking his head. All I'm saying is that people expect better of me, of the boy who lived. Then let them. It's not your fault that they've created a fake personality for someone they don't know, Harry said. Besides, do you really want people to like you for someone you're not? John shrugged a little, his expression pensive. I suppose not, he admitted. A tap at the window interrupted their conversation. John rose from his seat to let in two tawny owls, each barring letters emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. Supply lists, John groaned, tarring his open before remembering to hand Harry his. I don't even want to think about school right now. Harry laughed. You're telling me. I have my OWLs this year. Unfortunately, no matter how much he had begged Madame Pomfrey, he couldn't be excused from taking the standardized examinations like he had from his other courses. He wasn't even allowed to take them early, either, despite firmly believing he could sit and pass the exams. And that's not even. He broke off as something fell out of the envelope and landed on his lap. Harry stared down at the little silver and green badge, his brain unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Fortunately, John had no such issues and dove for the badge. "Prefect?" John asked. He was silent for a moment before a slow grin split his face. "They made you, the bloke who blows up the castle at least once a year, a prefect." "This is terrible," Harry mumbled through numb lips. John gave him a funny look. "You're probably the only one who has ever complained about being chosen for a prefect." "I have an apprenticeship," Harry cried. "I don't have time to be a prefect." What was Snape thinking? A desperate search of the accompanying letter couldn't offer a satisfactory explanation. Instead, he found a short note, penned in Professor Snape's cramped scrawl. "I am showing an extraordinary amount of faith in you by granting you this honor. Do not disappoint me." "You've got to be joking," Harry mumbled to himself, flipping over the note, hoping that he had missed something. "Well, honestly, Harry," John huffed. "Who else could they choose from your year? Warrington. I heard he skins cats for fun." "Adrian could do it," Harry said, willfully ignoring that Adrian was 20 minutes late to everything and was barely passing most of his courses. Still, Adrian was well liked by the Slytherins. What he lacked in leadership and scholarly aptitude, he made up with enthusiasm. "Clearly, Snape doesn't think so," John said. "And he hates you. If he's chosen you, he's judged you as the least awful option." Harry shot his brother an impatient look. "Thank you for your vote of confidence." John shrugged and went back to browsing his letter. "I wonder why the supply lists are late this year," he mused. "Best guess is that Dumbledore had trouble filling the defense post," Harry replied. John nodded. "I wonder what poor sod has taken it. They've got to be desperate if they've taken a cursed job." As it turned out, John's musings weren't that far off. That night, Uncle Remus joined them for supper and announced that he'd be teaching at Hogwarts. In previous years, Mr. Potter had employed Uncle Remus as a tutor for Harry and John. After they had started at Hogwarts, he had moved on to tutor the youngest Greengrass daughter. But as she would be starting at Hogwarts this autumn, Uncle Remus was left in the difficult position of finding new families that were willing to accommodate his furry little problem. Not that the Greengrasses had known that Uncle Remus was a werewolf, of course. They had simply assumed that he had a chronic illness like their daughter did. "Albus promised me access to the Wolfsbane potion," Uncle Remus explained. Harry grimaced at this declaration, catching his uncle's attention. "That's as good as poison," Harry said when his uncle gave him a curious look. Uncle Remus gave Harry a tight-lipped smile. "It's a poison that would allow me to remain sane during the full moon," he replied softly. "I would never think of taking a post at Hogwarts if I couldn't take it. It would be too dangerous to have a monster on school grounds." "You're not a monster," Mr. Potter snapped before Harry had the chance to. "You're ill," Harry agreed. "All medical literature supports that lycanthropy is an illness which expresses as an involuntary human-to-wolf transfiguration." "The Ministry would disagree," Uncle Remus replied. "We're beasts or beings, depending on the year, but we're still classified as non-human entities either way." "Well, the Ministry is wrong," Harry replied, his temper beginning to flare. "There could be a cure for lycanthropy if the Ministry would bother to fund it." "Yes, well," Uncle Remus said, his tone coloring with annoyance. "Good luck finding anyone in the Ministry who would be willing to support that." "You could, Dad," John said quietly, startling everyone at the table as they were reminded that he was still present. "You're a lord. People are dying to know what you think. All you have to do is say that the Ministry should fund research, and they'd do it." "It's not as simple as that," Mr. Potter replied, though his expression was pensive. "Damocles Belby has a patent on the Wolfsbane potion, and his legal team attacks any portioners they hear are experimenting on adjacent remedies. The social stigma that werewolves face isn't a minor issue either. The problem is that most people don't care enough to want to heal lycanthropy. They want to forget that it even exists. If someone developed a cure, it would go away," John said, his gaze darting between Uncle Remus, Harry, and Mr. Potter. He finally shrugged and returned his attention to his plate. "I don't know. It's just a thought." "It's a good one," Harry agreed vehemently. "A cure? not just a poison that happens to alleviate symptoms, exists. Someone just needs to find it. Harry, not even the Asclepian will research lycanthropy. We're not worth the bureaucratic red tape or upsetting the majority of the wizards they serve, Uncle Remus said. Harry blinked, stunned. It was as if Uncle Remus had reached over the dinner table and slapped him across the face. Perhaps he had been naive in thinking that the Asclepian was some sort of magical medical paradise that accepted everyone simply because they accepted Parselmouths. The disappointment and shame he felt when he learned that they could be just as bigoted as the rest of the world was indescribable. Was he a bad person for wanting to join them? I thank you for your enthusiasm and support, but there really isn't anything anyone can do, Uncle Remus said with a gentle smile that bordered on pity. The sight of it ignited some fire in Harry's chest. It was akin to anger, but it left him feeling twitchy with an energy to march down to the ministry and demand funding himself. There was also the small part of Harry that did not like being told he couldn't do something. It reminded him of days when he couldn't talk, and everyone assumed he would never amount to anything. Fine, Harry said, picking up his fork and turning back to his meal. I'll do it myself. The dawn of Harry's 15th birthday began with a loud crack. When Uncle Sirius apparated into his bedroom. Despite the rude awakening, Harry was glad to see his uncle after so many months. As a curse breaker, Uncle Sirius was often traveling for work, and he had been in Mexico since last summer. He allowed himself to be dragged down to the kitchen for breakfast. As she generally did, Acorn prepared an over-the-top breakfast feast for his and John's birthday, which the family devoured before moving on to presents. After opening several books from his friends, a handmade quilt from Mrs. Weasley, "You must be so cold in the dungeons," she had written in the accompanying letter, and a signed jersey from the Bulgarian national team from his father, Uncle Sirius presented the brothers with identical long, thin packages wrapped up brown paper. Firebolts. Really? Sirius? Mr. Potter groaned, breaking the stunned silence that had fallen over the kitchen. Uncle Sirius gave him a lazy shrug. I'm a wealthy man with no biological kids to spoil. I've got to settle on bestowing lavish gifts on yours, he explained, a self-satisfied grin playing on his lips. Now, who wants to go flying? Whilst Harry still hadn't been given permission to fly from his healer, John had no objection to the suggestion. Harry watched with one of his new books from the ground as his brother zoomed around the field behind Potter Manor, offering his own firebolt of Uncle Sirius to use. They even managed to cajole Mr. Potter into having a go on the firebolt, who admitted that the flying experience was superb. Malfoy will be furious, John said gleefully, his dark hair windswept and his cheeks rosy. Mr. Malfoy bought his place on the Slytherin team last year by buying everyone Nimbus 2001s, Harry explained to his father and uncle. A realization occurred to Harry then, and he groaned. He's going to be insufferable when he finds out. John nodded, his grin wide and showing entirely too many teeth. I can't wait to tell him. Do you think he'll be at Diagon Alley today? I hope not, Harry replied. Some of the Quidditch team is meeting up for dinner, but we were careful not to let him find out. The last thing Harry wanted to do on his birthday was entertain Draco Malfoy. Uncle Sirius raised an amused eyebrow. Considering how much you hate the kid, you seem to spend a lot of time thinking about him, he told John, who flushed. To be fair, John doesn't get much choice in the matter, Harry explained, rushing to John's defense. Malfoy's a bit obsessed. We've started a drinking game in the common room every time he mentions John's name. Not that I partake, of course. That would be irresponsible. Of course not, his father agreed lightly. The day only got better from there. After their exciting morning, Harry and Mr. Potter took the night bus to St. Mungo's. There Harry was issued a clean bill of health by Healer Rodriguez, who had traveled back from Greece to check on Harry's progress. It looks like you've made it through the worst of it, Healer Rodriguez explained with his thick American accent and terrible bedside manners. I'm honestly shocked you're still alive. The healer explained that there would still be random bouts of accidental magic, and it would be something Harry would struggle with for the rest of his life. Learning to control his emotions would be paramount to leading a life with minimal outbursts of accidental magic. His body would also be more sensitive to magic, which was as much of a blessing as it was a curse. Spells would be more powerful and easier to perform, but one overpowered spell could quickly put him in another coma, if he was lucky, or kill him, if he was less lucky. You'll have to do a lot of magical therapy, Healer Rodriguez said. Preferably with a specialist. Poppy could do it, but she's got enough on her plate, and St. Mungo's has a great program. Mr. Potter agreed to write to Dumbledore and get Harry permission to flow to St. Mungo's on the weekends. After setting up his appointments, Harry and Mr. Potter apparated to Diagon Alley to do some pre-term shopping. They met John and Uncle Sirius at Madame Malkin's, where both brothers were forced to endure a robe fitting, especially Harry, who had shot up over the summer and was nearly as tall as his father. The other stores were marginally more interesting in as much as restocking potions kits and purchasing more ink bottles could be. Flourish and Blots was their last stop by design, simply because Mr. Potter knew that Harry would have spent all day in the bookshop if he could. Fortunately for Harry's money bag, that was where Cedric found him sometime later. "I'm kidnapping you," his best friend informed him cheerfully, plucking blood curses and you out of Harry's hands and tossing it back on a bookshelf. "Hi Cedric, it's good to see you for the first time all summer." "I'm doing well, thank you for asking. How are you?" Harry replied evenly. Cedric waved off the admonishment with a lazy flick of his wrist. He wrapped his arm around Harry's neck and began to pull him towards the exit. "I'll have the birthday boy home by midnight, Mr. Potter." 10. His father corrected with a firm look and a smile. Cedric saluted and pulled Harry out of Flourish and Blots. Harry listened to his friend chatter about their plans for the evening, beginning with dinner at the Banging Banshee on Cashew Alley and ending at the Diggory's house for a bonfire. Harry couldn't have cared less about where they were going if he was honest. He was just relieved to see his best friend and be out of Potter Manor. Their friends were already waiting for them when they arrived, sitting around the largest drum the Banshee offered. Marcus pushed a menu into Harry's hands the moment he sat down. "Hurry up and pick. I'm starving." "He wants shepherd's pie," Cedric said before Harry had the chance to focus on the menu. "Have you ever been here, Harry?" Pusey asked. When Harry shook his head, Pusey launched into an explanation about how the restaurant worked. "If we want the waiter's attention, we have to play the drum. The thing is, though, if you're rubbish, they ignore you. That's why I'm here," Miles Bletchley explained, recently returned from a summer intensive in Italy. "I'm something of an expert musician." "You play the harp, Miles," Grace drawled, having also recently returned from her trip abroad. This fact didn't seem to change Bletchley's mind. He conducted them to follow his beat, and they began pounding on their table in semi-unison. This went on for several minutes before it became clear that their beat was not catchy enough to gain the waiter's favor. "New idea," Marcus said. "Let's make enough noise that they'll have to pay attention to us to shut us up." That plan worked out much better, although it might have had something to do with Grace loudly accompanying their discordant ruckus with an opera aria. Dinner passed relatively peacefully, and Harry only had to endure one round of his friends badly serenading him with a birthday song. From there, Harry was frog marched down Diagon Alley whilst his friends loudly called, "Make way for the birthday boy." As they walked through the crowded street, Harry was so flustered by his friends' behavior, he was seriously reconsidering their friendship status at that point, that he couldn't even speak when they eventually reached Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. "He'll have the honey avocado," Katie said, appearing out of seemingly thin air and gracing him with a sweet smile. "I had it a few weeks ago, you'll love it." Harry gave her an appreciative smile and pressed a quick key to her cheek, ignoring his friend's wolf whistles, and threaded his fingers through hers. After receiving a cone of green ice cream, on the house, birthday boy from Florine Fortescue himself, he led his girlfriend to the patio outside the shop. There, Harry managed to get about 3 bites of his ice cream before he was forced to pass it around to his friends to try, all of whom agreed that it was an excellent choice. "I've missed you," Katie said in a low voice. "How did your healer's visit go?" Harry opened his mouth to reply, only for nothing to come out. Frustrated, he sighed and collected his thoughts, trying to will himself to calm down. Clearly, he was unsuccessful at this because the parasol over their table snapped shut on its own accord. A moment later, every umbrella within a 10-foot radius began to open and close, catching the attention of curious onlookers and his friends alike. Harry tried to pretend that he was as confused as everyone else, but his expression was too mortified to convince anyone of his innocence. "Oh no, we broke Harry," Cedric said, his tone joking but his expression contrite. Harry waved away the apologies with a shrug and took a bite of Bletchley's chocolate cayenne ice cream when it made its way to him. Katie settled for leaning into Harry's side and asked Grace about her trip to Chile instead. Harry forced himself to relax and listen to his friends' conversations. After a month of little human contact besides his family, it was nice to be able to see his friends and be out in public again. A barn owl swooped down and landed in front of Pusey, dropping a copy of the Evening Prophet on the table before sticking out a leg for payment. The owl's arrival sent confusion and a ripple of unease through the group of teens. Unlike the Daily Prophet, the Evening Prophet was only published when a particularly noteworthy event happened in Wizarding Britain. In fact, it was so rare that Harry could only think of a few instances they had been printed in the last year. Bletchley dropped 5 nuts into the leather pouch tethered to the owl's leg and snatched up the paper before Pusey could reach for his money bag. A second later, he let out an oath so foul that even Grace was startled. "Read it out loud," Marcus suggested, his lips set into a concerned grimace. When Bletchley put down the paper, he fixed Marcus with an uncharacteristically serious expression. "Go home, mate." A highly affronted look twisted Marcus's face. Marcus gave orders. He didn't take them. "You want to try that again?" Concerned, Cedric plucked the Prophet out of Bletchley's hands and angled it so he and Harry could read the paper together. "Azkaban Breakout," the headline said in bold block letters. In the early hours of this morning, the guards of Azkaban discovered that a maximum security cell had been vacated during the night. The cell in question belonged to the convicted Death Eater, Aurelius Flint. Flint, now 47, was incarcerated in Azkaban in 1981, following the defeat of You-Know-Who by John Potter. A devoted follower of the fallen Dark Lord, Flint was responsible for the deaths of at least 143 Muggles and the extinction of the Peters family. For a summary of these crimes, see page 5. However, his most grisly act was committed just days before the fall of You-Know-Who. On the orders of he who must not be named, Flint murdered his entire family to prove his devotion to his master. By the end of the night of the 26th of October 1981, his wife, Fanuela Flint née Greengrass, 33, daughter, Aurelia, 10, son, Augustus, 8, daughter, Claudia, 3, daughter, Cornelia, 2, and son, say. 2, 4 months, were dead. Only 5-year-old Marcus, the third Flint child, escaped with his life. Read about Marcus's harrowing escape, page 7. Diagon Alley had fallen eerily quiet when Harry finally pulled his attention away from the Prophet, a thick, stifling tension falling over the warm summer night like a noxious cloud. People were speaking in low voices as they bent over the evening paper, casting nervous looks about the street as if they were expecting Aurelius Flint to pop out at any moment, for Marcus's father to appear and murder them. And Marcus, his one surviving victim, had no idea. "Marcus, we should go," Harry said quietly, surprising his friends with his sudden ability to speak. "Let's not do this here." "Do what here?" Marcus asked, a shadow of unease appearing in his eyes. He glanced around Diagon Alley, which was beginning to buzz with tension. The hush that had descended over the street was beginning to lift. And with it, snatches of panicked conversations began to make their way to their table. "No one's ever escaped before," thought Azkaban was. "It says he slaughtered his poor son." Before anyone could react, Marcus extended one of his ridiculously long arms across the table. He ripped the Prophet out of Cedric and Harry's hands so violently that the two boys were left holding the corners of the newspaper. Evidently, there was still enough of the article for Marcus to read because every drop of blood drained from his face. Marcus broke off, his voice cracking as it slipped from his trembling lips. The words were even more croak-like than the first. He dropped the Prophet on the table, his eyes wide and his pupils reduced to pinpricks. Concerned, Harry rose to his feet and crouched next to his friend. Marcus didn't seem to notice the movement as he was too busy staring at the moving photograph of his father's smirking mugshot. Harry placed a gentle hand on Marcus's shoulder, which his friend either ignored or couldn't feel. "Let's get you home," he said gently, mind racing. Obviously, Marcus wouldn't be able to apparate in this state, he'd surely splinch himself. But taking the night bus was hardly the safest option either, as it was too public. And if the Flints were smart, they would have already closed their connection to the Flow network. We need to find someone who can apparate him, Harry decided, speaking to Bletchley when it became apparent that Marcus wasn't listening. Bletchley nodded, his lips pressed into a firm line, and he rose to stand on Marcus's other side. Together, Harry and Bletchley helped their hulking friend to his feet, Cedric rushing to help when they nearly collapsed under Marcus's full weight. Pusey offered to see Katie and Grace home, which Harry greatly appreciated when Marcus fainted a moment later, taking Bletchley and Cedric to the ground with him. Unconcerned with underage magic laws, Harry drew his wand and began to cast diagnostic charms. If the situation hadn't been so dire, he might have relished in the feeling of magic pulsing through his body as he performed magic for the first time in months. As it was, Harry was a bit more concerned with Marcus's blood pressure and figuring out just how they were going to get their unconscious 6'9" friend home. Fortunately, that problem was solved by Mr. Flint, Marcus's uncle, not his father, appearing not long after Pusey had taken Grace and Katie home. Mr. Flint took one look at his nephew before scooping him up into his arms like he was a baby and not a grown man who was nearly as tall as he was. Mr. Flint gave each of them a solemn nod before disapparating. Taking their cue from Mr. Flint, the remaining friends departed quickly, their plans for the night forgotten in their determination to get home. Harry arrived home just in time for his father to finish reading the Evening Prophet and forbidding him from stepping foot outside of Potter Manor for the rest of the summer. For once, Harry didn't even argue with his father's overprotectiveness. He simply nodded, hugged his father good night, and went to bed. It wasn't until the following day that another statement was issued by the ministry, which disturbed the Potters far more. In the chaos that followed the escape of Aurelius Flint, the guards of Azkaban didn't think to check on the other prisoners. By the time they did, Peter Pettigrew was long gone. The 1st of September dawned as it generally did, with a flurry of excitement and a mad scramble to finish packing. Harry had a disgusting amount of books for his apprenticeship, and he spent even longer than usual cramming everything inside his trunk before descending the stairs for breakfast. Upon entering the kitchen, however, he had half a mind to skip the meal and retreat to safety when he saw his brother and father shouting at each other. Indeed, only the panicked look on Acorn's face had him slipping into his seat. After all, if there was anything Acorn hated more than a mess and people refusing her cooking, it was fighting. He didn't want to upset the distressed house elf any further. "Tell Dad I need to go to Hogsmeade," John said as Harry sat down. "You don't need to go anywhere, John," Mr. Potter replied, irritation coloring his tone. "You're not going to die if you don't go to Hogsmeade. And I'm not going to die if I do," John shouted. "All my friends are going in." "Your friends don't have a murderer after them," Mr. Potter reminded him. "We don't even know if Pettigrew is after me," John snapped. "And Harry gets to go. Harry's older and has a better chance at defending himself against a fully qualified wizard. Harry's first reaction to a threat is to blow it up. In that case, let's hope he finds Pettigrew," Mr. Potter snarled, his patience evaporating. "Until then, you're not going to Hogsmeade." Something cold twisted in Harry's stomach at his father's words. He busied himself with his breakfast, refusing to participate in the argument, which continued even after Uncle Sirius arrived to see them off to Hogwarts. Uncle Sirius listened to John and Mr. Potter for all of 20 seconds before grabbing Harry's trunk and his arm and apparating them directly onto platform 9 3/4. "You will be careful this year, won't you?" Uncle Sirius said as he helped stow Harry's trunk in a compartment. When Harry nodded, Uncle Sirius gave him a lopsided grin. "Good man," he said, clapping Harry on the shoulder before pulling him in for a tight hug. "I'll be in England this year, so don't hesitate to write to me." Harry nodded again. After news of Pettigrew's escape had reached him, his father had grown withdrawn and more anxious than ever. It had become so bad that Uncle Sirius had announced his plans to remain in England until Pettigrew was caught. He had even declined the opportunity to take a job in Egypt, a dream of his. The decision had resulted in a heated row between his father and godfather. Still, like a dog with a bone, Nothing could persuade Uncle Sirius to change his mind. Uncle Sirius studied him for a moment. Has something happened? When Harry gave him a confused look, he elaborated. You aren't speaking. Are you scared? Harry shook his head. It's nothing. It's stupid, he replied, relieved to find that he could talk. The last thing he wanted was to start his 5th year at Hogwarts with another one of his silent spells. Uncle Sirius clearly didn't believe this statement, but he was kind enough not to press the issue further. Instead, he wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulder and led him back onto the platform. They found John and Mr. Potter, and though they had thankfully ceased their argument, a chilly, tense atmosphere surrounded the two. Harry was relieved when Cedric arrived at 11:15, giving him an excuse to bid his father and Uncle Sirius goodbye. To nobody's surprise, Cedric had been named a Hufflepuff prefect. Harry wasn't sure who else had been chosen, but he was happy to have his friend to suffer through this with. They took a minute to don their school robes before the others arrived, Cedric in his black robes and Harry in his white. Reluctantly, Harry pinned the prefect badge to his chest when he saw Cedric doing the same. Just as they were finishing up, Grace burst into the compartment without knocking, Luna Lovegood drifting in behind her. Marcus ambled in a second later, 2 trunks propped up on his shoulders, which he shoved into the luggage racks with a resigned sigh. We've got a prefect's meeting, Cedric explained. It shouldn't take the whole ride, but if we miss the food trolley, can you get us something? Sounds boring, Grace drawled, flopping down on one of the benches and pulling a copy of Witch Weekly out of her bag. Still, she held out her hand, where the boys deposited several sickles. Harry gave her a few extra, knowing she'd buy herself jelly slugs for her troubles. Send Percy Weasley my regards. Cedric leaned forward and tugged on one of her plates, laughing when she snapped her teeth at him. Haven't you heard? He asked. He's head boy this year. Grace let out an oath so foul that Teddy, who had just arrived at their compartment, blushed. Cedric laughed even louder and dragged Harry out of the compartment. Harry managed to summon his bag before the door closed, though Medusa made sure to hiss her displeasure loudly as it, and by extension, hurt, zoomed through the air. So, what's happened? Cedric asked as they walked towards the prefect's carriage. Was it that obvious that he was upset? Harry considered telling his best friend what was on his mind, but his thoughts were so jumbled up and confused that the idea of putting them into words seemed exhausting. He settled for a shaky sigh and shook his head. Medusa hissed with sympathy and stuck her nose out of the bag, her forked tongue tickling his wrist. Harry pulled her out of his bag and draped her over his shoulders, finding the firm weight comforting. That bad, Cedric asked with a commiserating grimace. If you need to talk about it, I'll listen. Now, how's my favorite god snake doing? Taking it as her cue, Medusa stuck her tongue in Cedric's ear. Cedric cried in disgust. He still gave her a couple of ice mice that he had stashed in the pocket of his robes. They were the first to arrive at the prefect's car, beaten only by Percy Weasley, Penelope Clearwater, and a 5th-year Ravenclaw called Pattinson. If Harry had felt inclined to talk, he might have said something about looking like brown nosers to Cedric. Is that a snake? Clearwater asked, her eyes wide and her voice coming out in a panicked squeak. Obviously, Harry wanted to drawl. He settled for a terse nod. Snakes aren't permitted animals, Clearwater replied, her words coming out in a rush. Hogwarts by laws clearly state that. It's his familiar, Penny, Weasley said, coming to Harry's rescue. She's not a pet. Clearwater paused, her shoulders tensed as if she half expected Medusa to fly across the room and eat her face off. Which, Harry supposed, was possible if his friend felt so inclined. He'd seen her perform impressive athletic feats when the mood struck her. As it was, Medusa was full of ice mice and had decided to take a nap across Harry's shoulders instead. What's a familiar? Pattinson asked, giving Medusa a curious look. It's a mundane animal with heightened intelligence that feeds off a wizard's ambient magic, Percy explained. They possess magical powers as a result. Harry frowned and glanced down at his reptilian friend on his shoulders, who was letting out little snaky snores as she snoozed off her snack. Sure, she was smart, but other than her massive size, Harry couldn't think of any time she had done anything remotely magical. Or could he? The image of Medusa hiding under hospital beds, Hissing diagnoses in unfamiliar yet strangely accurate terms rose to Harry's mind. Harry had never stopped to wonder how Medusa knew these things, he just accepted it. Especially considering that she had never been wrong. The snake saved my sister last year, Weasley continued, fixing Clearwater with a stern look. It has a healing bite. Not healing, exactly, Harry mused to himself. But she had been able to pull Ginny back from the brink of death. Harry lifted a hand to stroke Medusa's snout, smiling when she grumbled in her sleep. Maybe Weasley was onto something. How is she? Harry asked, surprising himself and Cedric. Weasley grimaced. She's been better, he said quietly. Thank you for writing to her over the holidays. I think she appreciated it. So, Ginny had received his letters. And by the sound of it, she had even read them. He wondered why she hadn't replied. Before he could ask, the doors to the car opened, and several other prefects wandered in, effectively ending the conversation. Harry and Cedric took their seats whilst the rest of the prefects filtered in, paying particular attention to the fifth years. Harry was relieved to learn that Hera Urquhart was his female counterpart for the Slytherin prefect instead of Cordelia Gamp. He recognized Cedric's friend Niobe as the other Hufflepuff. Still, other than their names, Harry didn't know much about the other prefects. Except for their entire medical history, of course. It was an occupational hazard from working in the hospital wing for 2 years. He had treated almost every single person in the car at one point or another. Most memorably was the 6th-year Gryffindor prefect, Derek Richards, who had used an engorgement charm on his. The train's whistle blew as they left the platform. Weasley waited approximately 10 seconds to begin the meeting, handing each of them a massive stack of parchment full of rules, protocols, and patrol rotations. All 48 pages were crammed with Weasley's tiny, cramped handwriting, and Harry had half a mind to cast a magnifying charm on it. It must have taken Weasley all summer to write. Despite all of his enthusiasm for the role of head boy, Percy Weasley turned out to be a rather dull public speaker. He droned on for nearly an hour, barely even pausing to breathe. It was only after Clearwater reminded him that they needed to patrol the corridors that Weasley finally released them. Fresh meat goes first, Derek Richards called, barreling out of the car before Weasley had the chance to assign a rotation. The older prefects seemed to find this arrangement agreeable and followed after him. The fifth years scowled at the treatment but didn't complain. After all, everyone there wanted to be a prefect, Harry excluded, and this was a prefect's duty. They paired off, with Cedric blocking Urquhart from reaching Harry by declaring that, best friend outranks house loyalty. And dragging him out of the car before she could protest. After a quick stop at their compartment to get food and inform their friends what was happening, Harry and Cedric began to patrol the corridors. It was about as fun as one would expect. Harry would have preferred sitting and talking with his friends rather than telling off unruly students for running through the train cars. So, you speak when it comes to Ginny Weasley but not your best friend, huh? Cedric teased as they set off down the corridor. I see how it is. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm worried about her, he admitted. Cedric nodded slowly. I can't even imagine what the poor lamb went through, he said. To be completely honest, Harry hadn't even considered that. Ginny had spent at least 6 months possessed by Voldemort and another 4 in a coma. We had an argument back in October, Harry added. Well, it was more like I tried to talk to her, and she shouted at me to leave her alone. You have a way with the ladies, Cedric agreed, poking his head into a particularly boisterous compartment of second years and telling them to quiet down. It's a wonder Katie puts up with you. Harry chuckled. It wasn't like Cedric was wrong. I keep wondering what she remembers from last year, he continued, redirecting his friend's attention. Maybe she's just embarrassed by how she acted. How am I supposed to fix this? Cedric sighed. Honestly, mate, he said slowly, giving Harry a pitying look. You can't fix everything. I know it's sort of your thing, but, he patted Harry on the shoulder. Let her come to you. If she wants to have a relationship with you, she needs to put in some effort. Harry frowned. Of all the things he had been expecting Cedric to say, it hadn't been that. Cedric was always the first to offer a different perspective on arguments and fights. He was the peacekeeper, the eternal optimist who tried to see the best in everyone. For him to tell Harry to drop the matter was wildly out of character, and he told him as much. Cedric shrugged. I'm more worried about you, he said. Someone's got to. I'm fine. The dubious expression on Cedric's face said that he believed otherwise. Is that why you wouldn't talk earlier? Whether Cedric had intended for the conversation to take this turn or not, Harry realized he had found himself backed into a corner. I'm fine. It's nothing. It was just a stupid. It wasn't stupid, Cedric disagreed gently, cutting off Harry's stutters. Otherwise, it wouldn't have upset you. Harry fell silent, and Cedric didn't press him whilst he collected his thoughts. They continued down the corridor, assisting younger students and mediating fights when they stumbled across them. It began to rain as they walked, which wouldn't have been much of a problem, had they not had to travel between cars on their patrol. The boys were soaked to the bone by the time they remembered that they were wizards and could cast an umbrella charm to ward off the rain. It was something my dad said, Harry admitted towards the end of the patrol shift. It was a stupid comment he made to John. He probably doesn't even remember saying it. Cedric hummed to show that he was listening but didn't urge him to continue. They were arguing about Hogsmeade, Harry explained. And John's not allowed to go this year because of the Azkaban breakout, Cedric guessed. Harry waved his hand in a sort of gesture. It's not about Flint, so much as it is Peter Pettigrew, Harry explained, unsure if Cedric even knew who the man was. Compared to Aurelius Flint, Peter Pettigrew was almost a pacifist. He had barely even scraped a mention in the Daily Prophet. That might have also had something to do with politics, though. According to his father, the Minister of Magic was in a hot cauldron because Flint escaped from the inescapable prison. 2 escapes would surely sink Cornelius Fudge's career. Harry was hardly surprised that Pettigrew's escape had been hushed up. Pettigrew betrayed our family to Voldemort, Harry finished, ignoring Cedric's cringe at the sound of the Dark Wizard's name. We were in hiding during the war, and Pettigrew told him where to find us. Why? We don't know, Harry said with a frown. He vaguely remembered his Uncle Peter. Mostly his soft voice and gentle hugs as they read together in the cottage at Godric's Hollow. He refused to tell Dad. Uncle Sirius says it was pure cowardice, but they didn't get to finish their conversation because they stumbled across John and his friends, who fell silent the second Harry poked his head into their compartment. What trouble are we planning today? He asked, not expecting an honest answer. He didn't really care what they were planning, truth be told, so long as John walked away from it with all of his limbs intact. Still, it seemed like the prefect-ly thing to say. Hermione looked at him with thinly veiled panic. Why would you assume we're planning something? You lot are always up to no good, Harry reminded her. It's encoded in the fabric of your DNA. You know what DNA is? Hermione asked. Harry wasn't sure if this was a legitimate inquiry or an attempt to distract him. Knowing Hermione and her keen mind, it was most likely the former. Obviously. Now, what are we up to? Ron looked like he wanted to deny everything, most likely with more skill than Hermione had, but John spoke up before he had the chance. We're trying to figure out how I can go to Hogsmeade without a permission slip. Harry nodded with understanding. I would remind you that several secret passages lead out of the castle, he began, ignoring Cedric's and Hermione's scandalized gasps. But Snape has Dad's old map. Sneaking out would be fruitless. I could forge his signature, John mused. Or have a friend do it. Dean's an artist, Ron said, his blue eyes alight with excitement. I'm sure he'd have no problems doing it. If you weren't in Gryffindor, perhaps, Harry conceded. But Dad and McGonagall write to each other twice a week. She'll recognize his signature. And even if she didn't, Uncle Remus is here this year. He'll dob you into the school and Dad. It's not worth it. You're seriously the worst prefect in Hogwarts history, Cedric muttered. Harry frowned back at his friend. What? I told him not to sneak out. That's not the point, Harry. But what that point was, Cedric never got to finish. The train began to slow, pistons squealing loud enough to be heard over the rain and howling wind outside. We can't be there yet, Hermione said, checking her wristwatch. It's not nearly late enough. Harry stuck his head out of the compartment and was greeted with the sight of dozens of students doing the exact same thing. He wondered if he should reassure them and ask them to return to their seats. That would be the perfectly thing to do. On the other hand, unease was twisting in the pits of Harry's stomach, activating some primal part of his brain that wanted to run and never look back. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something felt wrong, and it wasn't just the unprecedented pit stop. At last, the Hogwarts Express lurched to a stop, sending standing students and luggage alike to the floor. Cedric rushed to help Harry to his feet just as the lamps went out. Ron rubbed the sleeve of his jumper on the window, revealing farmland and the raging storm outside the window. "There's something out there," he said, his long nose pressed against the glass. "I think people are boarding the train." Harry and Cedric shared an uneasy look. Surely, if this had been planned, Percy Weasley would have mentioned it. Seeing as he hadn't, something had to be very, very wrong. "You lot stay here," Cedric said, pulling his long ash wand out of his pocket and illuminating the end. "We'll go see what the fuss is about." Harry copied Cedric's actions and followed his friend into the corridor. When John tried to follow, Harry sealed the compartment door with the strongest locking charm he knew. He hoped that Hermione wouldn't be able to perform the counter charm before he returned. The boys inched down the corridor, reassuring confused and panicked students with more confidence than they felt. They ordered everyone back into the compartments, hoping that, if things went wrong, they weren't actually instructing the students to wait for their death. Harry shivered at the thought and reached up to stroke Medusa's head to calm himself. They made it to the end of the corridor without finding the intruders, though their absence did little to put their minds at ease. Heart pounding, Harry reached for the door separating their train car from the next, only for it to slide open before he touched the handle. A towering, hood figure hovered before them, its gray, decaying hand outstretched. Its rattling breath could be heard over the thundering rain outside, and as it breathed, Harry was sure that the corridor dropped 10 degrees. The cold was so intense that it stole his breath and settled at the bottom of his lungs, filling his body and replacing his very soul with mind-numbing coldness. They were standing face to face with a Dementor. Harry was dimly aware of Cedric stumbling back, his hand scrabbling for the back of Harry's robes. But try as he might, Harry couldn't figure out how to force his limbs to follow his friend. He stared at the Dementor, paralyzed, his heart galloping painfully in his chest and his vision reducing to pinpricks. "Not my babies, not my boys. Please, not my babies." It was his mother, screaming, pleading for his and John's life. It rang in his ears just as it had done on Halloween night, nearly 13 years ago. For a moment, Harry was sure she was in the corridor with him. "Harry," Cedric shouted, giving him a vigorous shake. "Move. Stand aside, you silly girl. Stand aside, now. These aren't real," he tried to remind himself, tried to force himself to move. "It's just the Dementor." Still, his body remained frozen. It was like his soul had already been cut out of his body. As the seconds dragged on, Harry's body grew more rigid and tense, ready to snap at the slightest touch. He felt Medusa flex her muscular body and heard her let out a hiss, finally having awakened from her nap. She poked Harry's cheek with her snout and stuck her tongue in his ear. "Has this creature injected you with venom?" she hissed. "Are you paralyzed?" The sweet, musky scent of her scales tickled his nose, and Harry found himself standing, not in the train corridor, but in a slimy pipe, miles below Hogwarts. He heard the low, angry hiss of the basilisk as it crept towards him, the bone-covered floor shifting, the curved walls vibrating as it moved. It was coming for him, he knew. It would bite him, perhaps swallow him whole, and he would die alone, and so would John, and his father would never. A sharp pain in his shoulder snapped him out of the memory. Medusa hissed and drew back, her fangs bloody and bared. She had bitten him. "Focus," she snapped. Harry blinked and focused on the Dementor trying to force its way into the train car. At last, he raised his wand, only to realize he didn't know the incantation to banish the Dementor. His ears rang nastily as a powerful wave of helplessness threatened to overwhelm him. Black spots appeared in his vision, and he swayed on his feet. Medusa hissed with displeasure and reared back before striking him once more on his shoulder. "Protect your hatchlings." Harry wasn't sure how to do that, but he jabbed his wand in desperation at the Dementor. Magic rose in him, and Harry's fingers tingled as it surged out of his wand with a mighty whoosh. Smoke and the scent of rotting, burning flesh filled the air as the Dementor caught on fire. The Dementor let out a horrible, ear-splitting screech as the fire consumed it. Its dark robes burned away to reveal an emaciated, decaying gray torso, the waxy skin-like surface riddled with embers and holes as the fire spread. Then the hood burned away, revealing its horrible, eyeless face, its gaping, toothless maw that was capable of king out a person's soul but now issued the inhuman, chilling cry that filled Harry's ears and rattled his bones and would surely haunt his nightmares for years to come. A ripple of energy pulsed through the corridor, knocking Cedric off his feet and hurling the still-burning Dementor off the train. It continued to screech, consumed with magical fire that even the raging storm outside couldn't put out. And at the center of this chaos was Harry. "Harry," Cedric said, clambering onto shaky feet. He reached out and placed a hesitant hand on Harry's shoulder. "It's over," he said gently, sending a locking charm at the door in case another Dementor tried to board their car. The glass window on a nearby compartment door cracked, causing the terrified students within to shriek in alarm. Cedric pulled him into a tight hug, and Harry sagged against his friend, suddenly exhausted. "We're safe now," Cedric murmured. Together, they slid down the corridor wall to the floor. "You saved us. It's over now." Harry released a shaky sigh and dropped his head on Cedric's shoulder. Even though he was no longer face to face with the Dementor, an intense feeling of foreboding lingered in Harry's gut. Harry didn't need Teddy's seer abilities to know the danger was far from over. This, he knew, was only the beginning. After copious amounts of chocolate and a stern lecture about not overtaxing himself, Harry was released from Madame Pomfrey's care just in time to miss the sorting ceremony. Exhausted, he collapsed into the empty spot between Grace and Marcus, giving his friends absent-minded nods when they greeted him and pointedly ignoring their concerned looks. Someone, he strongly suspected Cedric, must have told them what had transpired on the train. Dumbledore inadvertently saved him from their questions by rising to his feet and addressing the school. He spoke briefly about the Dementors of Azkaban and how they were to protect them this year before cautioning them against sneaking off Hogwarts grounds this term. Harry made a mental note to remind John of this when he saw him next. Whilst he didn't think his brother had a death wish, John had always been easily influenced by others. The last thing Harry needed was for Ron to convince John to sneak into Hogsmeade and get his soul ked out. On a happier note, Professor Dumbledore said, "I am pleased to introduce 2 new teachers to our staff this term. The first is Professor Lupin, who has kindly agreed to teach defense against the dark arts." There was a smattering of polite applause from most of the students. That was until John and his friends decided to cheer wildly from the Gryffindor table. This started a wave of enthusiastic clapping from the rest of the student body. Apparently, a seal of approval from the boy who lived made their new professor much more attractive than they had found him 10 seconds before. From halfway down the Slytherin table, a first year with long black hair and ashen skin gasped. "He was my tutor," she exclaimed, clapping her hands enthusiastically as she yelled this information at her peers. "Mr. Lupin is the best." It took a moment for the Great Hall to settle down again for Professor Dumbledore to continue. "Our second new appointment will be our very own Rubeus Hagrid," he said, gesturing to the gigantic blushing man at the end of the high table. "Who has agreed to take over the care of magical creatures class." The Gryffindor table went positively feral at this announcement, and Hagrid looked close to tears at the enthusiastic response. "You know," Grace began, leaning back towards Harry, a panicked grin on her face as she clapped for Hagrid, "I love Hagrid just as much as you do. But does he have any sort of teaching qualifications?" Harry gave her an uncomfortable smile in return. "I don't think he even finished his education." "We're going to fail," she said, her smile now more of a grimace. "At least you aren't taking your owls this year," Pusey reminded her. He sighed. "Damn. And I actually liked that class." "It can't be that bad," Harry said. "Hagrid knows his stuff." "Sure," Grace agreed. "But can he teach it?" Harry would get to find out exactly what kind of Professor Hagrid was the very next morning. After receiving his schedule from an irritated Snape, although Cedric's declaration of undying and eternal love might have contributed to the man's foul mood. Harry and Pusey made their way down the front lawn to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was already waiting for them, as with the Gryffindors. To Harry's dismay, both Fred and George Weasley were amongst their ranks. Harry forced Pusey to stand with him close to Hagrid, hoping it would be enough to dissuade them from approaching. Although Harry admitted that the two brothers hadn't harassed him outside Quidditch games in quite some time, there was too much bad blood between them for Harry to ever feel comfortable in their presence. "If ye could follow me," Hagrid said in a gruff voice once the class had arrived. He waved a massive hand and began to walk towards the Forbidden Forest. "I thought we might start off easy with a little review." He led them down a little path along the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest until they reached a paddock. Inside stood a tall, gleaming unicorn, which tossed its head and watched them as they approached. Angelina Johnson cooed and rushed to the paddock's edge, leaning on the fence and sticking out her hand for the unicorn to sniff her fingers. The rest of the girls followed suit, whilst Harry and the boys lingered farther back. "Now, I know Professor Kettleburn taught ye about unicorns back in June. But he wasn't able to find one fair yet at the time. Who knows why? It was the foaling season," Alicia Spinnet answered. "Unicorns are highly protective of their young, so it's dangerous to approach them between May and August." "Rye. Ye are. Take a point fair Gryffindor." The lesson continued in a similar fashion. Although Hagrid didn't teach them anything new about unicorns, it wasn't a terrible lesson. And it was far easier to learn about a creature when they could see it in person. Of course, this wasn't the first unicorn Harry had met, but it was for most of his classmates. He watched with mild jealousy as the girls got to clamber over the paddock fence and approach the unicorn. "Do you want to join 'em, Harry?" Hagrid asked. Harry shook his head. "Unicorns don't like men," he said, thinking that the question was some sort of test. Hagrid smiled kindly at Harry, his black eyes glittering. "I think ye'll be fine. Because he's the baby our year?" Pusey asked, a look of longing in his eyes as he watched the girls pet the unicorn. "Cordelia's younger than me," Harry reminded Pusey with a scowl.
Pusey waved his hand. "That doesn't count. She's a girl. Unicorns like girls."
Hagrid merely motioned for Harry to approach the unicorn, which he did with a fair amount of trepidation. "If I get gored by its horn, you're carrying up to Madame Pomfrey," Harry grumbled as he hopped over the paddock fence. To his surprise, the unicorn didn't back away as Harry inched forward, weaving through the small crowd of confused girls. Instead, it nickered softly and began to approach him. Harry thought to raise a stunned hand for it to sniff just before it reached him, and he watched, fascinated as it pressed its velvety muzzle to his fingers. The unicorn's eyes fluttered shut, and it stepped even closer, its silver mane tickling the back of his hands as it demanded more affection. Harry shot a confused look back at Hagrid, who was grinning. "Don't ye recognize her?" Hagrid asked. "She recognizes you." "What do you—" "Oh." It was then that he caught sight of the thin scar on the unicorn's neck. It was faint, barely visible against the pure white fur, and Harry doubted it would ever disappear completely. It took a lot of effort to catch a unicorn, and whoever had hurt it 2 years ago had most likely used dark magic to do so. And dark magic always left a mark. "You look much better than the last time we met," he whispered to the unicorn. The unicorn nickered again and tossed her head before rearing back as if to show off the legs Harry had mended. Harry laughed as the unicorn took off and began to prance around the paddock.
The lesson ended shortly after, with Hagrid setting a unicorn diagram for homework. All in all, the lesson could have been much worse, Harry and Pusey decided as they started back up the sloping lawn. When they reached the greenhouses, Harry waved goodbye to his friend before continuing to the castle. Whilst his Slytherin peers had herbology with the Ravenclaws, Harry had several potions he needed to brew for the hospital wing. It was only a day into term, and there were already 6 students that needed to be tended to, including several Muggle-borns that had yet to be immunized against various magical maladies. Or at least, that had been his plan, had the Weasley twins not accosted him and dragged him into a broom cupboard off the entrance hall. He considered making a glib comment about broom cupboards and their unconventional uses but held his tongue. Such comments were best saved for those who were less likely to hex him. "I couldn't think of any other reason you'd like to meet me in a broom cupboard. How may I assist you?" The twins shared a look, seemingly having an entire silent conversation in front of him. "Ginny," the twin on the right said at last. Harry nodded slowly, though he had no clue where this was going. "Is she well?" "You need to talk to her," the one on the left said. That brought Harry up short. After all, how many times had the twins harassed him and demanded that he leave her alone? He considered pointing out the irony, but something in their grim expressions gave him pause. "What's happened? Is she ill?" The twin on the left shook his head. "She's fine. Physically," the other elaborated. "The healers at St. Mungo's said there's nothing wrong with her. The only problem is she doesn't talk," finished the first twin. Harry frowned. Barring Cedric, Ginny was Harry's most talkative friend. And if that wasn't concerning enough, hearing that nothing was physically wrong with her, well, it reminded him a lot of himself. After all, how many times had his father brought him to the healers when he wouldn't speak, only to be pronounced perfectly healthy? Ever since she woke up from that coma, the first twin continued, she's been off. Ginny underwent something traumatic, Harry reminded them gently. You don't just get over that. The twins shared a look Harry couldn't decipher. We thought you could talk to her, the second twin said after a pause. You do that creepy silent thing sometimes. It's not exactly a choice, Harry snapped, losing his patience. To his surprise, the second twin raised an appeasing hand. I know, he said in a rush. That wasn't what I was getting at. It's just that. Well, if anybody knows what it's like, it would be you, right? Besides, she likes you. These words looked like they were physically painful for the other twin to say. You're friends.
Well, Harry certainly considered Ginny a friend. Whether or not she felt the same way remained to be seen. Harry rubbed a hand over his face, his head already pounding from stress. I'll try to talk to her, he said. I can't make any promises.
The first twin looked like he wanted to argue, but he was cut off by the other. That's all we ask, he said in a rush. Harry pushed his way out of the broom cupboard without waiting for a reply and continued to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey didn't mention his late appearance, simply asking that he restock their supply of pepper-up potion at some point during the day. Fortunately, traffic through the hospital wing was light. Harry spent the rest of his morning holed up. His desk moved out of Madame Pomfrey's office and into his own sometime over the summer, brewing and plotting his next move. Over the next few weeks, Harry attempted to pull Ginny for a chat, only to find that his friend remained just as elusive as she had the previous year. It was almost like she had a sixth sense for Harry's presence, somehow managing to slip away the moment Harry caught sight of her. At one point, Harry had even pulled out his invisibility cloak and tried to sneak up on her, but to no avail. He might have even been impressed if he hadn't been so frustrated. Their dance continued well into October. He could understand her being embarrassed by their fight last October. Had it really almost been a year since they had last spoken? But surely she must know that he harbored no ill feelings towards her? In the end, he had to resort to underhand, sneaky, Slytherin-like tactics to get Ginny alone. He convinced Cedric to lure Ginny out of the Hufflepuff common room. Her expression quickly turned to panic when she found Harry waiting in the corridor for her. With reflexes honed by years of Quidditch training, Harry dove forward and grabbed her wrist before she could slip away. Ginny, please, he begged, I just want to talk. She looked at him through her eyelashes, a panicked, trapped look in her dark eyes. She didn't say anything, but she didn't try to wrench her wrist out of his grasp either, which Harry took as a good sign. Just 5 minutes, he said. I want to apologize. The tension didn't ease out of her shoulders, but her brow wrinkled in confusion. Harry considered dragging her off somewhere private, but something told him that was a bad idea. Ginny was stressed enough as it was, and he didn't think forcing her to go somewhere would help. Instead, he released her and motioned for her to follow him, at least giving her a choice to hear him out. And if she decided not to, well, Harry supposed he had his answer about their friendship then. Fortunately, Ginny nodded and crept behind him as he led her out of the entrance hall and onto the grounds. A group of younger students were playing croquet on the sloping front lawn, and they had to duck when Astoria Greengrass rocade Colin Creevy's ball towards them, sending it through one of the windows on the ground floor. Harry summoned the ball and repaired the damage with a laugh but didn't stop to chat. He led Ginny to an empty courtyard and sat on a stone bench, patting the spot next to him. She perched on the end, as far away from him as the space would allow, and stared at her scuffed leather shoes as she waited for him to speak. Harry considered his words. He realized that he had spent so long trying to gain an audience with Ginny that he hadn't thought about what he wanted to say. What were you even supposed to say to your friend who had spent half a year possessed by a Dark Lord? I'm sorry for not noticing that something was wrong last year, he began. And I'm sorry that I hardly paid you any attention. You're my friend, and I should have treated you better. They sat silently for several minutes, listening to birds chirping and shouts from the croquet match. By the sounds, Colin had got his revenge and roquetted Astoria's ball into the Black Lake. Ginny didn't offer anything in response, and had the twins not told him that she wasn't speaking, Harry would have been concerned. He still was, honestly. It was eerie, sitting next to a silent Ginny. She was always so full of energy and life. To see that drained out of her broke his heart. I briefly spoke to Tom, you know. He had considered indirectly referencing the diary, which was sure to be a sore subject for her. It certainly was for John. But even though Ginny was a traumatized child, she was still Ginny. And Ginny hated being coddled. Her head snapped up, her long red hair flying around her face, and she stared at him, her eyes burning. Relieved to have finally gotten a response out of her, he nodded.
Down in the Chamber of Secrets. Did your parents ever tell you what happened down there? He asked. When she shook her head, he continued. After taking John down, Tom pulled himself out of the diary. He was this ghost thing. A memory, he called himself. A memory that had to feed on someone's life force to make itself real. He recounted his experiences in the Chamber of Secrets, and Ginny listened with rapt attention, slowly inching closer as his story progressed.
Did your parents tell you who Tom Riddle was? Harry asked once he had finished. When she shook her head, Harry wasn't surprised. As the youngest and only daughter, her family treated Ginny with kid gloves. He briefly considered respecting Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's decision to keep her in the dark, but after the hell she had gone through, didn't she deserve to know? Tom Riddle is the real name of Lord Voldemort, he explained in a low voice. I was possessed by you-know-who. Harry blinked but quickly schooled his expression. If there was one thing Harry had learned from his own silent episodes, it was that people pointing out when he spoke made him less likely to do it. Instead, he reached for her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Say his name, he said. Don't let him steal anything more from you. Ginny scowled, but she didn't wrench her hand away. I know I'm the last person who should talk about being afraid of Voldemort. Did you know he used to be my boggart? She shook her head. When I was younger, I used to be terrified of him. I mean, I watched him murder Mum, and then he tried to kill me. Harry froze. His heart accelerated, and a squirmy, panicky feeling fluttered in his stomach. He tried to kill you too. Harry had never told anyone that. Not his father or the mind healers he had been forced to talk to. Not even to Cedric, his closest friend. He had fully planned on taking that secret to the grave with him. After all, what would people think when they discovered that Harry was the one Voldemort had tried to kill? Harry, the taciturn, unsociable Slytherin with a venomous pet snake he could talk to? And even if he did tell someone what really happened that Halloween night, who would believe him? He'd be branded as the jealous, fame-seeking older brother faster than he could wave his wand. No, it was far better to keep his mouth shut. There was no harm in it, anyway. John made for a good hero for the wizarding world to pin their hopes on. Harry swallowed down the dry lump in his throat. He considered lying, after all. What was one more? But the fierce look in Ginny's eyes told him that she'd see right through it. Yeah, he admitted, his voice so soft he thought the autumn breeze might carry it away. He braced himself for the questions, but Ginny surprised him by winding her arm around his and leaning her head on his shoulder. I won't tell anyone, Ginny said after a long stretch of silence. Relief surged through his body, and the tension in his shoulders melted away. Thank you. Ginny nodded against his shoulder. And here I thought Slytherins were supposed to be secretive. Harry let out a strangled laugh. Don't you remember? I'm only in Slytherin because green is my favorite color. They burst into giggles, and it took several minutes to compose themselves.
It feels good to laugh, she admitted. I always feel so
angry, Harry guessed, recalling what John had said. Dirty, she corrected, her lips quivering. It's just, I liked him. He was so nice to me. He helped me with my schoolwork and listened for hours as I told him everything. I thought Tom was my friend, and he was draining me the whole time. He was killing me and forcing me to hurt people, and how am I ever supposed to trust anyone ever again? How am I supposed to trust myself? Her voice cracked, and she pulled away from him. She wrapped her arms around her body as if it would hold herself together. And I can still feel him in my mind, even now. He's tainted me. I feel disgusting, and I hate it. I hate me.
Harry didn't say anything. Because how did you even respond to something like that? There was something so inherently wrong about seeing her tears. She was always bright, effervescent Ginny. Bubbly, full of life Ginny. Ginny, who was as wild as her hair was red. Not this sad Ginny. Never this broken Ginny. Instead, he pulled her into his arms, tucking her head under his chin. He let her cry into his robes as he sorted through his chaotic thoughts and feelings. When the tears finally began to ebb, he pulled away and took her face in his hands, brushing away the remaining tears with his thumbs.
After Mum died, I didn't talk for 5 years. I thought it was somehow my fault that she was murdered. Like if I had just said something, I could have saved her. I couldn't have, of course. Voldemort wouldn't have spared her, even if I had said something. He reached out to take her hand and threaded his fingers through hers. It's taken me a long time to accept that what happened was Voldemort's fault, not mine. I think it's important to remember that you didn't hurt anyone. You were possessed by Voldemort, who hurt people. You didn't do anything wrong. Something wrong was done to you. You are just as much a victim as the people he forced you to attack. Ginny pursed her lips and stared down at her lap, squeezing Harry's hand so hard that it hurt. You make it sound so simple. It isn't, he said. But Ginny, you don't deserve to be hated by anyone for what happened, especially not by yourself. How do I do that? She asked after a long pause. Stop isolating yourself, Harry said. You are surrounded by people who love you and want to help. Let them help you. Let me help you. There were some tears shed which they pretended weren't, and after Ginny dried her eyes with a handkerchief Harry conjured, they returned to the castle and went their separate ways. In the days that followed, Harry began to notice that the tension that had strained their friendship slowly began to drain away. It wasn't much. Eating the occasional meal together, helping her with her schoolwork, or taking turns on Harry's firebolt. Their friendship was by no means back to what it was before Ginny had started Hogwarts. But it was better, and for Harry, that was good enough. The day before the Slytherin-Gryffindor match found Harry stomping towards the Gryffindor table. His mood far more sour than talking to his girlfriend should have called for. Katie, you need to visit Madame Pomfrey, Harry said, crouching next to his girlfriend at the Gryffindor table. She smiled and tried to key him in greeting, only for Harry to dodge her. Hurt flared in her eyes, which was enough for Harry's anger to drain out of him. He might be pissed, but he knew better than to take it out on Katie. He reached for her hand and gave her a tired smile. I might have mono, he informed her. Katie blinked. Wizards get mono. Her mononucleosis? He elaborated, not understanding her confusion. Muggles can contract it as well? Admittedly, he didn't know much about Muggle medicine, but he would be shocked if Muggles could contract mono. It was a nasty disease with lifelong consequences if it wasn't treated early enough. If caught early, a full recovery was almost guaranteed. The problem being, however, was that by the time symptoms appeared, some 3 months after infection, it was too late to heal. And Miles Bletchley, who had stumbled into the hospital wing that morning with a fever and an enlarged spleen, was already past the point of no return. His immune system had already crashed and would likely never recover. Harry had been given the delightful task of tracking down every person that had key. Ed or shared a drink with Bletchley. The list was as long as his arm and most likely wasn't comprehensive. It also included Harry himself. You know what? Never mind. So, mono? She asked. Harry nodded. It spreads through saliva and well. We do share quite a lot of that. Right, well, he cleared his throat. Basically, Miles Bletchley is a slag and made it his mission to shag the entire population of Florence over the summer. He contracted mono and might have given it to us. And you think you've passed it to me, Katie surmised. Hang on. Is this your way of saying you've been snogging Bletchley? Harry ran his tongue over his teeth and suppressed a smile. We were passing ice cream around on my birthday, remember? He explained. Unfortunately, the rest of us haven't presented symptoms yet, so it's early enough to treat it. If you've shared drinks with anyone, I need you to tell them to come to the hospital wing to get tested. Katie narrowed her eyes as she thought. So, if we both have mono, we can go back to snogging? Once Madame Pomfrey sets us right, he promised. After lunch, I need you to get tested. Katie was standing before Harry had finished speaking. No time like the present, she exclaimed before taking his hand and dragging him out of the great hall. She paused only to tell the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team of her misfortunes and invite them to be tested. The test for mono was simple enough and only took a few minutes to complete. Unfortunately, there was already quite the line to be tested when Harry and the Gryffindor Quidditch team arrived at the hospital wing. They watched as infected students were directed towards hospital beds on bated breath. Cedric was one of the lucky few that was free to leave. Grace and Pusey were not. Damn it, Miles! Marcus roared as Madame Pomfrey directed him towards one of the last empty beds. No shouting in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey snapped. She turned to Harry with a scowl before swabbing the back of his throat. She dropped the swab in a vial of blue potion, and they watched it turn magenta. Damn it, Miles, Harry growled, stomping towards his favorite bed before Madame Pomfrey could direct him. By the end of the day, 38 students were found to have mono. The Slytherin team was decimated with Bletchley, Pusey, Marcus, and himself ill. But to his surprise, the Gryffindor team was even worse off. Katie had been infected. Understandably. As had both Weasley twins, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Oliver Wood. In fact, only John managed to escape unscathed, which he smugly pointed out to Harry. Madame Pomfrey commanded each of them to bed rest and forbade them from physical activity for the rest of the month. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't have been a massive issue. But as Wood was quick to point out, we've got Quidditch tomorrow. What the hell do you do in that changing room? Harry teased as he and Katie watched Wood and Madame Pomfrey argue. Alicia, Ange, and I share drinks sometimes, she admitted. Ange snogs George, though she refuses to admit it. Fred and George share literally everything, so that's not a huge surprise. I wonder how Wood got it, though. They never did find out, although Harry had to admit that he lost interest in the gossip when it was announced that none of the infected Quidditch players were allowed to play in tomorrow's match. After a quick meeting with Madame Hooch, it was decided that Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, the two teams least affected by the outbreak, would play instead. That was how Harry found himself bundled up in the Quidditch stands on the first Saturday of November, sharing a Hufflepuff blanket with Grace and Katie. It was a miserable, stormy day, and Harry was secretly glad that he wasn't playing in the squall. In fact, it was so bad that had Cedric not been playing, Harry would most certainly have skipped the match. But as it was, his best friend was playing, and so Harry spent the morning with his attention divided between the match and casting the imperturbable charm over himself and whoever was lucky enough to be sitting closest to him. "Can you see anything?" John shouted over the wind. He was sitting with Ron in the row behind Harry, having joined him nearly an hour ago when they realized that Harry and his friends were still relatively dry. Hermione was absent, though, apparently having the good sense to spend the day in the library. Harry shook his head and squinted through the sheets of rain. The sky had darkened dramatically as the match had dragged on, and the wind was blowing the rain sideways, which felt like icy little needles pelting his exposed skin. "They should just call it off," he replied. "This is madness." Even Marcus, who lived for Quidditch, nodded in agreement. "I'm surprised they can see anything," Grace commented with a frown. "This can't be safe." Pusey turned around to stare at her. "It's Quidditch. Why wouldn't it be safe?" Grace shook her head and muttered something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like, "Wizards." "I can't see this going on for much longer," Harry cut in, redirecting the conversation. "We've already missed lunch." "Hey Teddy," Grace said in a sing-song voice, reaching forward to tug on a lock of the boy's hair. "What do your keen elf eyes see?" Teddy scowled and batted her hand away. "I'm not an elf," he snapped. "I know. You aren't beautiful enough," she said. Her exaggeratedly patient expression was ruined when she rolled her eyes. "So when does the rain let up, all-knowing seer of the future?" "It doesn't exactly work like that," he grumbled. "Besides, I don't even have a teacup." Harry plucked a hair out of Teddy's head and transfigured it into a teacup, which he presented to him with a grin. Teddy's scowl deepened. "That's not what I meant you." He froze, and for a split second, Harry thought a vision or a prophecy had hit him. But then the screaming started. "Not my babies, please. Have mercy." His imperturbable charm failed, soaking them all in the icy rain in seconds. Harry was too numb to feel it. "Time to die, Harry Potter." Voldemort's voice snaked through his brain like poison, and an involuntary whimper slipped from Harry's lips at the sound. His breathing hitched, and black spots clouded his vision. Dread and a horrible icy paralysis took over his limbs, forcing him to remain still, no matter how much he wanted to run. Something clamped around his neck and wrenched him off his feet. With a yelp, Harry attempted to pry it away, only to be tossed down the stands. The screams of terrified students joined the cacophony inside his head, though whether it was because Harry had been turned into a projectile or whatever was attacking him, he didn't know. He hit the edge of the stand, knocking the breath out of his lungs, and flipped head first over the railing. He managed to catch himself just in time to avoid plummeting onto the Quidditch pitch. It was as he was desperately trying to scramble back to safety that he caught sight of who, or more accurately, what, had attacked him. The towering, terrible form of a Dementor hovered over the stands, sending students running, their screams of terror joining his mother's screams in his head. The stands vibrated as hundreds of students stampeded to safety, knocking over their peers and trampling the ones who were too slow to move. Harry couldn't see John or any of his friends in the pandemonium, and he wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. He didn't have the luxury of finding out. The Dementor that had attacked him was gliding in his direction, its scaly, rotting hands outstretched. No, not scaly. Burnt. The Dementor was wearing the charred, tattered remains of a cloak, leaving its gaping mouth and empty eye sockets exposed. Harry's stomach plummeted. It was the Dementor from the train, he realized. The one he had accidentally set on fire. The one that clearly had a grudge to settle. Harry didn't have time to consider his options before the Dementor had descended upon him. It wrapped its decaying hands around his jaw and forced his head back with so much force he thought his neck would snap. It lowered its gaping mouth towards his, and the edges of Harry's vision turned gray. He could faintly hear his mother screaming, Voldemort cackling, his brother crying. Wham! Harry hit the ground, his spine cracking unpleasantly and his lungs burning as the air was forced out of them for a second time. He stared at the sky, rainwater covering his glasses, making it impossible to see more than dark shapes swooping high above him. They were chased away by glowing lights that radiated warmth and happiness? Patronus charms, his brain supplied dimly as he watched the bright shapes dance about the sky. He thought he caught sight of a bird and a cat. And maybe a deer. He wasn't sure. It was difficult to see, and he was so tired. Is he alive? Someone get Poppy. How did they get onto the grounds? Harry. Uncle Remus' face appeared in his line of vision, his massive, warm hands cradling Harry's head. Can you hear me? Harry wanted to respond. He tried to respond, but he couldn't even force a groan past his lips. Has he been key? Ed? That was the deep, unmistakable drawl of Professor Snape. Snape kneeled on Harry's other side, his wand held aloft as he erected a barrier between them and the rain. Uncle Remus cast a spell that Harry didn't recognize. No, he sighed, his voice heavy with relief. Just silent then, Professor Snape summarized. He waved his wand, and hot air blew over Harry. It dried his clothes but did little to rid him of the iciness in his veins. Another wave of his wand and a complex array of runes appeared over Harry, displaying Harry's vitals. Harry's eyes flicked about as he deciphered the runes. A fractured trachea, a broken rib, and a concussion. It could have been much worse, all things considered. He could have had his soul ked out of his body. I'll take that any day, Uncle Remus said. He conjured a stretcher and gently shifted Harry onto it. How are the other children? No deaths, thank God, came the squeaky voice of Professor Flitwick. No one has been key. Ed and the injured are being taken to the hospital wing. Except for young Mr. Potter. He's got a broken arm but refuses to go back to the castle. I can't understand what he's saying, but his tone is rather distraught. Rubius is with him now. It's probably Greek, Uncle Remus said. The Potters speak it at home. Sure enough, over the howling wind and the shrieks of the Dementors, Harry could make out John's, incredibly foul, shouts. A small selfish part of him was pleased that his brother hadn't abandoned him. The larger, big brother part of him was beyond annoyed that John was putting himself in harm's way. After going around with a Dementor, the last thing Harry wanted to do was move. Still, big brother duties beckoned and he sat up with a scowl, despite Uncle Remus and Snape's protests. Harry ignored them, and the unpleasant ringing in his ears, and stuck out his hand to summon his wand. There wasn't much he could do for the concussion, and he had no clue how to repair a damaged trachea, but he could fix a broken rib in his sleep. He did so and slid off the stretcher, only for his vision to go dark and his knees to give out. Uncle Remus caught him and tried to force him to lie back down. Harry tried to speak but only managed a wet cough that produced blood. He settled for shaking his head and stumbled towards his brother. Between the rain and his concussion-induced double vision, this was surprisingly difficult. Thankfully, Uncle Remus was kind enough to steer him in the correct direction once he realized Harry couldn't be deterred. John went limp in Hagrid's arms as Harry approached, relief visible in his hazel eyes.
Harry only had to gesture towards John's arm before his brother held it out to be healed. The Dementor came out of nowhere and just tossed you like a ragdoll. I couldn't see you anywhere, and Wood was trying to drag us out of the stands, but I couldn't find you and Harry tuned out his brother's ramblings as he mended the break. Katie's taken Angelina to the hospital wing, but I couldn't just leave you and
Harry rolled his eyes. Stupid, noble Gryffindors. His brother was 13 and had no clue how to perform a Patronus charm. How on earth was he supposed to be of use against a Dementor? Bone mended, Harry lowered his wand and pulled John into a hug, tucking his brother's scruffy head under his chin. John continued to recount his version of events and Harry let John babble away as he steered him towards the castle. They barely made it off the Quidditch pitch before Harry collapsed from exhaustion. "Will you accept the stretcher now, or are you still too proud?" Professor Snape snarked. It was a good thing Harry was used to not talking because he had several rude things he would have liked to call his head of house. Harry sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor of the dungeon, his cauldron gurgling sluggishly as he added diced daisy root to the dark gray concoction. "Lower the flames," Harry instructed Grace, who dutifully jabbed her wand at the fire. Immediately, the potion turned a brilliant magenta, just as the instructions described. Truthfully, Harry didn't need the instructions to make this potion. This was the 5th time he had made it this year, and he was fairly certain he could brew it in his sleep. But he knew Snape would have kittens if he saw him brewing without a recipe. "Have you blown yourself up yet?" Professor Snape asked as he swept into the room, tossing a cursory glance at their potion. He gave it a sniff, and a curt nod, which was the closest thing to approval Harry's potions had ever received from the man. "Not yet," Grace replied. "But it's only noon." Professor Snape scowled, though Harry thought the expression had less bite than it could have. Pity. Grace's grin showed far too many teeth. "At least it's Harry brewing it and not me. Or worse, Cedric." Professor Snape nodded in concession. For all of Cedric's smarts, the subtlety of potion-making eluded him. "And where is the third member of your terrible triad?" Patrolling the corridors like a good little prefect, Grace explained as she passed Harry a jar of bat spleens. The door swung open, and Harry nearly dumped the entire bottle of spleens into the potion. He froze just in time to keep himself from blowing them up and turned to glare at the newcomer. Luna Lovegood wandered into the room, barefooted with a wreath of ivy perched precariously on top of her messy hair. She plopped down beside Grace and peered into the cauldron of Animagus potion curiously, although she didn't ask what they were doing. Instead, she picked up the recipe, her moon-like eyes flitting between the instructions and the potion before handing Harry the jar of scarab beetles he needed for the next step. Harry let her drop 3 of them into the potion. Luna clapped with delight when the potion changed from Scarlet to electric blue. "What are you up to, Luna?" he asked. He stirred the potion 6 times clockwise and once anti-clockwise, satisfied when the surface began to froth. Luna shrugged and gave him a vacant smile but didn't reply. The door to the dungeon swung open for the 3rd time. It crashed into the stone wall as Cedric stomped in. "I've decided that this Animagus thing isn't for me," he announced. "The fact that you were talking indicates this," Snape drawled, arranging himself at his desk and pulling a stack of essays towards him. "I just swallowed my 4th mandrake leaf, Professor, my 4th. Harry sighed, placed his crystal stirring rod on the ground beside him, and considered vanishing the potion he had just spent 4 hours brewing. If Cedric didn't have his mandrake leaf to put in, there really was no point keeping the potion. Even with a status charm, it wouldn't keep for more than a week. If you had stayed silent, as you were supposed to, then this wouldn't have been an issue, Snape pointed out. I can't? Don't you think I've tried? I'm not like Harry, Cedric cried, pointing needlessly at his friend, who watched him over his cauldron of animagus potion. I constantly feel compelled to talk. It's like this bubbling in my chest that never lessens unless I say something. It's agony for me to stay silent for long periods of time. I can't even stay quiet in my sleep. In my first year, my dorm mates complained about my sleep talking so much that Professor Sprout had to put a silencing spell on my bed. And when I'm in class. Diggory, Professor Snape sighed. Anyone who has taught you for more than a week is familiar with your inability to shut up. Cedric threw himself into a chair, looking furious with himself. How do you do it, Harry? He asked. You can go for months without speaking. You think I enjoy it? Harry replied, a little annoyed with the question. I don't do it for laughs. I don't choose to do it at all. Cedric had the decency to look embarrassed. He sighed and sat up. I know, sorry. Harry nodded and returned his attention to the potion. I'll just get rid of this, I guess, he said, biting back the word, again. If it was possible, Cedric somehow looked even more contrite. I really am sorry, you could have finished your transformations ages ago. Well, not ages, Grace said. We had to wait so Harry wouldn't blow himself up with his pernickety magic. We also had to wait for Grace to stop impersonating a statue, Harry replied dryly. Cedric gave them a weak grin. When will you complete your transformation? He asked. Harry and Grace had imbibed their animagus potion ages ago, although they had been holding out on their transformations in the hopes that the three of them could complete it together. Unfortunately, with each swallowed mandrake leaf, Cedric had been pushing that day off for nearly 3 months. Probably over Christmas, Harry replied. Mum's in Albania at the moment, so I'm going home with Harry. Mr. Potter said he'd supervise the transformation process, so it'll be totally legal. She said this last part to Professor Snape, who looked more annoyed at being drawn back into the conversation than caring if they were complying with the law. Minerva will be disappointed, was his only response before returning to his marking. Harry sighed heavily and reached for his wand to vanish the now useless potion, only for a tiny hand to still his wrist.
Luna, he asked, confused. Luna produced a crystal vial that contained a long strand of her dirty bee-owned hair. She held it out to Harry with that vacant smile of hers.
You want some of the potion? He guessed. Luna grinned and nodded. Harry, no. Cedric yelped, alarmed when Harry siphoned a portion of the potion into Luna's vial. She's 12. Harry pursed his lips and gave Cedric a confused look. So?
There is no way she can undergo the transformation. Cedric snapped, looking at Harry as if this should have been painfully obvious.
Harry frowned. The youngest animagus was a 4-year-old boy in Tibet. That was accidental magic, Potter, Snape interjected. Harry nodded in concession. Okay, but Wagadu teaches animagus classes starting as young as 7. If Luna thinks she can do it, I don't understand why I should stop her. Luna, either not caring or completely oblivious to the argument around her, spat a mandrake leaf into her vial. Look, Harry said over the shouts of protests, pointing at Luna's potion. It's the correct shade of gold. She's clearly done her research. That's not the point. Cedric's words turned into unintelligible shouts as Luna downed her potion. I think I'll go see Professor McGonagall now, Luna said, clambering to her feet. Harry vanished the remaining potion and stood as well. I'll come with, he said, insanely curious what animal the Dottie second year would turn into. Where are your shoes? The Nargles took them, Luna replied, unbothered by the prospect of thieving cryptids. That's quite rude of them. It's winter, Harry said, frowning. He still wasn't entirely sure what a Nargle was or if the things were even real, but he found that there were more important things to waste his energy on. Is that something they are accustomed to doing?
Oh yes, she said in that airy voice. They're quite mischievous, you know. Besides, I imagine they're quite cold now that the snow's begun.
I didn't, he admitted. What else can you tell me about them? Luna chattered happily as Harry cleaned up his workstation, both pointedly ignoring Cedric's continued splutters and protests. Before leaving the classroom, Harry conjured a pair of yellow bar shoes, which he presented to Luna. She complimented the color before informing him that he had forgotten the bumblebees. Harry nodded as if this was the most sensible observation in the world. A moment later, animated bees buzzed around the shiny leather, emitting a dull hum. "It's not safe to wander the dungeons with bare feet," he explained, charming the shoes to fit her feet. Luna nodded and wiggled her feet, admiring her new shoes. "I don't want Professor Snape to steal my toes," she agreed with the utmost sincerity. Behind them, Professor Snape sighed heavily. Harry grinned before motioning towards the door. "Shall we?" Luna nodded and skipped ahead. They all moved to follow, even Professor Snape, who had evidently decided that witnessing Luna's insanity was more interesting than marking essays.
This is a terrible idea, Cedric grumbled as they followed Luna up to the first floor where McGonagall's office was located. You shouldn't be encouraging this. Luna, what are the 3 main steps of a successful animagus transformation? Harry asked.
Visualization of the intended form, confidence in your abilities, and a desire for wildness. This was very much not the answer Harry had been looking for, but she said them with such confidence that he had to trust she knew what she was talking about.
This is a disaster, Cedric muttered. Grace threaded her arm through Cedric's. Relax, she'll be fine. Harry's not even worried, and he worries about everything.
Thanks, Grace, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Look, Seed, the potion wouldn't have changed if she wasn't ready to complete the transformation. She'll be fine. And if she isn't, then McGonagall and I can set her right, Harry reminded him, but she won't need us. Ahead of them, Luna knocked on McGonagall's door. She hummed softly to herself as she waited. When McGonagall appeared, she looked stunned to see the small crowd assembled. Is there a problem, Severus? She asked, turning to the only other adult present. Miss Lovegood wishes to be an animagus, he replied. I have the paperwork right here, Professor, Luna said, pulling out a wad of parchment that had been folded into an origami swan. I took my potion, and I haven't died yet. Will you ensure I don't explode when I release my inner beast? Harry was struck with a sudden appreciation for all of the professors at Hogwarts who had to teach Luna. He liked the eccentric 12-year-old well enough, but he could only imagine how infuriating it would be to teach her anything. She was just so, Luna. McGonagall blinked and accepted the origami swan. It smells like lavender. Luna nodded. For good luck, she explained with a nod. Now, may I change? I can feel a second heartbeat in me. It's rather uncomfortable. Professor McGonagall shot a glance at Professor Snape, as if waiting for the only other adult to point out the madness that she was witnessing. When he didn't respond, she pursed her lips and asked, Are you sure about this, Miss Lovegood? The transformation is not without risks. Few things in life are, Luna agreed. What is life without risk? Safe. Cedric muttered under his breath. Luna tactfully ignored this and gave Professor McGonagall a serene smile. There was a dazed look about Professor McGonagall as she waved them all into her office. With a swish of her wand, the room expanded so it was large enough to fit an elephant. On with it, then. Luna smiled absently and closed her eyes. They watched her with tense anticipation, waiting to see if she would succeed. And then Luna began to change. She shrank and shrank until she turned into well, Harry wasn't entirely sure what she was, actually. She was clearly a mammal, with brownish-gray fur and small ears. The limbs were connected by a web-like membrane, and her feet ended in sharp claws. Most interestingly, however, was that her animal form had retained Luna's protuberant silvery eyes. I think she's cute, Grace said after a moment of stunned silence, but also a little creepy. Which actually summed up Luna's entire persona quite nicely. What is she? Cedric asked, disbelief in his voice. He crouched next to Luna, who awkwardly stumbled towards him and sniffed his hand. Professor McGonagall, looking rather stunned, performed some sort of identification spell. Asunda Flying Lemur, she announced before writing it down on Luna's animagus registration permit.
Huh, Grace said, squatting down next to Cedric and running her fingers along Luna's back. I had pegged you for an owl of some sort. But it works for you. She turned to Harry, her eyes glowing with excitement. I can't wait for Christmas.
You could do it now, Professor McGonagall said. There was an air of wistfulness to her voice as she said it. It would be more than safe. Grace shook her head and stood up. Uncle Sirius will be disappointed if he misses it. Harry wasn't sure when Grace had decided to adopt Sirius as an uncle, but he decided not to question it. They clapped when Luna reappeared unharmed, her hair more tousled than usual. After passing around hugs and congratulations, Harry and his friends departed McGonagall's office. They stumbled across Marcus on their way to the dungeons, who, with uncharacteristically disheveled hair of his own, looked like he had undergone the animagus transformation. The five friends found themselves in Slytherin's study sometime later. Cedric was hunched over a table, experimenting with their still incomplete version of the Marauders map. Luna, meanwhile, had reassumed her flying lemur form and was wreaking havoc as she soared above them, knocking ancient and priceless books off shelves. Marcus watched Luna with amused fondness and righted her messes whilst Harry was curled in his favorite chair, reading a healing journal. Have you ever stopped to think how cool magic is? Grace asked, breaking the comfortable silence. She was sprawled out on the couch by the fire, admiring her wand. Like, we've got magic sticks in our pockets that can bend reality. Having been raised in the magical world, Harry could only imagine how extraordinary Grace's life must seem to her. Even growing up as sheltered as he was, Harry at least knew what magic was. It wasn't the stuff of fairy tales, but an everyday, mundane occurrence. Things he took for granted were viewed with childlike wonderment by Grace. Grace sat up, scrutinizing her wand as she rolled it between her fingers. How do these things even work? She asked, turning to Harry. Harry wasn't entirely sure why he was selected to answer. He studied healing, not wand-making. Wands help channel our magic, he explained. I don't know how, but I'm sure the library has a book or two on the subject.
Unsatisfied with the answer, Grace rolled off the couch and crossed the room, picking up Marcus's wand from the side table and inspecting it. After a moment, she compared it to her own wand, which looked positively tiny in comparison. I'm guessing there's some sort of height component at play here, she mused. She turned to Cedric, who was chewing on the end of his quill. Seed, how tall are you? Dunno. Maybe 5'11". And how long is your wand?
Merlin, Grace, Marcus said. At least buy the bloke dinner first. Cedric turned a magnificent shade of Arlet and buried his face in his hands while the rest roared with laughter. Even Luna, who probably shouldn't have understood the innuendo, returned to her human form to cackle at Cedric's expense. Grace ran her tongue over her teeth and accepted the teasing with grace. Fine, Grace said once their laughter had subsided. She turned to Cedric with a decisive nod, her hazel eyes glowing in the candlelight. Will you go on a date to Hogsmeade with me?
Harry would have thought it was weird that his two best friends were dating. But honestly, it was a bit of a relief. No longer did Harry have to listen to Cedric's pining as he tried, and ultimately failed, to ask Grace out on a date. His friend spent the next week practically walking on air and letting out happy, romantic little sighs as his and Grace's date approached.
Perhaps the best part of it all was that Harry was no longer required to fund Grace's sweet tooth. When Harry went around to take Honeyduke's orders from his younger friends, and John, who still was not allowed to visit Hogsmeade, Harry cheerfully redirected Grace to her boyfriend when she requested jelly slugs. Whatever, Grace said when her wounded puppy dog eyes failed to change Harry's mind. Marcus will still get me some. Marcus will not, the man in question grunted, stabbing the potatoes on his plate with unnecessary force. He's staying in the castle. You're not coming? Grace asked, eyeing Marcus with suspicion.
Teddy frowned at the news and peered into his teacup with a betrayed look, as if it had purposefully hidden this news from him. I thought we were sticking together, he said. Now that the others are chucking us for dates.
Something dark settled over Marcus, who shook his head. My father was seen near here last week, he explained in a low voice. The headmaster thought it would be unwise to leave the safety of the grounds. A tense, awkward silence descended over the Slytherin table. No one knew how to react. The Daily Prophet had written about little else since late July, so they were familiar with Flint's movements across Great Britain. Marcus hadn't said anything about Aurelius Flint's escape from Azkaban, and Harry's friends had an unspoken agreement to follow his lead. Do you want to talk about it? Harry hedged. About my Death Eater father that wants to kill me? Marcus asked with biting sarcasm. No, thank you. Teddy pursed his lips. If it helps, I haven't seen anything happening to you today. Marcus shrugged. Because I'm not going to Hogsmeade, he agreed. Do you want us to stay? Grace asked hesitantly. To an outside observer, the glare he sent her would have been withering. But Harry could see the warmth in Marcus's dark eyes as he grunted. I do have more interesting things to do than entertain you. Harry could tell he appreciated the offer, even if he would rather cut off his tongue than admit it. Grace seemed relieved by this answer, but she continued to challenge him. Oh yeah? Like what? Homework. You're lying. I am. Are we done here? At least let Harry buy you some jelly slugs, she insisted. Marcus laughed. I hate jelly slugs. I don't. Marcus reached over to tug on the end of Grace's play. Stay warm out there, Cooper, he said before throwing his napkin down and standing. I'll see you all later. Have fun not doing your homework, Grace called before rounding on Teddy. What is he actually up to? Teddy scowled. That's not how my visions work. Harry rolled his eyes and left them to their squabbling, which only paused when Harry stood and left the breakfast table. After collecting Katie from her friends, they wandered through the entrance hall, where a scowling Filch was checking Hogsmeade permission slips. I was thinking we could go ice skating on the Black Lake today, Harry explained. He cast warming charms on their cloaks and scarves as they stepped outside. After we finish shopping, of course.
Katie grinned. Only if you let me buy you a butterbeer after, she said. We need to celebrate.
Harry ducked his head and blushed. That's not necessary, he insisted. Harry, you just had an article published in Frontiers in Healing, she replied, looping her arm through his and giving it a gentle squeeze. How many fifth years can say that? Not many, he agreed. It was one of the main reasons he had been hesitant to work on the article when Madame Pomfrey approached him over the summer. After all, who would take what he had to say seriously, even if he was a healer's apprentice?
Frontiers in Healing, apparently. The journal had loved the article Harry and Madame Pomfrey had written about their study and treatment of petrification victims. It wasn't widely known yet, only having been published in their December issue, and Harry planned to keep it that way.
Don't get him wrong. He was damn proud of the accomplishment. He just wished Katie would stop bragging about it to everyone who would listen. I only co-authored it, he reminded her. Katie rolled her eyes. Just let me be proud of you, yeah?
Thankfully, their conversation moved on to less contentious topics, and they chatted about their Christmas shopping as they trudged through the dirty ankle-deep snow.
They passed friends and classmates as they walked, waving to them but reluctant to stop to chat. The wind had picked up, sending Katie's long curls swirling through the air. She scowled and unsuccessfully tried to pat them down. Harry grinned and conjured a hat for her to wear, which she accepted without hesitation. I didn't realize it would be this cold today, Katie muttered before her body was racked with a powerful shiver. I think the temperature is dropping. Do you reckon it will snow again? She was right, Harry realized, suppressing a shiver of his own. It did feel colder since they had left the castle. In fact, the temperature seemed to plummet with every step they took from the school. A cold chill ran down his spine that had nothing to do with the weather. He froze, his muscles tensing and locking as panic and dread clouded his senses. A natural dread that left him weak in the knees and breathless with terror. Harry probably would have been fine if he had only felt the oncoming panic attack. He was used to freaking out and shutting down. What he wasn't accustomed to was the soul-crushing sadness and misery that flooded his chest. Feelings that Harry associated with only one being. A Dementor was nearby. His heart leapt to his throat, and his eyes darted to the wood that lined the road to Hogsmeade, wondering if one was lingering behind a tree, watching him. Could they have ignored Dumbledore's orders when he banished them from the grounds? Katie walked several paces before she realized that he wasn't following her. She turned to face him with a frown. Is everything all right? A strangled croak slipped past Harry's lips in response. His heart jolted, but with each breath and failed attempt to swallow away the lump in his throat, his anxiety grew. Harry? Katie asked, walking back towards him. What's wrong? You look like you're about to be sick. She reached out, but he flinched away from her touch. You're shaking. He felt like he was about to be sick. His stomach twisted, and little spots appeared in his vision. He managed to choke out before his throat seized painfully. Not now, he thought. Under normal circumstances, he would have been furious with himself for his voice disappearing. As it was, he couldn't feel anything other than the growing panic in his chest. Not here.
He missed Katie's response, his ears ringing too loudly to hear anything else.
A hand clamped down on his shoulder, and Harry flinched at the contact. Something twisted in his gut, and in an instant, the piles of snow around his feet melted. He wrenched himself away from the grip, his wand pointing at the person's chest before he had made the conscious effort to draw it. Uncle Remus raised both of his hands in a non-threatening gesture. He said something, but Harry couldn't comprehend what. When Harry didn't reply, Uncle Remus lowered his hands and nodded towards the castle.
A dim part of him remembered that he was supposed to be taking his girlfriend to Hogsmeade. He couldn't bring himself to care, though. If he had to choose between passing the Dementors and skipping a Hogsmeade trip, he'd happily return to the castle. He lowered his wand and nodded in understanding. He moved to follow Uncle Remus before remembering Katie. Turning back around, he tried to apologize to her. He couldn't even manage a strangled, "Sorry." Despite her best efforts, Harry could tell that Katie was disappointed. She shook her head in what might have been understanding before giving him a sad smile. She didn't wait for him to attempt to reply, merely waving goodbye before hurrying to catch up with Angelina Johnson and George Weasley. Without his friends or girlfriend around, Harry had no choice but to follow his uncle back to the castle.
Not that he found that he particularly minded. Sure, he was disappointed that he couldn't hang out with Katie or do some Christmas shopping with his friends, but the larger part of him was relieved that he didn't have to brave the Dementors. With every step he took away from the gates, Harry felt his mood lifting and his mind clearing. By the time they reached Uncle Remus's quarters, Harry felt almost normal. He still gratefully accepted a cup of hot chocolate, though.
The nice thing about Uncle Remus was that he never felt compelled to fill the silence. He merely sat on the sofa across from him and marked essays, letting Harry stare into the crackling fire and collect his thoughts.
"What's wrong with me?" Harry asked after nearly an hour of peaceful silence. His toes had long since regained feeling, and his chest felt pleasantly warm. "Nothing," Uncle Remus insisted. He dropped the essay he had been reading and summoned a pot of tea. The green paisley teapot filled Harry's cup before he could stop it, mixing his remaining hot chocolate with what smelled like Darjeeling. "Nothing," Harry scoffed. He dropped his cup on a rickety side table and pulled his feet onto his chair. He wrapped his arms around his shins and tucked his knees under his chin. "I lost my head." Uncle Remus gave him a humorless smile. "You were scared," he corrected. "After what happened at the last Quidditch match, I would have more been surprised if you hadn't reacted to seeing the Dementors." "I didn't even see one this time," Harry reminded him. "How you reacted today was perfectly normal," Uncle Remus insisted in that gentle, patient voice. It was the same one he had used when Harry was a child, mute and terrified of his own shadow. It was somehow comforting and irritating to hear it now at 15. Harry scoffed in disgust and turned his head away, staring back into the fire. "This may come as a surprise to you, Harry," Uncle Remus said, a hint of a smile on his lips. "But you are only human." The words were meant to be playful and comforting, but something about them made Harry's blood run cold. "I never claimed I wasn't," he said, trying to keep his tone even. "I don't know," Uncle Remus teased. "Most wizards can't perform silent spellcasting at 11. Are you sure you aren't a changeling?" Harry sighed and absently reached for his cup, pausing when he realized what he was drinking. He considered his cup of murky, chocolatey tea before downing the entire thing in one go. "Pretty sure," he grunted, scowling at his empty cup. The teapot whizzed across the room and poured more tea through its chipped spout. "What do I do?" he asked, redirecting the conversation. Uncle Remus sighed, the smile slipping off his face. "There's a spell that would help." "The Patronus charm," Harry interjected. He'd read about the spell in one of Marcus's old defense textbooks, but he'd never felt compelled to learn it. After all, a Patronus charm couldn't reattach limbs or treat Mupplewupple. Harry had better ways to use his time than to learn spells that didn't apply to his apprenticeship.
Uncle Remus merely smiled at this interruption. He nodded. "It's a tricky bit of magic. Most grown wizards would never be able to produce one."
Harry pursed his lips and rose to his feet, drawing his wand. How'd I do it, then? What? Now? Uncle Remus looked thoroughly baffled by Harry's actions. Harry wasn't sure why. The man had mentioned the only spell that could help Harry with his problem. Why wouldn't Harry want to learn it? I can't think of a reason not to, Harry replied. I can think of several, Uncle Remus said, the lines on his prematurely aged face deepening. Namely, you're in no state to be performing any advanced pieces of magic. I'm fine. Are you? It was less of a question and more of a sarcastic statement, and it rankled Harry's nerves. I'm fine, he insisted, trying desperately to keep his temper in check. I can do this. I'm not saying you can't, Uncle Remus said, responding to Harry's biting tone with the unflappable patience only a lifelong teacher could possess. I'm saying you shouldn't. The green paisley teapot shattered when Harry's temper slipped. Why shouldn't I? I can do it. I know I can. I'm fine, Uncle Remus finished, raising an unimpressed eyebrow. Is that why you've broken my teapot? He was on his feet with no recollection of how he got there, and a wave of chagrin wormed its way through the haze of Harry's anger. I'm in control. Uncle Remus gave him a considering look before rising to his feet and gently squeezing Harry's shoulders. I'm not refusing to teach you the Patronus because I think you aren't capable. My worry isn't your competency, it's for your state of mind. You've had a nasty scare today, Harry. What you need to do is rest. What I need is to be in control of the situation, Uncle Remus guessed. He smiled sadly when Harry stuttered, unable to think of a coherent reply. I have a question for you, Harry. When was the last time you've taken a minute to process all of the terrible things you've seen in your short life? When Harry tried to reply, Uncle Remus cut him off. And I actually mean process. Not push down whatever emotion you feel so you can keep moving. Well, because I seem to recall that the last time you went toe-to-toe with a Dementor, after it strangled you and almost ked out your soul, that you were more concerned with John's well-being than your own. When he tried to look away, Uncle Remus grabbed Harry's clenched jaw and forced him to look at him. It's truly a testament to your tenacity and willpower to suppress your emotions. But Harry, it won't work forever. These things can, and will, come back to haunt you. I fear they already have. I just lost my head today, Harry grunted, trying to wrench himself free from his uncle's grasp. I was surprised. It won't happen again. His words didn't seem to have the intended effect on Uncle Remus, who continued to regard him with a worried expression. The thing about control, Harry, is that you will always want more, Uncle Remus explained. His fingers squeezed Harry's shoulders. And because you want more, you will never have enough. No matter how hard you try to micromanage every possible outcome of your life, there will always be things outside your power. I fear that you will never be happy unless you learn to relinquish some amount of control. I'm happy now, Harry growled. Clearly, Uncle Remus replied, raising a sardonic brow. A knock sounded at the door to Uncle Remus's quarters, interrupting the rest of his lecture. We're not finished with this, he said before answering the door. John appeared, looking glum, as he followed Uncle Remus into the room. To Harry's surprise, he wasn't alone. Medusa was curled around his shoulders, hissing angrily at Wobbles, who batted at her head. Save me, she commanded when her red eyes landed on Harry. The furry beast tests my patience.
Stop seeking it out, Harry suggested before crossing the room. Medusa launched herself at Harry when he drew close enough, crashing into his chest with a heavy thud. I left you in my room.
I was bored. And hungry, Medusa explained, somehow managing to give him a haughty look. Your nestmate feeds me. Harry rolled his eyes and wrapped her around his shoulders, refusing to dignify her statement with a response. He reclaimed his chair as Uncle Remus and John took the couch, listening to their conversation with half an ear as Medusa continued to hiss in his. I've never asked, Harry, Uncle Remus said as he conjured a cup for John. The newly repaired paisley teapot went to fill John's cup, though not before pausing to spit hot tea in Harry's face. How is Medusa awake? I thought snakes hibernated in the winter. Reptiles brumate, Harry corrected, drying his robes with his wand. She hasn't done it in several years, though. I think it has something to do with being a familiar. Is that why she can talk? John asked, cuddling Wobbles to his chest. The three-legged cat was happily chewing on the collar of John's robe, unbeknownst to John. Harry shook his head. I've been teaching her English since first year, he explained. She's grown quite nosy over the years. I swear, she knows more gossip than Pusey. They shared a laugh, though Uncle Remus didn't join in. He watched them, clearly confused, his lips pursed. Medusa can't speak, John. Well, no, Harry agreed. She doesn't have the vocal cords for it. Still, she can follow a conversation all right. It was John's turn to look confused. But you were talking to her just now, he said. Now Harry was confused. Yeah, he drawled slowly, trying to figure out where John was going with this. I can do that. It's a perk of being a Parselmouth. But you were just talking to her, John said. Harry and Uncle Remus exchanged baffled looks. Yeah, Harry said. I was speaking to my snake. In Parseltongue. Because I'm a Parselmouth. Who speaks Parseltongue? John frowned. But you were doing it in English, he insisted. He was definitely hissing, Uncle Remus said. John's confusion gave way to annoyance. No, you weren't. He snapped. Stop it. This isn't funny. No one is laughing, Harry replied. We're just, he froze, his brain replaying their conversation before comparing it to an eerily similar conversation he had had several years ago with Cedric. You could understand us. Of course, I could understand you, John cried, lifting a hand to tug at his hair in frustration. Why wouldn't I be able to? Because they were speaking in Parseltongue, Uncle Remus replied gently, catching onto Harry's train of thought. He placed a comforting hand on John's shoulder. I don't speak, Medusa, say something to John, Harry hissed. He scrutinized his brother's expression as he spoke, waiting to see a spark of realization in his brother's eyes. Something. A bubble of hysterical laughter slipped past John's lips. How long have you been able to understand her? Uncle Remus asked. John, who had gone very pale, shrugged. I noticed over the summer, he explained, his voice faint. I thought it was Harry's accidental magic mucking things up. It was a logical conclusion, Harry agreed privately. His magic had done a lot of odd things over the summer. Drawing his wand, he rolled it between his fingers as he considered his brother. He had come across a diagnostic spell in Slytherin's study the previous year that could identify Parselmouths. The spell had been created by the famed healer Asclepius in order to discern which healers he would take on as apprentices. Like all of Asclepius' inventions, though, this charm could only be performed in Parseltongue. Harry had never had a reason to perform the spell, and he wasn't sure if he could perform it correctly. Parseltongue didn't have a written language, and the book he had found the spell in had been written entirely in an antiquated dialect of Western Greek. It also didn't help that the spell was only mentioned in passing. Either the spell was passed down between healer and apprentice, or the author had assumed that the spell was common knowledge and didn't feel the need to elaborate. Either way, Harry could only guess he was performing the spell correctly when he raised his wand and hissed, Oikos. John's skin glowed violet, and Harry let out an oath that Grace would have been proud of. You've been speaking Parseltongue since the chamber, Harry corrected, dozens of pieces of information, observations that Harry had noticed but neglected to investigate, finally falling into place. That was how we got out of there. But I'm not a Parselmouth, John insisted, his pupils blown so wide only a sliver of hazel was visible. You are, Harry replied, pocketing his wand. There's nothing wrong with being one, Uncle Remus reminded him in that slow, even voice. There is no need to panic. I wonder if you could speak it before, and we just never noticed, Harry mused, standing up and beginning to pace around Uncle Remus's cramped quarters. Maybe it runs in the family? He discarded this thought as soon as he said it. No, you said you noticed it over the summer, which means it couldn't have started before. His mind hiccuped and stuttered as it pieced together the timeline. Clearly, it had happened before they left the Chamber of Secrets. But what major event could catalyze the ability to speak to snakes? The answer came to him at once, and his skin grew cold and tingly. John had been possessed by Voldemort. Possessed by a Parselmouth, Harry muttered to himself. He wondered if it was possible to transfer magical abilities and made a mental note to look into it. But how? You'd only written his diary, which had somehow been turned into a dark artifact. He made another mental note to hunt down the diary remains. Harry considered his brother and wondered if the possession had other lingering effects. Sure, there were the hallmark symptoms, memory loss, pale skin, outbursts of anger, aversion to mirrors. But those symptoms went away after foreign control was broken. He had never heard of possession having long-term effects. He certainly never had heard of it altering someone's magic. If only he had another person to compare John's experiences to. Merlin's pants, Harry muttered. Ginny. Could she speak to snakes too? She'd been possessed, just as John had. Could possession by diary somehow mess with someone's magic? What even had that diary been? He needed to investigate. I'll be back, he called over his shoulder as he dashed towards the door, his mind whirring. He took off down the corridor at a sprint, nearly knocking over Oliver Wood as he climbed out a broom cupboard looking decidedly rumpled. He barely had time to apologize before he had already turned the corner. Harry took the stairs 3 at a time, his shoes echoing through the corridors as they slapped against the stone floors, his feet fighting for purchase as he whipped around corners and slipped on rugs. He didn't stop running until he skidded to a halt outside the Hufflepuff common room, his hands shaking as he pounded out the password. This is the Hufflepuff common room, a snotty-sounding first year with an upturned nose informed Harry when he entered the room. Alice Tolipan, his brain helpfully supplied. Allergic to nettle-based potions and suffers from insomnia. Takes 1 teaspoon of sleeping draught before bed. I'm a prefect, Harry replied, tapping the badge pinned to the front of his robes. Where is Ginny Weasley? I don't have to tell you, Alice replied. Harry forced down the wave of irritation and the desire to shout at her. You do, actually. Where is she? When Alice looked like she was about to object, Harry rolled his eyes and stepped around her. I don't have time for this. You can't go up there, that's the girls' dormitory, Alice screamed, chasing after Harry as he stalked towards the staircase. Fortunately for Alice and Harry, Ginny appeared at the top of the stairs, a bemused smile on her face. She wore a pair of patchy corduroy trousers and an oversized green jumper that Mrs. Weasley had no doubt knitted. Though judging by the large B on the front, it had once belonged to Bill, her oldest brother. I thought I heard you shouting, Harry, she said as she skipped down the stairs. Why aren't you at Hogsmeade? Harry waved away her concern. Later, I need you to come with me. Don't do it, Ginny, Alice pleaded, her brown eyes wide and full of terror. He's my friend, Ginny finished, looking distinctly unimpressed. A prefect? The bloke who helps Pomfrey stitch us back together. Take your pick. She didn't wait for a response before grabbing Harry's hand and stomping away. Not here, Harry murmured, leading her towards the exit. We don't want this to be overheard. They left the common room and wondered until they found an empty room with a fireplace. Ginny took his odd behavior in stride and didn't question why he was hissing at the snake engraving at the back of the fireplace. When the secret passageway opened, she stepped confidently through without waiting for Harry's instructions. What is this place? She asked once her eyes adjusted to the low lighting. Salazar Slytherin's private library, Harry explained, ushering her towards a couch and instructing her to sit. Seed and I found it in our first year. It's creepy, Ginny replied. I think I like it. It's a secret, Harry said. He crouched down in front of her and drew his wand. I need to perform a spell on you. It won't hurt. I didn't think it would. But thank you for the reassurance, she replied. She didn't look at Harry as she spoke, instead staring around the room with fascination. Despite the gravity of the situation, Harry couldn't help but grin. You're more than welcome to come here, he said before casting the same diagnostic charm he had used on his brother. When Ginny's skin glowed the same shade of violet as John's had, Harry rocked back on his heels, his heart sinking to his stomach. If you ever need to get anywhere in the school, including here, just find a fireplace. At the back, there'll be a snake carving. Think of where you want to go and ask it to open the secret passage for you. It's that easy? Ginny asked, torn between looking delighted and disturbed. So I could break into Snape's bedroom? If you felt so inclined, I suppose you could. I wouldn't recommend it. Ginny grinned, her expression eerily similar to the ones Fred and George wore before they played a nasty trick on someone. This place is amazing. Can anyone get in here? Who knows about it? Not everyone, no, just my friends. Harry tried to smile, his mind scrambling as he tried to figure out his next words. You have to speak Parseltongue to get in. Ginny frowned. You didn't. I did. Only, it would have sounded like English to you. When Ginny tilted her head, her brow furrowed in confusion, Harry sighed. There was no easy way to say it, but knowing Ginny, she'd appreciate bluntness over being treated like a child. Ginny, you're a parcel mouth. Ginny took the news surprisingly well. Much better than John, at least. It took Harry summoning 7 different snakes, all of which she could communicate with, before she finally believed him. The first question out of her mouth was, why? That was an answer Harry didn't have, though he promised he would find it. He suspected it had something to do with the possession both John and Ginny had suffered last year. Which, according to his preliminary diagnostics, was still affecting their magic months after the possession was lifted. The spontaneous ability to speak to snakes was only the tip of the iceberg. Both John and Ginny reported increased power in all of their spells. Ginny admitted to having years of memories that didn't belong to her. The speed with which John could now read was dizzying. Their marks in their lessons had skyrocketed as they displayed a comprehension of the material that was unnatural for their age. It was as fascinating as it was terrifying. For the remainder of term, Harry spent every available moment researching these new cognitive developments. He quickly exhausted the books in Hogwarts' library, both the public and the restricted sections. Slytherin's personal library wasn't much help, either. Despite Salazar's apparent interest in healing, mind magics were relatively new areas of study. Harry doubted a wizard from the Dark Ages would have seriously considered studying the human brain and its intricacies. He wished he had someone he could talk through his theories with. Madame Pomfrey was an invaluable source of information, of course, but she admitted that dark magic, such as possession, was far outside her area of expertise. Similarly, the few competent defense against the dark art professors, and, oddly enough, Snape, he had asked lacked the necessary knowledge of human anatomy and healing to be of much assistance. When Harry lamented his struggles to his father, Mr. Potter suggested he write to Healer Rodriguez for advice, which sounded brilliant, but by the time term ended, Hedwig had yet to return with a reply. That was why Harry was both relieved and frustrated to return to Potter Manor for the Christmas holidays. Whilst he was excited at the prospect of 2 weeks of rest, his mind buzzed with theories about John and Ginny's odd affliction. His lack of work left him restless, and his inability to research gave him no way to channel his energy. Fortunately, Grace's presence was an excellent distraction. "I feel like we need to wear something special for such an auspicious occasion," she said on the 3rd day of the Christmas holidays. "White gowns with flower crowns." They were sprawled out across the parlor, waiting for Uncle Sirius to arrive. He had threatened to withhold Christmas gifts if they transformed without him, but he was running later than his letter had promised. Uncle Remus and Mr. Potter were waiting with the impatient teens, seemingly less concerned with Uncle Sirius' tardiness. Harry frowned. "We're not pagans," he reminded her. "There's also about 2 feet of snow outside." Harry's father had considered enlarging the sitting room to allow them space for their transformation, but Acorn had grown anxious at the suggestion. Apparently, she was convinced one of them would turn into a rhino and destroy the china cabinet. To keep the peace, Harry and Grace agreed to transform outside. "That's what warming charms are for," she said. "We're not mixing warming charms with the animagus transformation." Mr. Potter pursed his lips and considered Harry's words. "Theoretically, I can't imagine why it would matter." Theoretically, Cormac McLaggen shouldn't have been able to switch his hands with his feet after attempting to cast a summoning spell. I still had to spend a week fixing him. Harry scowled at the memories. Cormac McLaggen, with his quick temper and idiotic bravado, had earned himself a bad reputation in the hospital wing in the 4 years he had been at Hogwarts. "Did you ever figure out how it had happened?" Uncle Remus asked, a faint smile on his lined and pale face. The full moon was a week away, and his uncle was already beginning to feel its effects. Phileas and Minerva have been debating how he had managed it. "I think it had something to do with the botched Wheatosaurus he had imbibed that day." "He willingly drank Wheatosaurus?" Mr. Potter asked, looking faintly ill. "Wheatosaurus the poison?" "It was for a dare, apparently." Harry sighed and rubbed his hand over his eyes at the memory. "The boy is a menace." "You sound like Severus," Uncle Remus said with a grin. "I'm sure he calls all of us that," Grace replied. Uncle Remus paused as he considered this before slowly shaking his head. "Not necessarily. If you read between the lines, he certainly has, Well, not favorites. But he's quite complimentary of some of you. This was news to Harry and Grace, who exchanged flabbergasted expressions. Like who? Harry asked, shifting closer to Uncle Remus on the couch. I really shouldn't say. It's Professor Uncle Remus Lupin. You're an incurable gossip, Grace interrupted. Don't you dare find a conscience now. Uncle Remus blushed. I am no such thing. Mr. Potter snorted. Yes, you are. Now, who are Snape's favorite students? I bet Cedric's one of them, Grace said. He's everyone's favorite. He's certainly less maligned than others, Uncle Remus agreed, then froze as he realized what he had said. After a second of consideration, he slumped back against the cushions and sighed. George Weasley is adept at brewing, although Severus thinks his twin is ruining his potential. Justin Finch Fletchley is the best brewer in the 3rd year, and he thinks Harry could make for a decent potioneer if he didn't waste his time with healing. He would like you more, Grace, if you would stop talking during lessons. I'm paired with Cho Chang, Grace cried. You can't not talk to Cho Chang. She's the coolest girl in 4th year. Their conversation was cut short by the sound of wind chimes as the security charms at the gates were tripped. Harry stilled at the sound and shot an anxious glance at his father. It was rare for anyone who visited Potter Manor to use the main entrance. Those with permission to enter always used the flow. To his surprise, his father merely smiled at the sound and rose to his feet. Shall we, then? He answered none of their questions as he led them onto the front lawn, merely drawing his wand and erecting an intricately carved stone monopteros. His lack of concern was explained shortly when Uncle Sirius came into view, melting a path through the knee-deep snow, and on his arm was Professor McGonagall. Grace gasped, looking slightly ill at the sight of her Transfiguration professor. Harry understood the sentiment. Uncle Remus notwithstanding, there was something inherently wrong about seeing a professor outside of school. Uncle Remus grinned. She was disappointed when you told her she'd miss your first transformation, he explained with a chuckle. Even wrote James a 12-page letter to express her displeasure. I had to invite her, Mr. Potter agreed, conjuring a long stone bench inside the structure and adding a warming charm. She was gutted when she discovered she missed Sirius and my first transformation. She still reminds me, 20 years later. Well, we hardly could have told her, Uncle Sirius added, close enough to join in on the conversation. We were breaking the law. Oh, yeah, Mr. Potter replied with a grin. He jumped the steps of his monopteros and landed in front of Professor McGonagall, planting a noisy key on her cheek. Glad you could join us, Minnie. Perhaps it was merely the cold weather, but Harry swore he saw her blush. Minerva is just fine, she said with an exasperated yet fond tone. Clearly, this was not the first time she had issued the correction. After she was settled on a bench, she turned to the two still gawking teens. No Mr. Diggory? She asked. Grace recovered first and shook her head. Mrs. Diggory wouldn't let him come. All of his weird relatives are visiting. Nobody corrected this rude description. After all, Cedric did have a lot of weird relatives. Amos Diggory looked positively ordinary compared to his brother's family, who were all circus performers, and his sister, who sold recreational potions. Professor McGonagall nodded thoughtfully. And where is John? The boy in question nearly fell out of the sky, his hair windswept and his firebolt tucked under his arm. Present. Harry sighed. I didn't realize this would be such a spectator event. Do you think we have enough people? The Weasleys, perhaps, Grace suggested, seemingly less bothered by the rapidly growing crowd. John shook his head. Bill got in this morning and isn't keen to travel. They did send their predictions along, however. He thrust his hand into his pocket and withdrew a crumpled-up piece of parchment. Percy suggested that Grace would be some sort of canine, particularly one with sharp teeth, and the family mostly agreed. Mrs. Weasley is rooting for an Irish setter. It's the hair, isn't it? Grace said, tugging on a strand of her strawberry bee-owned hair. John smiled but didn't confirm this one way or another. They're less sure of Harry, though. Fred and George are, naturally, sure you'll be a snake. Mr. Weasley disagrees and thinks you'll be a honey badger. Ginny wants you to be a horse, whilst Charlie will be disappointed if you don't have wings. He tucked the letter away. No pressure, of course, but they have a wager going. 5 galleons to whoever gets one correct, and 7 if they get both. Grace nodded. Well, then. I hate to keep them in suspense. She left the warmth of the Monopteros and strode several dozen paces away, where a large circle had been melted in the snow. She stood there for several moments, eyes screwed shut in focus, her wand clutched tightly in her hands. For a moment, nothing happened, and then she began to shrink. Her nose lengthened into a furry snout, and her ears shifted to the top of her head, tipped in black. Fur the exact shade of her hair sprouted all over her body, except for her new paws, which had black socks. In a few seconds, Grace was replaced with a sleek fox, her teeth bared in what might have been a proud grin had she still possessed human teeth. They applauded, and Grace somehow managed to do a backflip. A red fox, Mr. Potter announced after performing an identification spell. He filled out Grace's permit as he mused. I suppose the fur would be her identifying feature? Mr. Potter and Professor McGonagall debated this as Grace returned to her human form, her cheeks flushed and joy glinting in her hazel eyes. Looks like Bill won 5 galleons, John said, making a note on his wager list. Which is odd, considering you've never met. That was amazing. Grace gushed. Growing fur is bizarre, though. You get used to it, Uncle Sirius reassured her as he reached over to muse her hair. Well done. Grace practically glowed with pleasure. Cedric is going to be sorry he missed this. I still stand by my assessment that he'd be a parrot, Harry said. His defining characteristic could be his ability to talk. Grace nodded. He thinks you'll be an owl, she said, garnering vocal disagreements from Harry's family. He certainly won't be a horse, John said, peering down at the Weasleys' guest list. Ginny just likes horses, Harry explained, nervously rising, his wand clutched lightly in his right hand. I know he won't be a stag like James, Uncle Sirius laughed, giving Harry a little push off the Monopteros. Uncle Remus nodded. Harry's too sensible for such a showy form. I think a cat would be suitable, Professor McGonagall said. You would think that, Minnie, Mr. Potter teased before turning his attention to Harry. Whenever you're ready. His heart pounding, Harry trudged towards the clearing in the snow. Standing in the center, he faced his family, eyes shut as he tried to block out external sounds and focus on the strange second heartbeat in his chest. It fluttered like a hummingbird's wing and warmed his chest like tea on a cold day. Release your inner beast, Harry thought, recalling Luna's words as he focused on the strange thrum of magic that filled his body. He relaxed and let the magic wash over his skin, the hair on his arms standing on end. A tingle ran down his spine, and Harry repressed the urge to shiver at the odd sensation, trying to focus on the magic to let it overtake him, to change him, to reshape him too. His limbs shortened, his skin itching as tawny fur sprouted, his field of vision increasing dramatically when his eyes shifted. The world around him grew so loud. He could hear his family's breaths from where he stood. At last, the magical pressure equalized, and he sat, crouched, facing the others, who watched him in stunned silence. Harry shifted, his muscles tensing, ready to spring, the longer they remained quiet. Had he bollocksed the transformation? Or had he become something so hideous he had rendered them speechless? Harry twisted his neck to get a better look at his body, finding long, thin legs and a short white-tipped tail. A loud shout startled Harry so badly that he jumped, quite literally, 10 feet into the air. I could eat you for breakfast, Grace cackled with delight. John was no better, a wide grin splitting his face. You're so cute. Don't change back yet, his father shouted, leaping to his feet. He clearly had interpreted the panic on Harry's new face. We need to figure out your identifying mark. Don't laugh, John, Uncle Remus chastised when his brother joined Grace. He's a bunny rabbit, John exclaimed, as if this was a perfectly reasonable reason to laugh. He's a European hare, Professor McGonagall corrected. Still, she held his registration permit farther up than was strictly necessary for her to record his form, no doubt to hide her grin. Uncle Sirius tilted his head as he considered this. It fits. Quiet, skittish. Harry's father approached, and it took every bit of willpower not to give in to the instinct to bolt. He crouched down in front of him and scrutinized Harry's form closely. He's missing a patch of fur on his forehead, he declared after a moment. It's shaped like his scar. He has a scar? Professor McGonagall asked. His father hummed. It's shaped like a lightning bolt, he explained as he stood back up. You can change back now if you'd like, love. Harry found the reverse process just as disorienting as the initial change. I'm never doing that again, he declared with a scowl. His father grinned. At least you don't have antlers? He suggested sheepishly. It's not that bad. Behind him, Grace and John continued to roar with laughter. Harry's scowl deepened. 2 years of study to turn into a rabbit. What a scam. A hare, his father corrected gently. I'll admit, I was impressed when you jumped. I bet you could clear me. Harry shook his head, unconvinced. At least do it for your transfiguration owl, yeah? His father said, throwing an arm around Harry's shoulders. Harry reluctantly allowed his father to drag him back to the covered shelter. Is the fur as fluffy as it looks? John asked, half amused and half curious. Can I pet you? Harry gave into the juvenile impulse to kick his brother in the shin when their father's back was turned. John, stop teasing your brother, Mr. Potter said, ignoring John's yelp of pain. But the sound of wind chimes drifted over the grounds of Potter Manor, and everyone froze. Were you expecting anyone else? Uncle Sirius asked Mr. Potter, rising to his feet. Mr. Potter shook his head, all traces of amusement gone from his face. Children, go inside. Harry didn't question the order and grabbed Grace by the arm, bodily dragging her back towards the house. John trotted after them, his lips pursed with worry. Is everything all right? Grace asked, picking up on the tense atmosphere and foregoing her usual smartass remarks. Do you think it's Pettigrew? John asked. Harry considered this before shaking his head. Nobody had seen his former uncle since he disappeared from Azkaban, but he found it unlikely that he'd show up at Potter Manor. If Harry were him, he'd rather face the Dementors than his father's wrath any day. Probably just someone from. Harry trailed off, not entirely sure who would be visiting them. Potter Manor was hidden behind dozens of layers of protective enchantments, many of which were of his father's own design. Nobody simply stumbled upon their home, not without a personal invitation. Whoever was at the gates was either insanely magically powerful or incredibly determined. Should we go to the panic room? John asked when they slipped into the entrance hall. Harry considered this. If we see Spellfire, he agreed. Grace looked at him as if he had grown a second head. They hurried into the parlor, and Harry instructed John and Grace to hide in the far corner of the room, which they did without arguing. Harry peered through one of the windows that overlooked the front lawn, watching his father, uncles, and Professor McGonagall approach the gates. Harry narrated their movements, nearly sagging in relief when the adults began to return to the house. McGonagall is leaving, but someone's with them. Who? John asked, appearing at his side. I don't know, Harry said softly, his gut twisting with nerves. The newcomer stood out against the white snow with their shock of red hair and spring green robes. They were noticeably shorter than Harry's father and uncles, and as they approached, he realized that the newcomer was a woman. Harry's eyebrows raised even further when he didn't recognize the woman. Why was she here? Grace wedged herself between the brothers, standing on her toes to get a better look. They look serious, she noted. Do you think something's happened? They didn't have long to speculate as the group appeared at the entry of the parlor a moment later. The teens stared, wide-eyed and nervous, at the adults, waiting for them to speak first. Grace hadn't been wrong when she said they looked serious. Each adult wore a grim look, their lips pressed together, brows furrowed. Boys, go upstairs, please, Mr. Potter said in a tone that left no room for arguments. Harry and John shot uneasy looks at Grace but complied with their father's request. Before he could get too far, Grace's hand shot out and latched onto Harry's arm. She gripped it so tightly that Harry was sure it would bruise. Perhaps it's best if her friend stays, the woman suggested in a solemn tone incongruous with her high-pitched voice. Miss Cooper, why don't you take a seat? I'd rather stand, Grace replied through gritted teeth. What's happened? Harry watched as his father and uncles ushered John out of the room before returning his gaze to the woman, who had taken a seat on one of the long sofas. She looked even smaller up close, though perhaps it was the large, owlish glasses that obscured half of her face and made her look younger than she was. Please sit, Miss Cooper, the woman insisted. We shouldn't have this discussion standing. Who are you? Grace snapped. Her face was flushed with anger. What do you want? The woman sighed. My name is Felicity Onions, she said in her girlish voice, and I am a representative from the Department of Magical Minors and Welfare. Grace watched her through narrowed eyes. It's my mother, isn't it? She asked. Is she ill? Ms. Onions cleared her throat, his brown eyes full of undeniable sympathy. We've been informed by the Albanian ministry that your mother was found dead this morning. The words were swift and tough, although there was hardly a good way to inform someone of the death of a loved one. All of the color left Grace's face. Dead? She asked, her voice coming out in a croak. She turned to look at Harry, dozens of emotions playing across her face. Panic, confusion, anger, pleading, and then, nothing. It was as if bees had taken up residence in Harry's body, making him feel tingly and lightheaded. A mixture of shock and a lack of oxygen, no doubt. He took a deep breath and shook his head. Now was not the time to freak out. Grace needed him. The ministry? Harry asked when it became clear Grace wasn't going to speak. Ours or the Muggle ministry? Ms. Onions shook her head gravely. Aurors responded to a disturbance near Theth shortly before dawn this morning. Dr. Cooper was found inside, most likely the victim of the killing curse. Grace's movements were stiff as her head swiveled between Harry and the ministry official. Dead? She whispered. Ms. Onions continued to talk, but Harry didn't absorb a word of it. Neither did Grace, whose skin had turned ashen and waxy. Harry managed to catch Grace before she hit the floor. Within an hour of learning the news of Dr. Cooper's death, the perimeter charms of Potter Manor were set off again. Harry was too busy caring for Grace to pay it much attention, so he was startled when his father knocked on the door to Grace's bedroom sometime later. Grace, there are people here who want to see you, his father said in a gentle voice. Grace let out a hiccuping laugh that held no humor. Let me guess, my grandparents are dead too? The sound was a terrible, grating thing that had Harry resuming his gentle caresses of her hair, at a complete loss of how to fix this situation. I haven't seen anything like that. Harry nearly jumped out of his skin at the unexpected voice and spun around to find Teddy peeking around the doorframe. What are you doing here? He asked. Teddy gave him a sad little smile. I saw Grace needed us, he replied, jerking his chin over his shoulder. I brought jelly slugs if you wanted any, Grace. Grace raised her head from Harry's shoulder to face the door. I'm not really hungry at the moment, Teddy. He shrugged. Doesn't mean you shouldn't eat anything. Without waiting for an invitation, Teddy ducked under Harry's father's arm and strolled into the bedroom. A second later, Cedric and Marcus followed in. Wow, you really rallied the troops, Grace drawled, though her voice was faint and her words lacked their usual acrid bite. When Cedric crawled onto the bed and pulled her into his arms, Grace went willingly. I should become an orphan more often. Marcus sighed and dropped into one of the chairs by the fire, and Harry moved to join him. Who's going to take you in? Gee, Marcus, Grace began. I hadn't really thought about it. I only found out that my mum was dead a few hours ago, you see. You need to start thinking about it, he replied, unimpressed with her sarcasm. You don't have the luxury of despair at the moment. Wow, you really know how to comfort a girl. What do you want me to say, Grace? I'm sorry your mum's dead? That's as obvious as it is pointless. Nothing we can say will make this better for you. Grace was silent for a moment before murmuring softly, No, there isn't. She gathered her thoughts for a moment before looking up at Marcus through tear-stained lashes. What's going to happen to me? My grandparents, my aunties and uncles. They're all muggles. They don't know about any of this stuff. Marcus let out a heavy sigh. The ministry will inform whoever gains custody of you of our world, he explained. They'll know that you're a witch and that they can't tell anyone. What if they don't want me to return to Hogwarts? It was Teddy who responded with an emphatic shake of his head. They can't stop you from learning magic. They're going to pass a new law that forbids Muggle parents from denying Muggle-borns an education. Harry looked over at Teddy in alarm. That's actually going to make it through the Wizengamot? Harry had heard of this proposed law, of course. Anybody who read the Daily Prophet past the first page was familiar with the Muggle-Born Protection Act. But last he had heard, the proposed laws hadn't gained much support since Arthur Weasley had proposed it last year. Teddy shrugged. It's a good thing, isn't it? Otherwise, Grace's grandparents could pull her out of Hogwarts. She deserves to learn magic just as much as we do. When Teddy said it like that, the Muggle-born Protection Act sounded like a great idea. Still, something twisted in Harry's gut, although he couldn't pinpoint why. "There's time to figure that out later," Cedric said, redirecting the conversation back to Grace. "Is there anything we can do right now?" Harry saw tears fill Grace's eyes in the split second it took for her to duck her head. "I don't know," she admitted. "It doesn't really feel real yet." They sat silently for a long time, only speaking to thank Acorn when she brought up a tea tray. She watched them with a stern eye until all of them drank at least one cup before departing with a small pop. "I thought magic would." She trailed off and stared at her hands in her lap. "It's not supposed to be like this. Magic shouldn't hurt people. It's magic." There was something so heartbreakingly young about her voice. Like a child who just found out Father Christmas didn't exist. "We don't live in a fairy tale, Grace. No matter how much it might seem like it from your perspective. People are still shitty, with or without magic," Marcus said. "I think magic makes it worse, sometimes," Teddy added. "You lot are so morbid," Cedric tutted. "Yes, people can be cruel. But people can also be kind. I mean, look at Harry." He gestured needlessly at Harry. "You watched your mum murdered in front of you. You could have taken your anger out on the world, and nobody would have blamed you. Instead, you're studying to become a healer, so you can help people. And Teddy, you were raised to believe that people like Grace and Dr. Cooper were the scum of the earth. And yet you snuck out of your house and brought us here because you knew Grace needed us." A delicate blush spread across Teddy's cheeks, and he ducked his head. "It's not that big of a deal." "It is," Cedric insisted. "Just like it's a big deal that Marcus has looked out for all of us for years. We didn't even have to ask, and he's taken care of us." "You make me sound far more altruistic than I am," Marcus replied, his voice gruffer than usual. "Harry was a titchy little thing, and I didn't want to lose my seeker." Cedric rolled his eyes. "Can none of you take a compliment?" "No," Teddy and Marcus replied together. "Perhaps if your comments were less sentimental," Harry suggested. Cedric rolled his eyes again and waved away Harry's suggestion. Yes, the big scary Slytherins prefer to have their achievements complimented rather than their character. My point still stands." He turned his attention back to Grace, his eyes full of earnestness and compassion. "Yes, the wizarding world has issues. Just like the Muggle world. Don't let your anger make you so bitter that you forget that there are still things left to love around you." The five friends sat in silence at the end of Cedric's impassioned speech, no one knowing quite what to say. "That was the cheesiest thing I've ever heard," Grace said at last. For his part, Cedric didn't seem too offended. He simply grinned and planted a noisy key on Grace's cheek. "I'm your token Hufflepuff, love. It's in the job description." Harry wished with all his heart that their vigil that night would have been enough to help Grace. It wasn't, of course. The power of friendship couldn't heal the agony of losing a parent. In fact, the weeks that followed were some of the hardest trials their friendship faced. Between attending meetings with the Magical Welfare Office, arranging funeral plans, and setting her mother's affairs in order, Grace lashed out at Harry in anger, burst into tears that Cedric couldn't console, and was generally an unpleasant person to be around. Still, Teddy snuck out of his house a week later, dodging his father, who would be furious to know his son was attending a Muggle's funeral. Marcus was ready with a steady hand and practical advice that often wasn't nice or pleasant but was always what Grace needed to hear. And through it all, Harry and Cedric never strayed far from her side, ready to support Grace when it felt like the world was crashing down around her. "How the hell did you get out of rounds tonight?" Cedric demanded, towering over Harry. Harry, who had been trying to eat with one hand, dropped the book he was reading into his steak and kidney pie. He scowled and drew his wand to repair the damage. "Madame Pomfrey," he explained, siphoning the gravy off a history of possession and why to avoid it. "She needs me to go to a meeting for her." "What meeting could she possibly need you to attend?" Harry shrugged. "Dumbledore called an emergency staff meeting after dinner," he said. Before cramming the book inside his rucksack, he checked to make sure Medusa hadn't crawled into the bottom. He didn't elaborate. "Yes, but why you?" It was a valid question, and one Harry wasn't entirely sure. "We need more blood replenishing potion, and tonight's the new moon. Either one of us brews it, or we have to beg St. Mungo's for some. Which wasn't about to happen. Not only did they charge wand and broomstick for it, but their potioneers were also incredibly condescending. Harry and Madame Pomfrey would never hear the end of it if they had to ask for help. She said if I went in her place, she'd get me permission to visit the Magical Library of England. The Magical Library of England had the largest collection of books in the British Isles, dating back to before the Roman invasion of Britain. The librarians there dedicated their entire lives to memorizing the contents of merely one row of the thousands of bookshelves. It was the place for research. If you couldn't find the answers to your questions there, you were unlikely to find them anywhere in Western civilization. But unlike most libraries, you couldn't just walk in and grab a book off a shelf. No, to receive permission to even enter the building, you had to do one of two things. The first route was to be awarded a CROWN, which guaranteed acceptance into the library. The other, and perhaps the easier, option was to get 17 people who had access to the library to vouch for you. You're skipping out on rounds tonight so you can go to the library in the future? Cedric said, his voice heavy with disbelief. The Magical Library of England, Harry corrected. Dad got me a library card for Christmas, but after Grace's mum, I haven't had the time to visit yet. What could be so important that you need to leave Hogwarts? Harry would have reminded Cedric about John and Ginny's predicament, but they were in the Great Hall. There were too many ears that might pick up their conversation. It's research for a couple of patients I have, he finally settled on. I'm desperate for answers. Cedric quickly realized what Harry was referring to because his look of annoyance vanished in an instant. Have you heard back from that Rodriguez bloke yet? He asked in a low voice. Harry sighed and nodded. He said he'd look into it. He hadn't heard of anything like this either. Cedric hummed and slid onto the bench beside Harry, absently picking at the dinner roll on his plate. Mum always says you've got a real problem when the books and experts can't help you. His eyes widened after a second, and he turned to Harry. Not that you won't figure it out, of course. I have full faith in your ability to solve impossible problems. Harry gave him a faint smile. As always, I appreciate your support. So, you're infiltrating the staff meeting tonight? Cedric asked, redirecting the conversation to the problem at hand. Sounds like that will be interesting. Do you suppose it will be like seeing animals in their natural habitat? Harry grimaced. I'm not looking forward to it, he admitted, swatting Cedric's hand away when his friend grabbed a nearby fork and attempted to help himself to Harry's dinner. Realistically, I know most of them haven't taught me anything in years. But still, they're my professors, aren't they? I feel like I'm doing something I shouldn't. Cedric considered this for a moment. There are two ways you can go about this, he advised as he attempted to steal Harry's dinner again. The first is to ignore the erumpent in the room and not engage with the other professors. He let out a yelp when Harry stabbed his fork into his wrist. The second is to hop on the erumpent's back and ride it through town. I recommend faking confidence and tricking them into thinking you belong there. That's what usually works for me. It was an odd realization that Cedric wasn't always as confident as he appeared. Harry had always assumed his friend's boldness was attributed to his gregarious nature. To hear Cedric admit that he wasn't always the paragon of self-confidence was oddly endearing. I suppose I should saddle up, then, Harry replied with a wry grin. Cedric whooped with delight and thumped him on the back. Good man. Tell me how it goes. Yeah. I want to know all about the juicy gossip the professors have on us. He used Harry's distraction to attempt to swipe more of Harry's dinner, only to earn a mild stinging hex for his troubles. Harry rolled his eyes. Careful, Seed. You're going to turn into Adrian at this rate. Nobody tops Pusey in gossip. Did you hear he's working with that second-year Gryffindor with the camera to start a school newspaper? I did, Harry said, pursing his lips. Creevy dogged my steps for a week, trying to interview me. How'd that go? I told him that John was much more interesting and would love to be interviewed instead, Harry explained. He's still mad at me. Apparently, Creevy won't leave him alone now. You know, it's moments like this that I am eternally grateful that I'm an only child, Cedric said. Their conversation moved on to more inconsequential topics, like their upcoming OWL exams, which carried them through the rest of dinner, where Cedric finally relented and made up his own plate instead of trying to steal from Harry's, and up to the staff room. They lingered outside for a few minutes before Cedric patted him on the shoulder and left to begin his prefect duties. Ride the Erumpent, Harry muttered to himself. He pushed open the staff room door and strolled in with feigned nonchalance. He dropped his bag on the table and sat beside Professor Flitwick, who didn't look up from the stack of essays he was marking. Still feeling as if he were doing something he shouldn't, Harry pulled out a book on blood curses, buried his nose in it, and tried to blend in with the surroundings. The silence didn't last long. "What are you doing here, Harry?" Harry peered over the top of his book at Uncle Remus, who had taken the seat across from him. "Madame Pomfrey asked me to take notes for her," he explained. "Is she allowed to do that?" Uncle Remus mused, shooting a glance at Professor McGonagall, who shrugged. "He's her apprentice," she replied, as if this settled the matter. Harry wasn't sure how, but the other professors nodded in agreement. "How is that going, Harry?" Professor Sprout asked. Harry forced himself not to startle at the sound of his given name. It was as if he had wandered into a parallel universe where his professors thought of him as an equal rather than a student. "Ride the Erumpent." He smiled and put aside his book. "Madame Pomfrey let me stop a heart yesterday." At their horrified looks, he quickly explained that it was medically necessary and standard procedure for treating manticore stings, which were fatal if the venom wasn't removed in a timely manner. Still, he could tell they were unsettled, so Harry changed the subject to something more conversational. "Chatter in the common room is that you've raided 5 chili peppers," Harry said, turning his attention to Uncle Remus. Uncle Remus stared at him blankly, but Professor Snape choked on his tea. "A5?" Professor Sinistra gasped, swooping out of nowhere, a stunned expression on her face. "What does that mean?" Uncle Remus asked. He shot nervous looks between Snape, Sinistra, and Harry. A grin pulled at Harry's lips. An anonymous group in Slytherin puts out a rating for the most attractive professor. It changes annually, you see, because we get a new defense professor every year. It's been going on since the 70s. Sinistra shot a stunned, disbelieving look at Uncle Remus. "What did I get?" she asked. 4.5. Sinistra gasped. "You're slipping, Aurora," Snape said mildly. Harry pressed his lips together in an effort to contain his grin. He turned his attention back to his uncle, whose ears had turned rather pink. "So, congratulations, is in order, Uncle Remus. You're quite the dish." McGonagall snickered into her tea. "He has grown into a fine man," she agreed. "He's certainly a far cry better than he was at 15, Flitwick added, nodding towards Uncle Remus, who had buried his face in his hands. "All arms and legs, this one." Uncle Remus was spared from further torment by the headmaster, who chose that moment to waltz into the staff room, his lavender robes swishing merrily around his ankles. "Thank you for assembling today. I fear we have much to discuss."
It felt as if he was looking at an entirely different person. There was something in Professor Dumbledore's expression, a hard, flinty look in his eyes that usually held nothing but compassion and good humor. This wasn't the eccentric and whimsical headmaster of Hogwarts. This was the man who defeated Grindelwald. This was the only man that Voldemort feared. The sight of this side of Dumbledore sent a chill down Harry's spine.
A few hours ago, the protective enchantments around Hogwarts were set off. The intruder was successfully repelled, and it is unlikely they will manage to gain access to the grounds. "Was it Flint?" "Almost certainly," Dumbledore replied. "Aurors believe that the traces of magic found at the gates were cast by him, though they couldn't be certain. It appears Flint is now in possession of another wizard's wand." Dumbledore didn't explicitly say it, but everyone knew what that meant for the other person. After all, a wizard didn't just willingly hand over their wand.
"Is the boy in danger?" Snape asked. Dumbledore considered this. Young Mr. Flint remains safe, so long as he remains within the walls of Hogwarts.
Professor Sprout's brow was furrowed, and she shook her head. "He'll be leaving us in less than 2 months, Albus."
"It is unfortunate," Professor Dumbledore agreed, looking every bit of his 112 years. "We can only hope that this matter is resolved by then."
"And what of the other students?" Professor Flitwick asked. Professor Babbling frowned, a biscuit hovering over her cup mid-dunk. "Should we cancel the last Hogsmeade trip?" "I proposed such a course of action this morning," Professor Dumbledore said. "However, the Board of Governors believe there is no credible threat to the students at this time. Minister Fudge agrees and has proposed that the Dementors of Azkaban patrol the village instead." "Surely not," McGonagall shouted. There must be a better option. Aurors, hit wizards even. Anything but those monsters. It's bad enough that the children have to live near them. I agree, Minerva, Dumbledore said. But I have been overruled on the matter. The Hogsmeade trip is to proceed as planned. There was an uproar until Professor Dumbledore lifted a hand to silence them. The best we can do is be prepared, he said gravely. I will make an announcement tonight and inform the students of the situation. We can only hope that our warnings will be enough to dissuade the students from visiting. Harry raised his hand, and the professors looked curiously at him. It occurred to him that he hadn't needed to raise his hand, none of the adults had, and he put it down, blushing. What about the prefects and head students? He asked. What can we do to help? Professor Dumbledore blinked as if the idea of involving the prefects hadn't occurred to him. What do you propose? We could learn the Patronus charm, Harry pointed out. If nothing else, it would guarantee that nobody has a miserable time at Hogsmeade. A titter ran through the room at this, and Uncle Remus coughed. Harry, he said, looking highly uncomfortable. That's an advanced spell. I'd be surprised if even one of you could perform it. Harry pursed his lips. Do you really have so little faith in your teaching abilities, Professor? Eyebrows raised at the blatant disrespect, but Harry pushed on before anyone could reprimand him for it. I think you'd be surprised how much a dedicated person can accomplish. It doesn't hurt to ask them. If they fail, fine. But why not let them fail by their own merits instead of preemptively believing they will? Harry brings up an excellent point, Flitwick said, sending Harry a tiny wink. There is nothing quite like mortal peril to inspire creativity and determination. If that is the case, we should allow all students to learn it, Professor Snape drawled. It was obviously supposed to be a sarcastic comment, but Harry nodded. That's an even better idea. At least students who are old enough to visit Hogsmeade. It gives them a fighting chance if they get too close to a Dementor and can't find someone to help. Snape leveled Harry with a scathing look. You know that is not.
A soft rap on the door cut off Snape's reply. Flitwick swished his wand, and the door swung open to reveal John's pale, blood-splattered face.
What's happened? Harry asked, leaping to his feet before John had a chance to speak. His brother seemed immensely relieved to him and inched farther into the room. I'm looking for Professor McGonagall, he explained faintly. There's a problem in the Gryffindor common room. Are you hurt? Harry asked, scurrying around the table and drawing his wand. Uncle Remus quickly followed, placing a hand under John's elbow when he swayed on his feet.
John looked down at himself, frowning as if he had just realized the state of himself. I should probably mention this isn't my blood. John looked around Harry, who began to siphon the blood from his robes. Professor McGonagall, there's a bit of a situation. Hermione's cat just ate Ron's rat.
It seemed that it would be the end of Ron and Hermione's friendship, and John was caught in the crossfire. And because John spent the next few weeks following him around, Harry, too, was s.ked into the drama. It's not like the rat was special, Hermione grumbled one day in early March. They were sitting in an empty corner of the library, hidden behind silencing charms as Harry attempted to tutor John. Hermione hadn't been invited, but she had tagged along, claiming she could also benefit from Harry's tutelage. After nearly an hour, she had yet to open her potions textbook. He found it over the summer in his garden. Harry looked up sharply from John's essay. That's a horrible thing to say, Hermione. Her expression tightened. Well, it's true. It's just a rat. I don't see why it matters. Because it was his pet, Harry replied. Regardless of your opinion on it, Ron loved Scabbers. Frankly, the fact that you fail to comprehend this is disturbing. Hurt flashed in Hermione's eyes, and she raised her chin in defiance. He didn't even have it for long, she said as if this mattered. You got Crookshanks over the summer halls, didn't you? Harry asked, continuing on before she could reply. By your logic, I should let Medusa kill your cat. Surely, it doesn't matter because you haven't had it that long. Hermione's face flushed. That's completely different. Is it? Harry replied mildly. How? Because, she stuttered, tears filling her eyes. Crookshanks is a cat. They eat rats. He was just doing what cats do. Snakes bite. Harry replied with an apathetic shrug. Medusa's bitten me many times. I guess it's okay for her to attack Crookshanks, then.
Her chair clattered to the ground as she leapt to her feet. We aren't even allowed to have rats as pets. The Hogwarts supply list.
That rule is to stop people from bringing their pet hippogriff to school, Harry said. Small animals such as rats, bats, and snakes are permitted, so long as their owners can control them. Control is the operative word there. I'm astonished McGonagall hasn't sent your cat back home. Crookshanks is a menace, John snapped, and Harry blinked at him in surprise. John rarely took sides in Ron and Hermione's fights. We've told you hundreds of times to keep Crookshanks out of our dormitory. He was just being a cat, Hermione insisted. John shook his head in disgust. Wobbles lived in the same dormitory all year with Scabbers, and not once did we have an issue.
Harry privately thought this was due more to Wobbles' lack of intelligence than evidence that cats and rodents could coexist, but he refrained from commenting.
John stood and began cramming his books inside his school bag. You know what the worst part of this is? We literally just watched Scabbers get torn to shreds, and you can't even get over yourself to apologize. Ron's gutted, and you keep pouring salt in the wound. He stuffed his essay into his textbook. Thanks for your help, Harry. I'll talk to you later. Where are you going? Hermione asked. John paused but didn't bother to turn around. To find Ron. Talk to me when you're ready to apologize. He stormed off without a backwards glance, even when Hermione burst into tears. Harry quietly packed up the quills and ink bottles that John had left behind before conjuring a handkerchief. I think a genuine apology would go a long way, he said, handing it to her. But I didn't do. You might not have killed Scabbers yourself, but your negligence played a role, Harry said firmly. And continuing to invalidate Ron's feelings about the matter doesn't win you any support. My advice? Think long and hard about this from Ron's point of view. Maybe then you'll understand why John just stormed off. He won't forgive me, Hermione whispered, toying with the edge of the handkerchief. Harry considered this for a moment. Are you an only child, Hermione? When she nodded, Harry gave her a sad smile. Look, friends and family fight. That's just what happens in relationships. But if you love and value that relationship, you'll fight for it too. Don't let your fear ruin things for you, yeah? He waved his hand, and his belongings arranged themselves neatly in his school bag. Apologize to Ron, and listen when he speaks. He's mourning the loss of a pet, and he needs a friend. But what if he doesn't accept my apology? Harry sighed and pursed his lips. Then that's his decision. It will hurt like hell, but you'll have to accept it. He slung his bag over his shoulder before leaning forward to chuck her chin. I'll see you round, Hermione. She acknowledged his departure with a forlorn nod, and Harry left her to her thoughts. Professor Snape was marking essays when Harry knocked on the door to his office sometime later. He didn't look up or even acknowledge Harry's presence as he entered the room. After nearly a year of these bi-weekly visits, Snape apparently trusted Harry enough not to disrupt him as he headed to St. Mungo's for his magical therapy appointment. The appointment itself was otherwise unremarkable, although his healer hinted that Harry might be able to graduate from therapy before the summer holidays. This was a particular relief as Harry was the oldest patient in the ward, with the next closest in age being a 6-year-old boy. Initial magical overexposure was an uncommon affliction for children older than 11, as they generally learned to control magic upon entering Hogwarts. He was released a little before lunch, and Harry took a few minutes to grab a quick meal at the canteen before leaving St. Mungo's, not through the flow as he had when he arrived, but through the main entrance. After pausing to stuff his robes into his school bag, Harry stepped onto the streets of Muggle London. He was promptly bowled over by a thick-set man with a walrus mustache, who yelled at him for blocking the pavement and called him a scruffy-headed hooligan. Ignoring the rude man, Harry continued down the street, passing the entrance to the Leaky Cauldron. He briefly considered popping into Diagon Alley. Katie's birthday was rapidly approaching, but between his studies and responsibilities, he hadn't bought her a gift yet, but decided against it. He only had so much time for his errand today, and he didn't want to waste the precious few hours he had before he was required to return to Hogwarts. His destination wasn't too far from the hospital. Soon, Harry found himself standing in front of a small, run-down building wedged between a chippy and a dodgy-looking charity shop. A battered wooden sign shaped like a book was the only indication that there was anything special about the door above which it hung. And indeed, it was a very special place. For behind the weathered, unassuming door lay the magical Library of England. Adrenaline coursing through his veins, Harry stepped up to the door and pressed his library card to the lock. It glowed blue for a moment before Harry heard a faint click, and the door creaked open. The intoxicating smell of parchment, leather, and ink assaulted Harry's nose before he stepped over the threshold. The door opened to a magically enlarged room, 7 stories in height, with balconies overlooking the spacious atrium below. Massive marble pillars carved like phoenixes supported the domed, stained glass ceiling, which created colorful shadows along the walls. Even the floor was beautiful, covered in an intricate mosaic depicting the first library of Alexandria. The air was humid, and Harry paused to remove his thick wool cloak as he passed a reflection pool on his way to the front desk. The librarian, a middle-aged witch with amber woven into her dark braids, looked up at him as he approached. Her robes were made of gauzy seafoam-colored wool, and the letters MLE were embroidered in silver over her heart. "Welcome," the librarian said in a voice that echoed through the atrium. Harry internally cringed at her loudness. Madame Pants would have had measles if this was the Hogwarts library. "What knowledge do you seek, apprentice?" Harry crept up to the desk, which had been carved out of jade and ebony. "Healing," he replied. The librarian quirked a tiny smile. "I assumed as much," she replied, nodding to Harry's white apprentice robes. She reached below her desk and pulled out a book as thick as Harry's head. The table shook when she dropped it in front of her. "Of which sort?" Harry bit his lip and pushed through his embarrassment, describing the research he was conducting. The woman hummed thoughtfully as he spoke, flipping through her book and scribbling numbers down on a piece of parchment. "The healing department is on level 2. The librarians there will be able to assist you further." She handed the piece of parchment to Harry, along with a library map. "Summoning charms are strictly prohibited, and if you need copies of pages, please do not use a duplication charm. A librarian will assist you instead." Harry nodded and scurried up the marble steps to the second floor. He passed few people as he wandered through the corridors, which made sense, given the library's massive footprint and exclusive nature. Still, the library was peaceful rather than eerie despite its lack of patrons. Had he not been in a hurry, Harry would have dearly enjoyed exploring the library more. After referencing the map several dozen times, Harry finally stumbled across the gilded door of the healing department, which opened into a large round room. 7 archways lined the walls, revealing 7 cavernous rooms filled with bookshelves. The center of this atrium held an information desk, where 2 librarians wearing identical seafoam robes argued. "No, no, no," a balding wizard snapped to his coworker. "You can't put mind-healing books there. You'll hurt their feelings." His much younger coworker threw her hands up in the air. "Well, where else am I supposed to put them? The books on stomach ailments kept trying to eat them." "We'll discuss this later," the man said to his colleague after catching sight of Harry hovering awkwardly by the door. He held out his hand and waved Harry forward. "What do you seek?" Harry handed the parchment to the librarians, who bowed their heads together to read it. He wasn't sure what information they had managed to glean from the string of numbers on the parchment, but he managed to catch snippets of their muttered conversation such as, "residual dark magic," and "stack 8," and "who the hell is this kid?" "How old are you?" the woman asked, looking up at him after a moment. "He's an apprentice," the man said. "Why does it matter?" "Because I don't feel right giving a kid this information." The man leveled a nasty glare at her. "That's not your job to decide, Carmichael," he snapped before turning back to Harry. "Do you know what caused your patient's possession?" Harry blinked, though he really shouldn't have been surprised. The librarians were renowned for a reason. "A cursed object," Harry explained as vaguely as possible. For obvious reasons, he decided to leave out that it had once belonged to Voldemort. Not only could it cause a panic if that information got out, but it could cause problems for John and Ginny too. "We're not familiar with the curse." "Was the possession longer than a month?" When Harry nodded, the man hummed thoughtfully. "I'll have a librarian in charge of soul healing look for something. But without knowing which curse was used, I'm not sure how helpful it will be." He grabbed a quill and scribbled on Harry's parchment before shoving at Carmichael. "Take this to Douglas and see what he can make of it." Carmichael didn't look pleased with the task, but she nodded and departed without another word. "Is there anything else you seek?" The words were said with polite disinterest, as if the librarian couldn't care less what Harry wanted to read. The lack of a judgmental tone set Harry at ease, and he nodded. Blood curses, he said. Specifically, lycanthropy and inherited curses. Would you like information about blood adoptions, blood rituals, or containment wards as well? That would be nice. The librarian nodded and jotted down a note on a scrap of parchment. I'll have it along. Please proceed to Reading Room Pi. Roger, Desk 8. Eating, drinking, and whistling are strictly prohibited in the reading rooms. He didn't wait for Harry to reply before scurrying off through an arch on the left. With little else to do, Harry followed his instructions and made his way to the reading room. By the time he arrived, several wrong turns and 20 minutes later, a tall stack of books was waiting for him at his assigned desk. Harry checked his watch before plucking a book titled When Souls Linger off the top of the pile and began to read. He fell into a comfortable rhythm of reading, taking notes, and keeping an eye on the time, managing to skim through 6 of the books in just over an hour. Whilst interesting, none of them held the information he was seeking. This might have discouraged him had new books not appeared in his to-be-read pile every time he discarded a book. Can you actually read that fast? Harry jumped in his seat and accidentally snapped his quill, sending ink splatters across his notes. He swore under his breath and tapped the parchment before the ink had time to ruin his research. When he was done, he turned to glare at the man who had interrupted him, only to shrink back when he took in the man's grizzled appearance. The first thing Harry noticed was the man's mismatched eyes. One was small and dark whilst the other was clearly magic as it swiveled around in its socket. His appearance didn't improve once Harry managed to tear his eyes away from the sight. A web of scars crisscrossed the man's face, and a large portion of his nose was missing. He was also missing a leg, which had been replaced by a wooden prosthetic that ended in a clawed foot. "You're Potter's boy, aren't you?" the man said in a low growl. "The name's Moody." Harry had never met the man before, but Auror Moody's reputation preceded him. He was just as intimidating as the rumors suggested. Silently, Harry nodded, unable to find his voice. Moody grunted and reached past Harry, plucking a book off the top of his stack. "Cursed Objects That You Should Definitely Not Try to Make. An Illustrated Guide," the man read aloud. A horrible silence lingered between them before Moody fixed both of his eyes on Harry. "I don't need to worry about you, do I?" When Harry shook his head, Moody's scowl deepened. "Speak up," he barked. It took Harry several embarrassing moments of swallowing and gasping before he managed to rasp out. "It's for a patient," he explained, gesturing to his apprentice robes. They had a run-in with a cursed object. Moody pursed his lips, his scrutinizing gaze darting between the book and Harry. "What kind of curse?" "We don't know," he admitted. "The object was destroyed before it could be inspected." "With what?" "A basilisk fang." Moody harumphed. "That would do it," he muttered, thumbing through the pages of Harry's book. "Where did it come from?" "The basilisk fang. The cursed object, you dolt," Moody snapped in a voice that suggested he would have been much louder had they not been in the middle of a library. He paused, then, considering Harry's words, before giving him another scrutinizing look. "Where did you get a basilisk fang?" Despite the intensity of Moody's gaze, Harry couldn't help but smile. "From a basilisk." Moody rolled his eyes, the blue one spinning wildly in its socket. "Yeah," he grunted. "You're Potter's brat, all right." He scowled again and dropped Harry's book back on the stack. "And this cursed objected caused a possession?" he asked. Harry spluttered, caught off guard, before nodding mutely. "How did you know?" Moody gave him the closest approximation of a grin as his gnarled face would permit. It sent a shiver of panic down Harry's spine. "I'm not a bad Auror, Potter," Moody said, nodding to the stack of books on Harry's desk. "I can put 2 and 2 together." "Right," Harry muttered, feeling his face flush. Throwing caution to the wind, Harry laid out his dilemma in the simplest terms possible, making sure to leave John's, Ginny's, and Voldemort's names out of the explanation. "Have you heard of anything like that?" Moody's eyes narrowed, and he shook his head slowly. "Sounds ruddy dangerous," he growled. "I'll look into it." He stomped off without waiting for Harry's reply, leaving the teen flustered and confused at the abrupt departure. After casting a quick reparo on his broken quill, Harry returned to his research. He spent the next several hours flipping through the seemingly endless stack of books, learning dozens of new spells and healing methods. None of them, however, pertained to his unique inquiry. Finally, after his stomach gave too many pained and noisy grumbles, Harry tossed down his quill and decided to call it a day. He tried not to feel too disheartened as he packed up his belongings, but it was difficult. After 6 hours and countless rare books, Harry still hadn't found what he was looking for. He'd come back later, Harry decided as he checked out of the reading room. It wasn't like the books were going anywhere. He quickly walked to the atrium, where the librarian at the front desk directed him to the fireplace. "You are late," Snape snapped when Harry tripped on the Persian carpet as he stumbled out of the flow. Harry kept his face a blank mask and refrained from rolling his eyes. According to his watch, he was 5 minutes early from his 5 o'clock curfew. Not that he would remind Snape as much. "Forgive me, Professor," he replied. "It won't happen again." Snape scowled. "See that it doesn't," he replied. He shot a spell at the fireplace, and the flames turned blue as the fireplace was disconnected from the flow network. "Off to dinner, then." Harry bowed his head and trotted a safe distance behind Snape, following the man up to the Great Hall. He slid into a seat between Grace and Marcus when he reached the Slytherin table, murmuring greetings to his friends as he fixed a plate of food. "Harry," Grace began, "convince this numpty to join us tonight." Marcus rolled his eyes. "I've got better things to do." "Better people to do, more like it," Teddy muttered. After several declined invitations to join them in Hogsmeade, Teddy was convinced that Marcus had a secret girlfriend. Whenever Harry reminded Teddy that Marcus's homicidal maniac of a father was prowling around, Teddy gave him a suspicious look, as if he wondered if Harry was in on the secret too. Marcus shot a spell at Teddy's plate, causing his mashed potatoes to erupt, then learn a useless piece of magic. "The Patronus charm isn't useless," Grace cried. "Not with Dementors prowling around Hogsmeade." "I'm not going to Hogsmeade," Marcus reminded her in a tone that suggested that he'd said this sentence several times already. "It's the last Hogsmeade trip of the term," Grace reminded him. "The last one before you leave Hogwarts," Teddy added, scowling as he continued to attempt to remove the mashed potatoes from his hair. "The last visit with all of us." "I'm not putting everyone in danger by being there," Marcus snarled. "Besides, I've got other plans for the day." "Hot date?" Grace drawled, arching an eyebrow. To their surprise, Marcus blushed. "Hardly," he said in a gruff voice. "I'm meeting with." When they continued to stare at him, he sighed and stabbed his roast chicken with his fork. "I'm being signed with the Falmouth Falcons. Just a reserve chaser, but..." He said this in such a low, rushed grumble that it took them a few seconds to interpret his words. "You kept that quiet," Grace exclaimed. "Teddy, why didn't you?" "For the love of Merlin, that's not how my visions work." "Congratulations, Marcus," Harry said loudly enough to drown out Teddy and Grace's argument. "Why didn't you tell us?" Grace demanded, rejoining their conversation. "How long have you known for?" Marcus shrugged, the tips of his ears Arlette. "Found out last week. I didn't want to jinx it." "We'll have to celebrate," Grace said. "After we get back from Hogsmeade. We'll meet in the study." Marcus pursed his lips. "Maybe we could have it somewhere else?" he suggested, "so we can invite others?" "Like the Quidditch team?" Harry asked. "Minus Malfoy, I hope." Marcus glanced away, staring across the Great Hall. "The team, yeah," he grunted. "So, if you're planning on leaving Hogwarts for the day," Teddy began, looking hopeful, "that means you should learn the Patronus charm with us tonight, for safety." Marcus rolled his eyes and shook his head. "I have NEWTs next month." "You've already got a job lined up," Grace reminded him. "Who cares about exams when you're playing professional Quidditch?" "Being able to perform the Patronus charm will look great for your defense practical," Harry added. Marcus groaned and shot Harry a betrayed look. "I'm not going to fail because you've learned how to cast a Patronus," Harry finished with a decisive nod. "I'm glad you've seen reason. So, you'll be joining us, then?" Marcus's shoulders slumped in defeat, and he turned back to his dinner without another word. The others also returned to their meals, chatting quietly over the growing din of the Great Hall. Around them, they caught snippets of conversations, all of which pertained to the Patronus lesson that the professors would be conducting after dinner. What started as a suggestion to teach older students quickly ballooned into a school-wide event. 1st and 7th years alike were caught up in the excitement as they wondered who would get their Patronus and what shape it would take. After the dessert was cleared from the tables, Professor Dumbledore stood at last and addressed them. He peered over the top of his half-moon spectacles in what was supposed to be a grandfatherly gesture, but Harry thought it was ruined by the hard, intense look in his blue eyes. Now that you have all been fed and watered, he began in a soft, conversational voice that carried over the hushed room. It is time for the event you all have been waiting for. In a few short moments, I will turn you over to Professor Lupin, who has agreed to teach you the Patronus charm. He paused and waited for the excited titters to dissipate before continuing. This is, of course, incredibly advanced magic. Indeed, many grown witches and wizards have never successfully cast the spell. However, I urge you not to let this discourage you. He paused again and surveyed the crowd of students, and for the briefest of moments, Harry could have sworn that the headmaster looked directly at him. I have recently been reminded that young people are far more capable than we adults give you credit for. That is why I will award each student who successfully casts a corporeal Patronus 100 points. If Professor Dumbledore said anything after that, Harry couldn't hear it over the shouts of excitement that filled the room. It took several minutes for the students to calm down, giving the other professors plenty of time to clear away the dining tables and benches. At last, Uncle Remus stepped forward to begin the lesson. It was interesting watching Uncle Remus teach. Harry knew he could, of course, considering the man had tutored Harry and John for years before they left for Hogwarts. But tutoring them in the library of Potter Manor was quite a bit different than teaching 100 excitable children. Uncle Remus was undeniably charismatic, able to hold everyone's attention despite speaking in a soft voice. Now I want you to think of a memory, Uncle Remus said after explaining the mechanics of the Patronus charm. A happy memory. Remember how you felt at that moment in time, and let that happiness fill you once again. Concentrate on it and hold on tight to the feeling. And when you are ready, raise your wand and say the incantation. Within seconds of Uncle Remus falling silent, there were shouts of Expecto Patronum filling the great hall. Unsurprisingly, none of them succeeded. The failures didn't seem to deter them, however. Soon enough, it was difficult to think over the shouts of the other students. Uncle Remus and some of the other professors patrolled the crowd, offering pointers and encouragement to the students. Percy Weasley was the first to successfully cast a Patronus, earning Gryffindor 100 points for the shimmering beaver that scurried through the air. Harry tried to tune out the noise and turned his thoughts inward, searching for a suitable memory. He had happy memories, of course. From getting his Hogwarts letter to winning the Quidditch Cup to Madame Pomfrey giving him his apprentice robes to hours spent with Katie, he knew he had no lack of happiness in his life. Still, none of them felt right. None of the memories incited an intense feeling of happiness in him, one that he could grab onto and relieve again and again. A roar of excitement ripped through the great hall as John cast a Patronus, a magnificent stag that galloped through the crowd, tossing its head like Harry had seen his father do on more than one occasion. Giving up already, Potter? Harry glanced up at Professor Snape, who hovered behind him, a pointed expression on his sallow face. He shook his head. Just thinking, Professor. Has your pampered life been so dreadful you cannot think of a single happy memory? Snape drawled. He raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes flickering towards John's stag, which continued to prance around the room. Or are you too afraid to be shown up by your brother? Harry merely smiled. After dealing with Snape for over 4 years, he knew better than to rise to his baiting. I simply want to find the perfect memory. I wouldn't want to waste my energy on anything less. They paused to clap politely for Astoria Greengrass, whose elephant Patronus sent students nearest scattering in panic. This was a great idea, Harry said mildly. Are you congratulating yourself for thinking of it? Not at all, Harry replied. I'm congratulating you. You're the one who championed for the rest of the school to learn the charm. I only considered the prefects. Harry bit his lips to stop himself from laughing as Snape's expression darkened, and the potion's master stomped off to terrorize some other student. Harry grinned and returned to his introspection, idly watching as more and more Patronus lit up the great hall. A swan, a Saint Bernard, a kimono dragon, a hummingbird, and an orca joined the growing menagerie of animals. The excitement in the room was palpable, and the literal manifestations of happiness only added to the feeling. Harry made eye contact with Cedric, who had already managed a shield-like incorporeal Patronus, the pearly light making his gray eyes glow almost silver. Cedric winked, and a moment later, a badger erupted out of his wand. It disappeared quickly when Cedric's concentration was broken by the dozens of friends who thumped him on the back and congratulated him. It was at that moment that Harry knew precisely which memory to use. It was him at 11 years old, feeling awkward and uncomfortable in his own skin. He had been sitting in charms class and had just shot his feather into the ceiling, all without uttering a single word. And then the boy sitting next to him stuck out his hand to shake. Harry remembered how he had looked at him, not with contempt or disgust or hatred, but with kind, polite, earnest sincerity, as he introduced himself, "Cedric Diggory. It's nice to meet you." The warmth of the mere memory of the smile filled Harry's body, his nerves tingling as if they had been electrocuted. That had been the first time anyone had willingly spoken to him in months. That was the first time he had ever made a friend. Raising his wand at last, Harry thought, "Expecto Patronum." Harry didn't hear when he was awarded 100 points for Slytherin. He was too busy basking in the excitement and joy of his accomplishment, watching as his snake Patronus wiggled through the air, twisting its head like Medusa did when someone complimented her on her scales. By the end of March, 17 students, ranging from 2nd year to 7th, were able to perform a Patronus. The 4 giant hourglasses in the entrance hall each displayed an obscene amount of high house points, the likes of which Hogwarts hadn't seen for nearly 80 years. It had also become the closest competition that Hogwarts had seen in some time. The leader changed hourly, and the students felt intense pressure to earn as many points as possible. They studied more, their schoolwork was completed the day it was assigned, and rule-breaking had become non-existent as they were terrified to lose any points that could jeopardize the House Cup. Harry privately wondered if Dumbledore had planned for this to happen. Not that Harry was complaining. With the students being so well behaved, he had more time to study for his upcoming exams. In fact, other than settling a squabble in the second-year boys' dormitory in April, Harry's prefect duties were hardly the time drain they tended to be. That was why Harry grew nervous as May approached. Things were going a little too well, and he kept waiting for something to go wrong. Madame Pomfrey had rolled her eyes and told him that he was being ridiculous and to focus on his upcoming Year 2 apprentice exams. Marcus was similarly unhelpful and told him to focus on winning him his last Hogwarts Quidditch Cup. Harry considered talking to Uncle Remus about his growing apprehension but quickly brushed the idea away, knowing that his uncle would try to turn his venting into a mind-healing session. And Katie, well, Harry wasn't going to burden her with his troubles anymore. It had started on her birthday, of all days. Harry had awoken at 5 in the morning to prepare for the day, foregoing his usual early morning study session. Her present had arrived the night before, and he neatly wrapped it with a flick of his wand. It wasn't much, just a pair of Quidditch gloves and the newest book by her favorite author. But Katie wasn't one for gifts. She much preferred spending time together over receiving gifts. That was why he had waited outside the Gryffindor dormitory the morning of her birthday with a food hamper by his feet. "I hope you're not opposed to skipping breakfast this morning," Harry said, dotting Katie's cheek when she clambered out of the portrait hole. Katie shook her head and waved Alicia Spinnet, "Not at all." There was something in her voice that gave Harry pause. "Is everything all right?" Katie shook her head again and started down the corridor. "Where were you planning to have breakfast?" Harry fell into step beside her. "The beech tree by the lake. It should be warm enough, but if it's not, I've got a blanket and warming charms are easy. Are you sure everything is all right?" Katie sighed heavily. "I'm fine, Harry. Harry waited patiently as she organized her thoughts, which took far longer than he had expected. By the time they reached the lake and laid out their breakfast spread, she still hadn't explained what was bothering her. "Have I upset you?" Harry asked quietly. "No, yes. I don't know," Katie replied, staring into her mug of pumpkin juice. When she finally looked up, Harry was surprised to see tears in her eyes. "Why didn't you tell me that you had another research paper published?" Whatever Harry had been expecting, it wasn't that. He frowned and reached forward to touch Katie's arm. His heart sank when she moved out of his reach. "I didn't think it was that important," he said. "And yet it's being hailed as groundbreaking research in healing and geomancy magics," she snapped, her voice catching. The prophet is talking about an order of Merlin. For my father, Harry stressed. Not me. He did all of the work. This was an oversimplification of what had happened. In truth, it had been Harry's idea to create a new way to regrow bones, inspired by John's unfortunate run-in with the Rouge Bludger the previous year. Whilst simple breaks were easy enough to fix, more complex fractures required vanishing and regrowing the bone, an agonizing process that could take several days. This wasn't a problem in an arm or a leg, but fixing a spine or a skull was far more complicated. In almost every situation, healers couldn't save patients with traumatic damage done to their axial skeletons. But then Grace had mentioned how Muggles were able to replace bones with metal implants, and Harry began brainstorming ways to utilize it in healing. When he realized he was far out of his depth, he enlisted the help of his father, who specialized in geomancy. After that, Harry had very little to do with the complex calculations and difficult transfigurations his father performed in order to make the idea come to life. But after nearly a year of research and experiments, his father had figured out how to transfigure human bone shards into titanium metal, which could be used to rebuild the damaged skeleton. The process wasn't without risks, and it wasn't perfect. It couldn't regrow amputated limbs, and the addition of metal changed the body's density, making it impossible to ever ride a broom again. But if a healer could assist the patient in time, it could do what had once been impossible. The spell had already been used to heal a witch in Japan whose spine had been crushed during a landslide. His father deserved every bit of recognition he received for his hard work, and Harry couldn't be more proud of what they had accomplished. Their spell was saving lives. But his reply was apparently the wrong thing to say. Katie's tan skin flushed with anger, and she rubbed the tears out of her eyes. "You still didn't tell me that you were helping," she snapped. "I'm sorry," he said, chest constricting at the sight of her tears. He had made her cry. He scooted over to her side and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "I didn't think it was important." A strangled laugh tore through Katie's throat. "That's the problem," she said, and Harry was alarmed by the utter defeat she heard in her words. "You never tell me anything." Harry pursed his lips. "That's not true," he said. "I tell you loads of things." Katie shook her head. "Not important things. My role in the research was minimal. Dad was generous to add me as a co-author," Harry reminded her, struggling to rein in his temper. "And I do tell you things. I told you that I completed my animagus transformation, which you refused to show me. And I tell you about," Harry trailed off, trying to think. Despite his ongoing research and studies, his life wasn't all that interesting. What was there to tell Katie? "Whenever you ask about my day, I always tell you. I don't try to hide anything." Katie fixed him with a look that was half angry, half pitying. It made his stomach drop. "That's not what I mean. You never talk to me. I don't care about you treating someone in the hospital wing. I care that you aren't sharing important life events with me. That you never tell me how you're feeling." "I do," Harry cried. "When you lost your head over the Dementor back in December, you didn't talk to me about that." "It wasn't important," he insisted. "I'm sorry if that upset you, but..." "It only upset me because you were so clearly upset," she said. "I was upset that you couldn't trust me enough to let me help you." "I didn't need help." "Oh, so Professor Lupin didn't have to drag you back to the castle?" Katie asked with a hard, sarcastic edge to her voice. "You do stuff like this all the time. You bury everything inside of you, and you won't let me help. I feel like an outsider, watching you suffer in silence." "I'm not suffering," Harry said. "I'm perfectly fine." Katie let out another strangled laugh. "There you go again, pushing me away, refusing to engage in the slightest emotional." "What do you want me to say, Katie?" Harry snapped. "Do you want me to cry to you about how I'm forced to listen to my mother be murdered every time I get close to a Dementor? Do you want me to tell you all about how terrified I am that Marcus will be murdered by his father the second he leaves Hogwarts? Or should I talk about how my dad's former friend, the man who sold my family out to Voldemort, escaped from Azkaban and is still at large?"
Katie's face had drained of color, and she opened her mouth to say something, but Harry cut her off. It was as if a dam had broken inside him, and every worry he had rushed out of his mouth. And once the words had started, he couldn't stop them. "Do you want me to explain the stress I'm under because of my apprenticeship? How every day I step into the hospital wing, I know that if I f.k up, my entire future could implode. If I don't appear perfectly fine, I could be declared unfit as an apprentice and forced to return to regular classes. Or do you want me to explain the insane amount of pressure I'm under just by practicing healing, that I could kill someone if I'm not careful? Or maybe you want me to talk about how little time I actually have to begin with. Not only do I have to study and work, but I've got students knocking on my bedroom door every 5 minutes, complaining that someone stole their lip gloss or that they're homesick or they're going to fail out of Hogwarts because they can't perform a levitation charm. And if that wasn't enough, I've got Marcus breathing down my neck about Quidditch, and I've got Grace 20 minutes away from self-destructing, and John's been struggling with his friends and what happened last. He managed to break off before spilling John's secrets, breathing hard. Katie was staring at him with wide-eyed horror, tears spilling down her cheeks. Guilt racked through Harry at the sight. This breakfast was supposed to be about Katie's birthday, and now he'd ruined it. I'm sorry, he said gruffly, willing himself to calm. Katie shook her head and squeezed his arm. No, thank you for telling me. That wasn't fair to you, Harry said, staring out across the lake. You're my girlfriend, not my therapist. I don't mind, she insisted. Harry shook his head. No, it's not fair of me to put my burdens onto you.
I don't mind, she repeated. I want to help you. Harry glanced down at Katie in disbelief. You think me shouting at you was helpful for either of us? You said it yourself. You're under a lot of pressure, Harry, she said. You bottle things up, and eventually, you're going to burst.
The sort of like he just had was left unsaid. I'm fine, Harry said. You're so easy to be around, Katie. You're one of the few things in my life that isn't. He rubbed his face, suddenly exhausted. Please don't make things hard.
Katie was silent for a long time as she returned to her breakfast. Most days, I feel like a distraction to you. You're not, Harry quickly began, only to be cut off when Katie raised a hand.
You use me as a distraction from all the things going on in your life. And for a while, I thought that was a good thing. But, Harry, she turned to face him, taking his hands in hers and squeezing them tightly. Most days, I don't feel like a girlfriend. No, that's not right. I don't feel like a partner.
Panic flooded through Harry at the sad, resigned tone in her voice. What are you saying?
I think we need to break up, she said quietly. We're not good for each other. What? No, Katie, please. We're not. I want a partner who needs me, Harry, she explained. She was crying now, but when Harry reached forward to wipe away her tears, she leaned away. I don't want to feel like I'm useless.
You're not useless, Katie, he murmured. I'm only sane because I've had you. To distract you from your problems, she interjected. And that's not what I want to be. I want a partner who I can be a team with. I want to be the safe place for you to be yourself, not this carefully controlled persona you've created. When I'm with you, you're too kind. Too good to me. It's like I'm dating a fictional character, but one by a bad author who doesn't know how to give characters flaws. The admission hurt as much as it confused him. What was that supposed to mean? He was too kind to her? Was that even possible? And who exactly did she see when she looked at him? Of course he had flaws. She had said so herself when she said he refused to communicate his feelings with her. His throat constricted. Did Katie even know him? Clearly not, he thought ruefully. After over a year together, it hurt that she thought he was only using her as a distraction. He considered arguing more, but something in his heart just broke at this realization. All the fight he had in him evaporated, and he couldn't bring himself to fight more for the relationship. There was no point in continuing to date someone who willfully misunderstood him, who didn't even seem to know him to begin with. And there's nothing I can say that will change your mind, is there? Harry asked after a long moment of silence, although his heart wasn't really in it.
Katie shook her head sadly. Harry's heart throbbed painfully in his chest, and he bit his tongue as he tried to stem the tears that pricked at his eyes. Right, he said, his voice rough. I guess that's it, then.
I'm sorry, Harry, Katie whispered, climbing to her feet. No, I am. I didn't mean to make you feel, he took a deep breath. I'm sorry if I've hurt you. You haven't, she replied with a sad smile. We just need different things from a relationship. There's nothing wrong with that. Harry stood as well and summoned his bag. "I'm sorry it had to happen on your birthday," he said, pulling out her present and handing it to her. When she backed away and attempted to refuse, Harry sighed, grabbed her wrist, and forced her to accept it.
Katie pursed her lips. "It feels wrong." He shrugged. "We can still be friends, right?" He was pleased that he managed to keep the sadness out of his voice. She nodded hesitantly. "Friends give friends birthday presents," he insisted, pulling his wand out of his bag and waving it. The blanket they had been sitting on and the remaining food packed itself neatly into the hamper, which he stooped to pick up. "I already bought it. It would be silly not to still give it to you."
She let out a shaky sigh. "You're being awfully decent to the girl who just chucked you." Harry gave her a wan smile. "Just because we're not going to snog anymore doesn't mean I hate you, Katie." He brushed his fingers against her wrist, savoring the warmth of her skin as he realized that this would be the last time he'd do so. The knowledge left him feeling strangely numb. "I'll see you around." Madame Pomfrey didn't comment when Harry showed up for his shift to the hospital wing nearly an hour early, and she didn't ask why he was quieter than usual. Instead, she taught him how to reverse botched human transfigurations, something Harry wasn't set to learn for another year. It helped take his mind off the dull ache in his chest, which was fortunate because everyone seemed to know that he and Katie had split by noon. Harry buried his head in a copy of the Daily Prophet and tried to feed himself French onion soup with one hand. Still, his preoccupation with reading about the passage of Mr. Weasley's Muggle-Born Protection Act, just as Teddy had predicted, wasn't enough to dissuade Adrian Pusey from harassing him about the breakup. "It was all Cordelia could talk about in charms," Pusey said as Harry tried to read. "She's been waiting for this since the two of you got together." "I'll make sure to avoid her, then," Harry murmured as he tried to read through the new protective measures the act outlined. The prophet had added additional commentary, explaining the new law in layman's terms. 3. All Muggle-borns will be enrolled in a new, Magical Heritage, course at Hogwarts, compulsory through their 5th year. This class will ensure that Muggle-borns will be familiarized with our laws, traditions, and culture, facilitating their integration into Wizarding Society. 4. Muggle parents and guardians will no longer be able to deny children their right to a magical education. This means that... "Oh, come on," Pusey said. "She's not that bad." "Merlin's pants," Harry muttered, slamming the newspaper closed. "Adrian, it hasn't even been 6 hours. I'm not looking for a new girlfriend. And even if I was, Gamp is one of the last people I would pick." His response seemed to genuinely confuse Pusey. "What do you have against Cordelia?"
Appetite thoroughly ruined, Harry dropped his spoon in his bowl with a loud clatter. "I don't know if you've forgotten, but Gamp was horrid to me before 3rd year. Why the hell would I want to date her?"
Pusey frowned. "That was ages ago, Harry. And I'm supposed to get over it, am I?" When Pusey opened his mouth to reply, Harry rushed to continue. "Look, I'm polite to her because it's easier if I am. But I have no desire to be her friend, let alone date her. If you were in my position, would you?"
Pusey considered this for a moment before nodding slowly. "I mean, yeah, I probably would."
"Then you're a far better man than I," Harry snapped. He grabbed a sandwich before stomping out of the Great Hall. He spent the rest of lunch holed up in his office, his mood having sunk to a new low. The one positive that came out of the end of Harry's relationship was that he had more time to study for his upcoming exams. His OWL exams were first, and Harry was relieved to find them more busy work than challenging.
The only rough patch, in fact, was during his transfiguration practical, where the examiner asked him to show off his animagus transformation. Harry wasn't sure the humiliation of turning into a hare in front of his peers was worth the few bonus points he received, but he did it nonetheless, if for Professor McGonagall's sake rather than his own. After all, how many transfiguration teachers could boast that one of their 5th years was an animagus?
After his OWLs, Harry didn't even have time to relax before he sat for his grueling second-year apprenticeship exams. For the next 3 weeks, Harry was put through dozens of lengthy tests, both written and practical, where he was tested on everything Madame Pomfrey had taught him so far. His results would determine not only if he could continue on to his 3rd year but if he could continue the apprenticeship at all. Unlike other disciplines, healing apprenticeships were a rarity in the wizarding world. Under normal circumstances, Harry would have finished Hogwarts, attended a healing program for 4 years, and interned at a hospital for another 3 before he could be licensed as a healer. Instead, Harry's apprenticeship, should he manage to complete it, took only 5 years, but it was infinitely harder to finish. It was like skipping studying law at a university and learning everything from a barrister instead. Theoretically, it was possible, but the failure rate was so incredibly high that most people wouldn't dare partake in the madness, especially before they finished Hogwarts. "I have every faith in you that you'll pass, Harry," she said one evening in mid-June, watching Harry pace anxiously around the hospital wing. "Your spell work is excellent, as is your brewing." "And what of my non-human sentient species knowledge?" Harry fretted, tugging on a lock of his hair. "I'm sure I missed something when it asked about treating a vampire that summoned Bloody Mary. I only had time to write a few pages, but what if it wasn't enough?" "How on earth did you manage to write multiple pages on that? Surely a few paragraphs would have sufficed." Harry groaned and covered his face with his hands. "You're right. They'll probably think I'm being a smartass, and now I'm going to fail in." "That's quite enough, Harry," Madame Pomfrey said, a hint of mirth in her voice. She patted his shoulder. "You're going to pass. There is nothing to worry about. I wouldn't have offered you an apprenticeship if I thought you would be unable to keep up." Like Penelope Clearwater, the 7th-year Ravenclaw had approached Madame Pomfrey at the beginning of term and practically begged for an apprenticeship, only to be turned away. Harry wasn't sure why. From what he could tell, Clearwater was an excellent student with a serious aspiration to becoming a healer. And yet she had been turned away from a position that Harry had been gifted at the tender age of 13. When Harry had asked Madame Pomfrey about it, his mentor had sighed and shook her head. "She's a clever witch and will make a wonderful healer one day, but she doesn't have the right personality for an apprenticeship. She'd burn out before the end of her first year." "And I do?" Harry had asked, humbled by Madame Pomfrey's faith in him. She had merely smiled before telling him to get back to work. "Your faith in me is undeserved," Harry mumbled, voicing the thoughts he had had in September. She clucked her tongue. "You need to relax," she insisted, smoothing down Harry's unruly hair. "There's the Hogsmeade trip tomorrow. Are you going?" He nodded. "I have to. All prefects are required to attend this trip because of the Dementors." "I'll give you some chocolate in the morning," she said. Harry wasn't sure if this was for himself or to pass out to the students, but he nodded in understanding. "I have a feeling that Honeydukes will be packed. Probably the only business that won't suffer with the presence of those horrid things," she agreed. She sighed before patting Harry on the shoulder. "Go to bed, dear. You'll need your strength for tomorrow." Harry decided to walk back to the Slytherin common room rather than taking the fireplace directly to his private chambers. This proved to be a colossal mistake. "My hair is turning blonde," Malfoy screeched in his face the moment Harry stepped into the common room. "You are blonde, Malfoy," Harry reminded him gently, trying to sidestep the distraught third year. Malfoy shook his head and tugged at his hair, pointing at the roots. "Dark blonde, Potter," he cried, growing more panicked by the second. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, Malfoy's silvery blonde hair was shot through with darker, more sandy strands. "That's completely normal," Harry explained, unsure what Malfoy expected him to do about it. "Most blondes' hair darkens as they age. The fact that yours has stayed so light for this long is actually surprising." Still, he drew his wand and rapped Malfoy over the head, transfiguring his hair back to its original hue. Malfoy shook his, still very blonde, head. "Not for Malfoys, it's not. My father's hair is still unbelievably gorgeous," Grace drawled, sidling up next to Harry. "Truly, the envy of all of England. It's practically a national treasure." "Nobody was talking to you." Harry cut Malfoy off before he could say anything rude. "Did you need something, Grace?" She grabbed him by the elbow and began to drag him towards the staircase. "It's Teddy," she explained in a low voice. "We think he's going to have a vision soon." Harry's blood turned to ice in his veins. Despite having attended several of Teddy's visions and knowing what to expect, Harry still felt woefully unprepared each time it happened. They were just so unpredictable. "How close is it?" he asked as they climbed the stairs to the private rooms. "He doesn't think it will be long," she said. "Maybe a few hours?" This was a vague approximation, at best. If there was one thing Harry had learned about Sears, It was that they were notoriously unreliable when it came to gauging time frames. Soon could mean anything from a few minutes to a few days, and not long was rarely a pressing matter. As Teddy described it, time was more of an abstract concept, and timelines were a figment of human imagination. That probably explained why he was often late for things, Harry mused.
They found Teddy pacing around Marcus's room, his cheeks flushed and his eyes glassy. Harry immediately went to him, casting a charm explicitly created for seers before a prophecy. Prophecies were notoriously taxing on the human body and required specialized monitoring. Madame Pomfrey had devoted 3 months to teaching him the intricacies of healing a seer.
Your temperature is too high, Harry noted, more to himself than to Teddy. Grace, can you fetch my potions kit? You can use mine, Marcus said, summoning over his cauldron and lighting a fire beneath it. I can make you a fever reducer if you like. Harry shook his head. Teddy's allergic to willow bark, he explained. A standard fever reducer isn't safe to take. Make a cooling potion instead. I'm right here, you know, Teddy growled. Yes, and you should be resting. Not running around like a maniac. Harry snapped before conjuring a bed and shoving Teddy into it. You need to save your strength. I'm not going to fall apart, Teddy said as he settled into the bed. I've done this loads of times before. And you know that you're supposed to find Madame Pomfrey or me when the symptoms start, Harry replied. He scowled at the runes that read off Teddy's vitals, finding his blood pressure much higher than Harry would have liked. Need I remind you could go blind if something? Yes, Mum, Teddy grumbled, throwing his arm over his eyes. It was lousy bedside manners to throw a stinging hex at a patient, no matter how obnoxious they were, so Harry bit his tongue and continued his examination.
Despite his fussing, Harry found that Teddy's health wasn't as poor as it could have been. After a cooling potion from Marcus and a muscle relaxer from Harry, Teddy fell asleep. Harry suggested they transport him to the hospital wing for the night, more so for Marcus's benefit than because it was medically necessary, but Marcus waved off the idea.
I don't mind, Marcus said. I don't want him to wake up. He's been agitated all afternoon. Why didn't someone drag him to the hospital wing? Grace scoffed. He had his potions exam. Apparently, his fear of Snape's wrath is greater than his fear of yours. You're losing your touch, Harry, Marcus commented idly. Too exhausted from his own exams to think of a clever retort, Harry settled for an unimpressed glare before ensconcing himself in one of the wingback chairs by the fireplace. The evening passed quietly, with Teddy drifting in and out of fitful sleep and Harry rising to check on him periodically. At midnight, Grace exaggeratedly tucked the sheets around Teddy and planted a noisy key on his forehead before retiring to her room for the night. At 1, Marcus dozed off, leaving Harry to care for an increasingly agitated Teddy alone.
And then, at 3:15, Teddy's heart began to race. 180, 200, 220. Sweat broke out across Teddy's skin, which had blanched to a deathly white. His brown eyes rolled back into his head, and his body violently began to shake. Harry was on his feet and at his friend's side, doing what he could to lessen the stress that taxed Teddy's body. His blood pressure soared, and blood began to spurt out of Teddy's nostrils. His fingers flexed and clawed, and foam bubbled out from his lips, giving him the look of a rabid animal.
2:30, 2:43, 2:50. A hand shot out of its own accord, wrapping tightly around Harry's neck. It dragged him closer to Teddy's bed until Harry was nose to nose with him.
The mission will be complete, at last, Teddy said in a deep, guttural voice that bore no resemblance to his own. The servant will reunite with the master, and with his aid, the Dark Lord will rise again, more terrible than ever before. The plans are set and will fall into motion as tonight. The mission will be complete, at last.
Harry didn't have time to think about what he had just heard. His wand flashed as he cast healing charm after healing charm and brought Teddy's vitals back to a healthier range. He cleaned the blood off his face and cleared out air passages, summoned potions to lower blood pressure, and spelled them into Teddy's stomach. They're not usually that bad, are they? Marcus asked as Harry prepared Teddy for transport to the hospital wing. Harry was too busy to even look at Marcus. No, they're not. He might need St. Mungo's. What do you think it meant? Marcus asked, appearing beside Harry. He struggled to don his dressing gown, and his dark hair was mused from sleep. Harry shook his head and waved his wand, and Teddy's bed levitated. Prophecies are notoriously unreliable. You know that. Yeah, but later, Harry insisted. Go get Snape. I'll meet you in the hospital wing. Time was of the essence, and Harry wasn't about to waste it by running through the corridors. He directed Teddy's bed over to the fireplace. With a hiss, he instructed the passageway to open and shoved him through. Harry would have loved to say his day got better after that. In truth, by the time Harry finally returned to his room at 5 in the morning, he had managed to get 2 hours of sleep before someone knocked on his door. It opened to reveal a disoriented and pale-faced Miles Bletchley, who seemed to think that Harry was the only person who could treat his mono flare-up. Still, he rolled out of bed and helped his teammate to the hospital wing. You too, Professor? Bletchley asked as Harry helped him into a bed. What are you in for? Uncle Remus offered Bletchley a wan smile. I contracted a disease in my youth, he explained in a light, indifferent tone. It flares up every month or so. This was a mild way to say that he was bitten by a werewolf, and last night was the full moon. Still, the subtle vagueness was effective, and Bletchley accepted the explanation. You didn't get hermononucleosis from snogging half of Brussels, did you? You said it was Florence, Harry said as he summoned Bletchley's patient file and made a note in it. Bletchley waved the technicality away. It's all a bit of a blur, honestly, he muttered. That would be the fever, actually, Harry said. He summoned a fever reducer and held it to Bletchley's lips. Bed rest, 4 days. Bletchley groaned. But it's the last Hogsmeade trip of the term. You're not going anywhere, Harry said firmly. He shuddered to think what disease Bletchley might pick up, even if he had the energy to roam the village. But, considering that Bletchley didn't even have the energy to drink a potion on his own, Harry wasn't too concerned about him sneaking out. Your immune system is too weak. Bletchley grumbled as Harry charmed a bubble of sterilized air around his bed but didn't seem to have enough energy to put up more of a fight. Harry paused to make a few more notes in Bletchley's file before making his way over to Uncle Remus. A flick of his wand and privacy screens were erected around the bed. How are you feeling? Harry asked, dropping heavily into the chair beside Uncle Remus' bed. I've felt far worse, Uncle Remus said. You don't look well either, I'm sorry to see.
Harry waved off his concerns. Busy night. Didn't get much sleep. I'll take a wide-awake potion later when Madame Pomfrey isn't looking. It wasn't an ideal solution, but he didn't have a choice. He hoped the potion would give him enough energy to make it through the day. The last thing he needed was to fall asleep in the middle of Hogsmeade. Are you sure you're feeling up for patrolling today?
Are you? Uncle Remus asked dryly. You look just as exhausted as me.
When it became clear that the Board of Governors would not allow the school to cancel the Hogsmeade trip, Professor Dumbledore had implemented additional safety measures for the day. As a result, professors and prefects alike would be patrolling the streets of Hogsmeade. Under normal circumstances, Harry would have groaned at the chore. Being a prefect was already a drain on his free time, and the last thing he wanted was to give up more of it on his day off. But then he heard that George Weasley was taking Katie to Hogsmeade. Whilst they had agreed to remain friends, Harry had no desire to see his ex-girlfriend cuddling with one of his former bullies. As a result, he had agreed to take over several of his fellow prefects' shifts. Besides, it wasn't like he had anything better to do. Marcus wouldn't be there due to his meeting with Falmouth Falcons, and after his vision last night, nor would Teddy. Harry had no desire to be the third wheel on Cedric and Grace's date, and Pusey would no doubt be spending the day with Cordelia Gamp. Even Bletchley was out of the question now.
Other than planning a visit to a bookstore, Harry's day was pathetically empty. I have the benefit of not being a decrepit old man, Harry replied with a grin. He laughed when Uncle Remus swatted at his head. Cheeky brat, he muttered with mock indignation.
Harry laughed again before rising to his feet. Don't tell Madame Pomfrey I was here, he said. She banned me for the day. Says I work too much.
Far be it from me to get someone in trouble, Uncle Remus agreed solemnly. Thanks, Professor. Harry teased as he slipped out of the privacy screens.
His next stop was Teddy's bed, where he slumbered peacefully after the morning's excitement. An unspeakable would be arriving sometime this morning to extract the prophecy, but until then, it was important that Teddy rested. It had been touch and go for a while, but Harry and Madame Pomfrey had stabilized him without needing to transfer him to St. Mungo's. Still, he piqued Teddy's vitals to put his own mind at ease, relieved to find his friend was on the mend. After a quick glance around the empty ward, Harry crept over to the potions cabinet, where he rummaged around until he found a wide-awake potion. He tucked a vial of it into his bag, taking care not to disturb a slumbering Medusa. He went to close the glass door of the cabinet, only to pause when a bottle caught his eye. Blood replenishing potion. They had been going through a lot of the potion this year on account of Astoria Greengrass, a first-year Slytherin with a rare and incurable blood curse. She required weekly doses of blood replenishing potion and, within the first month of the term, had completely depleted their stores of it. Harry and Madame Pomfrey were doing everything they could to keep it stocked, which was tricky, considering the potion could only be brewed during a new moon.
It would be wrong for Harry to take any. He knew that, and yet.
Something itched at the back of his mind saying he might need it. Perhaps his lack of sleep had made him a bit paranoid and was clouding his judgment. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that he would need it. Without thinking, Harry decanted a half-dozen dosages into crystal vials and shoved them into his bag beside the wide-awake potion, jostling Medusa in the process. She hissed and snapped at Harry's hand, nicking his skin with her fangs. She only accepted Harry's apologies after he promised her several ice mice. Harry returned briefly to his room to exchange his pajamas and dressing gown for a set of casual robes before trudging up to the Great Hall to endure breakfast. Cedric and Grace were already there, huddled together at the Hufflepuff table, where Grace was no doubt filling him in on what he had missed the night before. Harry went to join them, slipping onto the bench across from Cedric. Thankfully, neither tried to draw him into their conversation, allowing Harry to eat his food in peace. When the hour arrived for them to depart, Harry collected Honeyduke's requests from Luna and Ginny. He tried to find John as well, but his brother was nowhere to be found. Harry tried to decide if that was suspicious or not but ultimately decided to let it go. Besides, it wasn't like John would ask for anything other than Bertie Bott's. The walk to the village was far more peaceful than usual, thanks to the dozen Patronuses that escorted them. Harry strolled beside Cedric and Grace, who were debating which shop to visit first. "Are you sure you don't want to join us, Harry?" Cedric asked, his face twisted into a fretful expression. "We don't mind." Harry thought Grace's expression said she very much did mind but was choosing not to say so. He waved him off. "I'm meeting with Urquhart soon. Try not to get caught in any compromising situations in the meantime," he teased lightly, enjoying Cedric's embarrassed splutters. When they arrived at the village, Grace managed to pull Cedric away for their date, and Harry wandered through the streets while waiting for his patrol shift to start. After making his necessary purchases at Honeyduke's, he next visited Mr. Buckles' Arts Supplies, where he searched for a birthday present for John. There, he ran into Pusey, who was purchasing several rolls of film for his camera. "How is the newspaper going?" Harry asked conversationally as he inspected a pack of charcoal, unsure what he was looking at. He assumed this was the charcoal John had referred to when he described his newfound interest in the art medium, but there were so many different types. How was he supposed to pick? Pusey grinned and launched into a monologue about the Hogwarts Times. "That reminds me," he said after several minutes. He reached into his bag and pulled out a bulging leather portfolio, which he riffled through. "We were going to publish this with the article about you, but since you stubbornly refused to be interviewed, well. It's a nice picture. I thought you might like a copy." He handed a moving photograph to Harry with a grin. Pusey was right. It was a lovely photograph. It was a close-up of Harry's face, taken back in September, during Hagrid's lessons on unicorns. Harry was in front of the unicorn he had saved in third year, petting its velvety nose with a childlike look of wonder. His face was shining as it reflected the unicorn's soft silver radiance, giving the entire picture a gentle glow. Harry knew his teammate was interested in photography, but he hadn't realized how talented he was at it. "Thank you," he said, a lump forming in his throat. "I didn't realize you had taken any pictures that day." Pusey waved him off. "I take a lot of them. Mum's a muggle, so she loves it when I send her magical pictures. This was one of her favorites this year," he explained with a proud smile. I'm relieved you aren't bothered. Cordelia thinks it's creepy that I take pictures of our classmates. It is creepy, Adrian, the girl in question teased as she sidled up to them and wove her arm through Pusey's. She turned to give Harry a pretty smile. He's got thousands of stalker photos. Pusey bristled at this uncharitable depiction of his hobby. They're called candid shots, Deli, he corrected with a huff. Cordelia sent Harry a conspiratorial wink and said in a mock whisper, stalker shots. Well, Harry said diplomatically before Pusey could retort. Either way, you have a talent. Have you thought about selling them? Pusey shrugged, looking as if the thought had never occurred to him. Not sure who would want to buy them. Do you have a lot of pictures of Hogwarts? When Pusey nodded, he continued. You could make photo albums and sell them to Muggleborns to show their parents. Hell, I'm sure Hogwarts alumni would buy them too. Harry's watch alarm vibrated then, and he excused himself from the conversation. He quickly made his purchases before hurrying down High Street. Urquhart was already waiting for him in front of the Three Broomsticks. Harry apologized for his tardiness before they began their patrol. His day continued in a similar manner, his partners occasionally swapping out for other prefects. Some of his company was more interesting than others, which made looking out for trouble slightly less tedious. The worst thing Harry had to deal with, though, was breaking up a fistfight between a group of Gryffindors and comforting a tearful third year that had wandered a little too close to a Dementor. That was until he ran across Ron and Hermione. Now, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have thought much about his brother's best friends. But there was just something off about them. Maybe it was the way they were walking, far enough apart that someone could walk between them. Or perhaps it was the shifty way their eyes were darting around the alley between Dervish and Bangs and the post office. I'll catch up in a moment, Harry muttered to Felix Brunt, a diminutive Ravenclaw in his year. Brunt shrugged and scurried off, evidently relieved for the break. What are you up to? Harry asked in a pleasant voice when Brunt was out of earshot. Hermione's eyes widened in panic, and Ron reached around her to slap a hand against her mouth. You do know that makes you look more suspicious, right? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. What's going on? Nothing, Ron said with a defiant set to his jaw. We're just walking. Is that a crime? Harry forced himself to smile. Not at all, he agreed, stepping aside and waving them on. I'm sorry to have bothered you. Ron's scowl was as suspicious as Hermione's face was terrified. They continued on with the same awkward stroll, Ron's shoulder brushing Harry's as he went. There had been more than enough room between him and Hermione to avoid the collision, which meant one of two things. Either Ron had wanted to body check Harry, or the empty space was more solid than it appeared.
With Quidditch-honed reflexes, Harry's hand shot out to the empty space, hoping he was wrong. He wasn't. Seriously, John. Harry snapped when he wrenched an invisibility cloak. His invisibility cloak. Off his brother. You stole the cloak?
Would you have let me borrow it if I asked? John asked, looking far less penitential than he had any right to. No, Harry snarled, balling his cloak up and shoving it into his bag. Because you aren't supposed to be in Hogsmeade anyway. Dad will be furious if he finds out. Then don't tell him, John suggested. He had the audacity to hold out his hand, demanding the cloak back. He doesn't need to know.
You're right, Harry agreed. He doesn't, and he won't if you go back to the castle right now. No, I've been out here all day, and everything's been fine. There's no reason to keep me from visiting, and you know it. Harry scowled and grabbed his brother's arm, yanking him away from his friends. Pettigrew still hasn't been found, Harry reminded him in a low voice, switching to Greek to give their conversation a semblance of privacy. Dad's beside himself with worry enough as it is. He doesn't need you adding to it. No one has seen him since he escaped, John retorted angrily, trying and failing to wrench his arm out of Harry's grasp. For all we know, he could be dead. He can turn into a rat, you prat. Of course nobody has seen him. Do you mind speaking in English? Ron called out. We can't understand you. That's the point, Harry replied before refocusing on John. You need to go back to the castle. How did you even get here?
Through the front gates, John said with a careless shrug.
And my cloak? Harry asked. He might have been able to overlook the sneaking around if John hadn't stolen the cloak. I know for a fact that I left it in my trunk. At this, John looked almost smug. I asked the snake, he explained. Harry immediately knew what John was referring to. The small stone carving etched into the wall outside of the Slytherin common room that only responded to Parseltongue. The same snake Harry had asked to seal the common room last year. But how had John known about it? The chamber. John replied to Harry's unasked question. His face darkened as he recalled the memory. You asked the carving to let you through. I found the same carving outside your common room. It worked there, too. Clearly. Harry tried not to panic that John had remembered this bit of information. After all, if John could figure out the secret to sneaking into the Slytherin common room out, what else would he discover? Or, more specifically, what if John managed to access Slytherin's private study? Harry loved his brother dearly, but the study was something he didn't want to share with him. The study was his sanctuary. It would be even worse if John brought his friends along, Harry thought angrily. Hermione would never leave. Right, let's go, Harry said, tugging his brother by the arm and dragging him to the mouth of the alley. Where? John asked, dragging his feet and trying to wiggle out of Harry's hold. The castle. Or maybe McGonagall, whichever comes up first. You can't, John yelped, his smug look melting in panic. Dad'll have my hide. You should have thought about that before you broke into my room, rummaged through my belongings, stole my cloak, and snuck out of the school, Harry snapped, his temper rising. But whatever John was about to say, it was cut off by a massive boom that shook the ground. Without thinking, Harry shoved his brother against the alley wall, shielding him with his body. A moment later, his wand was out, and a shield charm was expanding around them. What was that? Hermione squeaked from the crates she had taken cover behind. You reckon Zonkos blew up again? Fred said a bunch of fireworks went off inside a few years ago, Ron asked, his freckles standing out against his stark white face. Well, technically, he set them off, but... The sounds that followed were nothing like Harry had heard before. His skin crawled at the blood-curdling screams of terror from dozens of men, women, and children. They flooded the streets of Hogsmeade, running away from something Harry couldn't see, but he could smell the smoke and dust in the air and... Harry! John shouted, his bravado long gone as he clung to Harry's arm. What's going on? Harry plunged a hand into his bag and ripped out the invisibility cloak, which he pushed into John's chest. Get back to the castle, he commanded. All three of you. But, now, John, Harry shouted. And without waiting for a response, without stopping to think about his actions or consider if it was a good idea, or even checking to make sure that John had followed his orders, Harry turned and sprinted towards the chaos. He found the first casualty outside the St. Mungo's charity shop, a Hufflepuff with her leg bent at an impossible angle. Harry had already slid to a stop beside her and mended the brake before he made the conscious decision to do so. Are you hurt anywhere else, Gale? He cast a diagnostic charm as he spoke, grimacing when he saw she had a concussion. There wasn't much he could do for that in the middle of Chestnut Lane. She needed the hospital wing. Gale Pocklington, 4th year prone to nosebleeds, shook her head. I'm not at Madame Putafoot's, am I? She asked, clearly dazed. You're not, he agreed. Do you know what happened? Gale frowned. I was on a date with Malcolm, she explained. His tongue was rough like a cat's. I don't think I liked it very much. Harry could have gone his entire life without knowing that information. I meant, how did you get here? There was an explosion. Even now, he could smell the smoke, and his ears rang with panicked screams. Gale was too disoriented and confused to respond, so Harry dropped the matter and helped her to her feet. She promptly vomited on his shoes. That's all right, love, Harry replied when Gale began to sob. He vanished the sick away with a wave of his wand. All better. Let's get you to Madame Pomfrey. They started to hobble in the direction of Hogwarts, only to stumble when the earth shook beneath their feet with another powerful explosion. Up ahead, Harry watched in horror as Pippin's potions exploded. Harry had just enough time to put up a shield charm to protect them from a shower of wood, stone, and glass. A nearby villager wasn't so lucky and was knocked to the ground by a chunk of falling stone. He bounded to his feet before Harry could ask if he was all right and dashed off. Potter. Harry jumped at the sound of his name and spun around, brandishing his wand. He found a disheveled Percy Weasley and a soot-covered Penelope Clearwater sprinting towards him. "What's happening?" Harry asked, shouting over the noise. Weasley confirmed his suspicions when he said, "It's Flint," his face contorted into a grimace. "He's engaged the professors. We think he's behind the explosions too." As if to prove his point, a building several streets over exploded. They threw up shield charms to stop the onslaught of falling plaster. "We can't evacuate the students." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, supporting Gale's body weight as she sagged against him. "I need to get her to the hospital wing. There's a jinx," Clearwater explained, her voice an octave higher than usual. "Nobody can apparate in or out of the village, and the fight is blocking the road to the castle." Harry's blood turned to ice. "Please tell me Aurors can get in." Clearwater looked close to tears as she shook her head. "Dumbledore can't either. We've got a few professors, but it's chaos. So many people are hurt." Harry swallowed his panic, a luxury he couldn't afford right now. "I can help with the injured, but I'll need someone to watch my back." Healing took a lot of concentration, which was another luxury a disaster zone couldn't provide. Harry knew that he'd be a sitting duck without someone to protect him. Weasley nodded. "I'll go with Potter. Penny, take Miss Pocklington and any other survivors you see." "There's a secret passageway in the Shrieking Shack," Harry added quickly, recalling his father's stories about the decrepit old house. After all, how many times had he told Harry about sneaking into it on full moons? "It leads out to the Whomping Willow, but a freezing charm will stop it from crushing you." There wasn't time for anyone to disagree, and the group split up. Harry tried to keep up with Weasley's freakishly long legs as they sprinted through the winding streets of Hogsmeade, putting out fires and banishing debris in their path. The second casualty Harry found was an elderly man he had never met before. Harry didn't know his name, where he was from, or how old he was. He just knew the man was dead. Harry moved him off the street and covered him in a conjured sheet before moving on.
They encountered dozens of people, residents of Hogsmeade and Hogwarts students alike, running in panic, digging themselves out of piles of rubble, and fortifying buildings threatening to collapse. Harry and Percy tried to warn them, to tell them to get out of the village, but their words fell on deaf ears. Or perhaps they just couldn't hear over the pandemonium and cacophony of terrified screams.
He lost track of the bones he set and the wounds he healed. He lost track of time and his location. He tried not to think of the dead that lay crumpled in the streets. He tried not to remember that John was somewhere in Hogsmeade and that he wasn't there to protect him. All he could do was put one foot in front of the other, cast the spells Madame Pomfrey had taught him, and hope that it was enough. Sometime later, a few minutes or a few hours after the first explosions started, Harry couldn't be sure, something small and red flew through the air and latched onto Harry's arm, tearing through his robes and sinking into his flesh. Harry yelped and tried to throw off the fox that had latched onto his arm, his blood splattering across the cobblestone street. "It's Grace!" Harry shouted when Weasley aimed his wand at the fox with strawberry bee-owned fur. She was already turning before Harry could ask her what was happening and sprinted down an alley. Without thinking, Harry transformed into his hare form and sprinted after. He caught up quickly, finding that his form was significantly faster than Grace's. He forced himself to slow down and keep pace with her, unsure where she was leading him but knowing she wouldn't have attacked him if it wasn't urgent. They stumbled as they transformed back into humans, tripping over what remained of the 3 broomsticks. The pub had been reduced to rubble, and a cloud of dust hung in the air. Harry coughed violently, the dust coating his tongue and turning his throat sticky. He cast a bubblehead charm and forced himself to keep moving. "You have to save her, Harry," Grace said, crawling over the piles of stone and wood. She led him down to what might have once been the cellar of the 3 broomsticks, where a small group of students were huddled, a mix of ages and houses, no adult in sight. For one horrible moment, Harry thought that Cedric was the injured one. But no, he wasn't lying on the ground because he was injured. He was trying to comfort the girl buried under hundreds of kilos of stone. "Harry, this is Sally Ann Perkins," Cedric explained in a soft voice incongruous for Warzone. "She's in Ravenclaw. A 3rd year." He said this as if Harry couldn't look at a student and recite their entire medical history. Of course he knew who Sally Ann Perkins was. She had a history of anxiety attacks, which she managed with a daily dose of soothing solution. Harry forced himself to smile as he dropped to the ground beside Perkins. "My brother is a third year," Harry said in the same conversational tone Cedric had used, casting a diagnostic charm as he spoke. He tried not to grimace at what he saw. Perkins's spine was fractured in several spots, and her beep had been crushed. That alone would be difficult to fix if it wasn't for the fact her internal organs had been without blood for nearly 2 minutes.
This wouldn't just be tricky, this might be the worst injury he'd yet to heal. But it wasn't impossible, Harry thought, his mind racing as he recalled everything he knew about internal trauma. "John," she said in a faint, girlish voice. "He's in my defense class. He's very kind."
"That's nice to hear," Harry said, rolling his wand between his fingers. "He's usually a bit of a Burke to me." Perkins's attempt at laughter turned into a pained whimper. "Let's set you right, yeah?" Harry asked. With a swish and a flick of his wand, the rubble pile shot 50 feet into the air. The students around him screamed, and shield charms went up, though there was no need. Swirling his wand above his head, the falling stones vanished in an instant. By the time they realized they were in no more danger, Harry had already begun healing. He started with the organs, repairing the damage and sending her blood back into circulation. The spine was next, bones knitting back together with a flurry of spells. There wasn't much he could do for the nerve damage at the present moment, although it could easily be fixed with a potion once they got back to the castle. But then came the most challenging part, the remains of her beep. Theoretically, bone damage like this could be easily fixed by vanishing the bones and regrowing them with Skele-Gro. But even if Harry had the potion on hand, vanishing skeletal structures such as the beep was impossible. He'd no sooner vanish her skull or spine lest he wanted to destroy the vital organs it protected. There was only one solution for this, and it wasn't something he particularly relished the idea of performing in the ruins of the Three Broomsticks. Unfortunately, he didn't have a choice. After placing his patient in an enchanted sleep, he cast a sanitation charm, and a green bubble domed over them, forcing the onlooking students to take several steps back. A rush of magic prickled Harry's skin as the air around them purified, and the grime was magicked away from Perkins' body. "Obtendo," Harry muttered, swinging his arm in a circle. A ring of black mist drifted up from the ground, surrounding him and Perkins and obscuring them from view. The mist wasn't impenetrable, but it afforded Perkins a little dignity for what Harry had to do next. He drew back her robes to expose her hips, which looked oddly deflated and mottled with bruises. Taking a steadying breath, he sliced open her body, exposing the jagged mess inside. It was, by far, the most gruesome thing he had ever seen, and his stomach turned in revulsion. He didn't have long to squirm, though, as he was quickly reminded just where he was when a nearby house caved in on itself, sending its chimney careening towards them. If it weren't for the chorus of "Protega" from the students around him, Harry would have found himself in the same position as Perkins. He shook his head to clear his panicked thoughts and focused on healing. The next few minutes seemed to pass in seconds as he worked to stabilize what was left of his patient's bones. It was finicky work, removing the bone shards which clung to every soft tissue. Twice, he had to halt his progress to repair tears caused by removing the shards. Integro Osseum, Harry intoned the spell he and his father had created. He jabbed the tip of his wand at the collection of bone shards. Immediately, they began to darken and melt until they formed a puddle of molten metal. With a flick of his wand, the titanium bone solution shot towards the raggedy remains of Perkins's beep, melding to the ends of her bones. Harry watched in trepidation and awe as the liquid metal began to ripple, floating and flowing through Sally Ann's body as it reformed her hips. It was beautiful, he thought in a daze. Once the metal had solidified, Harry healed the incision he had made in Perkins's body and began supplying her with the pilfered blood replenishing potion, using every single one he had on hand. When her skin had lost its corpse-like hue, Harry transferred her onto a conjured stretcher. He waved his wand again, and her robes righted themselves. "She needs the hospital wing," Harry said, his voice sounding oddly faint as he burst the sanitation bubble and dispelled the obscuring charm. "I've done what I can, but she'll need a fully qualified healer." "We can't get back to the castle," a boy said, his voice cracking. Michael Corner, third year, his brain supplied. "I know the road is blocked, but if you can make it to the Shrieking Shack, there's a secret passageway." We can't. Another third-year Ravenclaw. Harry thought it was Lisa Turpin, but his vision had gone funny, so he couldn't be sure, replied. There's some sort of barrier that prevents anyone from leaving Hogsmeade. The Aurors told us to hide. That's when. The Aurors are in the village? Harry asked. Lisa shook her head, tears cutting tracks down her sooty face. We found them at the boundary. There's some sort of jinx keeping them out. Curse breakers are working on it, but it makes a sort of dome around the village, she explained, pantomiming the shape with her hands. Nobody can get in or out. Panic ripped through Harry at this news, not just because they were trapped, but because his brother was trapped too. He shot to his feet, only to sway dangerously as his head rushed with blood. Cedric caught him before he could fall. John's here, he muttered to his friend. He stole my cloak, and he snuck in. I'll find him, Cedric replied, wrapping an arm around Harry's middle and supporting his weight when his knees threatened to give out. You rest for a minute and... But Harry was already shaking his head. There'll be more people who need me. And you'll be no use to them if you faint after trying to raise your wand, Cedric said. He dragged Harry over to a slab of concrete that may have once been a wall and forced him to sit. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a goblet of water and shoved it into Harry's hands. Drink. Take a minute. That was a lot of magic you just did. Too exhausted to argue, Harry drained the goblet in one go. We need to move Perkins, he explained. It's not safe here in.
Let us take care of that, Superman, Grace drawled, appearing at Cedric's side, her tone bellying the concern in her expression. You look like you're about to keel over.
Truth be told, Harry did feel like he was about to keel over. He had performed a lot of magic in a short period of time, and he knew he had to be reaching his limits of magical exposure. But he couldn't not do anything. Even if he stopped tending to the casualties he encountered, which he wasn't about to do, he still needed to be able to defend himself. He flinched when a hand caressed his shoulder and spun around, wand drawn, a blasting hex on his lips. It would have hit Katie had Cedric not cast a shield charm between them at the last moment. Are you all right? She asked in a soft voice, her warm eyes full of concern. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Harry's chest squeezed at the sight. He's fine, Grace snapped before Harry could respond. We're taking care of him. Grace, Harry admonished gently before turning back to his ex-girlfriend. I'm fine. Are you hurt? Katie shook her head. But that girl, she said, jutting her chin towards Perkins. You said she needs the hospital wing? George thinks he can get her there. Harry squinted behind her, finding a shock of distinctive Weasley red hair through the smoke. George Weasley, who had been on a date with Katie today, he remembered bitterly. Had they been at the Three Broomsticks when the fighting started? When the building had exploded? He pushed away his thoughts and refocused on the problem at hand. How? He asked Weasley. You mentioned the passageway between the Shrieking Shack and Hogwarts, Weasley began, creeping forward. There's another one. Within the Jinx boundary. It's in Honeyduke's cellar and goes directly to the castle. Do you think you can get through? Harry asked, hope flaring in his chest for the first time since the battle began. George's face was set in a grim line. I don't know, he admitted, but it's worth a shot. Harry nodded, reaching out to grab George's arm. I need you to get her to the hospital wing. Can you do that? He nodded. Tell me what to do. Harry struggled to his feet and led George back to Perkins, who was still unconscious. Harry tapped her stretcher with his wand, which levitated until it was waist high. She's stable at the moment, Harry explained, casting a series of monitoring charms around the stretcher, enveloping Perkins in a cocoon of glittering runes. I don't know how long it will last. You'll need to run. The stretcher is charmed to follow you. Don't worry about her falling out. She's been charmed to stay put, but refrain from flipping the stretcher over if you can't help it. Her organs won't be able to tolerate inversion. And then George was off, rocketing through the destroyed streets, Perkins zooming silently beside him. The other students scrabbled after him, and soon, only Harry, Grace, and Cedric remained in the ruins of the Three Broomsticks. We need to move, Harry said, though his body protested every step he took. If the passage to Hogwarts is still open, we might be able to evacuate others. Cedric nodded. Grace, tell as many people as you can about the passageway. Look for John. He's invisible, but you should be able to sniff him out as in your animagus form. I doubt he's left Ron and Hermione's side, Harry added. What about you two? Grace asked, a hard look of determination settling on her face. Cedric tilted his head towards Harry. I've got to keep this nutter alive. Grace nodded solemnly. Don't envy you that job, she quipped before turning into a fox and scampering away. There was no time to rest, to catch his breath, no matter how much Cedric insisted he needed it. They took to the streets again, Harry treating the wounded with Cedric watching his back. There was no actual decision to head towards the front line of the battle, but they ended up there all the same. Following the screams of pain and cries of misery, Harry and Cedric found themselves at the end of High Street, just past a burning dervish and bandages, where they were forced to take cover. A nasty-looking violet hex sailed over their heads and smashed through a window, showering them with bits of wood and broken glass. Up ahead, they found their professors dueling an impossibly tall man with waist-length black hair, wearing shabby prison robes. Even if the man's face hadn't been plastered all over the Daily Prophet since July, Harry would have recognized Aurelius Flint immediately. Behind the waxy skin stretched tight over his gaunt frame, Flint Sr. looked extraordinarily like his son. While Azkaban had not been kind to his physical appearance, it was apparent that it had done no damage to his magical abilities. He easily jeweled the professors, batting away their spells with a bored expression. Flint had the upper hand, though whether it was due to his magical prowess or the teacher's reluctance to cause destruction that might hurt a student, Harry couldn't say. All he knew was that it was taking all of Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, Snape, and Uncle Remus' efforts to keep Flint from advancing further down High Street. Behind the fighting, Harry could see the road to Hogwarts, which shimmered oddly, as if a glass barrier had been erected between the village and the castle. His eyes traced the glimmering sheen, encasing the entire village like a giant fishbowl. This was the barrier trapping them inside Hogsmeade, Harry presumed. Harry wondered if the dozens of people just past the barrier were the Aurors he'd heard about. He wasn't sure if it was a relief or not. After all, they were just standing there, useless and powerless to stop the chaos inside. Flint cast curse after curse at the professors in rapid succession, so fast that dodging was a more effective tactic than shield charms. He's trying to wear them down, Cedric noted, his lips pressed in a thin line. Looks like it's working, Harry replied, wincing when Flitwick took a blasting hex to the chest, sending him flying, head over heels, several meters away. To their relief, their charms professor leapt up with surprising grace and charged back into the fray. What do we do? Cedric asked. Flint paused his insane barrage of offensive spells for the briefest of seconds, giving the tip of his wand a little flick. The pause was so brief Harry might have missed it had it not been for the massive explosion that rocked a nearby cottage, sending it up in flames. Confused, Harry ripped his attention away from the fight. Had Flint caused the explosion? It seemed impossible. After all, Flint was nowhere near them when it happened. He hadn't even been looking at buildings. How is he doing that? Harry asked Cedric when yet another family home imploded. Cedric frowned and focused on the rapidly diminishing village. Demolition hex, most likely, he explained. Dad and I used them on an old barn a few years back. They're simple enough. You draw a series of runes on the building you want to knock down, and you can activate them when you're a safe distance away. How do we stop it? Destroy the runes, Cedric replied, narrowed eyes darting around at the few remaining buildings around them. After a moment, he pointed to a little cottage, which, other than the singed thatched roof, was otherwise intact. Above the lintel, do you see it? It was hard to see through the smoke, but Harry could just make out a string of runes glittering faintly above the cottage's front door. Jera, Kanaz, Thurisaz, Patience, Controlled Fire, Violence. Hardly a string of runes someone would etch into the side of their own house. How do we get rid of it? Cedric pursed his lips in consideration. An obliteration curse should do the trick, he said, raising his wand and taking aim at the house. There was a loud bang that shook the cottage, but other than the massive hole above the entrance, the house was intact. There was no time to celebrate their success, though. The destruction of the runes had attracted the attention of Flint, who sent a hex in their direction. Harry and Cedric managed to dodge in time, forcing them out into the open. Suddenly, Harry and Cedric found themselves dodging curses with their professors. Cedric, For all of his book smarts and his genius in transfiguration, was a terrible dueler, so it was Harry's turn to protect his friend. It took all of Harry's concentration to cover Cedric, leaving himself wide open for more of Flint's curses. Within moments, Harry was hit with a severing hex, and whilst it had only grazed his leg, blood began to splatter the ground with every step he took. "Go!" Harry shouted. "Cedric, I'll cover you." "I can't." "Destroy the runes," Harry said, not giving him a chance to argue. He threw up the strongest shielding charm he knew, just in time to block a sickly orange hex that Harry didn't know the name of. It hit the shield with enough force to rattle Harry's bones. To his surprise and relief, the shield held. "Go, now." Thankfully, Cedric didn't argue, but that might have had something to do with the fact that he was running for his life. True to his word, Harry managed to block Flint's increasingly desperate spells that he aimed at Cedric's back until his friend was out of sight. And then Flint turned his attention onto Harry. It then became very clear that Flint had been toying with the professors earlier. His spells, powerful and quick as they were mere nuisances designed to slow down and exhaust his opponents. Now, with fury in his eyes, Flint wanted to hurt. Harry was suddenly glad that he had spent all last year studying dark magic. Not only did he recognize most of the spells designed to kill him, but he knew how best to react. Some spells, like the Entrail Erupting Curse, couldn't be stopped by a standard Protega but required a specialized shield that absorbed and neutralized the deadly magic. Others, like the Pure Ian Ribbonmaker, could only be stopped by a conjured apple, which promptly exploded in Harry's face, leaving him covered in applesauce. Some, like the Killing Curse sent his way, could only be avoided by dodging. It was after this Killing Curse that Harry's day went from catastrophically bad to apocalyptically bad by making the one mistake you never want to make when someone is trying to kill you. He tripped. Harry fell face first onto the dusty, rubble-strewn ground of High Street, and although he managed to spring back up with agility that surprised even himself, he knew he was done for. His balance was off, and there was no way he'd be able to dodge the unblockable bone-shattering curse coming his way. Something big and heavy tackled Harry from the side, sending them both sprawling to the ground, knocking the wind out of Harry's lungs. When Harry finally managed to catch his breath, the familiar, comforting scent of Uncle Remus's cologne permeated his senses. But his momentary relief quickly turned to terror when another, equally familiar, scent reached his nose. Blood. Harry struggled to sit up, the movement eliciting a weak groan from his uncle, who remained sprawled on top of him. "You're hurt," Harry said stupidly, finally managing to shift Uncle Remus off him. Hurt was a massive understatement, because Uncle Remus had taken the curse that was meant for Harry, was meant to kill Harry, the bone-shattering hex. But it couldn't be, Harry thought, surveying the jagged stumps that had once been Uncle Remus's shins. The bone-shattering hex, as the name implied, shattered every bone it hit, and victims died within seconds as the bone fragments shredded their internal organs. It did not blow off body parts. So, what happened to Uncle Remus? Harry didn't have time to ask questions. Uncle Remus let out another groan, weaker than the last, his face gray and drawn, and Harry scrambled to kneel by his side. "You're in danger," Medusa hissed, poking her head out of Harry's bag. It was the first time she had deigned to come out of hiding, somehow managing to sleep through the chaos so far. "Good of you to notice," Harry snapped back. Medusa gave the snaky equivalent of a huff and slid out of his bag. "Why must I do everything around here?" she groaned as she began to circle Harry and Uncle Remus. Harry wanted to retort, but he had to duck as another curse flew towards him, his hair ruffling as it shot overhead. He gripped his wand tight in his hand, knuckles white, ready to cast another shield charm. But before he could cast it, a glittering green dome appeared over him and Uncle Remus, following the path Medusa had laid. When another curse flew towards Harry, the dome absorbed the magic, pulsing and rippling as the dark magic dissipated around them, protecting them from harm. And yet it was not impermeable, Harry discovered when Snape took a blasting hex to the chest and landed within the confines of the dome. "Heal your patient," Medusa instructed, returning to Harry. She crawled up his arm and settled over his shoulders to watch, quickly. Snape sat up, scowling at the dome and then at Harry, as if it was somehow his fault. Still, he moved to kneel on Uncle Remus's other side. Bone-shattering hex. He guessed in a bland tone, totally incongruous with their surroundings. Harry's mind whirled as he tried to think of a solution. I've never heard of it doing this before. Of course not, Snape drawled. Flint's deranged mind modified the original back in the war. It's designed to cause a slow, agonizing death. Slow and agonizing sounded about right, Harry thought as he continued to assess Uncle Remus's condition. But slow meant that there might be time to save him. It's destroyed his legs, making reattachment impossible, Harry said, more to himself than Snape. Best course of action. Stop the bleeding, correct the amputation, and seal the wounds. He worked as he spoke, conjuring tourniquets and fastening them around Uncle Remus's thighs, and began to soften the shards of his shins. But no matter how tightly he tied the tourniquet, blood continued to gush out of the wound. It must be the hex, Harry thought, panic beginning to cloud his senses. He could barely see what he was doing through the blood and gore. I need to stop the bleeding, he muttered to himself. His hands were trembling now, covered in Uncle Remus's blood. He'll die from blood loss. Then I suggest you do that, Snape sneered, tension bleeding into his voice as well. What do you think I'm trying to do? Harry snapped, his mind scrabbling for another solution. It's not working. Snape fished around in his robes before extracting a vial of yellow potion. A blood-clotting draught. No, Harry cried, smacking the potion out of Snape's hands. It hit the ground and shattered, and the blood it came into contact with bubbled and turned black. He's had the wolfsbane within the last 48 hours. Give that to him, and his blood will turn to acid. Potter, if we don't do something, he won't have any blood left. Don't you think I know that? Harry cried, panicked and frustrated. They were wasting time that Uncle Remus didn't have. I need to stop the source of the bleeding. The answer came to him at once. Stop the source of the bleeding. A flash of clarity banished the haze of terror, and Harry realized what had to be done. 3 minutes. What the hell are you talking about? I stop his heart, Harry said, his voice barely audible over the bangs of spellfire and screams of terror. Harry knew how to stop a heart, of course. Madame Pomfrey had taught him several months ago, but never had he practiced on a human before. And if he messed up, took too long to repair the damage, miscast the restarting charm. Unfortunately, he didn't have a choice. The curse had made staunching the flow of blood impossible. The only way to save his uncle was to stop the bleeding at the very source. Harry's hands shook as he raised his wand. Cardia arresto, he intoned. He had 3 minutes to repair the damage and restart the heart. Every millisecond after that, brain death began, forever damaging the Uncle Remus he knew and loved. The next 3 minutes were simultaneously the longest and the shortest moments of his life. His mind raced, his wand flew, and spells flowed out of his mouth faster than they had ever done in his life. But with each wand wave, each incantation uttered, Harry had the growing realization that it wasn't enough. The bones were still shattered. The skin continued to split open. There was no reattaching the lost limbs. Whatever Harry did, it wasn't enough. The curse would need to be lifted before healing took place. Considering Harry didn't know the counter-curse or know anything about curse-breaking, this was an impossible task. Something flicked in his ear, and Harry cringed away from the sensation. It took a moment for his brain to register that Medusa was still curled around his neck, watching the chaos unfold. Her red eyes seemed to glow in the flashes of spells. Your magic isn't enough. You need a snake, she explained. She didn't give Harry a chance to ask what that meant. Repeat after me. Harry didn't pause to think. He was desperate, and Uncle Remus was dying, and if there was one soul here that Harry knew he could trust, it was Medusa. Together, they intoned something that sounded more like a prayer than an actual incantation. Asclepios. Healer of all, master physician, you charm the many pains, misery, and disease of man. Soothing, persistent one, bring back health, and end their maladies and the certainty of death. He didn't have time to register what the words meant. All he cared about was that he might save his uncle's life. This couldn't be the end, he thought as the unfamiliar words slipped from his lips in sibilant hisses. This had to work. He couldn't lose Uncle Remus. For one horrible moment, Harry didn't think anything had happened. He kneeled beside his uncle in a haze of terror, the scent of blood thick in the air as spellfire rained down around them. Sweat began to drip down Harry's face as he watched, begging that this spell would save his uncle, not him, not him. It should have been me. Please, not him. His body trembled so hard that his teeth shattered, and his wand slipped from his fingers. Something twinged somewhere deep within his body, as if phantom fingers were grabbing hold of his soul. Black spots danced across his vision, and when Harry tried to breathe, his lungs burned as if they were filled with noxious gas. And then the glowing began. A soft, gentle silver light encircled Harry, flowing between himself and his uncle where it sank beneath Uncle Remus' skin. A rosy pink flush returned to his ashen skin, and in an instant, he looked younger than Harry had ever seen him. The heavy lines on his face plumped, and the collection of scars that littered his skin faded. His prematurely gray hair darkened to a sandy brown. A warm breeze keyed Harry's skin, carrying away the scent of blood until only the sharp, clean smell of eucalyptus filled his nose. For one blissful second, it soothed the aching, tugging sensation in his body and chased away his panic until only peace remained. He felt grounded, his attention unnaturally focused, and he inhaled a lungful of the fresh air. "It's working," Medusa said, sounding far more smug than any snake had the right to sound. Indeed, it was. The stumps that had once been jagged, bleeding messes smoothed, and the muscles knitted themselves back together. Baby pink skin inched over the gaping wound, sealing the injury as if it had happened 20 years ago rather than 3 minutes. Not even a scar was left behind. "Restart his heart," Medusa instructed. Harry did as he was told, moving mechanically, his limbs feeling cumbersome as he cast the counter curse. The last thing he saw before he fainted was Uncle Remus's familiar brown eyes as they flew open, and he gasped for air. Harry wasn't sure how long he was unconscious, but it couldn't have been too long, considering that Flint was still wreaking havoc some 50 meters away. Snape and Uncle Remus were hovering over him, wearing twin masks of concern as Snape cast some sort of spell on him. "Magical overexposure?" Uncle Remus asked, his voice far stronger than it should have been for someone who had just been pulled from death's clutches. Snape shook his head. "Do you see boils?" "No, whatever spell he did left him in this state." "Which spell?" Uncle Remus asked, dragging himself closer and laying a warm, alive hand on Harry's forehead. "Did you recognize it?" "If I had, do you think we would be having this discussion?" Harry tried to speak, but his throat burned, and his tongue felt too heavy to move. Uncle Remus's eyes flashed to Harry's face, finally realizing he was awake. "Can you hear me, Harry?" he asked, leaning down to get a better look at his face. Uncle Remus's face swam in and out of focus, but the concern was clearly visible. Summoning his remaining strength, Harry managed to haul himself to a sitting position, brushing off Uncle Remus's and Snape's hands as they tried to push him back down. He squinted and tried to focus through the pain, even though his head ached as if a couple of bludgers had been let loose inside his skull. "Medusa," he hissed, his parcel tongue garbled and slurred. "What do I do?" His snake was coiled up at his feet, her dark brown scales covered in blood and dust. "You did well." "That's not what I meant." Medusa let out a shuddering hiss that might have been a laugh. "Hold out your hand." Harry did so without thinking, instantly regretting his compliance when she shot forward and sank her fangs into his wrist. Warmth filled his veins instantly, and the bone-deep exhaustion that plagued him melted away. "The relief is temporary," Medusa said as she flicked her tongue at the wounds she left behind, and Harry watched with fascination as his skin knitted itself whole. "Finish your healing so you may hibernate." "Right," Harry muttered in English, scooping up Medusa and draping her across his shoulders. He stood and turned to face the flabbergasted men on the ground. "Do you need any more help?" Snape's expression turned to anger in an instant. "What are you even doing here, so close to the battle? You could have." If there was ever a time to ignore Snape's ranting lectures, it was in the middle of a life-or-death situation. Harry took great joy in cutting his professor off. "I'm trying to keep people alive," he said before turning his attention to Uncle Remus. "You should be safe within the boundaries of the..." He trailed off, gesturing to the green dome overhead. "What spell is it?" Uncle Remus asked. He reached forward and touched the dome, shivering when his fingers passed through. "I've never seen anything like it." "Medusa did it," Harry explained in a rush, his attention diverted to Flint and the remaining professors. McGonagall was bleeding heavily from her head, her dark hair falling out of her ordinarily impeccable bun in wispy tendrils, her hat long since lost. Flitwick, meanwhile, had transferred his wand to his left hand, his wand arm bent at a sickening angle. "It's effective," Snape muttered, clambering to his feet. Harry heard his knees creak, and he shot a discreet charm to soothe the pain the man must be feeling. "I wonder if," he raised his wand, clearly intending to fire off a hex from within the newly established safety zone. Medusa reared back, her fangs bared. "Desecration," she hissed in a tone Harry had never heard her use before. "Violation." Harry grabbed Snape's wand arm and yanked it down, terrified his snake might attack his professor. "Not here," he insisted. He wasn't sure why Medusa had reacted so strongly, but he knew better than to question her. "You want to fight? You have to leave." But before Snape could respond, or, more likely, yell, the ground shook, and they had to grab onto each other before they lost their footing. Overhead, the fishbowl trapping them inside Hogsmeade shattered with a deafening crack. Harry half expected glass to rain down. Relief flared in his chest. The Aurors must have broken through the barrier, they were safe, and this nightmare would be over in. But why wasn't Flint concerned? Why did he grin as if this was expected? Why did he slash his wand, sending McGonagall and Flitwick flying, and turn his back on them? Harry knew the answer to his questions, even before he saw Marcus standing in the middle of the ruins of High Street, an excited smile still on his face. Aurelius Flint pointed his wand at his son, his last remaining child, the one he hadn't managed to murder all those years ago, and shouted, "Avada Kedavra." Marcus didn't even have time to react as the bolt of blinding green light rushed towards him, slamming into his chest, tossing him as if he was a rag doll and not a nearly 7-foot-tall man until he landed in a crumpled heap on the ground, 10 meters away. Harry didn't hear the scream that ripped out of his throat, he didn't feel himself lurching forward, outside the safety of Medusa's conjured magical dome. As he sprinted towards his friend, he didn't see Aurelius Flint's self-satisfied smirk, identical to the one that Harry had seen Marcus wear, before he disapparated. All he could think of was Marcus, who remained motionless on the ground. Harry's knees stung as he threw himself on the ground, skidding to a stop beside his friend, flipping him over onto his back, ignoring the person already kneeling by Marcus's side, screaming Marcus's name over and over again. For one horrible second, Harry stared into his friend's dark eyes, glassy and glazed over. And then Marcus blinked. "Morgana's tits," Marcus muttered, lifting a hand to his chest to touch the place where the killing curse had struck. He hissed and pulled his hand away. "What in the ever-loving F.K. just happened?" "Your dad," Harry offered through numb lips as he inspected Marcus's chest. His gray robes were blood-stained and torn in places, but his injuries were superficial at best. Harry healed them with a wave of his wand. Frowning, he prodded at the smoking remains of what might have once been a pendant. "Since when did Marcus wear jewelry?" "I think the curse hit your necklace." Marcus groaned, though, in pain or annoyance, Harry wasn't entirely sure. "F. Came me sideways," he muttered. "What AF? King bastard. Sorry, Ollie." Harry blinked and looked up. It was then that he realized that Oliver Wood was kneeling on Marcus's other side. Wood shook his head. "I'll get you another," he promised before taking Marcus's face in his hands and key-ing him full on the mouth. Harry cleared his throat and rose to his feet, bewildered about this new development but unwilling to interrupt the moment. Besides, it wasn't like Marcus needed him at the moment. Other than the massive bruise on his chest. Something Harry couldn't tend to without Bruisewort bomb anyhow. Marcus was in surprisingly good health for someone who had just survived a murder attempt. He had just decided to leave and find another person to help when a hand wrapped tightly around his upper arm and jerked him so hard that he was lifted off his feet. "Castle, now," Snape said, all but dragging Harry in the direction of Hogwarts. "But healers from St. Mungo's will see to it," Snape replied. He didn't let go of Harry's arm until they reached the hospital wing. Inside, he found nearly every bed was filled by a student or an evacuated Hogsmeade villager. Between the crowds, Harry could make out nearly a dozen lime-green robes. Healers from St. Mungo's, scurrying about and tending to the wounded. Harry assumed he was there to help, but he found himself shoved into one of the few remaining beds. "I'm fine." Harry yelped. You were supposed to be relaxing today, Madame Pomfrey chided lightly, appearing at his bedside. She tapped a cut above Harry's brow with her wand, and the skin prickled as it knitted back together. Yeah, well, you know me, he said. I see a catastrophe, and I have to stick my nose in it. Madame Pomfrey gave him a look that was part fond and part exasperated. You're done for the day, she said, casting a series of diagnostic charms Harry didn't recognize. She rolled her eyes when Harry asked her to identify the spells and how to perform them. I feel fine, Harry explained as he tried to decipher the runes that hung around him. Something about sleep? How much sleep did you get in the last 2 weeks? She asked, her tone deceptively light. And think carefully before you reply because I know the correct answer. So that's what the runes were. 12 hours, he guessed. Snape scoffed with disgust but was kind enough not to belittle Harry whilst he was in a hospital bed. 9.5, she replied, raising an unimpressed eyebrow. The only thing you'll do is take a long nap. But then I can. At least 3 hours, she replied. Then we can talk about you helping out. 1 hour. Harry begged. 3. 2. She summoned a sleeping draft. Just for that, it'll be 4, she said, shoving the potion vial into his hand. Drink up. With little else to do, Harry accepted the vial and downed it in one go. You'll wake me up in 4 hours? Madame Pomfrey closed her eyes and chuckled softly. Of course, dear. Harry took off his glasses and set them on the side table beside his bed. Medusa let out little unintelligible hisses and curled up on his chest. He stroked the soft scales on her head, remembering to cast a cleaning spell on her before his wand joined his glasses. He was asleep before his head even hit the pillow. Madame Pomfrey didn't wake him up after 4 hours as she promised. Instead, she let Harry sleep for 72. When he finally awoke in the same hospital bed, though thankfully not in the same clothes, 3 days later, it felt like he had woken up to a new world. How is everyone? Harry asked when Madame Pomfrey appeared at his bedside with a hydration potion. Hello to you too, Harry, she replied with amusement. He gave her a chagrined smile. He had so many questions that he didn't know where to start. How was Uncle Remus? Perkins? Did John make it back to Hogwarts? What about the rest of his friends? How many were injured? Dead? What happened? Madame Pomfrey didn't respond until she was satisfied that he was in perfect health. Aurelius Flint attacked Hogsmeade 3 days ago, she began slowly. Aurors were unable to respond due to an anti-apparition jinx that had been laid over the village. Harry waved this away, remembering that clear enough. But why? Marcus wasn't even there. He'd been in London, signing with the Falcons. Besides, he hasn't been to Hogsmeade all year. How would Flint know? The Aurors think it was supposed to draw his son out, Madame Pomfrey said, sounding very tired. Think? Harry asked. They don't know? She shook her head. We can only speculate his motives. As of this morning, Flint has yet to be apprehended. At this point, it's unlikely he will be. Harry let out a shaky breath and sank back into his pillows. How is Marcus taking it? He wondered aloud. A thought occurred to him, and he sprang back up. Marcus? Is he all right? He took a killing curse to the chest end. It's being called the Million Galleon Hit, she said patiently. He was wearing a necklace, given to him that morning, as luck would have it. The Aurors said that the curse hit the diamond in the pendant, which was dense enough to block the curse. It shattered on impact, and your friend suffered superficial injuries. He has since made a full recovery. Harry nodded, glad that he was lying down. He remembered seeing the necklace and how Marcus had apologized for its destruction. A necklace Oliver Wood had apparently gifted him. Oliver Wood, who had proceeded to snog Harry's Quidditch captain in the middle of High Street. Harry felt a brief flash of irritation at this memory. After all the shit Marcus had given Harry for dating one of Gryffindor's chasers, he had secretly been snogging their captain. The audacity. And the others? He asked, mentally shelving his annoyance and focusing on the issue at hand. Remus is fine, she explained in a gentle voice. His legs. Right now, he's in a wheelchair, Madame Pomfrey explained. He'll be fitted for prosthetics in another month or so, but he's doing remarkably well, all things considered. I don't know how, he admitted, looking at the bedsheets twisted in his fists. Everything I was doing wasn't working, and he was. His throat squeezed shut as a wave of panic flooded his veins. Madame Pomfrey patiently waited for him to continue. Medusa did something. There was a barrier and a spell she had me perform and...
When it became clear that Harry wasn't going to finish, Madame Pomfrey reached forward to take one of his hands. He's alive, thanks to you, she said, giving his hand a gentle squeeze. It doesn't matter how. Harry wasn't sure he entirely agreed with her sentiment. Now that the terror had passed, he was curious to know what Medusa had done to save them. He glanced around the hospital wing, finally finding his snake sleeping beneath his bed. She grumbled when he summoned her to him but didn't wake up. He would interrogate her later, but for the moment, he was content to feel her familiar weight in his lap.
When he composed himself, he asked Madame Pomfrey about the other things he had missed. She informed him of the casualties at what was being called the Hogsmeade Massacre, of which there were thankfully few. Only 3 village residents had died, and all Hogwarts students were accounted for. There were more injuries, of course, but fewer than there would have been if Harry hadn't been present. I know I'm not supposed to treat people without a qualified healer present, but... You're not in trouble, she explained. I'm so proud of you, Harry. You did well. Especially with Miss Perkins. Harry blushed at the praise and quickly continued. Is she? She's been transferred to St. Mungo's at her parents' request, Madame Pomfrey explained. Her parents are Muggles and were unable to visit her here at the castle. From what I understand, she's resting comfortably and will return next term. I suspect I cemented Dad's Order of Merlin, Harry said idly, feeling a small bit of glee at the idea. His father would be mortified if he had to accept the award. I used the spell he invented to heal Perkins. Madame Pomfrey chuckled. That you both invented, she reminded him, raising a stern eyebrow. I read the paper, Harry. I know you had a hand in it. He did the hard part. He deserves the award, Harry explained with a dismissive hand wave. Madame Pomfrey pursed her lips, the mirth in her expression morphing into something more serious. They're talking about one for you too, Harry, she said in a low voice. For what you did at Hogsmeade. Before he could ask her to elaborate, she reached over to Harry's bedside table and picked up a copy of the Daily Prophet. From this morning, she said as she handed him the newspaper. The hero of Hogsmeade of the horrors that have already been expounded upon in previous editions of the Prophet. Stories of heroic actions have also come forth. From dousing fires to housing terrified students, there is no shortage of accounts highlighting the brave deeds of Hogsmeade's citizens. However, none of these quite match up to those of a Hogwarts student. Healer apprentice Harry Potter, 15, went far above the call of duty on that fateful day. Whilst fully trained wizards were running for safety, hundreds of eyewitness testimonies saw Apprentice Potter running towards the fight. Healing hundreds and potentially saving the lives of dozens, Apprentice Potter put his knowledge to good use that day. I had just escaped my burning house, Doris Nightingale, 52, recalled. I couldn't breathe a damn because of the smoke, but Potter fixed me up in a tick. I didn't even get to thank him before he was off like a rabbit, healing my neighbor's broken arm. Silas Meadows, 114, recalls a similar incident. That boy saved my life. Seconds after he pulled me to safety, a building collapsed. I would have been crushed if he hadn't been there. He fixed my bum leg while he was at it too. Ruined it years ago after a run-in with a particularly nasty krupp. Mr. Meadows pulled up his robes for us without prompting, exposing a very hairy but otherwise normal-looking leg. Used to be covered in dreadful scars, but now it's never worked better. And then there were the pictures. Somehow, knowing someone had photographed him without his knowledge or consent made the whole fiasco worse. There had to be dozens of them, taken throughout the afternoon. Him, setting Pocklington's leg.
Him, wrapping bandages for a man with a head wound. Him, a sooty toddler on his hip whilst he treated her unconscious mother. He felt a strange sense of detachment from his image in the photographs. There had been so many injuries that day, most of them blurred together. Some of the depicted events, Harry couldn't even remember. And yet there they were, in full color and movement, for all of Wizarding Britain to see.
He pulled the newspaper closer and flipped through it, inspecting the dozens of pictures. There, in tiny print, Harry found the words submitted by a Pusey typed neatly below each of the photographs.
He was going to kill Adrian. I'm never leaving this room, he declared, looking up at Madame Pomfrey.
She rolled her eyes. It's not that bad, Harry. Not that bad. Harry repeated in disbelief. This is humiliating. Please don't start fires in my infirmary, she chided, prying the letter out of his hands, which had indeed begun to smoke and curl at the edges. You're being melodramatic. I won't accept it, he said, waving his hand in disgust at the article, which quoted Minster Fudge saying that Harry was being considered for an Order of Merlin that would most certainly be first class. Truthfully, Harry couldn't articulate why he was filled with so much revulsion at the prospect of receiving an Order of Merlin. Perhaps he felt like he didn't deserve it. His actions that day were nothing out of the ordinary. He had healing training, so why wouldn't he have helped? Or maybe it was because there were so many other people who should receive it before him. After all, hadn't McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, and Uncle Remus held Flint off, preventing the day from ending in total bloodshed? Where was their reward? Madame Pomfrey hummed in thought and collected the newspaper and letter, placing them on his bedside table. You don't have to, I suppose, she agreed. This wasn't the reaction he had expected. You think I should? She tilted her head from side to side as she considered his question. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging that you did a good thing, she said. It would help your career in the future. If you open your own practice, having an Order of Merlin would be attractive to prospective clients. Harry pursed his lips, surprised by the pragmatic answer. I'd be profiting off a tragedy, he admitted quietly. Some might call it taking advantage of the situation you find yourself in. Which is a nice way to say mercenary, Harry insisted. Madame Pomfrey chuckled. You're Euphemia's grandson, all right, she said with a fond shake of her head. She gave Harry's cheek a comforting pat before raising her wand. With a little flick, a fresh set of robes appeared at the foot of Harry's bed. You're free to leave when you're ready, she explained. I'm not allowing you to hide in here for the rest of term. She bustled off, ignoring Harry's protests, and he resigned himself to facing the population of Hogwarts. He considered using his invisibility cloak to avoid any unnecessary confrontations, but then he remembered that John had nicked it, and he scowled. A visit to his brother would have to be his first stop, Harry decided, draping a sleeping Medusa across his shoulders. Fortunately, he didn't have to look far, as he quite literally ran into John as he left the hospital wing. To Harry's surprise, his father was there, too, looking exhausted but relieved to see him walking around. We were just coming to visit you, his father explained, pulling him into a tight hug which had Medusa hissing with displeasure. Poppy said you were fine but... Just tired, Harry said, relishing in the warmth of his father's arms. Have you seen Uncle Remus? We just left, John replied. Uncle Sirius is helping him pack up his quarters.
He's going to take a leave of absence from teaching, his father explained before Harry could ask. Remus wants to take the rest of term to recover. But Dumbledore's already offered him the history of magic job next year, less moving around, so I doubt it would be for long.
Guilt burned in his chest. Uncle Remus loved teaching defense. Teaching it at Hogwarts had, quite literally, been his dream job. And now he would have to give it up, all because Harry had been careless. If he hadn't had to save Harry, Uncle Remus would still be up walking around in. His father, seeing Harry's expression and correctly deducing the cause, took Harry's face in his hands. Remus isn't angry with you, he promised. He said he'd do it all over again if it meant saving your life. Thank God only you were there that day. Who knows what would have happened if John had been there. Harry glanced at his brother, whose hazel eyes were wide with panic. Clearly, John had managed to keep his little adventure a secret. Considering Hogwarts' efficient rumor mill, the feat was impressive. Dementors would have descended on Hogsmeade, no doubt, Harry replied, knowing his luck. John's face crumpled with relief, but quickly schooled his expression. He sauntered up to their father's side. It's a good thing I know the Patronus charm, he said before launching into a story about the school-wide lessons Uncle Remus had given. Despite having heard all about the lessons from their letters, their father nodded along, asking questions in the appropriate parts. Harry was surprised at how relaxed James was, considering the last 3 days, but he wasn't about to look a gift to Braxton in the mouth. He was sure his father would freak out later. Perhaps right now, he was enjoying spending a few moments with his family, just like Harry was. So, what newts will you take next year? Marcus asked several weeks later as he lounged on one of the Chesterfields in Slytherin's study, his legs tossed casually over the arms as he tossed a nougat chunk up into the air before catching it in his mouth. It was the last day of term, and Harry and his friends had sequestered themselves in Slytherin's study one last time before the summer halls began. Or, in Marcus's case, one last time ever. Despite the stress of his fugitive father trying to off him, Marcus had managed to pass his classes, earning newts in potions, defense, transfiguration, and arithmancy. Not that he'd need them, of course. The Falmouth Falcons didn't care if Marcus knew how to transfigure a toad into a gramophone, so long as he managed to stay on his broom and score as many goals whilst doing it. "You don't need to sound so smug," Cedric said in a light-hearted tone, "just because you're leaving us here to rot next year." "He's leaving you here to rot," Grace corrected, fishing through her bag of jelly slugs until she found a green one. "He's got me a ticket to the Quidditch World Cup in August." "Perks of being a professional Quidditch player," Marcus said with a shrug.
"You didn't offer us tickets to the World Cup," Teddy protested, looking up from the game of exploding snap he was playing with Harry by the fire.
"You say that like you haven't had your ticket since Christmas," Harry replied. Truthfully, other than Ginny, all of Harry's friends would be attending the sporting event at the end of the summer. "Well, I still would have liked him to offer," Teddy grumbled, though his words held no real bite. "You'll have to tell me how it is," Ginny sighed wistfully. She and Luna were near one of the bookcases, using dozens of priceless ancient tomes to create an elaborate maze for Medusa to crawl through. "I don't mind getting you a ticket, Gin," Marcus said. This wasn't the first time he had made the offer, nor was it the first time Ginny had refused. "Mum said I couldn't go. Apparently, it wouldn't be fair to my brothers." "Come off it," Grace said. "It's not your fault you've got friends in high places." "Some higher than others," Cedric added with a grin, nudging one of Marcus's long legs for emphasis. There was a smattering of chuckles and groans at Cedric's joke. Marcus made a rude hand gesture before turning back to Ginny. "Just send me an owl if you manage to change her mind."
"Or better yet," Grace began, her eyes alight with a devilish gleam that usually preceded an event Grace would call good fun, that the rest of them would call slightly dangerous, or mildly illegal. "We tell her you're spending the weekend at my house, we go to the match, and she'll be none the wiser."
"Yeah, I can see that working," Harry said sarcastically. "Ginny just so happens to stay at a friend's house the day before the World Cup. What could go wrong?"
"Mum's got a sixth sense for those sorts of things," Ginny said glumly. "Says it's a byproduct of bringing Fred and George up."
Grace pursed her lips. "Well, maybe we could go to a concert this summer," and by that, they all knew Grace meant sneaking into the most raucous rock concert she could find. "There's a Muggle music festival in London I think you'll love." "Please stop trying to corrupt the younglings," Marcus said, tossing a pillow at Grace's head. "I've got 6 older brothers," Ginny reminded him, "and I was possessed by a 16-year-old boy for 6 months. There's nothing in me left to corrupt." "All things truly wicked start from innocence," Luna agreed with a solemn nod. When she realized they were gaping at her, stunned by her profound statement, she shrugged. Ernest Hemingway. "And apropos observation," Harry agreed after regaining his ability to speak. "You're not taking Ginny to a concert." "How are you going to stop me?" "You're King off to Greece for the summer," Grace asked with a grin. Harry couldn't tell if she was serious or just trying to get under his skin. She was right, however. The day after term ended, Harry and his family would indeed be taking an international portkey to Greece. His father and brother would be staying near Athens with their father's uncle, whilst Harry would be journeying to Epidaurus, where the Asclepion was located. He had received a thick envelope from the healing school just that morning, containing a packing list, a list of required immunizations, and a copy of his schedule for his 6-week stay. "I'm going to have to agree with Harry on this one, Gracie," Cedric said before an argument could start. "Corrupt or not, I doubt Mrs. Weasley would like it if her daughter was." "Head banging to a wicked beat?" Luna offered, the words discordant with her dreamy tone. Cedric gave her a side-eye look as if he wasn't sure if he wanted to laugh or be concerned. Sure. Although the argument was far from settled, they agreed to set it aside for the rest of the night. Instead, the friends spent the rest of their time together chatting, playing games, and, when Grace got too antsy to remain in the study, sneaking out onto the grounds to swim in the Black Lake. Well, everyone except for Ginny and Luna, who were sent to bed. Harry might not be Hogwarts's best prefect, but even he knew that there were some things second years shouldn't partake in. It was nearing 3 in the morning when they snuck back into the castle, robes dripping and shoes waterlogged. Cedric decided to be responsible and returned to his common room while the 4 Slytherins returned to the study. Grace and Teddy quickly passed out in front of the fire, where they had sprawled out on the floor, waiting for their clothes to dry. Marcus at least had the foresight to cast a drying charm on himself before summoning a blanket and settling into the Chesterfield for the night. Harry thought he might have been more comfortable if he had returned to his private chambers but wasn't about to wake Marcus to suggest it. Instead, Harry settled for drying Teddy and Grace's clothes before moving them onto nearby settees. Grace, who still had yet to hit 5 feet, was much easier to relocate than the gangly Teddy, but Harry had experience moving unconscious people thanks to his years in the hospital wing. Once that was done, Harry puttered around the study, cleaning up food and putting away Medusa's book maze, not yet ready to sleep. He wasn't sure why. He was plenty exhausted, not just from their end-of-year party but because his day had been eventful. His OWL results had arrived that morning, as had his apprentice exams. He had passed, as Madame Pomfrey had said he would, and would continue to the 3rd year of his apprenticeship, which by all accounts, was the most tough year. He had also met with Professor Snape to discuss his OWL results, outstandings in everything but astronomy and history of magic, where he earned exceeds expectations. But really, who cared about those anyway? And which NEWT courses he would be enrolled in the next year, nominally, of course. His apprenticeship came first. They had settled on dropping astronomy, history of magic, and, much to the dismay of Professor Babbling, ancient runes. Everything else, they decided, would be beneficial for his healing studies. It was hard to believe that he would be a 6th year, come September. It was even harder to believe that this was Marcus's last night at Hogwarts. It felt like his friend was handing him a set of emerald Quidditch robes just yesterday. Things had certainly changed since that day on the Quidditch pitch. "What's wrong?" Marcus asked, pulling Harry from his musings. Harry jumped and spun around, not realizing that anyone was still awake. He shook his head and tried to speak, only letting out an airy huff in response. Marcus waited patiently for Harry to compose himself. "It will be weird," Harry managed to choke out, "next year." His response was clearly inadequate because Marcus remained silent and waited for Harry to continue. "Without you here," he explained at last. Harry half expected his friend to crack a joke or tease him by saying, "Ah, Harry, are you going to miss me?" But he didn't. He remained silent, waiting for Harry to sort through his chaotic thoughts. "I've always had to look out for other people. My brother, Grace, Luna." Harry looked down at his hands, wringing them tightly. "But until I met you, nobody's taken care of me." Sure, he had his father and uncles, but that wasn't the same. There was something inherently special about having someone slightly older take notice of you, take you under your wing, act as a mentor, a protector, a friend. Harry had always been those things for others, but before Marcus, he had never had that for himself. Maybe it was incredibly selfish, but Harry didn't want to lose that. "I'm going to miss you," Harry said at last, unwilling to look up at Marcus. If he had, he wouldn't have been so startled when long, strong arms crushed him in a hug. "I'm not going anywhere, Harry," Marcus promised as he pulled away to grip Harry's arms, keeping him from turning around or fleeing. He crouched down to look Harry in the eyes. "You can write to me and visit on holidays in." "It won't be the same," Harry retorted, shaking his head. To his humiliation, he realized that he had started to cry. He reached up and scrubbed the offending tears away. "You won't be here and things won't be the same, and what will I do when?" "Things will be different," Marcus agreed, "but they won't change." "You say that, but you'll move on, and we'll all grow apart and—" "No," Marcus said emphatically, "they won't. You can't know that," Harry insisted. "I do know it," Marcus replied, a small, sad smile playing on his lips. "How can you be so certain? You know how you feel responsible for John, how you want to protect him, even when you want to toss him out a window." When Harry nodded, Marcus glanced over at their sleeping friends. "When my dad murdered my brothers and sisters, I never thought I would feel as awful as I did. It felt like he had destroyed my reason for living. I didn't know who I was supposed to be without my little siblings to love and care for. That pain never went away over the years. It only got worse when I came to Hogwarts and saw everyone else with their siblings, and I was so jealous knowing they had something that should have been mine too. You can't imagine how much I hated the Weasleys. He let out a little laugh that lacked humor. I was so lonely. But then I met this titchy little second year who jumped at his own shadow and refused to talk for months on end, but damn, was he a vision on a broom. And he had the dumbest King friends who all seemed hell-bent on trying to get themselves killed. Marcus smiled at Harry and gave his arms a gentle squeeze. I knew they needed someone to look out for them. And I thought, no one else is going to keep them out of trouble, so I might as well be the one to do it. I could see you needed me. So no, Harry, Marcus said. I'm not going anywhere. Just because I won't be at Hogwarts next year doesn't mean I'm going to abandon you. You couldn't get rid of me if you tried. Besides, I doubt the others would let me go either. A wet bubble of sound slipped from Harry's lips, halfway between a laugh and a sob. I suppose not, he agreed. He rubbed his tear-stained face and fought to control his breathing. Thanks. There were so many things he wanted to thank Marcus for giving him a chance all those years ago, for watching his back and protecting him from the worst of the bullying, for being a voice of reason through every row he and John had, for his steadying presence when nothing ever felt like it would be right again. That a single word seemed inadequate. Still, Marcus seemed to understand just the same. He shook his head. No, Harry, he said, dark eyes gentle. Thank you. For what? It was Marcus's turn to pause and collect his thoughts. You saved my life, he said at last. I'm not lonely anymore. No more words were exchanged that night, but none were really needed. They settled on remaining the Cités and got a few hours of rest. Several hours later, they roused Grace and Teddy and left the study to collect their belongings and grab a quick breakfast from the Great Hall. And then it was time for the 7th years to leave. The tradition was to take the boats back across the Black Lake, the reverse journey they had made 7 years before. It was always a bittersweet ending to their time spent at Hogwarts, full of excitement for new adventures and sadness for leaving behind the magical castle and the memories they had made. From there, they'd take the Hogwarts Express back to Platform 9 3/4 one last time. As they hurtled towards London, they laughed, swapped stories about things that had happened throughout the year, and made plans to see each other at some point during the summer. They teased Marcus about his relationship with Oliver Wood, which had been going on since September, and pointed out the irony that, even though they were no longer at Hogwarts, their rivalry would continue on the Quidditch pitch, as Wood had signed with Puddlemere United. They spoke about everything besides the fact that this would be the last time they'd all be together as students. It made for a somber journey, although the 4 Slytherins, 2 Hufflepuffs, and 1 Ravenclaw in the compartment tried to pretend otherwise. But at last, the Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross Station. They lingered in their compartment for far longer than was necessary, pretending to retrieve belongings and ensuring that pets were safely in their carriers until they could put it off no longer. Ginny gave Marcus a shy grin and a brief hug before scampering away, no doubt to meet her family down on the platform. She didn't know him as well as the others, but she knew she'd miss Marcus's steadying presence next year. Thank you for being so tall, Luna said in her airy voice as she wrapped her arms around Marcus's middle. She left it at that, leaving the compartment without another word. Nobody knew what her words were supposed to mean, but they all agreed that they were probably meaningful to Luna's bizarre mind. Teddy was next. With a decidedly English stiff upper lip and a forced air of indifference, he held out his hand to Marcus. Marcus rolled his eyes and pulled Teddy in for a hug. They all pretended not to notice the shuddering of his shoulders. Cedric had no such problems expressing his emotions when it was his turn to say goodbye. He tossed his arms around Marcus's neck and pulled him down for a bone-breaking hug. Thanks for looking out for us, he said. I'm going to miss you next year. Harry, who had already said what needed to be said to his friend the previous night, merely hugged Marcus. They turned to Grace, who was fidgeting with her pink trunk and pointedly not looking at them. Gracie. Marcus called softly. Who's going to carry my trunk for me? She asked in a wobbly voice. Marcus rolled his eyes but gave her a fond smile. I imagine I will, he said, reaching down to scoop up her trunk, which he settled on one of his broad shoulders. And next year, she asked, turning around at last. Her eyes were bloodshot and full of tears. Who will carry it for me then? The strapping young lad you call your boyfriend, I imagine, Marcus teased. Ah, Marcus, Cedric sighed, grinning up at him with a faux besotted look. It's not the same, he's my boyfriend, he has to listen to me, Grace wailed, her strawberry blonde curls flying as she furiously shook her head. And then she launched herself at Marcus, who somehow managed to catch her with one arm. I'm going to.
I'll miss you too, Marcus finished for her, setting down her trunk so he could wrap her up in a tight hug. He pressed a key to the top of her head. But I'll just be an owl away.
I don't have an owl, Grace managed to say through heaving sobs. Steal Harry's, Marcus suggested, like you always do. If Harry could go back in time and tell his 11-year-old self what he was witnessing, he wondered what he would have said. He might have laughed in his face or called him a liar. 11-year-old Harry might have even refused to get on the Hogwarts Express if he knew that he would be sorted into Slytherin. Back then, Harry couldn't have imagined anyone more awful than a Slytherin. Funny how things turn out. He recalled his father's words, spoken not too far away from where Harry now stood, before his first year. Houses are just support systems, he had said, they don't define you. Harry hadn't believed him then. But watching Marcus with Ginny and Luna, Cedric and Teddy and Grace, 6 completely different people from different houses, he thought there may be a kernel of truth to the words after all. For someone who had grown up in the magical world, Harry was wildly inexperienced with its various forms of transportation. At nearly 16, he still tripped when coming out of the fireplace and hated sidelong apparition with a burning passion. But a portkey? Nothing could quite prepare him for the disorienting sensation of being grabbed by the navel and tossed into another country. In fact, he was so ill by the time he reached Greece that his father considered taking him straight to the Asclepion. Wouldn't that be an introduction? John laughed in a way only little brothers could as he watched Harry attempt to keep the contents of his stomach. You show up a week early, not as a student, but as a patient. Because their father was standing a foot away, Harry had to settle for giving his brother a glare rather than a rude hand gesture. Fortunately, an employee from the Department of International Travel was kind enough to provide him with a stomach soother and put Harry out of his misery. The Gannes clan had strong genetics. That was Harry's first impression of his father's maternal family. Like Mr. Potter, and by extension, Harry and John, they all had well-tanned, olive skin, similar long, thin noses, and the same tall, willowy build. In fact, the only real difference between Harry's father and his cousin Chrysostomos was the 25-year age difference. That, and Chrysostomos's graying hair fell neat ringlets compared to Mr. Potter's gravity-defying mop. Something great Aunt Pelagia wasted no time in pointing out. Did your father never teach you what a comb was? She asked, her papery voice at odds with her aggressive tone. She whipped out her wand and began attacking James's hair with several dozen charms, none of which managed to tame the unruly locks. If anything, Harry thought they might have grown messier. And you had to go and give your boys that wretched English hair, she snapped, shooting Harry and John disapproving looks. They could have been so handsome. Their father had warned them that something like this might happen and had explicitly told them to keep their mouths shut. Aunt Pelagia was strong-willed, opinionated, and ruled over the Gannes clan with an iron fist. Arguing with her was futile. The best course of action when dealing with her was to smile and agree with whatever she said, no matter how ridiculous it sounded. Come here, and let me look at you, Aunt Pelagia commanded, snapping her fingers at the two brothers. Like the brave Gryffindor he was, John let Harry approach first. Aunt Pelagia seized Harry's jaw, turning his face this way and that as she inspected him. You're the healing apprentice? She asked, turning to James for confirmation before Harry had a chance to respond. It's good to know someone has taken after Effie. I assume the Parseltongue comes from your wife's side? Mr. Potter frowned, as if just now considering Harry's strange gift for the first time. We're not sure where he got it from, he replied, shooting Harry a considering look. Lily's family were muggles. A latent ability from us, then. No wonder the Asclepion has taken you, she replied, her hazel eyes refocusing on Harry. Hideous hair or not, you will make our family proud. She patted Harry's cheek in a blatant dismissal before turning her attention to John. And this is the troublemaker. I can see it in his eyes. Too much fleement in him. John blinked, then smiled. I'd be able to cause more trouble if it wasn't for Harry. Aunt Pelagia stared blankly at John, scandalized by his cheek. But then, she surprised everyone present by letting out a deep, throaty laugh. Older siblings, she agreed. They ruin everyone's fun. She looped her arm through John's and began to lead him away, causing the rest of them to scramble to catch up. That reminds me of the time Euphemia stopped me from bringing home a chimera. John nodded and shot a smug smile over his shoulder at Harry. Harry made me turn in the dragon I found. A dragon? Their father yelped. Aunt Pelagia shushed him with a pointed glare before smiling indulgently at John. Continue, my heart. The rest of them, Harry, Mr. Potter, Chrysostomos, his son, Demetrios, and Demetrios's daughter, Maya, scrambled to catch up. Don't worry, Maya said soothingly, winding her arm through Harry's as they made their way through the Greek Ministry of Magic. She'll have a different favorite by supper. Harry hadn't been particularly worried, he was used to people fawning over John, but thanked her for the reassurance nonetheless. Maya was a year older than him and in her final year at Durmstrang. She was tall for a woman, standing just a few centimeters shy of Harry's 5'11" frame. Apart from their eye color, Harry had a distinct impression of what he might have looked like had he been born a girl. Even their voices were similar, hers an uncommonly deep yet pleasing contralto that sat a pitch or two higher than his. So, the Asclepian, she asked, her voice colored with amusement. What possessed you to join them? Demetrios interrupted his conversation with Mr. Potter to shoot his daughter an unimpressed look. Not this again. Her eyes shone with mischief. I just think it's weird that he's willingly joining a cult. Harry glanced over at his father in a panic, finding him just as confused as he was. I'm not? For the last time, it's not a cult. Demetrios snapped in exasperation. Clearly, this was a conversation they had had many times. Maya's grin widened. Harry wasn't sure if she was enjoying riling her father up or mocking Harry's choice of healing program more. No? Then why do they wear those funny clothes? I assume you mean their uniforms? Harry began. Most professions wear them. Although he had to admit that the veils they wore at the Asclepian were odd. Even as an apprentice, Harry couldn't escape them. At that very moment, the white robes in his trunk bore hoods, although his head coverings were lime green, pronouncing him a student. Once he took his vows, the hem of his robes would be severed to make the iconic white veils that all Esculapian healers wore. According to healer Rodriguez, the veils symbolized how they would always remain students of the healing arts. Another point, she added. The group centers its veneration on the leader of the cult rather than some higher power. The only thing they really hold sacred is healing magic, Harry replied. Other than the administrative board, I don't think there really is a leader. But Maya didn't seem particularly keen on listening to reason. She continued on, sticking 3 long, well-manicured fingers in Harry's face for added emphasis. 3. They isolate members from friends and family. I assume you're referring to the priests and priestesses? Harry asked, not sure if he should feel insulted or amused. They've hardly been coerced into the position. They've willingly chosen to give up their outside lives and dedicate themselves to healing. It's an admirable sacrifice. Maya clicked her tongue and shook her head in disappointment. You haven't even gone yet, and they managed to brainwash you. I can't tell if you're serious or just taking the piss, Harry said after a moment of silence. Maya gave him a little smirk, which didn't clarify her position. Harry was suddenly reminded of Grace and was incredibly grateful that the two women attended schools thousands of kilometers apart. The Asclepian is a noble devotion, Chrysostomos cut in, his tone brokering no room for further argument. He gave his granddaughter an admonishing look that Harry had seen on his father's face hundreds of times. Harry's hard work will bring honor to our family. Maya gave him the toothy grin of a child who knew her doting grandfather would never punish her for her cheek. The benefits of being the only grandchild, Harry supposed. Aunt Pelagia and John led them out of the ministry. Within moments, Harry was sweating under the Grecian summer sun unlike their relatives. The Potter's robes were made of thick wool that was more appropriate for England's milder climate. Harry made a mental note to look up cooling charms when they reached Copper Crane Hall. Copper Crane Hall was the Ganas family's homestead in Lakonkos, a magical village much like Hogsmeade. It sat on a hill overlooking the village, glowing like one of Hephaestus's workshops in the afternoon sun. There it housed not only generations of the family but the copper forges they used to make their world-renowned and highly coveted cauldrons. It consisted entirely of one level and was filled with hundreds of rooms, connected by countless corridors in a constantly changing floor plan. It's a defense mechanism, designed to entrap intruders, his father had explained. Only, it works a little too well. Chrysostomos' wife got lost in there back in 72. They still haven't managed to find her. This feat was made possible by the enchanted copper the house was built out of. Harry would have enjoyed exploring Copper Crane Hall in Lakonkos but simply didn't have the time. Between meeting his father's family, Aunt Pelagia feeding him more food than he had ever had in his life, and preparing for his stay at the Asclepion, Harry was asleep before his head even hit the pillow that night. In the morning, after a light breakfast, sans tea, much to Harry's displeasure. The Greeks apparently preferred coffee. Harry attempted to locate the library. This, however, was easier said than done. Despite someone tacking a red string to the white stucco walls to guide him through the labyrinthine halls, Harry still managed to get lost. Over the course of an hour, he stumbled across his bedroom, an art studio, a puppetry, and the same lounge 3 different times, only to end up in the kitchen once more. Fortunately, he was rescued by Maya, who informed him how to navigate the house more effectively. "Follow your feet," she explained, tapping the ground with her toe. The floors were constructed of wide, irregular wooden slats, which were mismatched and ran in random directions. It was as if the builders had cobbled together whatever pieces of wood they could find and nailed them down with tiny copper nails. Upon closer inspection, Harry found the nails were etched with strings of indecipherable runes. "Try focusing on where you want to go," Maya instructed. "You generally end up where you need to be." "That would have been nice to know before," Harry grumbled. "I could have ended up like." Yia will show up eventually," Maya explained with a dismissive handwave. "I'm sure she's just trying to work some things out." Harry privately thought 22 years was a long time to work through one's issues, but he kept his musings to himself. "My dad said there's a library?" Harry asked, deciding it was time to change subjects. Maya looked more scandalized about Harry's desire to read than the topic of the grandmother she had never met. "It's your summer holiday, Egghead," she informed him. "You're supposed to be having fun. It's bad enough you're running away with the cult." "It's not a cult," Harry replied with the patience he usually reserved for when Snape was feeling particularly antagonistic. "And I find studying quite interesting." "That's because you don't know how to have fun," she informed him with a patronizing smile. "By comparison, I'm sure you find reading entertaining." Harry gave her a sardonic smile of his own. "I suppose the illiterate might find reading rather dull." Maya blinked before tossing her head back and letting out a deep, throaty laugh. "The Kneazle has claws," she cheered, weaving her arm through Harry's and pulling him towards the kitchen door. "And here I thought you were a boring little bookworm. What great fun we shall have this week." "I think our ideas of fun might be different," Harry said. Maya waved his concerns away. "Yes, dearest, we've already established that. Now, can you swim?" "Not particularly well," Harry admitted as she led them across the grounds of Copper Crane Hall. They passed several copper forges and waved to the employees getting an early start on their work before the day grew too hot. "I won't drown, but I've never enjoyed it." "I imagine it's hard to look at books underwater," she agreed, with an exaggerated nod of understanding. "Charms do exist for that," he reminded her. "What else am I supposed to do in the bath?" "That explains the stench," she teased, nudging him with her elbow. She directed them through a grove of olive trees until they reached a denser part of the grounds where the juniper and oleander bushes grew wild and nearly obscured a narrow path. Maya led the way, and the brothers followed single file through the underbrush and up a steep, rocky incline. The further they walked, the quieter the noise from the forges grew until it was completely drowned out by the roar of water. The source of this noise revealed itself soon enough, and the cousins found themselves at the top of a cliff face, where a waterfall plunged into a crystal-clear pool below. A group of teens lounged along the cliff, some setting up a wireless and picnic spread whilst others were already sunbathing. "Have they never heard of swimming costumes?" John hissed in English, forcing his gaze away from the nude sunbathers, his face S. Arlette. Harry frowned. They'd get tan lines, he pointed out. If it were possible, John looked even more scandalized by Harry's blasé response. How are you not bothered by? He gestured in the vague direction of the teens.
Harry considered this for a moment and shrugged. There are few parts of the human body I haven't seen, touched, or probed. Nudity isn't particularly interesting. Now, if he could see their brains, he might be more invested. Much to his disappointment, Madame Pomfrey hadn't procured one for his studies.
John looked at him like he'd grown a second head. I suspect it's a cultural thing, Harry continued. England is rarely warm enough to permit proper tanning. If anything, John looked more horrified. Please don't tell me you're going to join them. Harry hadn't thought about it, but he found that he wasn't averse to the notion. Not because he particularly wanted to be tanned, but more so because he could see the idea very much disturbed his brother. John was spared from Harry's antagonizing, however, by Maya, who flounced back with a clothed friend in tow. Beside his willowy cousin, the girl looked even smaller than she already was. She had long, dark brown hair, tanned olive skin, and a face so painfully average that Harry would later be unable to describe her when pressed. This is Despina, Maya explained, waving to her friend. She thinks you're attractive, Harry. Despina looked like she very much wanted to sink into the ground. You know how to heal bones, correct? Maya asked Harry, continuing as if she hadn't just humiliated her friend. Harry shot Despina a sympathetic smile before returning his attention to his cousin. I've fixed one or two in my life, he said slowly. He wasn't sure he liked her line of questioning. Maya beamed. Perfect. We're going cliff jumping. Harry had never jumped off a cliff before and, after seeing the 10-meter drop in question, had no desire to start. The same could not be said for John, who hurled himself into the ocean below with increasingly reckless abandon, after he changed into a swimming costume, of course. Instead, Harry settled on the picnic blanket with some of the other teens. Leconco's locals ranging from 15 to 19, and tried to force himself to socialize. This proved easier than he initially thought, though this mainly had to do with someone finding a Quidditch match on the wireless for them to listen to. Maya, a boy called. Your boyfriend is playing. Maya dropped down on the blanket beside Harry, dripping wet, her expression uncharacteristically intent. I thought that was this afternoon. Australia had to forfeit. Apparently, none of them have recovered from their match against Chile, so Poland is taking their place. Maya swore. Who's he playing? Victor. Maya's profanity was even more foul than the last. I hate him. Your boyfriend? John asked, joining their group. When he found no available place on the blanket, he promptly sat on top of Harry. Rather than cause a fight, Harry wrapped his arms around his still wet brother and placed a noisy key on his cheek. John yelped and scrambled away. No, Maya snapped, redirecting them back to the conversation. Crumb. It took a second for Harry and John to process this statement. You know Victor Crumb? John asked, eyes wide with awe. What's he like? He doesn't blink, Maya replied. She wrinkled her nose as she spoke, as if this quirk of Crumb's was a major character flaw. He's a Caeseneratos. The description didn't have a direct English translation but was probably closest to what Grace would call a major bummer. To call someone a Caeseneratos was, in effect, calling them exceedingly dull, painfully uninteresting, and a mood killer. This description was not exactly what Harry had in mind when he thought of a world-class athlete. A world-class athlete who caught the snitch 9 minutes and 18 seconds after the Quidditch match started. Bulgaria demolished Poland with an embarrassing score of 230-10. Well, I guess Tomas won't be winning the Quidditch World Cup, a boy sighed sadly before reaching over to turn off the wireless. That's a shame. He was doing so well this year. Crumb's always been better, said a girl he thought was called Xanthippe. She shrugged with a forced air of indifference that Harry instantly recognized as something Daphne Greengrass did when she was baiting Pansy Parkinson. Maya scowled, a mean look glinting in her hazel eyes. He certainly has better taste than we give him credit for. Tell us, how often did he turn you down last term? Xanthippe lunged for Maya, who would have returned in kind, had Harry and several other picnickers not leapt in between and dragged them apart. The congenial atmosphere sufficiently ruined, Harry and John collected their possessions and their seething cousin, and returned home. About 100 kilometers from Lakonkos, within the Muggle city of Epidaurus, stood the ruins of what Muggles called the Sanctuary of Asclepius. There, they believed a literal god could heal them of all ails, and around it, the cult of Asclepius was formed. Of course, they didn't know that their god was just a wizard with a particular proclivity for healing magic. And, vain as he was, Asclepius of Epidaurus never disabused them of that notion. Even still, his fabled ability to make miracles survived the ages. In modern times, Muggles from all over the world flocked to the ruins, secretly hoping the long-dead god would cure them. It was through these Muggles that Harry and his father waited to reach the Asclepion, the very real and operating hospital-cum-healing school that Asclepius had founded. Unlike the entrance of St. Mungo's, which required one to step through the window of a department store, gaining access to the Asclepion included little more than walking past a copse of pine trees, wading through a river, and being approved by one of the snake guardians. "I don't like their hair," one of the guardians hissed to its companion. "Such hairy humans are bound to be untrustworthy."
They look rather healthy, the other agreed. What business could they possibly have with the hospital?
"I'm attending the school," Harry offered, cutting off their conversation when the two snakes began plotting the best way to scare them off. "You're a speaker." Harry didn't know a snake could sound bashful. They let him and his father pass, slinking off into the shadows without another word. They didn't make it very far before encountering Healer Rodriguez, who sat up a tree. "You're early," he cheered, leaping down with surprising agility. He landed in front of them and caught Harry's hand, which he pumped furiously. "I wasn't expecting you for hours." He turned to shake Mr. Potter's hand, only to pause. He glanced between Harry and Mr. Potter, his blue eyes wide as saucers. "Well, I'll be damned," he breathed. "Don't you look like you just crawled out of his ass? You must be his daddy." James Potter, Harry's father, offered with a bemused smile. Healer Rodriguez's smile widened. "It's nice to put a name to the face. I read all about Yaw in Harry's file, of course. Can I get a blood sample?" "River," a woman's lilting soprano chided. Her accent was foreign but infinitely more intelligible than Rodriguez's. Like Rodriguez, the woman wore lime green healer's robes. She stood at the edge of the grove, holding a dark-haired child, who pulled at her jet-black curls with meaty fists. "We talked about this." Healer Rodriguez gave her, then Mr. Potter, a chagrined smile. "Right, sorry. Y'all don't like giving out blood, right?" The woman drew closer. "You'll have to forgive my husband," the woman said. She handed the child to Healer Rodriguez before reaching forward to shake Harry's hand. For all of his brains, he has terrible manners. Harry had, in fact, noticed as much but declined to say anything. "I am Healer Marta Rodriguez," she continued as she moved to shake Mr. Potter's hands, "and I welcome you to the Asclepion." It was Healer Marta, just Marta, Chico, she had replied when he had referred to her by her surname. Otherwise, it would be confusing, no? Who gave him the grand tour of the Asclepion whilst Mr. Healer Rodriguez? Maybe just the last name. "River, sounds funny with your accent," carried their daughter, Phoenix, and trotted behind her like a besotted overgrown puppy. She led Harry and his father through the sprawling campus, which consisted of 42 different wards, or abatons, which housed patients suffering from various magical maladies. Dozens of research facilities, potions labs, and greenhouses. Dormitories for healers and students to stay in. And the school itself, which was little more than an open-air lecture space hewn into the side of a cliff face. The campus was moderately quiet, but Healer Marta assured him it would be appropriately chaotic once the summer staff arrived in the morning. "Once we've taken our vows, we are required to attend one intensive a year to keep up with our learning. Summer is the most popular term," Healer Marta explained. "You'll mostly interact with qualified healers this summer," Rodriguez added. "Most students aren't crazy enough to give up their summer vacation for more learning. Present company excluded, of course." He gave Harry a cheeky grin to show he was joking before his face pinched with a considering look. "How old are ya, again?" "Nearly 16. He hummed. "Can ya grow a beard?"
This was the last thing he had expected Rodriguez to ask. Harry touched his jaw absently as he replied, "I've never tried." He'd had to start shaving at 12, though. And Potter hair, being the untamable monstrosity it was, meant that his hair grew fast. By 13, Harry had taken to using the hair loss curse once a week rather than shaving every day.
Consider it, Rodriguez said. Nobody will take Ya seriously with that baby face. Harry shared a worried look with his father, who gave him an unhelpful little shrug.
You think the patients won't. But Rodriguez was shaking his head before Harry could finish. Most of 'em are too rough to care who's helpin'. I meant the other healers. They already won't like Ya, bein' an apprentice and all.
What's wrong with being an apprentice? Harry asked, a bubble of panic lodging itself in his throat. What was he getting himself into? As if she could sense his distress, Healer Marta responded instead. Considering Rodriguez's lack of tact, this was probably a good thing. Nothing, per se, she said, shooting her husband a look Harry couldn't decipher. Most of the healers here will see you as a dirty, rotten cheater who thinks he's too good to follow the traditional path, Rodriguez supplied. His tone was airy and indifferent, but there was something harsh in his eyes as he spoke. Whatever anger he had with the other healers, it was personal. They hate us here.
Hate is a strong word, Healer Marta said, though she didn't refute his statements.
The older you look, Rodriguez continued, the better. They'll be less ugly if they don't know you're still in school. You'd think being considered amongst the best healers in the world, they'd be less hostile, Harry said mildly. On the contrary, Healer Marta said with a wry smile. It only adds to their inflated sense of importance. They're all in competition with each other. Adding a child prodigy into the mix will only hurt their egos. Let us know if anyone gives you difficulty. Harry, who had dealt with extensive bullying for years, knew better than to dob someone in. If he wanted any respect at the Asclepian, he'd have to fight tooth and nail for it. Still, he gave false promises to ask for help should any problems arise and studiously ignored Rodriguez's knowing look. They arrived at his dormitory sometime later, a spacious, if bland, apartment 5 times the size of his quarters at Hogwarts. His trunk was in the main room, which doubled as a lounge and a kitchen. Off to one side, a door led to the bath, whilst the other door led to the bedroom. The Rodriguez family left him to unpack, with Mr. Healer Rodriguez promising to meet him before his first lecture in the morning. You'll be at dinner on Sunday, of course, his father said after they finished setting up the apartment. Pelagia commanded it. I wouldn't dream of missing it, Harry agreed with a grin. His father watched him, a wistful smile playing on his lips. Reaching forward, he cradled Harry's face in his hands. When did you grow so tall? He murmured, more to himself. They were nearly the same height now, his father just a touch taller. Harry might even overtake him by the end of summer if the hem of his robes was any indication. In a little over a year, he'd reach his majority and be an adult in the eyes of the ministry. Still, no matter how tall he was or how old he got, there was one thing he would always do.
Harry wrapped his arms around his father and buried his face in the crook of his neck.
James wove his fingers through Harry's unruly hair, as if to keep him in his embrace for just a moment longer. He tilted his head and pressed a key. To Harry's temple. I'm so proud of you. He feels threatened by you. Harry twisted in his desk chair towards the voice coming from the open door, where he found Rodriguez idling in the doorway. He was in his healer's robes, although the white veil that was usually perched on his head had been pushed down onto his shoulders. Harry could just make out a snake's tongue flicking out from beneath it. The man he was referring to was Scott Andrews, a student at the Asclepian, who seemed to take Harry's presence there as a personal insult. His weapon of choice was purposefully giving Harry false information so he'd show up late to lectures and practicals, but he was more or less harmless. In fact, when he compared it to the bullying from his peers at Hogwarts, Andrews was no more threatening than a badly tempered rabbit. If he spent half as much time studying as he dedicates to sabotaging you, he might not be on the verge of getting kicked out, he said. Kicked out? Harry had never considered that people could get kicked out of the Asclepian, but he supposed it made sense. Being able to speak Parseltongue was the minimum requirement. Like all other healing programs, the Asclepian was notoriously competitive. It made sense that not everyone graduated. Rodriguez had the grace to feign embarrassment. I shouldn't gossip. He closed the door behind him before making himself at home at the kitchen table. That question I asked this morning? It was directly from the Step 9 test. Harry considered this briefly before nodding. I think I remember seeing it in my revision last week. Rodriguez's grin grew, and he leaned forward. And therein lies the crux of the problem, he said. The movement displaced his veil, which revealed a black and brown snake whose snout tipped up at the end. He's on academic probation because he failed Step 6, for a second time. Step 6 was one of the 28 tests students had to pass to become a certified healer. On the ordinary healing track, these tests were taken every few months, starting in their third year of school. Passing all of the steps allowed a student to graduate to their internship. That Andrews, a fourth year, couldn't pass Step 6 was a bad sign. Unlike a traditional healing program, apprenticeships were accelerated, meaning as a third-year apprentice, Harry would be starting with the steps when he returned to Hogwarts in September. And unlike the traditional path, Harry didn't have the luxury of months to study between his tests, but days. According to the schedule Madame Pomfrey had provided, Harry would be taking a grueling 9-hour-long test once a fortnight. To say he was dreading the start of term was a bit of an understatement. That ain't even the worst part, Rodriguez confided. He's still not got a snake. When this failed to garner the reaction he was looking for, he nodded to the snake perched on his shoulder. He hasn't been chosen yet. Harry frowned, still unable to comprehend why this was such a big deal. Rodriguez sighed. You gotta have a snake to graduate from the program, he explained. Most students find theirs by the end of their second year. Then why doesn't he just pick one? Harry asked. There were thousands of serpents roaming the campus, primarily Esculapian snakes, which acted as guardians to the hospital and aides to the healers. He shook his head. That's not really how it works. It's a bit like wands. The snakes gotta choose you. And if one doesn't choose you, we can't do what we do without our snakes, he explained. To not be chosen by one means you've been found unworthy of our magic, he concluded. If Andrews doesn't find a snake in the next few months, he'll have his memory modified, and he'll be forced to leave the Asclepian. Personally, Harry thought oblivation was a bit of an overkill, but if there was one thing that he had learned from his 5 weeks at the Asclepian, it was that they took their practices seriously. They were notorious for hoarding their knowledge and spells, believing that it was a gift from magic itself that should be treasured only by the worthy. This mindset was probably why Maya thought they were a cult. Not that he had informed her of it, of course. He could only take so much of her teasing at Sunday dinners. To make matters worse, she had cajoled John into joining the teasing. And being the traitor he was, John had promptly written to all of his and Harry's friends, informing them of Harry's new allegiance to the cult of Asclepius. I heard they won't even let you accept the Order of Merlin that I know you desperately want, Ginny had teased when Harry tried to explain that the Asclepian, for all of its quirks, was not a cult. As your favorite Hufflepuff, I must point out the injustice of this. Harry had replied that Cedric was clearly his favorite Hufflepuff before asking how she knew he had refused the Order of Merlin. Ginny had responded with a highly detailed drawing of herself giving him a rude hand gesture and an article from the Daily Prophet written by a woman called Rita Skeeter. After dubbing him the humble healer, and recounting his exploits in Hogsmeade, Skeeter published his private correspondence with the Minister for Magic. And not just the highlights of it, either. Somehow, the woman had managed to get a picture of his letter, which she added to the article as proof. Potter writes, whilst I am flattered you believe my actions that day were outstanding feats of bravery, I feel it would be dishonorable to accept your generous praise and award when I was merely doing my job. Indeed, I am the last person you should offer thanks to. Instead, I urge you to recognize the bravery of my professors Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, Severus Snape, and Remus Lupin. Without their quick thinking and selfless desire to protect their students, countless others would have been harmed that day. Ginny promised him that his words had been well received by the public, as if that made the invasion of privacy somehow better. His father had insisted that this attention would eventually blow over. He helpfully pointed out that the rest of the world hardly gave a damn about magical Britain's politics. Indeed, only Rodriguez and the Asclepian's administrative board knew about the situation. They had been the ones to instruct him to refuse the award, after all. Shaking his head, Harry redirected the conversation to less gossipy topics. Was there something you needed? I'm supposed to be sunning. Healer Rodriguez sobered up in an instant. We've got a patient I think you'd be able to serve. In addition to the rigorous seminars and insane number of patients he treated daily, he had to adapt to the Asclepian's unique dialect. For instance, regardless of what you were doing, healers were required to take a break every day. Not for their comfort, but so their snake familiars could sun themselves. When you weren't sunning, you were serving the patients in the Abatons. For all of their secrecy regarding their knowledge, healers at the Asclepion believed using that knowledge on patients was not only a privilege, but their sacred duty. Maybe everyone was onto something when they said he joined a cult. Harry nodded and rose to his feet, donning his white apprentice robes, which now bore 3 green stripes on the sleeves. Medusa sleepily grunted when he scooped her off the windowsill, but she allowed him to drape her over his shoulders nonetheless. After locating his wand, he followed Healer Rodriguez out of his apartment and down the corridors of the dormitory. "Before I tell y'all anything," Rodriguez began as they stepped outside, the hot midday Grecian sun hitting them at full force. "I want to let y'all know that this case is real dangerous. Nobody will think anything less of you if you decide to back out." Harry's face twisted with concern. "Is the patient contagious?" Rodriguez shook his head. "Not at all," he said, pulling a thin file out from his robe pocket and handing it to Harry. "An obscurial?" Harry breathed as he flipped through the patient's file. The Obscurus, a dark parasitical magical force, had manifested inside of a 10-year-old girl from Iran and resulted in the girl being run out of her village. The Iranian ministry had delivered her to the Asclepion last week, hoping for a cure, but so far, there had been no change in her condition. Harry figured the girl had days left to live if her vital signs were any indication. "Is she too far gone to cleave the Obscurus?" "Healer Rodriguez believes it has grown too powerful," Rodriguez explained. Despite the gravity of the situation, Harry raised an unimpressed eyebrow. "You could just say, my wife." He grinned. "I'm trying to be professional. The crocodile boots don't help," Harry said. "They're alligator," Rodriguez corrected, "and they're cool." Harry laughed as he rolled his eyes. "We're getting off topic." The humor evaporated off Rodriguez's face. "We thought y'all might be able to assist us," he explained. "We're lucky we've got someone with your qualifications at the moment." Harry blushed at the praise. "I'm only an apprentice." "You serve at a school," Rodriguez corrected. "Very few of our healers have your breadth of experience working with children." "I can think of 3 qualified healers who do as well," Harry said. "Sure, but none of them are animagi. You completed the transformation in December, right?" When Harry nodded, if a touch grudgingly, Rodriguez continued. "Recent studies have shown the common effects animals have on distressed patients. We think introducing an animal might help calm this patient. But because of the Obscurus, we can't get an animal close enough. They go berserk the second we bring them into the room." "An animagus wouldn't be ruled by the same instincts as a real animal," Harry guessed. Rodriguez nodded. "There are 2 other healers on staff who have completed the transformation. One is a beluga whale, and the other is a hummingbird." Harry hummed in understanding. Not exactly useful in calming down a scared child. If you ask Marco, being a whale isn't useful at all. Considering he's from Liechtenstein, he might have a point. Although I swear, he's been swimming in the Aegean on his days off. They paused in front of a secluded abaton that Harry had never entered, just outside the sanctuary line, the magically enchanted area that protected the patients from harm. Harry hadn't known it back in June, but this was the glittering dome Medusa had created during the Hogsmeade massacre to protect him from stray spells. A sanctuary could deflect almost any spell, physical object, or person seeking to do harm. And whilst this sounded good and incredibly useful, the spell had 2 massive backs. The first was that it could only be cast by a snake, severely limiting the pool of beings who could cast it. And second, any sort of offensive magic cast within, even something as innocuous as a stunning spell or muggle dueling, would destroy the sanctuary. The sanctuary created a space for healing and safety, and as such, had to be treated with the utmost reverence and care. Harry reached back to pull his lime green hood over his head, watching as Rodriguez mirrored his actions with his white veil. "What if I'm not something useful?" Harry asked as they stepped into the sanctuary. Rodriguez paused, his expression slightly stunned, as if the question of Harry's usefulness hadn't been considered. "What do ya turn into?" Harry briefly considered lying to escape showing his form but thought better of it. He'd be mad to pass on such an experience simply because he couldn't get over his pride. With a sigh, Harry closed his eyes and focused on the faint, second heartbeat in his chest. "Well, I'll be damned," Rodriguez exclaimed, scooping Harry up into his arms. He carried him down a series of corridors, babbling about all the possibilities having a hair on staff could bring. Harry resisted the urge to sink his teeth into Rodriguez's hand when the man began playing with his ears. At last, they reached a secluded room at the end of the ward, a layer of protective enchantments glittering over the door. Inside was a bare room consisting only of a chair and a bed, both occupied. The former was occupied by a healer, who spoke in a soft, musical-sounding language Harry didn't recognize, whilst the latter was by a girl in an oversized gown. Once upon a time, the girl might have been called cute, but something was unsettling about her appearance now. Her skin was waxy and stretched tight over protruding bones, and her dark hair had grown wiry as it frizzed around her head. She was restless, constantly twitching and tossing her head in agitation. When they made eye contact, Harry saw that everything, from her sclera to her iris, was jet black. The closer they got to the Obscurial, the more Harry could feel an oppressive energy radiating from her. It was as palpable as it was malicious, and it made his hair stand on end. It was probably a good thing Rodriguez was carrying him because if given the choice, Harry had no doubt he would have fled the room. "I brought you a friend, Parveen," Rodriguez said softly as they inched further into the room. Despite his slow, careful movements, the Obscurial's shoulders tensed with each step he took, clearly waiting for an attack. The air in the room changed as her tension increased, and something spiky prickled along Harry's fur-covered skin, like static before a lightning strike. The Obscurial's twitching increased, and she tossed her head so violently Harry could hear the bones in her neck crack. For a tense moment, Harry was sure they were all done for as black veins bubbled beneath the Obscurial's skin and the edges of her form blurred into insubstantial smoke. The other healer signaled for Healer Rodriguez to stop before speaking with the girl in a foreign language, attempting to calm her down. When Rodriguez resumed his approach, he stooped towards the ground, shuffling towards the Obscurial like one might a rampaging hippogriff. "This is Harry," Rodriguez said, holding Harry by his armpits and offering him to the Obscurial. "He said he'd like to meet you." When the other healer translated this, the Obscurial scowled and replied in a harsh tone. "She says, bunnies can't talk," the healer explained. Despite the Obscurial's growing agitation, Rodriguez laughed. "This one can," he explained cheerfully before unceremoniously dropping Harry on the bed. "Sometimes, at least." The Obscurial eyed Harry warily, and Harry couldn't lie and say that he wasn't doing the same. Pinned under a dark, hostile gaze, Harry understood why every other animal had sprinted out of the room the second they sensed her. There was something malicious about her, like she was a deadly poison that could kill everybody in the room in a heartbeat, and yet. He stayed very still as the Obscurial extended a bony hand towards him and tried not to flinch as she brushed her skeletal fingers against the tips of his ears. A tiny giggle slipped from her lips as she applied more pressure to his ears, rubbing them with a gentleness Harry didn't know something like her could be capable of. "Salam, Harry," she whispered, her unfathomable black eyes wide with wonder. Shame coursed through his veins as she continued to stroke his head. Harry could only imagine the horrors this girl might have experienced that led to her developing an obscurus. It certainly wasn't something a person did willingly. And yet here he was, treating her like she was a willing monster rather than what she was. A scared, traumatized child infected by something terrible. It was the parasitic obscurus, not its reluctant host, that was evil, and Harry was ashamed that he had forgotten this. How could Harry expect to be a healer if he couldn't see the humanity in patients, no matter what terrible affliction they had? Could he ignore someone's suffering simply because it made him uncomfortable? How he had acted was no different than healers who let their fear and prejudice stop them from treating werewolves. Did this girl not deserve the same care he afforded Uncle Remus? Harry had never claimed to be perfect, but it was incredibly humbling to realize how little empathy he had for things that scared him. Parveen scooped him up as if he were made of glass and cradled him to her chest, whispering words he couldn't comprehend into his fur. For nearly an hour, this continued. Parveen barely moved other than to accept bits of bell peppers from Rodriguez, which she fed to Harry. Her defensive posture relaxed, and when Rodriguez explained it was time to leave, the violent jerks that had racked her body were almost gone. "That went lots better than I expected," Rodriguez exclaimed as they left the ward. I thought for sure she'd break something. Yesterday, she threw Healer House out the window. He's still in beta ward, having his bones regrown. When Harry didn't respond, Rodriguez stopped and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, stooping to inspect his face. You served her well, Harry, he said gently. It took Harry several moments to collect his thoughts. Is there nothing else we can do for her? Understanding flared in his eyes, and he shook his head sadly. Palliative care is our only option at this point. If she'd been brought in a couple of months ago, we might have been able to help. But the Obscurus is too strong now, and her body is too weak. Harry clenched his jaw and looked away, watching the bustling campus of the Asclepion. Healers huddled together, discussing cases as they walked between abatons. Students were stretched out on a shaded green, some studying, others sleeping. A boy no older than 5 was squealing with delight as he played with a massive boa constrictor. All around him, life moved on, irrespective of the little girl in the ward behind them, whose life was being stolen from her far too soon. There were many beautiful things about the art of healing. Standing by and watching a patient die was not one of them. There's this one spell, Harry said slowly, reaching up to stroke Medusa's snout. Maybe it could help. I used it back in June. My patient was bleeding out, and Medusa told me to repeat after her. I don't remember the words, but the spell fixed him. It stopped the bleeding and erased every scar on his body. He looked 20 years younger when it was done and... Was it silver? Rodriguez choked out. When Harry turned to look at him, he saw that his tanned face had gone bone white. The spell, was it silver? You've heard of it? Harry asked, hope surging in his chest. Could we try it on par? Absolutely not, he rasped, looking like he was about to faint. Houdini alive. No, we can't do that. You performed, at 15? Rodriguez? Harry asked, reaching forward to steady the swaying man with one hand and conjuring a chair for him with the other. What's wrong? You performed Asclepius hymn. It wasn't a question. The terrified look in Rodriguez's eyes made Harry nervous. You have no idea what that means, do you? No, of course not. You're just a kid, he muttered before Harry could reply. He sank into the chair and buried his face in his hands. I don't understand, Harry hedged after a moment. With a sigh, Rodriguez sat up and extracted Button, his hog-nosed snake, from the folds of his veil. Facing Harry, he cuddled the snake like a frightened child might a toy. Asclepius hymn, he began, rubbing his thumb along Button's head, is the most powerful healing spell we know. It is also the most dangerous healing spell ever created. Legend says that Asclepius, in an effort to heal his dying daughter, gave up everything, his magic, his love, even his own name, to save her from death. It created a taboo of sorts. Now, whenever one of his followers invokes his name, they can perform miracles. Harry sensed a huge, but, following, and Rodriguez didn't disappoint. But to do that, they must also prove to magic that they are willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. It feeds off your love for your patient, just as it did for Asclepius and his daughter. If there isn't enough love, he waved his hand. Magic will still save your patient, but it will trade your life for theirs. It can kill you? Harry asked, horrified and slightly betrayed that Medusa would instruct him to use such a spell. If there isn't enough love for the patient to fuel the spell? Yes, Rodriguez explained. You're young, so I know it's hard to wrap your head around, but love is one of those funny magics that do funny, unpredictable things. Without thinking, Harry reached up to touch the lighting-shaped scar on his forehead. It was the only physical reminder he had from Halloween 1981 when his mother had faced Voldemort. He had never truly considered how he survived that night, only that his mother was dead instead of him. Stand aside, you silly girl. Stand aside, now, not them. Please, no, take me. Kill me instead. Harry shook off the chill that was working its way down his spine. No, he said, his voice raspy. No, I understand perfectly. After all, had he not seen his mother trade her life for his all those years ago? Rodriguez looked like he desperately wanted to ask but showed a modicum of restraint for once in his life. I've only seen the hymn performed once before, he admitted. My wife was instructed to use it to save our daughter. She had drowned in the bathtub, but Marta managed to. He let out a shudder. She's fine now. Back to causing mischief and mayhem wherever she goes. But Harry, you've gotta promise me you won't ever use that spell again. Not unless Medusa tells you. This seemed like an extraordinary amount of faith to place in a snake, even one as smart as Medusa. How would she know when to use it? To his surprise, Rodriguez merely shrugged. How do birds know to fly south for the winter? Snakes know things about healing we never could. That's why they're sacred to us. Rodriguez looked at Harry as if he had never seen him before. I'm surprised it didn't kill you, in all honesty. What with your magical overexposure and all. Potters are hard to kill, Harry offered with a dry smile that belied his discomfort. Clearly, he replied, offering a wry grin of his own before sobering once more. It's nice that you care about Parveen, Harry. But she's beyond help. The hymn might seem like a solution, but you don't have the emotional connection needed to perform it on her. If you were to try, you would die. I understand, Harry said, gritting his teeth and looking away. Rodriguez seemed to understand Harry's struggle because he reached out and gently took his arm. The first ones are the hardest, he said. Is this where you tell me to get used to it? Harry asked, his voice harsher than he intended. Not at all, Rodriguez said. Never let yourself become so jaded that you don't care about your patients. The day you do is the day you fail as a healer. They didn't discuss Harry visiting Parveen again, but he returned all the same. He had no illusions that he was healing the little girl. With each visit, Harry could smell the decay in her body as the obscurus consumed her, and he knew she had little time left. Still, he liked that he could offer her some comfort in her last days, however minuscule it might be. He just wished his heart didn't break when he eventually found her bed empty.
Before he knew it, Harry's 6-week-long stay at the Asklepios came to a close, and he was packing up his quarters in the dormitory. His father was due to arrive within the hour to collect him, and Harry still hadn't finished packing his belongings. Under normal circumstances, the process could have been completed with a wave of his wand. Unfortunately for him, he had created about 100 potions over the summer, all of which had to be packed by hand.
The worst part was that this mad rush was entirely his fault. After waking at the crack of dawn, he'd had plenty of time to pack in a leisurely manner. Instead, he had sought refuge in the Asklepios' impressive library and subsequently lost track of time. Harry grunted as his head gave another angry prickle and rubbed his forehead, hoping to relieve some of the pressure. It did nothing but make his brow feel more irritated and swollen than before. There was a knock at the door, and Harry focused on the handle. A second later, there was a click, and the door swung open to reveal his father and brother. John waltzed in, looking around with unrestrained curiosity before dropping onto the settee like he owned the place. His father followed at a more sedate pace, his expression one of more resigned amusement. You still haven't finished packing? He said, his chastisement more fond than annoyed. Harry shrugged. It's been a difficult morning, he muttered, returning to his packing. He placed the last vial into his potions kit before grabbing his wand. Giving it a little flick, the books on the kitchen table that he had repurposed for a desk sprang up and flew to his trunk, arranging themselves neatly. The same could not be said for his notes, which swirled around like they were caught in a tornado before stuffing themselves in the remaining nooks and crannies of his trunk. Harry sighed, too tired to care, and resolved to fix it when he got home. His father, however, thought otherwise. That was sloppy, even for you, he teased, flicking his wand and summoning the notes. With another flick, the crumpled-up pieces of parchment straightened and then rolled into a tightly furled scroll tied with a crimson silk ribbon. Harry summoned his notes and tossed them in his trunk before slamming the lid shut. So, what's made the morning so terrible? His father asked once Harry turned around. Unruly patience? Harry shook his head. Nightmares, he admitted under his breath, couldn't sleep. Do you want to talk about it? Harry recalled the foggy dreams that had plagued him all night. Something about a house and Marcus. No, not Marcus, but someone who looked extraordinarily like him. You failed me, Flint, a high, reedy voice had said, not quite a man's, but certainly not a child's. It had stabbed Harry's eardrums like nails on a chalkboard, sending shivers down his spine. The voice sounded almost inhuman. My lord, Aurelius Flint had stammered. I knew I couldn't return to you unless I had completed my mission. Crucio. Once the screams of agony had subsided, the inhuman voice continued. You nearly ruined everything. Flint began to stammer out apologies, tripping over his words as a nervous peasant might when addressing his king. Fortunately, my servant, my loyal servant, the voice added cruelly, was able to salvage my plans. Harry had wrenched himself awake after Flint was subjected to the Cruciatus curse again, heart hammering in his chest and limbs twitching as if he had been the one tortured. With a shiver, he shook his head and answered his father. Not particularly.
Mr. Potter hummed. Have you been scratching your scar? He asked, brushing away Harry's fringe. It looks irritated. Probably, Harry grunted. I've got a bit of a headache. Do they not have any headache cure here? John pipped up from the settee. He had sank into the, admittedly, very uncomfortable cushions and kicked his feet up on the coffee table. Harry rolled his eyes, not in the mood to indulge John's teasing. Instead, he asked his father, what time is the portkey? 10:30, he replied, still surveying him with a scrutinizing eye only a father could manage. Which gives you enough time to show me around this place, John added. Harry gave his brother a confused look. You want a tour of a hospital? His tone came out much harsher than he intended because John gave him a slightly wounded look. Well, when you put it like that, John said. I was just curious to see where you've spent your summer. But if you don't want to. Harry shook his head before motioning for them to follow. How about the library? He suggested. Much better for sightseeing. John bounded after him and appeared at his side. Besides growing nearly an inch over the course of the summer, his hair had become so sun-bleached the ends of his black strands turned a coppery orange. So, how much time did you spend there this summer? Every waking minute. Course not, Harry replied. I did have classes to attend and patients to serve. John nodded, seemingly in understanding. And on a scale from 1 to 10, how cult-like would you say this experience was? Harry hummed in thought. Well, there was that goat we sacrificed so we could read its entrails. Seriously? John gasped, his hazel eyes wide. No. John blew a raspberry before launching into a story about some art museum he had dragged Maya to the previous week. It was mostly marble statues, but they had this brilliant metal working station, and cousin Demetrios said that I could give it a go in the copper forges if I came back next summer. Dad said he'd consider it, especially if things went well for you here, so if you'd not bollocks the whole healing thing up and get chucked out, I'd really appreciate it. I'll do my best, Harry replied. The dry, mocking tone seemed lost on John, who gave him an emphatic nod of appreciation. Anyway, I was writing to Dean Thomas. He shares a dormitory with Ron and me, and he's more of a fan of drawing. He's teaching me, remember, but I thought he'd still find it interesting, especially because he grew up around muggles and. John broke off as they entered the library, freezing in the doorway. Impressive, isn't it? Harry chuckled. As his eyes adjusted to the dark interior, he was greeted with a hall filled with row after towering row of bookshelves. It was easily 5 times the size of Hogwarts. But where Hogwarts was all dark wood and stuffy, parchment-scented air, the Asclepians' library was light, airy, and made of white marble. The tables were empty, it being the last day of the summer session, after all, although the enchanted lamps still glowed, bathing the room in a silver light. When he noticed that his brother hadn't followed him inside, Harry turned to wave John forward. Only, he didn't follow. That statue, John rasped. He pointed at something at the far end of the library. Harry turned to look at the statue in question. That's Asclepius, our founder, he explained. Ostentatious, isn't it? Especially considering he's the only mortal. The other statues are of healing deities from around the world. He tilted his head towards the nearest one, a 10-foot slab of carved marble that depicted Baosheng Dadi, a god from Chinese folklore. John said nothing in reply. It was then that he realized that his brother's expression wasn't one of awe, but horror. What's up? Harry asked, reaching out to touch John's shoulder, half wondering if he should summon a chair. His brother's skin had gone peaky, which was an impressive feat considering the healthy tan he had acquired. John's lips moved noiselessly for a moment before he managed to utter a faint, that statue. It's in the chamber. It took Harry several moments to comprehend this statement. Like, the Chamber of Secrets? He asked, shooting curious looks over his shoulder. His brother had to be mistaken. After all, how could Harry not have noticed? He'd been here almost every day for the last 6 weeks. It made no logical sense that he'd have failed to notice that their statue was, if not the same as the one from the chamber, then similar enough to be recognizable. But then he remembered how little he could actually remember from the chamber. Or, more accurately, how little he had been able to see. He'd awoken in the chamber without his glasses and spent the entire time stumbling around in a blurry panic. He'd been more focused on the homicidal snake and saving his brother than the decor. But John had spent who knew how long in the chamber before Harry found him. It had been John to lead him out of the chamber, too. If anyone knew what was in the hell hole, it would be him. Are you sure it's not Salazar Slytherin? John asked. No, it's definitely Asclepius, Harry replied. Which begged to question. If John was to be believed and the statue in the Chamber of Secrets actually depicted Asclepius, what was it doing thousands of miles away in a Scottish castle? But he realized this wasn't the first odd thing Harry had noticed about Salazar Slytherin. Specifically, he had always wondered why Slytherin's study had so many Greek healing books. Books that were written not only in ancient Greek, but West Greek, the same Greek dialect that the Asclepian used for all of its official communications. Add in the fact that Slytherin was a Parselmouth. Could he have been a student at the Asclepian? Excitement buzzed through Harry like 1,000 live bees. His lethargy from earlier had evaporated, and he was ready to start researching this fascinating new prospect. He wasn't entirely sure what it meant or if it was even important, but it was thrilling nonetheless. Is there a reason we're standing in the doorway? Mr. Potter asked, finally catching up to the brothers. Harry's trunk was nowhere to be seen, presumably having been shrunk down and pocketed like all of their luggage. John has decided that it's indecent to go into a library during the summer holidays, Harry lied. Their father nodded, obviously agreeing with this sentiment. If there's nothing else you'd like to show him, might I suggest we leave? A quick glance at his watch showed that it was nearly 9. Factoring in the time it would take to go through customs, they'd be cutting it rather close to their portkey time. Why are we going back so early? Harry asked later as they sat in the Department of International Travel. We've still got a few weeks left of holiday. There was something mischievous in their father's eyes as he gave him a nonchalant shrug. I'm sure Acorn misses us, he said before unhelpfully refusing to answer any of Harry's follow-up questions. Things only got weirder when they arrived back in England. Uncle Sirius was waiting for them in reception, wearing an ensemble Harry thought Grace had once called t-shirt and jeans. And here I thought you had too much lily in you to ever be tanned, Uncle Sirius said as he inspected John's face. Aunt Pelagia said she'd make a Greek out of me yet, John explained. What are you doing here? Harry asked when it was his turn to hug his uncle. Can't a man come to see his godson? Uncle Sirius asked with a sly grin. Sure, but he doesn't usually bring an overnight bag, Harry pointed out, nodding to the rucksack at Sirius's feet. No, I suppose not, Uncle Sirius agreed, giving his bag a look of solemn consideration. But he might if he's taking them to the Quidditch World Cup. You got tickets? John gasped. Since November, Uncle Sirius explained, scooping up his rucksack and gesturing for them to follow him. The brothers gaped at him. And you didn't say anything? John asked, baffled. Sirius grinned. Where's the fun in that? Harry almost rolled his eyes at that statement. This was exactly the sort of situation Uncle Sirius would find funny. Still, it wasn't until an hour later when Harry was sitting in their tent at the campgrounds, did it really sink in that he was really at the World Cup. By the time it had, John had run off to visit friends, Uncle Sirius was commandeered by several coworkers, and his father still hadn't returned from picking up Uncle Remus. Harry was considering using the quiet time for a nap when the tent burst open, and Cedric waltzed in. You're back, he cheered, only to freeze. Oh, sorry, Mr. Potter. Have you seen Harry? I know I've been gone, mate, but I didn't think you'd forget me that fast, Harry laughed. You? Cedric blinked. Blimey. You weren't kidding when you said you grew a beard. Harry laughed, crossing the room to pull Cedric into a brief hug. What do you think of it? Cedric considered it for a moment. I don't hate it, he said slowly. But mate, it ages you about 10 years. I guess it served its purpose, then, Harry replied. Don't worry, I'm just about to get rid of it. Not until Grace sees it, Cedric said. She said you'd look like a mangy billy goat. She says the sweetest things to me, Harry chuckled. Speaking of Grace, how is she? Although her mother had died over the Christmas holidays, Grace had only returned home once term ended. She was supposed to move in with her grandparents, but judging by the lack of references to them in her letters, Harry assumed it hadn't gone according to plan. Cedric sighed and gestured for Harry to follow him out of the tent. They waved goodbye to Uncle Sirius before joining the crowd of Quidditch fans, dodging a little boy on a toy broom and his harried father who chased after him. She spent most of the summer at the Burrow, Cedric admitted. I offered to let her stay with us, but Mum wouldn't have it, said it wasn't appropriate, now that we're dating. So she ended up sharing a room with Ginny. I bet Ginny loved that, Harry said without sarcasm. Ginny had often lamented being the only girl at the Burrow. And whilst Harry knew that Hermione Granger also spent a lot of time at the Weasleys, he knew Ginny found Grace's presence vastly superior. How many concerts did they manage to sneak out to? Zero sneaking, although she did manage to get tickets to see Celestina Warbeck, Cedric said. Quite understandably, Ginny refused to go. So, what did our Gracie do? When Harry gave him a shrug, he grinned and continued. She took Mrs. Weasley. From what I hear, they are thick as thieves now. Percy is furious. Once their laughter had subsided, Harry asked, did she see her grandparents at all? The amusement evaporated off Cedric's face. For a few days, he said. They apparently cleaned out her mum's house the day after she got back from Hogwarts. She didn't stick around long after that. And she's not coping, Cedric explained. She wants to be distracted. The Burrow is a good place for that, Harry agreed. Cedric pursed his lips. It's not good for her. She needs to. Forcing her won't do her. Are your relationship any good? Harry reminded him gently. She'll talk about it when she's ready. Cedric let out a humorless chuckle. You know, before hanging out with you lot, I didn't realize people could be so. John calls Slytherins emotionally constipated, Harry offered helpfully. I'll add flippant and dismissive when confronted with difficult topics, Cedric added. It's part of our charm, Harry explained. They continued their walk through the growing crowds, pausing briefly to greet friends and peers. Little Astoria Greengrass talked for nearly 10 minutes about the new potions she was on before her older sister dragged her away, and to take in the spectacle of thousands of witches and wizards from all over the world. Finally, they reached the Weasleys' campsite, where a dozen people were gathered around a campfire. Every single Weasley was in attendance, even two young men Harry had never met but knew instantly were Bill and Charlie, Ginny's oldest brothers. Grace was cuddled up next to Mrs. Weasley, who was teaching her how to knit. Even John was there, his head bent low with Ron and Hermione as he no doubt filled them in about his summer. Harry barely managed to catch Ginny as she launched herself into his arms. It's good to see you too, Harry said before giving Cedric an admonishing look. See, she recognized me. Cedric rolled his eyes. In my defense, you look like your dad. Will you keep it? Ginny asked, reaching up to squeeze his cheeks between her hands. She turned his face this way and that as she inspected his beard before giving him a thoughtful nod. I like it. It makes you look distinguished. This was not the reaction Grace had to his new appearance. You look like a miniature Hagrid after a week-long pub crawl, she declared after a moment of scrutiny. Only, you got in a fight with a hag who stole your hair to use in a polyjuice potion. Just for that, I'm giving Ginny the gift I brought back for you, Harry said. I'm joking, of course, Grace instantly recanted. You look more like Zeus's little brother, whom he uses as target practice. Was that supposed to be less insulting? The hair is a bit long, dear, Mrs. Weasley said, giving it a tight-lipped look. I could give it a trim for you if you'd like. Harry tugged at a lock of his hair and inspected it. He hadn't had the time to cut it in several weeks, and it was now so long that it brushed his shoulders. That would be nice, actually. Mrs. Weasley beamed at him and ushered him to a chair she conjured, steadfastly ignoring Mr. Weasley's insistence that they weren't supposed to be doing magic. Ginny shared a bit of your letters, she said, pulling a comb out of the pocket of her robes and attempting to run it through his hair. Did they really have you delivering babies? 18 of them. Harry explained. I was only in the maternity ward for a few days, but finally getting to do it was exciting. Madame Pomfrey's only covered obstetrics in theory, so it was brilliant to get the practical experience. One of the older Weasley brothers, the one with a fang dangling from one ear, gave him a curious look. You're the apprentice, aren't you? He said after introducing himself as Bill. Harry nodded, only to receive a scolding from Mrs. Weasley. Third year. Bill let out a low whistle. Any idea what you want to specialize in? This was a question people had been asking him all summer, which, whilst well-meaning, sounded a bit silly. It was like asking one of Da Vinci's assistants if they wanted to be artists. Apprenticeships were chosen based on the mentor's speciality. You decided what you wanted to do before, not after, you started your apprenticeship. Not that the vast majority of people knew this. Apprentices were incredibly rare as it was. Pediatrics, Harry explained patiently before apologizing to Mrs. Weasley, whose comb had just snapped in two. Bill let out another low whistle. And I thought curse breaking was difficult, he said before launching into a thrilling story about a dark Japanese cave, a purple bat, a moonstone, and stopping would-be thieves who had a talking cat. Harry was so captivated by the story he didn't even realize that more people had joined the campsite until after Mrs. Weasley patted him on the shoulder and declared his newly cut hair to be good as it would ever be. Two wizards, one in a set of canary yellow and black striped robes, the other in a smart muggle three-piece suit, had joined Mr. Weasley by the campfire. Harry recognized one as Ludo Bagman, a friend of Uncle Sirius's, and his source for their World Cup tickets. The other was equally well known, albeit for more notorious reasons. Barty Crouch had been the one to send Peter Pettigrew to Azkaban. Not that Pettigrew hadn't deserved it. The issue was that Crouch had attempted to do so without giving him a trial. He might have even succeeded, too, had Mr. Potter not championed for one. Harry didn't remember much from that time, but he did know that it had been before his father learned that Pettigrew was a Death Eater. Harry had always wondered if they should have sent Pettigrew to prison without a trial so his father would never have to learn he had been betrayed by one of his closest friends. Despite this, Crouch's reluctance to have a trial in the first place had left a bad taste in his father's mouth. In private, Harry had heard his father call Crouch a hypocrite, a zealot, and an arrogant prick on more than one occasion. And watching Crouch interact with Mr. Weasley, Harry thought he could see why. Although Percy had been working for the man for several months and was clearly Mr. Weasley's son, Crouch continuously referred to Percy as Weatherby, and treated him with all the indifference one might give an irritating fly. This treatment did not go unnoticed by Fred and George, who seemed to think Crouch's abominable rudeness towards their older brother was the height of comedy. Harry watched them mock Percy, with George sinking into a low, graceless bow, only to be haughtily snubbed by Fred. Then, they switched roles, snickering and shooting nasty grins at their brother. Regardless of Harry's feelings towards Percy, a brown-nosing stickler, amongst other descriptions, he knew even Grace would agree that he didn't deserve to be humiliated in front of his family. He certainly didn't deserve to watch the humiliation be reenacted by his brothers. Harry was on his feet and striding across the campsite towards Percy before he was conscious of doing so. Mr. Weasley, Bagman, and Crouch halted their conversation to watch his approach with varying degrees of interest. Aside from the hopefully charming smile he gave Mr. Weasley, he ignored the men and focused solely on Percy. I've been looking for you, Harry lied. I never got to thank you for what you did in June. In June? Percy asked, blinking rapidly. Harry hummed before adding to Mr. Weasley. I swear, he must have stopped 20 buildings from falling on me in Hogsmeade. He saved my life. He redirected his gaze back to Percy, reaching to shake Percy's hand. He was laying it on a bit thick, but Harry could feel Crouch's scrutinizing gaze on them and felt compelled to continue. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Is that true, Weasley? Crouch asked, looking directly at Percy for what was probably the first time in the 2 months they had worked together. Percy opened and shut his mouth several times before stammering, he's exaggerating. Ludo Bagman let out a hearty guffaw. No need to be modest, man. Percy's face went so red Harry was concerned he might have a stroke. Still, Fred and George were no longer laughing, and Harry's veins burned with triumph. Mission accomplished. Harry turned towards John, who gaped at him in confusion. John, are you ready to go? Dad and Uncle Remus should be back by now. Too stunned to disagree, John nodded and dutifully trotted to his side. After bidding their friends goodbye, the brothers slipped into the crowd and headed towards their campsite. What was that? John asked after several moments of silence. Harry shrugged. Fred and George were getting on my nerves. So, you did that whole, John waved his hand in a vague gesture before finishing, thing to get back at the twins. Harry frowned at his brother. I was trying to be nice, he explained. What else did you think I was doing? Some Slytherin power play bullshit, John replied. Harry had to roll his eyes at his brother's melodrama. Believe it or not, but most Slytherins are completely normal. We're not all like Draco Malfoy. Still, John's words provoked quite a few thoughts. Was that really how people interpreted his actions? In short, yes, he realized. He suddenly recalled how many people, his friends included, referred to him making friends as collecting, how Katie had claimed she never saw his real personality, and how John saw ulterior motives where there were none. Even Professor Dumbledore sometimes watched Harry with suspicion. Did people really see him as some sort of scheming manipulator? The thought hurt Harry more than he thought it probably should. As Harry expected, Uncle Remus and their father were waiting for them when they returned to the campsite. After their joyful reunion, Uncle Remus showed off his new prosthetic legs, which he had only been fitted for the week prior. I'm still figuring out how to walk with them, he admitted as Mr. Potter and Harry helped him back into his chair. They had retreated into Uncle Sirius's tent, a spacious 6-bedroom, 5-bathroom affair, complete with a swimming pool and a dueling ring. They're not the easiest things to balance in. Couldn't the healers apply stabilization charms? John asked from his position on the ground as he inspected the copper poles affixed to Uncle Remus's knees. It was Mr. Potter who answered. The enchantments would interact with each other, he explained patiently. A bit like two magnets. If it had just been the one leg, there would be no problem. But with both. Guilt swirled in Harry's gut. It was his fault that this had happened. If Uncle Remus hadn't been forced to save him, he would be spending his summer preparing defense against the dark arts lesson plans instead of relearning how to walk. As if he had read his mind, Uncle Remus sighed wearily. Enough, Harry. Harry attempted to rearrange his features as he refocused on the conversation. When had everyone else left? I didn't say anything. Uncle Remus raised an eyebrow. No, so you weren't self-flagellating. When Harry didn't respond, Uncle Remus sighed. For a moment, Harry thought he had decided to drop the subject, but a warm, calloused hand taking his own disabused him of the notion. His uncle had summoned Harry's chair so they were sitting knee to knee, and he grabbed Harry's face, forcing him to look him in the eye. Did you cast the bone-shattering curse? Uncle Remus asked quietly. Well, no, but did you summon me as a shield to take the curse for you? Harry huffed in irritation. Look, I get what you're trying to say, but then I fail to see how any of this is your fault, Uncle Remus said in the simple, matter-of-fact way he often adopted when Harry was being unnecessarily dramatic. Harry knew that he would never be able to change his uncle's mind, but he continued arguing anyway. If I hadn't been in Hogsmeade, Uncle Remus finished for him. You had every right to be there. In fact, it was required of you as a school prefect. Should we blame my lack of legs on Albus? After all, he's the one who ordered you to be in Hogsmeade that day. It took every bit of his self-control not to shout, that's not what I meant. No, I know what you meant, Uncle Remus agreed. But it still stands that none of this was your fault. Flint was the one who cast the curse, and he alone bears the responsibility. Not you. When Harry didn't respond, Uncle Remus sighed before trying a different tactic. Tell me, Harry, do you blame your father for not stopping Voldemort? Harry turned his head towards his uncle so quickly that his neck popped. Of course not. Uncle Remus hummed thoughtfully. That's quite generous of you. I know James blames himself. This was news to Harry, and it turned his stomach. Dumbledore himself hadn't been able to stop Voldemort when he was in his prime. And as talented as James Potter was, he was no Dumbledore. His father hadn't even had a chance at winning when they had fought. Well, Uncle Remus continued, interrupting Harry's musings. If we can't blame your father, who shall we blame instead? John. Harry had to roll his eyes at the comment. Don't be ridiculous. Fine, then. How about you? He was being glib. Harry knew that. And yet. Mummy's dead. I couldn't save her. He was 13 again, staring at the shape of his 3-year-old self as the boggart shared his darkest secrets. He was 14, and John was lying on the damp, grimy stone floor of the Chamber of Secrets, his face pale as the life was drained out of him, and it was Harry's fault because they had argued and he'd been such a shit brother. He was 15 and too weak to ignore the Dementor's effects without completely losing his head. Dear God, Uncle Remus breathed, wrenching Harry from his mental spiral. Harry, you must know that. I know, Harry snapped with more aggression than he wanted. You were a toddler, Uncle Remus stressed. I know, Harry repeated softly. I know it wasn't my fault. But knowing isn't always the same thing as believing, Uncle Remus said. Harry pursed his lips and stared at the wall, his eyes unfocused. No, it isn't, he agreed. Uncle Remus reached over and squeezed Harry's hand. Sometimes, I suppose it's easier to blame ourselves for the tragedies we witness because doing so gives us some sort of agency. It feels like it makes more sense to hold yourself, the one thing in the situation you can control, accountable than to accept that bad things just happen. But to do so places burdens on your shoulders, burdens that were never yours to carry. I'd be happier if I could let it go, Harry conceded. Uncle Remus squeezed Harry's hand again. I seem to recall that this isn't the first time we've discussed your control issues, he said, referencing their conversation last winter. And, if you recall, I said you'd never find peace unless you learn to let things go. Is this where you say, I told you so? Of course not. That would be like pouring salt in your wounds, Uncle Remus said. I'll just imply it. Despite the heaviness in his chest and the iron bands threatening to snap shut around his throat, Harry choked out a laugh. That's good of you. I'm a good man. Humble, too. Uncle Remus gave him a mischievous grin and ruffled Harry's hair. For what it's worth, you're not special. Harry blinked and gave his uncle a questioning look. I would have done the same thing for John, too, he continued. Some people are worth losing their legs for. The final game of the Quidditch World Cup was as thrilling as it was tough. After realizing they were vastly outmatched, the Bulgarian team resorted to trying to take out the Irish players as quickly as possible and collecting an impressive amount of penalties as they did. By the end of the night, every single Irish player had been awarded at least one penalty shot, and Seeker Lynch was looking at possible brain damage after plowing into the ground. But even with their injuries, the Irish Seekers were able to rack up enough points so that when Victor Krum caught the snitch, it didn't matter. Ireland won the 1994 Quidditch World Cup. Afterwards, Harry attempted to go to bed, only to be intercepted by his friends before he even reached the tent. His family, the traitors they were, merely waved and abandoned him to his fate. Harry, we're going out, Marcus stated in his firm, I am your Quidditch captain voice that left no room for arguments. You're going to come and spend time with your friends. Merlin knows you won't have time once term begins. Look, Marcus, I'm tired. I'm running on 4 hours of sleep and, Harry tried to explain. You can sleep when you're dead. Now, stop wasting my time and come along. And shave that thing off. You look homeless. Harry scowled but grabbed his wand nonetheless. Just for that, I'm keeping the beard, he said as he reluctantly trudged after his friends. If Harry had thought the campgrounds were lively during the day, it was nothing compared to the festivities at night. Within 15 minutes of his abduction, they'd each managed to procure a bottle of butterbeer, free of charge. Teddy had been key. Ed by 3 complete strangers, and Harry was given a biscuit by an ancient American woman. It's called a chocolate chip cookie, chickadee. Where are we going? Harry asked Grace after realizing that she was the one leading the way. Nowhere too rowdy, she explained. Mrs. Weasley only let Ginny come if I promised it wasn't like last night. What happened last night? Harry asked hesitantly. The Australians, she replied with a cheerful smile. It was all good fun, although Marcus and Wood did have to rescue Teddy. Some blokes got a wee bit sloshed and tried to fight him, thought he was the Antichrist, you know. We left before they brought out the hard stuff. Grace didn't look nearly as horrified as Harry thought she should have. Where the hell did you find these people? She shrugged. Around. They insulted our accents and asked if we wanted to join their party. We couldn't think of a reason not to. Harry could think of several reasons why, but Grace continued. Like I said, tonight will be pretty boring. We're joining the Scandinavians that Marcus and I sat with during the final. They promised me karaoke, which I figured it would be tame enough for you. So I said yes. Thank you, Harry said, unsure if he had been insulted or not. Grace gave him a vulpine smile that didn't clarify anything. Just try to have fun tonight, dearest. And who knows? Maybe you'll find someone to snog. Harry rolled his eyes. Snogging strangers appealed little to him, although he would admit that he thought Kirsten, a 7th-year Durmstrang student, was rather beautiful. Perhaps you could visit me next summer, Kirsten said, tossing her long blonde hair over her shoulder, which glimmered in the firelight. When she leaned forward, Harry could smell fire whiskey on her breath. She placed a hand on Harry's knee and gave it a gentle squeeze. The fjords are breathtaking. Harry smiled politely and removed her hand from his knee. The man across from them snorted. What do you expect to do in Spitsbergen in the summer? Kirsten's eyes flashed with annoyance and something that looked suspiciously like triumph. You're right, Turkle. The days are far too long in the summer. Harry, you absolutely must visit for Christmas. I'm sure we can find better ways to amuse ourselves at home. Harry, who wanted to visit Norway during the polar nights even less than listen to what was clearly a lover's quarrel, excused himself. Not that Kirsten or Turkle noticed. He picked his way through the crowd of Scandinavians until he found some of his friends. I've socialized, he informed Marcus, who was supporting a dozing Ginny as he watched Grace sing Gimme. 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 With a Swedish girl nearly a foot taller than her. And now that I've been awake for 20 hours, may I please go to sleep? Marcus rolled his eyes and was about to respond when an explosion reverberated through the ground. Harry's exhaustion evaporated instantly, and he spun towards the commotion, wand drawn. At first, Harry thought that the Irish had grown a little too excited and accidentally started a fire. Orange flames shot up into the night sky, spitting showers of sparks 20 feet into the air. This thought was quickly disproved when screams of terror, not excitement, filled the air. Within seconds, hundreds of panicked witches and wizards were stampeding towards them. Stay with me, Marcus shouted, scooping a dazed Ginny into his arms and taking off at a sprint. Harry obeyed, grabbing Teddy's hand as he passed the stunned boy. Cedric and Grace appeared beside them as they tried to keep up with Marcus's long legs, a feat which was nearly impossible once more and more terrified people joined the horde. If it wasn't for his uncommonly tall frame, Harry was sure they would have lost Marcus completely. By the time they followed Marcus into the woods, the same woods that, hours before, they had walked through on their way to the stadium, Harry was out of breath and covered in bruises. His friends were no worse than him, he noticed once Cedric had the sense to light the tip of his wand. Ginny was still cradled in Marcus's arms, her freckles stark against her chalk-white skin. Grace, meanwhile, was bouncing from foot to foot as if considering taking back off into the night. I think you dislocated my arm, Teddy complained through gritted teeth as they congregated behind a thick copse of trees. Better an injured arm than trampled in a stampede, Harry snapped, palpating Teddy's shoulder before declaring it was sprained. He cast a numbing charm to ease the worst of his pain before turning to the rest of the group. Is anyone else hurt? They shook their heads. What do we do now? Grace asked, and it took Harry a moment to realize she was asking him. Harry glanced at Marcus, finding that he was also looking at him expectantly, before turning back the way they came. He could hear voices in the distance, panicked shouts and the distinct wails of crying children. More people would be hurt, he knew, perhaps even worse than Teddy had been. We should look for others, he began. I'd like to know what's going on. I'm not joining that crowd, Teddy snapped. If those, whoever they were, if they find them, we'll be back to square one. I'm sure it was just a celebration that got out of hand, Cedric soothed, although he was frowning as he said it. His gray eyes flicked towards Harry for a moment before he continued. Did you see something, Teddy? Teddy's eyes were screwed shut as he gave a half-aborted nod. I don't know. Maybe. He was picking at his lips so aggressively that Harry had to reach across and still his hands before they started to bleed. I was reading Pansy's Teacup this afternoon, he admitted, shaking his head like a dog clearing its ears of water. It was just a flash of something. I didn't see much, but men were in masks. What did the masks look like? Marcus asked. They were all slightly different, Teddy explained. But I think they were silver. Marcus was quiet before he set Ginny on her feet and gave his wand a little flick. Dirt and leaves swirled up from the ground, shimmering and undulating until they formed something that looked a bit like a silver death mask. There were narrow slits for eyes and a grate where the lips were supposed to be. Did they look something like this? Teddy nodded, stunned. Yeah, did you? We need to keep moving, Marcus commanded. Hang on, Grace said. Who were those people? Marcus's face twisted with indecision, clearly debating whether or not he should tell them. I think they might be Death Eaters, he finally admitted. My father had a mask like that. There was an awkward pause as the rest of them struggled to think of what to say. Even before the murder attempt in June, Aurelius Flint was an understandably touchy subject. I want my mum, Ginny said, sounding exactly like the child she was. She had her arms wrapped around her middle, her posture hunched. Harry couldn't see her face, but when he pulled her into a hug, he found that she was trembling. We don't know if they're behind the fires, Cedric soothed, although Harry could see he was shooting worried glances towards Grace. I still think we should find more people. Harry nodded slowly. It would be easier to find our families if we weren't wandering through the woods, he agreed. He knew his father would be beside himself. Harry just hoped that he managed to get John and Medusa to safety before coming to look for him. And there's safety in numbers, Cedric added. It would be good to be with people who can legally use their wand. They weren't using them earlier, Teddy grumbled. Still, he reluctantly followed them through the woods when they decided to look for other refugees. Marcus led the way, a position none of them envied. Grace was firmly ensconced in the middle of the pack, with Cedric and Teddy flanking her sides like bodyguards. Grace put aside her pride for once and didn't argue about the arrangement. Even if she wasn't dressed in a way that screamed she was a Muggleborn, she knew enough about the Death Eaters to know that she'd be their primary target if it were discovered. That left Harry and Ginny to bring up the rear, although Harry would have preferred that she walk with Grace. Not that he could convince Ginny of that. She had refused to let go of his hand when they continued their trek through the dark woods. As deep in the woods as they were, Harry could still make out the continued explosions from the campground and the resultant screams of panic that followed. There would be injuries, he knew. He knew that he should help. He wanted to help. 3 months ago, he knew nothing would have stopped him from sprinting off through the trees in search of people to heal. Despite his best efforts to shove the memories away, he found the moment bleeding into memories from Hogsmeade. Where was his courage from then? Guilt gnawed at his conscience. Do something. Anything. But as potent as his conscience was, it wasn't strong enough to spur him into action. It was as if he had regressed to his 11-year-old self, the mute child whose fears and anxieties kept him rooted to his spot. If it weren't for Ginny's small, warm hand in his, he feared he might drown in a sea of fear. Something cut through the darkness, wrenching Harry from his downward spiral. Above them, a spell shot into the air, acid green and hazy like smoke. The enchantment undulated and shimmered until it coalesced, a new constellation in the inky sky. Above him hung an image he knew all too well, the same skull, snake writhing from its gaping mouth, that had hung over his home all those years ago. The Dark Mark. Harry didn't think his summer could get worse after the events of the World Cup, but his father quickly proved him wrong. After reuniting, Mr. Potter promptly brought Harry home and refused to let him leave Potter Manor, even to visit Diagon Alley to pick up his school supplies. The appearance of the Dark Mark at the Quidditch World Cup had awoken a deeply repressed fear in Mr. Potter, reigniting every paranoid and overprotective tendency he had worked so hard to overcome. The brothers were effectively put on lockdown for the remainder of the summer, unable to so much as pick up school supplies from Diagon Alley or visit their friends. Even their mail was searched. Until they boarded the Hogwarts Express on September 1st, Harry was afraid they wouldn't be allowed to return to school at all. The term wasn't off to a much better start due entirely to one person, Draco Malfoy. Usually, Harry was largely indifferent to the pompous, if slightly irritating, chaser on the Slytherin Quidditch team. The boy was a social climber at best and had tried to get Harry's attention throughout their time together at Hogwarts. John interacted with Malfoy more than Harry, and whilst he had few complimentary things to say about him, Harry had chalked it up to some sort of petty inter-house rivalry. Clearly, Harry had been very wrong. So what did your father have to sell in order to get those seats? Malfoy asked Ron. His back was to Harry, but he could imagine a twisted smirk on Malfoy's face. Not that your family's got anything worthwhile, but. It took John and Hermione's combined strength to keep Ron from lunging at Malfoy. Not that Malfoy seemed to care. He let out a high, cruel laugh that had no business coming out of a 14-year-old's mouth. That's right, Weasel, Malfoy continued. Listen to your pet mudblood. Merlin knows. Harry slipped into the train compartment, his blood pounding in his ears. It took every bit of self-control not to curse Malfoy with the most gruesome hexes he knew, and Harry knew many. Instead, he took a steadying breath and said something he knew would hurt Malfoy more than a spell ever could. You know, Malfoy, Harry began softly, emphasizing his surname. For someone so obsessed with lineage, you don't seem particularly keen on doing yours justice. Malfoy had been so busy antagonizing John and his friends that he hadn't noticed that Harry was standing a foot behind him. He jumped and spun around, his pale face draining what little color it had. Potter. I'm disappointed in you, Harry said. I expected better from someone from the Malfoy family. And then Malfoy said something so astonishingly stupid, his face contorting in an angry snarl, that even Harry had no idea how to react. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that someone like you would come to their defense. Harry's vision went white. He had no clue what his expression looked like, but when his vision returned, Malfoy was looking up at him with fear. When he next spoke, his voice wasn't one of fury but a silky tone of indifference. I presume you're referring to either my friendship with Grace Cooper or my own Muggle heritage through my mother. No. Either way, Harry continued, not even bothering to raise his voice. I find that I have little patience for uncouth children. If you insist on acting like a toddler throwing a tantrum, I intend to treat you like one. And with that, Harry stepped around Malfoy and placed himself between him and John, effectively cutting Malfoy out of the conversation. John and his friends goggled up at Harry. Did you finish that book yet? Harry asked John. There was no book, but Harry wasn't about to bring up the real reason for his visit with Malfoy standing a foot away. To his credit, John didn't so much as blink. Yeah, it was brilliant. He even went so far as to pull his trunk down and rummage through stacks of robes and sketchbooks, chattering in a rapid amalgamation of Greek and English that left even Harry struggling to keep up. They spoke of inconsequential things as John pretended to look for the non-existent book, stubbornly ignoring Malfoy's increasingly desperate attempts for attention. It was, perhaps, a bit juvenile, but it was effective. Soon enough, Malfoy grew fed up with being treated like he wasn't present. He stormed out of the compartment, though not before slamming the door so hard behind him that its window shattered. Malfoy thrives off attention, Harry explained once he had gone. He flicked his wand and repaired the damaged window before facing his brother. The best way to deal with people like that is to completely disengage with them. That's what my mum says, Hermione said with an emphatic nod. I'm always trying to get the boys to ignore him, but ignoring his taunts won't be enough, Harry said. You have to act like he doesn't even exist. Don't even look at him if he tries to talk to you. He'll get bored when he realizes nobody is giving him the time of day. Hermione looked horrified. Oh, but that would just be cruel, she said, looking very worried indeed. My mother says, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. I agree, Harry said, raising an appeasing hand. And if I could think of another way to correct his behavior, I would suggest it. But as it stands, nothing has ever been done to stop him. The only thing we can do at this point is to teach him that if he insists on being a wanker, we'll refuse to engage with him. Sides, Ron said. It's just Malfoy. Who cares if his feelings get hurt? Hermione swelled with indignation. So what did you come here for, Harry? John asked quickly, before Ron and Hermione could start up another argument. Ah, yes. He waved John over to the corner of the compartment and motioned for him to sit. When he did, Harry leaned forward and began with no preamble. I'm going back to the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione's head snapped towards Harry so fast that he heard it pop. How interesting, she explained, abandoning her argument with a flushed Ron. I've been ever so curious too. Harry held up a hand, and Hermione fell silent. This isn't an educational excursion, he explained, although this was a blatant lie. Harry had several ideas he wanted to follow up on pertaining to Salazar Slytherin and the Chamber of Secrets. He just didn't want to turn his private research into a school trip. Her face fell. Guilt squirmed in his gut, but he pushed it aside. As much as he liked Hermione, as much as one could like your little brother's friends, at least he wasn't about to extend an invitation to her. Hermione had the infuriating habit of inserting herself into things, and he had no desire to play teacher. He turned back to his brother, whose face had gone chalk white. You don't have to come, of course. I just thought I'd offer in case you wanted to. John stared at him for several moments before asking in Greek, would you think I'm a coward if I said no? He shot a nervous look at his friends, as if worried they had spontaneously gained the ability to understand a foreign language and would judge him for his question. Harry shook his head at once. I still haven't been back to Godric's Hollow, he admitted. John tensed at the mention of their former home. That's different. Unlike Harry, John accompanied their father every year to visit their mother's grave. For John, Godric's Hollow was one of the few ties he had to Lily Potter, and visiting the places where she once had lived and breathed made him feel connected to her. He didn't remember Halloween, or what their house had looked like before the room had been blown off and Harry had to carry him over the rubble and their mother's body to safety. He didn't remember standing in the cold that autumn night in his pajamas, blood dripping down his face, terrified and confused, too young to wrap his mind around the enormity of what he had witnessed. He couldn't remember the Aurors' questions, the Medawizards' prodding, Uncle Sirius's screams as Uncle Remus grappled with him, begged him not to go after Uncle Peter. John didn't have the same associations with their old house that Harry did. It didn't evoke the same terror and helplessness in him like it did to Harry. But the chamber did. Is it? Harry asked gently. Harry might have slain the basilisk and fought Tom Riddle, and yes, he had been scared for his and John's life. But what John went through in the chamber had been a vastly different experience. John knew the rage and the fear and the poison that oozed through his veins as Lord Voldemort possessed him. He had spent hours in the chamber, for months on end, unknowingly feeding his soul to the boy who made him attack his classmates, the boy who would someday become the man who killed his mother. He had lost a part of himself, had it stolen, down there. To John, returning to the chamber wouldn't be empowering, but a reminder of his deepest shames and failures. John pursed his lips before turning his head to look out the window. I'll consider it, he said in a tone that informed Harry that visiting the chamber was the very last thing he'd like to do. Harry wasn't surprised by his answer. Ginny had given a similar one when he proposed his plan to her earlier. There's no rush. It's not going anywhere, Harry said. I just thought I'd offer. The corner of John's lips twitched at that, and he nodded to show he understood. Having said what he came to say, Harry ruffled his brother's unruly hair, bid farewell to the fourth years, and went to find his friends. That must be the new defense teacher, Grace mused as they took their seats at the Slytherin table. Harry craned his neck towards the teacher's table and found the only new face amongst the staff. Even from across the hall, Harry would recognize the grizzled countenance of Alistair Moody anywhere. He was sitting, stiff-backed, in the chair to Professor Dumbledore's right. Is Lupin not teaching it again this year? Malfoy asked, boldly taking the seat that Marcus used to occupy. Harry grit his teeth and resisted the urge to hex him for the offense. Instead, he turned his attention towards Pusey and said, please tell me you're taking care of magical creatures with me this year. Pusey laughed. You're joking, right? I'm surprised you are. My father's always complained about that oaf teaching, Malfoy said with an emphatic nod. It's a wonder nobody's died yet. Did you know he never finished Hogwarts? Madame Pomfrey said it would be helpful, Harry explained with a shrug. Especially at Newt levels. That's when you get to the really nasty beasts. Or, if you ask Hagrid, the tragically misunderstood creatures, Grace quipped. Besides, I don't think Snape would let me drop the class, even if I begged him, Harry said. He likes to remind me how much I like animals. But you do like animals, Teddy pointed out. You've got Medusa, Hedwig, and Grace. Ow. Grace was shoving her wand back in the sleeve of her robes before anyone realized she had shot a stinging hex at him. Are you actually giving me the silent treatment right now? Malfoy asked with an indignant scoff. And here I thought you were supposed to be mature. They continued their conversation as if he hadn't spoken at all, only stopping when a line of terrified 11-year-olds stumbled into the Great Hall. Harry clapped for the newly sorted Slytherins and ignored Malfoy's commentary about which first years were worth collecting. When the food appeared, none of Harry's friends so much as passed a salt shaker when Malfoy asked. If Malfoy was embarrassed by the social cut, he didn't show it. Throughout the feast, he continued to inject himself into their conversation, showing a tenacity Harry didn't know that Malfoy possessed. If it hadn't been so annoying, Harry might have even been impressed. They were saved from further interruptions when Professor Dumbledore got to his feet. As I'm sure you've noticed, we have a new face amongst our staff, Dumbledore said after giving the usual start of term warnings about staying out of the Forbidden Forest and informing them of a new ban on fanged frisbees. Please join me in welcoming Professor Moody as your new defense against the dark arts teacher. There was a smattering of polite applause as people eyed Moody warily. Remus had been the most popular defense teacher in decades, and nobody was happy to see him leave. Moody, however, seemed indifferent to the lukewarm welcome he received and glowered out at the sea of students, his electric blue eyes spinning wildly in its socket. Professor Lupin, meanwhile, has agreed to take over history of magic from Professor Binns, who, after teaching 273 years, has finally elected to retire. Harry wasn't sure if the resulting cacophony was due to Remus's popularity or the student body's jubilation that they would never again have to suffer through one of Binns' lectures. Either way, it took several minutes for them to settle down so that Dumbledore could continue. Next, I would like to address why Slytherin and Gryffindor were not assigned Quidditch captains this year, said Dumbledore. To Harry's left, Pusey leaned forward. After Marcus had left, everyone on the team had agreed that it would be him to take over as Slytherin's captain. But after exchanging dozens of letters, they discovered that nobody had received the badge. They had been understandably confused, although their beater, Lucian Bowl, was convinced that this meant that Marcus would be staying at Hogwarts for another year. It is my painful duty to inform you that there will be no inter-house Quidditch Cup this year. Harry expected that the Gryffindors would loudly protest this announcement, but, like him, they were staring at their headmaster with open-mouthed horror. Dumbledore continued his speech, however, we shall not be without our fun. Instead, I am most pleased to announce that Hogwarts will be hosting the Triwizard Tournament this year. Surprise rippled throughout the student body, and Dumbledore allowed them a moment before raising his hands for silence. They complied, sitting forward in their seats in anticipation. The Triwizard Tournament, there hadn't been one of those in centuries. It was a frightfully dangerous competition in which one student from each participating school was selected to undergo a series of magical tasks. Hundreds had died in pursuit of the Triwizard Cup until the tournament was discontinued. My father told me all about it over the summer, of course, Malfoy whispered, leaning forward to speak directly into Harry's ear. You should enter. You'd chosen, for sure. Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes at the blatant flattery. Even if he were old enough, he had no interest in risking his life for a fleeting moment of fame. Representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive in late October, Dumbledore continued. As a safety precaution, only students of legal age will be permitted to put forward their names for consideration, and I will personally be ensuring that each applicant meets the requirement. This announcement caused a tidal wave of outrage, but all Harry could feel was relief. Whilst Harry had no designs to enter the tournament himself, it was precisely the kind of thing he could see John doing. A brief glance towards his brother proved his assumptions were correct. John was muttering, scheming, no doubt, with Ron and the Weasley twins. Harry resolved to speak to his brother in the morning and nip any plots to circumnavigate Dumbledore's restriction before they had time to grow. As they walked to the common room that night, it was hard to tell if students were more excited about the Triwizard Tournament or the arrival of foreign students. The outrage over the cancellation of Quidditch was quickly forgotten about, aside from Pusey, who complained the whole walk back. "Maybe we can do pickup games," Pusey said. "We can organize something with the other schools. It doesn't have to be anything formal. But a year without Quidditch. It sounds like fun," Harry agreed. "Make it the team out of Hogwarts's best players and thoroughly embarrass the visiting schools." Pusey nodded adamantly. "I bet Johnson would agree to it. Obviously, the twins as beaters. Ginny Weasley could be your third chaser," Harry said. "My brother could play seeker. All you need is a keeper and..." Horrified, Pusey stopped in the middle of the corridor, causing a several dozen student pile up. "You're not joining." Harry gave him a wan smile as he helped a disgruntled Fiona Bradshaw to her feet. "Between my apprenticeship, prefect duties, and keeping my brother alive, I won't have the time." "But surely, you'll want to be the Hogwarts champion," Cordelia Gamp said, appearing at Harry's side and winding her arm through his. "I just know you'll make us proud." Grace wormed her way in between them and, none too subtlety, shoved Gamp away. "He's only 16, she reminded Gamp with a knowing look. "He can't put his name in." When Gamp tried to take Harry's other side, Teddy materialized out of the crowd and blocked her path. With a huff, Gamp admitted defeat and fell back to join Beatrice Trouche and Willa Hornby, exchanging conspiratorial hisses. "I'm surprised we're still hosting it," Hera Urquhart, Harry's fellow sixth-year prefect, said as they navigated the winding halls of the dungeons. "Papa said they had a devil of a time getting the other schools to agree. Durmstrang especially. Apparently, their head teacher is violently opposed to the dark arts, and the whole thing with Flint last year really scared him." "Hang on. I thought they learned the dark arts there," Grace said. Harry considered this, trying to recall what his cousin had said when he had asked her the same question. "They study the theory of dark magic, but they don't actually cast the spells. Some of the best curse breakers are from Durmstrang," Urquhart added. "You've got to know what you're up against if you want to fight it." "How is that any different than what we learn?" Grace asked. "It's far more in-depth. They study the mechanics of the spell and how it works. It's also part ethics class. They discuss the morality behind the use of curses," Harry explained. "By the end of their first lesson, nearly everyone has lost interest in practicing dark magic. If you ask my cousin, dark arts is the most boring class they teach at Durmstrang. I wonder if discussing it more openly removes the taboo of it," Grace pondered thoughtfully. "It's hardly exciting if you have to write essays about it. Why don't we do that here? You have Dumbledore to thank for that," Urquhart said with a surprising amount of venom. "Dark arts was removed from the Hogwarts curriculum in 1951, Teddy pointed out in a breezy tone that suggested that this piece of information was more well-known than it actually was. "Armando Dippet would have still been the headmaster." Urquhart rolled her eyes. "Everyone knows he only did it under Dumbledore's suggestion. My gran said Dumbledore had been running the school long before he took over as headmaster." Teddy glared at her. Grindelwald had only just fallen. People were scared. And yet, even with the banning of the dark arts, you know who was able to rise to power, despite the lack of formal training, she snapped, red spots blooming on her pale cheeks. Clearly, it was unsuccessful in stopping dark wizards from cropping up. In fact, the only thing it did was keep future generations from protecting themselves, making them dependent on the Ministry for protection. Harry blinked. He didn't often interact with Urquhart, but he wouldn't have taken her for a conspiracy theorist that rivaled Luna. "Voldemort," Harry began, ignoring everyone's flinch, first rose to power in 1970, although historians have found reference to him as far back as the 50s. "He was reportedly middle-aged by the time he tried to kill my brother. Assuming he attended Hogwarts, he absolutely would have learned the dark arts in some capacity before it was officially removed from the curriculum. Your argument is nonsensical and purposefully inflammatory." Urquhart tried to cover her embarrassment up with a scoff. "Of course you'd say that. You Potters have been licking Dumbledore's boots for years. And now we've devolved into insults." "Lovely," Harry sighed. Next, I suspect you'll tell me I've been poisoned by the corrupt system, and I'm owned by the man. Grace suggested helpfully, hazel eyes alight with delight as she watched the drama unfold. Sure, Harry replied before raising a sardonic eyebrow towards Urquhart. If you want to win an argument, be able to back up your statements. Attacking people when you're challenged isn't going to help your case. He turned away without another word and wove through the crowd of Slytherins. Behind him, Grace and Teddy scrambled to catch up. First Malfoy and now Urquhart. You're certainly in a mood today, Grace teased. Yes, well, after the events of the World Cup, I find my patience vastly diminished, Harry replied a touch waspishly. Grace's good humor evaporated instantly, and she gave him a critical look that he neither cared nor had the energy to decipher. In the days that followed, Harry's exhaustion only grew as he sacrificed sleep and filled every spare moment in his hectic schedule with his studies. Headaches became his constant companion in his waking hours, and the little sleep he managed to get was full of hazy, stressful dreams he could never remember in the morning. Madame Pomfrey informed him that this was completely normal and assured him that he'd start to feel better once he'd taken a few of his step tests and he adapted to his increased workload. Her predictions proved correct, and 2 weeks later, he found that he was well prepared for the first step test. Sure, the 9-hour-long test wasn't exactly fun, and recalling everything he knew about human anatomy, its biological processes, and how magic affects the body had been nothing short of grueling. Ultimately, he decided to label the experience as tedious, rather than difficult. Still, as he stumbled out of Snape's fireplace that evening, massaging his hand, he thought that he would take Sunday off to spend with his friends. Whilst he wouldn't let himself grow complacent with his progress, Harry thought he could add time to relax in his schedule. A moment, Potter, Snape said when Harry nodded in greeting. Harry paused at the door, his daydreams of a well-earned dinner screeching to a halt. He turned to face Snape, hand on the doorknob, and attempted to keep the irritation out of his voice as he asked, "Yes, Professor." Snape watched him over the tips of his steepled fingers for a long moment, his eyes dark and inscrutable. "I never took you for a bully." It took Harry several seconds to process what Snape was saying, and even then, he was still left incredibly confused. What? His mind scrambled over the last few days, trying to recall all of his admittedly few social interactions, but came up blank. The only time he could think of evening getting remotely short with anyone was with his brother on Monday. He'd been complaining about having to write a foot on transfiguring a hedgehog to pincushion whilst Harry was working on a 6-foot essay about the lymphatic system of goblins, but John was hardly the type to bring a professor into their arguments. He certainly wouldn't talk to Snape, of all people. "Draco Malfoy has informed me that you have been ignoring him." Harry briefly wondered if some sort of delirium had come over him, brought on by weeks of stress and a suboptimal sleep schedule. "Professor, I haven't so much as spoken to my friends since Thursday. Why on earth would I talk to Malfoy?" "Regardless," Snape said in a cool tone, "as a prefect, you are expected to comport yourself with more decorum." "I'll keep that in mind in case I ever decide to start bullying someone," Harry replied. He knew better than to rise to Snape's baiting, but as exhausted as he was, he couldn't help but let a bit of sarcasm slip through. He was exhausted, hungry, and now, properly peeved at this unjust reprimand. Gritting his teeth, he spun on his heel and yanked at the door. It didn't budge. "We are not yet finished," Snape said in that silky, icy voice that always preceded a lengthy and terrible punishment. "Sit down, Potter." With few other options, Harry took the chair opposite Snape's desk. He resisted the urge to throw himself into the seat and petulantly cross his arms across his chest, knowing that it would only irritate Snape further. Instead, he arranged his robes neatly around him and adopted a vaguely irritated expression reminiscent of Snape's own. Harry knew that Snape's typical modus operandi was to sit in silence and wait for the guilty party to confess their transgressions. This tactic had never been particularly effective on Harry, for obvious reasons. Instead, Harry's taciturn nature required Snape to go on the offensive in the hopes of provoking an emotional response. "Perhaps I was correct in my initial assessment of you," Snape continued whilst Harry waited for him to get to the point, "in how very like your father you are. Arrogant, spoilt, conceited." Harry had many flaws, but he'd like to think he was neither arrogant nor spoiled. On the contrary, his father tried very hard to instill the humility he himself had lacked as a child. For Snape to apply such words to him only proved that he didn't know Harry at all. If he had wanted to get any sort of reaction from Harry, Snape should have described him as cowardly, passive, or overly dismissive of his peers' problems. I must admit that I am unsurprised to learn that you've been bullying the younger students, an abuse of your power as a prefect. I'm surprised you appointed me in the first place if this is how you view my character, Harry said evenly. Without breaking eye contact, Harry unpinned his prefect's badge from the front of his robes and handed it to Snape. Would you like this back? I should remove you from your position, Snape sneered. It was a bluff, and they both knew it. The next best option for prefect was Adrian Pusey, who couldn't keep a schedule to save his life. Warrington would be a far better prefect than me, Harry said, his tone agreeable, extending his hand when Snape didn't move to take the badge. He'd certainly keep the local cat population down. I've never quite managed it myself. The students absolutely insist on bringing them, year after year. It doesn't help that I've stopped Warrington on more than one occasion from disposing of them. The mess, you know. Snape sneered. Do you think you are being clever? Not at all. But if Warrington doesn't suit your needs, perhaps I might suggest Montague. Sure, he's failing 2 of his 3 classes this year, an impressive feat, given we're 2 weeks into term, but I'm sure he'd be able to tutor the younger students, Harry continued in the same light tone. Or maybe Nettles would be the best option. True, he's barely said a word to anyone since our 3rd year, but that would certainly stop him from, what was it? Bullying Malfoy. So you admit it. That I'm bullying Malfoy? Not at all. He is so low on my list of priorities, I hardly see how I'd find the time. He's sat with you and your gang of followers for every meal since the start of term and been summarily ignored, by, as I understand it, your orders. My friends, Harry corrected, his irritation leaking into his words, have no more desire to entertain him than I do. No orders necessary. And yet they follow your example. Because he's a hateful little monster that espouses the same sort of evil rhetoric as the man who killed my mother, Harry snapped, finally losing his patience. Perhaps you don't care if your friends are called Mudblood, but I certainly don't. Snape stilled, and for a moment, Harry thought he might hex him into oblivion. His already sallow face paled further, except for the 2 twin spots of red on his cheeks, which were the only indication that he was affected by Harry's words. When he spoke next, his voice was deadly quiet, and despite his own anger, the sound of it chilled Harry to his core. I never wish to hear that word come out of your mouth again. Do you understand me? But it's okay that Malfoy. Am I understood, Mr. Potter? Snape repeated in that same icy tone. Harry couldn't remember the last time he had been intimidated by his head of house. He nodded, rendered momentarily mute. Snape gave him a searching stare before nodding himself. I will see to Mr. Malfoy regarding his caustic remarks, he said, continuing as if nothing had happened. In the meantime, call off the dogs. Harry's skin prickled. I don't care for your implication that my friends answer to me. If there is an issue with their behavior, might I suggest taking it up with them? Snape began riffling through a stack of papers on his desk, seemingly already bored with their conversation. Yes, fine, he said, flicking his wrist in an obvious dismissal. He knew he should have kept his mouth shut. But between his exhaustion and the idiotic accusations, he couldn't stop the quiet, well, at least you care when you think some of your students are bullied, that slipped out of his mouth. The door, which had only just swung open, slammed shut before Harry could take 2 steps towards it. Why do you assume I did not? Snape asked, his tone deceptively light. Harry knew that tone of voice. It was the one that presaged a particularly nasty detention and tongue lashing. Every instinct was telling him to apologize and escape. But Harry was angry. Snape, all his teachers, had stood by and done nothing for years. Not when he had been shunned by his peers or when their cruelty put him in a hospital bed. They had watched his struggle to fit in, make friends, to speak, and rather than help him, they ignored him or outright punished him. But now that there was the slightest bit of inconvenience for Malfoy, they cared. They accused Harry of being the problem. I was bullied for years, and you did nothing about it, Harry said, trying to keep his seething hatred at bay. Snape watched him for a long moment, his dark eyes cold and apathetic. As that's so. It sure felt like it when the 7th years used me for target practice. Where were you then? I imagine in my office, Snape said, waiting for you to ask for help. Harry stared at him in disbelief. He hadn't stepped in because Harry hadn't asked for help. Since when was it a requirement for an adult to stop a gang of 17-year-olds from inflicting bodily harm on a child? Harry wanted to scream at the unfairness of it all. I didn't realize traumatized children are only to be given assistance when they ask for it. From now on, I'll be sure to apply this wisdom in how I deal with the younger students. Snape glared at him, something that would have made 11-year-old Harry cower in fear. You're twisting my words, Potter. As the fight drained out of him, Harry could no longer muster the energy to feel anything other than sad. He had always known that Professor Snape hated him. Sure, the man was nowhere near as antagonistic as he had been in Harry's first years at Hogwarts. His caustic and snide marks were merely an annoyance these days. But for him to sit there and blame Harry for the hell his housemates had put him through. It was honestly pathetic. When I was 3 years old, I watched my mother beg for my life, Harry began in a low, measured voice. Snape flinched at this, but Harry found he cared very little for how his words made Snape feel. He continued, I couldn't even tie my shoes yet, and I watched her plead with Voldemort, beg him not to kill my brother and me. He killed her and turned his wand on me anyway. Harry paused as the memory overtook him, and he let out a small, shuddering breath. For years, all I could think about was her murder and how very little her words mattered in the end. When I felt particularly self-flagellatory, I wondered what I might have said to save her. You were a child, Snape interjected with empathy Harry didn't know the man possessed. The onus of his actions was not yours to bear. No, they weren't, Harry agreed. But it's difficult for anyone, let alone a child, to reconcile logic with their feelings. I didn't speak for years, even to my family. Madame Pomfrey said it was because I equated speaking with pain. I learned at a young age that words meant very little. So is it really that big of a surprise that I didn't come and beg you for your assistance? Snape's expression hardened into a scowl. Those situations are not remotely similar. Aren't they? Harry asked lightly. He knew Snape expected him to argue, but Harry was so tired. He couldn't bring himself to explain himself to someone who was clearly so unwilling to listen. Regardless, I don't understand why you expected me to come to you for help. I was your head of house. You hate me, Harry replied in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. Perhaps marginally less so now, but certainly you did then. Would you truly have helped me if I came to you for help? If Snape was embarrassed by the accusation, he didn't show it. Another professor, then. The professors that saw me in the hospital wing and did nothing about it. You could have asked. I was mute. Harry snapped, losing his grip on his emotions. A fact which was impressed upon all of you by my healers and my father. I physically could not ask for help. And yet somehow, it was still my fault. You all have eyes and a modicum of intelligence. Each one of you saw how I was treated and did nothing to stop it. I was a child in your care, and not one of you helped me. There was an ugly, stifling silence as Harry's uncomfortable truth hung in the air. Harry's heart pounded in his chest, and he took a moment to regain control over himself. His fury was receding, exposing the old hurts he had managed to conceal all these years. Hurt that was caused not just by Snape but by his other professors, too, the ones he admired and greatly respected. After all, had not Professor McGonagall, a friend of his father and uncle's, not penalized Harry when he suffered from a silent episode? Had Professor Flitwick, Sprout, Sinistra, Hooch, and Binns not turned a blind eye to the bullying that went on during their lessons? I apologize for my tone, Professor, Harry said at last. I shouldn't have shouted. But my words still stand. You preach that I should be kind and fair and demand that I give consequence to someone who insults my friends and me when you couldn't be bothered to do the same when it was I who suffered. The injustice of it all hurts as much as your accusation that I am nothing but a bully. Suffering is not a competition, Snape replied, although his words lacked the same acrid bite they usually possessed. No, It isn't, Harry agreed softly. But I have to wonder about your motives for intervention in what is little more than a petty dispute when you have been so content to ignore far greater violence in the past. Harry wasn't sure if he was disappointed or relieved when Snape remained silent. If there is nothing else you wish to discuss, Professor, I'll take my leave. Snape didn't stop him when he collected his bag, nor was there any resistance from the door. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he recognized that it was supper time and his friends would be waiting for him in the Great Hall. But the thought of forcing himself to appear, to put on a pleasant facade whilst he felt so unsociable, felt like a Herculean task. Sure, his friends never minded his maudlin moods, but at that moment, Harry just wanted to be left alone to his thoughts. Sometime later, he found himself in Ning Myrtle's bathroom on the second floor, with no clear memory as to how he arrived there. It was, perhaps, not the most ideal place for his gloomy mood, but he couldn't deny its appeal in his quest for solitude. A quick hiss of Parseltongue and several dozen cleaning charms later, Harry was sliding back down into the Chamber of Secrets. The dingy corridor was much as Harry remembered it, albeit in sharper focus than his memories from 2 years ago. Harry spent a few minutes vanishing the old animal bones and draining the corridor of water, the chore tedious yet comforting in its familiarity. Whilst he couldn't predict the fallout that would surely come from his argument with Snape, he relished the control he could exert over this one aspect of his life. Slowly, his problems faded to the recesses of his mind, and his body relaxed as the familiar eucalyptus-scented sanitation charms replaced the stale air. After the corridor had been thoroughly scoured and the newly transfigured sconces crackled merrily along the walls, Harry walked the length of the corridor until he reached the wall with the snake cravings. In the torchlight, emeralds glinted in their eye sockets. Harry could see that their bodies were elaborately painted in a pattern Harry instantly recognized. With a trembling hand, he reached out to touch the carvings of the Aesculapian snakes. A little bit farther down, if you please, said the one on the left. I've had an itch there for years. Harry wouldn't have thought that Salazar Slytherin would embrace the absurdity of sentient snake sculptures, but he appreciated the feature nonetheless. Complying with the snake's request, Harry raked his nails across the indicated spot. The snake let out a hiss of pleasure, and its emerald-studded eye spun in its socket. That's it. Was there something you needed? The right snake asked waspishly. Don't be rude, Wallaby, the left snake chided. He's clearly a speaker. Well, I beg your pardon for taking my job seriously, Eadlin. Wallaby replied, snapping his mouth in her direction. Recognizing an impending fight, Harry quickly asked, I was wondering if I might pass through. Oh, now, he asks, Wallaby grumbled. Didn't think of that before, did you? It's always the same with you humans. Always. Open up. And never, hello, Wallaby. Or, can I get you something to eat, Wallaby? You haven't got a functioning mouth, Eadlin pointed out. We're made of stone. It's the principle of the matter. I would like to go inside, Harry said, reminding the snakes of his presence. Eadlin fixed her eye on Harry, scrutinizing him. Are you ill? I'm a healing student, Harry said, indicating to his robes. Eadlin hummed thoughtfully. So you are, she said after a moment. And where is your snake? Hunting. Most likely, Harry explained. She does as she pleases. At that, Wallaby harumphed. With approval. Quite right. The snakes bowed and separated, exposing the dark room that lay beyond. Without thinking, Harry reached behind him, pulled his lime green hood over his head, and stepped into the Chamber of Secrets. The room was similar to what he remembered. A long, narrow hall with a tall ceiling. Columns lined the central stone pathway, each decorated with hundreds of carved snakes. Like the corridor, parts of the chamber were flooded with dark, foul-smelling water. Harry ignored the dried blood and sticky ink residue as he crossed the room and came to a stop at the foot of the statue, the exact spot where John lay dying as Harry was tortured by Voldemort. Harry craned his neck back to inspect the statue, finding not the gaunt, monkeyish face of Salazar Slytherin, but a man with curly hair and a full beard. He was draped in a mantle with one shoulder bared, and by his side was a tall staff, around which a serpent was curled. It was a face Harry knew rather well. After all, how often had he looked at it over the summer? This was not a vain statue of Slytherin, as John had thought. This was a depiction of the famed physician, Asclepius. Standing between the statue's sandal-clad feet, Harry turned around to face the ruined Abaton that Slytherin had built and got to work. Following their argument, Harry added Professor Snape to his list of people to avoid. Not that this was particularly difficult, of course, Harry had perfected the craft of going unnoticed over the years. September bled into October, and Snape's attempts to interrogate Harry dwindled the closer they got to the arrival of the foreign schools. And when Cormac McLaggen managed to blow up his cauldron and a vast portion of the surrounding dungeons, Harry found himself the least of Snape's problems. The Hogwarts students, meanwhile, worked themselves up into a frenzy as Halloween approached. All anyone could talk about was who would be entering their name into the tournament and if any of the foreign students were single. Maybe it's because I'm in a relationship, Grace muttered to Harry the morning the other schools were due to arrive. But isn't it a bit weird how they're going off about potential dates? Harry considered this for a moment before shaking his head. Not really. Grace goggled at him, and he continued, the marriage prospects for wizards are limited. Unless you marry a muggle, your options are a foreigner or someone you went to school with. Foreigners hold the appeal of being less related to us, as well, Teddy said, reaching for the teapot before he took his spot beside Grace. Cuts down on inbreeding. Harry nodded. I wouldn't be surprised if we hear of at least one engagement by June's end. 3, actually, Teddy corrected, rubbing his forehead with a pained grimace. Grace balked. But why so young? Who the hell gets married right out of school? Harry filed this piece of information away for later. He'd need to inform Cedric of Grace's stance on marriage before he bought the ring. Instead, he shrugged and said, my parents did. Yeah, but your mum was already pregnant with you, Grace pointed out. Perhaps not the best example, Harry conceded. That was actually a bit of a scandal. Dad said most of the Potter side of the family refused to come to the wedding, they were so embarrassed. I don't know if you've noticed, but British wizards tend to be a bit prudish, suggested Grace. Harry nodded in concession. Other countries are less conservative. But if you ask the Americans, we're a bunch of hedonists. It's different in every culture, same as it is for muggles. Grace pursed her lips. It's still weird, though. Then it's fortunate you aren't in the market for a husband, Harry teased lightly. And yourself? She asked. Looking for the future, Mrs. Potter. Harry scoffed. Please. When do I have the time? I'm sure you could fit it in somewhere between studying and keeping your brother alive. After how Katie ended, I'm not interested in dating anyone for a long time. Grace clicked her tongue. That's bullshit, she said. There are plenty of people who would jump at the chance to date you. As she said this, she shot an obvious look down the Slytherin table, where Cordelia Gamp was engaged in an animated discussion with Adrian Pusey. Gamp is infatuated with the idea of me, Harry said, trying to keep his annoyance from bleeding into his words. Gamp, like Katie, had preconceived notions of who Harry was, few to none of which were true. He knew she'd tire of him when he inevitably failed to live up to her expectations. He'd rather spare himself the heartache and stay single. And that wasn't even considering how much he disliked Gamp to begin with. She's got as much a chance of that happening as the Cannons winning their next match. Grace's grin was wolfish as she turned to Teddy. And what do you say to that, Magic 8 Ball? Teddy didn't rise to the bait and continued to stare into his teacup, turning it slowly as he inspected the dregs at the bottom. See anything good? Grace asked, nudging him gently. Yes. It says you're a Muppet who refuses to learn what a seer actually does, Teddy replied dryly. Grace tossed her head back and cackled with delight. Despite his light-hearted tone, there was something strained in Teddy's smile, and his hands trembled when he placed the cup back in its saucer. Harry observed him for the rest of breakfast, but other than an occasional sad, distant look that darkened his eyes, Teddy seemed to be his usual self. After breakfast, Harry bid his friends goodbye and wandered up to the hospital wing, where he spent the morning brewing healing potions in anticipation of the increased number of students and germs that would be at Hogwarts this year. St. Mungo's was already reporting an uptick in cases of the common cold, and Hogwarts didn't have nearly the amount of recommended pepper-up potions in stock. He worked through lunch and was only pulled away from his brewing when a large group of Ravenclaws stumbled in with dog snouts and paws for feet. According to the scowling Professor McGonagall who brought them in, their inattention during their lesson resulted in partial human transfiguration that even she couldn't undo. The Ravenclaws turned out to be a complex case, and had it not been for the arrival of the foreign schools, Harry probably would have worked through dinner. As it was, he was shooed away a little before 6, where he joined the student body in the entrance hall. There was a palpable excitement in the air, and voices echoed off the stone walls and vaulted ceilings, creating a din that bordered on painful. The teachers had attempted to separate the students into their respective houses, although nobody was paying attention. Indeed, Harry spotted Luna perched on Cedric's head as a lemur, despite a flustered Professor McGonagall's best efforts to get her to change back to a human. Harry fought through the crowd until he reached his friends, somehow managing to collect John and his friends as he went. "She won't be able to see, Professor," Ginny insisted, having to shout to be heard over the noise. "And this way, there's one less person to take up space." Professor McGonagall glowered at the excuse but evidently decided it wasn't worth the argument. She threw her hands up and stomped off, although not before demanding that Harry and John do something about that hair. At last, they were ushered out of the hall and lined up in front of the castle. There was a damp chill to the air as dusk fell, and Cedric spent the next several minutes tapping nearby students on the head and applying warming charms. Harry would have as well had Hermione Granger not demanded he teach her the spell. "I generally put bluebell flames in jam jars for heat," Hermione chattered as she practiced the warming charm on Ron. "But this is far more effective. Why haven't we learned this yet?" "It's a 6th-year charm," Harry explained. "And it's a bit more finicky than bluebell flames. Warrington set the entire classroom on fire when they covered it last month. I'm still treating some of the burns." Ron blanched and shoved Hermione's wand away. "And you're letting her use it on me. I'm right here, aren't I?" Harry said. "Besides, she seems to have the hang of it." Ron's rebuttal was cut off when a gasp ripped through the crowd, and everyone pointed at the sky. They turned their attention towards the commotion, where a massive carriage was soaring over the Forbidden Forest. It was pulled by a dozen Abraxans, whose hooves shook the earth when they landed in front of the castle. Harry watched with interest as the headmistress of Beauxbatons unfolded herself from the carriage and greeted Professor Dumbledore. "She's so tall," Grace murmured as she stared up at Madame Maxime. Harry patted the top of Grace's head. "Everyone is tall to you, dearest." Grace tsked and elbowed him in the ribs. "Can you see? I wouldn't want you to miss the arrival of our esteemed guests." "Harry, don't make me hex you in front of all of these people." He wasn't able to stifle his laugh in time, earning him several glares from the Beauxbatons students, who had clambered out of the carriage to stand behind their headmistress. Harry pressed his lips together, ducked his head, and tried to blend into the crowd, a feat much harder than previous years, given his white robes and most recent growth spurt. Madame Maxime introduced her pupils, a group of 15 boys and girls in their late teens who shivered in their blue silk robes. Taking pity on them, Professor Dumbledore offered them sanctuary inside the castle. The Beauxbatons delegation looked up at Hogwarts with something akin to disappointment. Harry exchanged a knowing look with Grace, which had them snorting with stifled laughter. Once the doors to the entrance hall closed, the students of Hogwarts waited in restless anticipation for the Durmstrang party to arrive. They didn't have to wait for long. Within minutes, an odd sort of gurgling rumble began in the Black Lake, and a whirlpool formed at its center. From it rose an ancient ship, complete with ragged sails and grotesque carving of a mermaid at the bow. A gangway was lowered, and like phantom sailors on the Flying Dutchman, the Durmstrang delegation disembarked. Their headmaster led them up the sloped lawn, and he greeted Dumbledore with a warmth that didn't quite reach his eyes. Maya had spoken at length about Karkaroff over the summer. From how she had described him, Harry had expected the second coming of Merlin. Instead, Harry found the man off-putting for reasons he couldn't quite articulate. Harry turned his attention towards the Durmstrang students, who wore thick cloaks made of animal pelts. Unlike the Beauxbatons party, the Durmstrang delegation gaped up at Hogwarts with open-mouthed awe, and a hush of whispers broke out as they pointed up at the castle's stained glass windows and soaring turrets. All except for one student, a girl with a face Harry knew rather well. She was watching Harry with unadulterated glee, rather like a Kneazle who caught the canary. And as Dumbledore welcomed them to Hogwarts and the crowd of students began the stampede for warmth, Maya Ganas raised her arms and cried out, "Kalispera, Harry Potter." Over the summer, Harry had made a passing observation that Maya and Grace should never meet, and he was dismayed to discover that his instincts had been correct, albeit for vastly different reasons. Whereas before, he thought that the two women, with their sharp tongues and mischievous inclinations, would get along like a house on fire, he now realized he was standing between two dominant personalities vying for control. Much to his dismay, they traded icy looks throughout dinner, ignoring each other when they could and exchanging terse replies when they could not. It was by far one of the most awkward dining experiences of his life, and he couldn't help but sigh with relief once the plates were wiped clean and Dumbledore stood to address the crowd. He talked at length about the Triwizard Tournament, introducing Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman, the two ministry coordinators of the tournament, as judges and explaining the premise of the tournament for those who were living under a rock and had somehow missed all of the earlier explanations. He then unveiled the Goblet of Fire, a large, roughly hewn wooden cup full to the brim with blue-white flames. Anybody wishing to enter the competition will have 24 hours to do so, Professor Dumbledore explained. I will also personally be ensuring that no student under the age of 17 will be able to enter. I do this for your safety. The tasks that Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman have arranged are not for the faint of heart. These 3 tasks are designed to challenge the champions both mentally and physically. Despite Dumbledore's warnings of danger, all anybody could focus on was who was putting their name in the Goblet of Fire and how those not yet 17 might get around the age line Dumbledore cast. By 8 the following morning, Madame Pomfrey had already removed 4 long white beards from students who thought they could hoodwink Dumbledore's line. Harry would have helped, but she cheerfully banned him from Hospital Wing and told him to spend time with his friends. Harry watched with half interest, half dread, as champion hopefuls their name into the Goblet of Fire. Madame Pomfrey had explained to him only yesterday that he would be assisting her in the medical tent during the tournament's 3 tasks. Whilst he wasn't entirely sure what awaited the 3 champions, he knew that the first task involved a high likelihood of severe burns. "You worry too much," Cedric said after he had added his name to the cup. Dumbledore wouldn't allow anything too dangerous to happen. Harry sent him an unimpressed look. "Have you somehow forgotten the death maze he put under the school 3 years ago?" "Well, yeah, but we weren't supposed to be there," Cedric pointed out. "This is different." Harry wasn't sure he agreed with that sentiment, but he grudgingly dropped the subject. Cedric wasn't the only one of Harry's peers to add their name to the Goblet of Fire. In addition to Cedric, Angelina Johnson, Cassius Warrington, Aurora Dodderidge, and Roger Davies put their names forth for consideration, as did several 7th years. From Beauxbatons, all but 2 students, a boy and a girl clearly too young to pass Dumbledore's age line, added their names. And then there were the Durmstrang students. Despite bringing 15 students, only Maya put her name in the goblet, which she did to thunderous applause. When Harry finally managed to ask one of them about it at dinner that night, they gave him an odd look, as if he were the crazy one for questioning it. "There isn't a point in entering," the Durmstrang student explained. "Maya will be picked for sure." The girl next to him nodded emphatically. "Maya is the best that Durmstrang has to offer," she explained, practically gushing with reverence for his cousin. "She scores the highest on every exam, and she's received international recognition for her charms work." And, the boy continued, clearly not wanting to be outdone in admiration, "she won the Headmaster's Distinction Award every year since she was 12. Harry had known that Maya was talented, having witnessed some of her spellwork over the summer. The Durmstrang students weren't wrong when they said she was probably the most gifted student their school had seen in a generation. Still, Harry didn't see why the other students had automatically written themselves off in favor of Maya. There was more to being a great witch or wizard than simply magical power. "No one knows how the Goblet of Fire decides who is a worthy champion," Harry pointed out with a frown. "You still could have entered." "No." They looked highly offended at the suggestion. "And betray Maya?" the girl asked. The boy's face hardened with disgust. "And you call yourself her family?" he hissed. Harry blinked, unable to think of a response. Had he said something wrong? He quickly replayed the conversation in his mind, trying to find the source of their hostility, to no success. Before he could try and smooth things over, however, Maya herself appeared. She dropped into the seat to Harry's left that Teddy usually occupied. Excited, cousin? She asked with a charming smile. Within moments, Harry was surrounded by the other Durmstrang students, who jockeyed for a spot close to Maya. He watched, equal parts fascinated and disturbed, as they attempted to gain her attention. Harry gave her a tight smile. As much as anyone could be, he said. Although I hear congratulations are in order. Maya waved his words away with a pleased smile. I'm just flattered that my school wishes for me to represent them, she said humbly. The Durmstrang delegation was quick to shower her with compliments and encouragement, which Maya soaked up, giving them a fond smile one might give to a stumbling puppy. Harry's skin crawled for reasons he couldn't articulate. I'm not sure who will be chosen as Hogwarts' champion, Harry said, finding he needed to clear his throat. But I wish you all the best of luck. Maya turned to look at him, bemused. You didn't enter. I can think of far better, less dangerous ways to make my mark on history, he teased. There was a pregnant pause as Maya considered him coolly. I forget how young you are, she said. The airy, patronizing tone brought Harry up short. It was as if she thought that because Harry was only 16, he couldn't possibly be expected to understand what really mattered. Harry had expected her to take the invitation to banter, as she had countless times over the summer. Maya was known for her sharp tongue, but she had never spoken to him so rudely before. Perhaps she had misinterpreted his words and taken offense. Her English was good, but she was by no means fluent. Or was it him, overthinking things, as he was wont to do? But no, it was a clear dismissal as she turned her head away, rather like a queen who had grown bored of watching a jester. She focused instead on the girl on her other side, who looked thrilled to gain Maya's attention. Around him, the Durmstrang students sent him looks that wavered between smug and pitying. This was all Harry needed to know. This was a common occurrence with his cousin. But hadn't he already known that? He recalled the morning they spent at the waterfall, how her friends orbited around her, vying for her attention, laughing at jokes that weren't always funny and hanging on to every word she spoke, no matter how inconsequential. Maya wasn't just popular amongst her peers. She was worshipped. Her peers were desperate for her attention and approval, and to lose it. Harry remembered the girl Maya had introduced him to in Greece and how she had casually and effortlessly humiliated her. Had that girl, Despina, he vaguely recalled, done something to earn Maya's wrath? Well, Harry wanted no part of it. He rose from his seat at the Slytherin table without another word. Maya broke off mid-conversation and snapped her head towards him. Where are you going? She asked, her words hard as flint, challenging. Harry glanced over his shoulder and raised an unimpressed eyebrow. He considered saying something biting, perhaps that he was leaving her to her sycophants, but ultimately decided against it. As rude as she was, it wouldn't benefit to alienate his only cousin. Instead, he replied with a breezy, to join my friends. Without another word, Harry walked away, finding a spot as far away from a glaring Maya and her crowd of admirers as the Slytherin table would allow. His friends soon joined him, Grace dropping into the space across from him, Pusey on his right. To his surprise, Teddy took Harry's other side, his face pinched with an expression that had Harry tensing with worry. What's up? He asked in a low voice. Teddy's lips pressed together in a thin line, and he shook his head. It doesn't really matter, he said in a tone that suggested that it absolutely mattered. Are you sure? Harry hesitantly replied. Something dark in Teddy's eyes made Harry's stomach drop. For a moment, Harry caught a glimpse of Theodore Nott, the seer who saw thousands of possibilities and futures and was haunted by the knowledge he gained. Worrying won't change the outcome, was Teddy's only reply. With a slow nod, Harry redirected the conversation towards the Triwizard Tournament, inciting a rousing discussion over who would be Hogwarts' champion, which carried his friends and surrounding dinner companions through dessert. At long last, once the plates were cleared and the chatter died away, Dumbledore stood beside the goblet of fire. Harry struggled to concentrate on the headmaster's speech, instead watching the teacher's table. Ludo Bagman appeared to be the only person actually excited about the proceedings, as he grinned and waved to students like he was at a WASP's press conference. Professor Karkaroff, on the other hand, looked incredibly bored as he swirled his wine goblet in slow, lazy circles. Clearly, he had no concerns over who would be chosen. By contrast, Mr. Crouch seemed far more invested, as if he had stolen what should have been Karkaroff's anxiety and added it to his own. His face was set in a stormy mask as he watched the proceedings. Whilst he didn't fidget like a mere mortal might, Harry could see the tension in his body, his pulsating neck veins visible even as the light in the great hall dimmed until only the goblet's blue flames remained. They didn't have to wait long. Within moments, the goblet's flames turned bright red, shooting sparks into the air and, with it, a small slip of parchment. "The champion for Beauxbatons," Dumbledore said in a clear, carrying voice, as Fleur Delacour. A tall girl with long, silvery hair rose gracefully to her feet, her beautiful face twisted into a triumphant smirk. She glided down the length of the great hall to a chorus of polite applause from the Hogwarts and Durmstrang students and disappointed sobs from her peers. Grace watched the distraught Beauxbatons delegation with a mixture of pity and amusement. "French people," she sighed, shaking her head. "Down, girl," Harry teased. Grace snapped her teeth at him, but any further retort was cut off by the goblet of fire turning red once more. "The Hogwarts champion," Dumbledore announced, "is Cedric Diggory." The Hufflepuff table went positively feral, and despite his reservations about his friend's safety, Harry couldn't stop the wide grin that broke across his face. He could think of no better champion than Cedric. Most of Hogwarts seemed to agree with the goblet's decision as well because it took several minutes to calm the crowd. It was only when the final piece of parchment was shot into the air did a hush fell over the Great Hall, and they waited on bated breath for Dumbledore to read off the final name. Maya was halfway out of her seat when Dumbledore called out, "Victor Krum." She froze, face contorted in surprise, and her gaze slid down the long line of equally shocked Durmstrang students, coming to rest on the young man in question. She wasn't alone. Around the Great Hall, heads were snapping towards the Slytherin table, and murmurs of, "Like, the Seeker," filled the room. At the Gryffindor table, Harry spotted Ron Weasley clambering onto his seat to get a better look. It seemed that Harry wasn't the only one who failed to notice that the world-famous Quidditch player was in their midst. But whilst the general reaction from Beauxbatons and Hogwarts was one of awe and excitement, Krum's name being read seemed to only garner disgust from his peers. Around him, angry murmurs broke out. Although he couldn't understand the majority of the languages the Durmstrang students spoke, he was positive that they shared the same sentiments as the Greek-speaking students. "Warlock!" a girl shouted as Krum shuffled, duck-footed and round-shouldered, out of the Great Hall. "Sorcerer!" Harry watched in horror as the Durmstrang delegation began booing their champion, with one going so far as to throw their empty goblet at him. Krum didn't even flinch as it bounced off his head. As if being on Bulgaria's national team wasn't enough for him, he had to go and steal this too, a nearby boy snarled. His companion let out a high, cruel laugh. "His spellwork isn't even that impressive. I mean, did you see that travesty of an animagus transformation? I can't believe he'd betray Maya like this." Another agreed, shooting a nervous look towards the woman in question. Whilst the Durmstrang students continued to slander Krum, Maya sank back into her seat. Her shock had worn off, and although her tanned skin had paled, her face had twisted into a nasty scowl that had Harry's insides squirming. He knew that look. He'd been on the receiving end of it far too many times not to. It was one that always preceded cruelty and humiliation. Krum, it would seem, would be in for a very difficult year. They were released not long after Krum disappeared into the back room with the other champions, their excitement dampened by the odd reaction of the Durmstrang delegation. Still, Harry tried to brush it aside for the evening and focus on Cedric, who returned to the Hufflepuff common room sometime later, only to find a rambunctious party in full swing. "I don't know much," Cedric said when asked about the first task. His face was flushed from excitement or the copious amounts of butterbeer he'd imbibed. Harry couldn't say, and although his housemates tried to pull him away, he stayed firmly rooted to Harry and their friends the entire night. "It's supposed to be a test of daring." Harry magnanimously decided to refrain from scoffing at the idiocy of such a plan, which sounded like nothing more than an excellent way to get people killed. A sentiment Harry was sure the other headmasters would agree with. He wasn't sure if Karkaroff would be helping Crumb, but there was no way Madame Maxime would let Delacour step into the arena blind. "We'll help you prepare," Harry promised, silently vowing to find out what the task would be well before November 24th's due date. Cedric, of course, was too noble to cheat, but Harry wasn't above it. Not if it kept Cedric safe. In fact, he knew that figuring out a way to get Cedric to cheat would be more complicated than actually figuring out what the task would be. And so they did. Well, Harry's friends did, at least. Harry was too busy studying to help, but they were all nice enough to pretend he was. At the very least, he sat with them in the Hogwarts library in the following weeks, heads bent over stacks of books, loose pieces of half-scribbled parchment littering the table they had claimed as their own. "First tasks historically involve some sort of magical beast," Teddy said. They knew from Madame Pomfrey's hints that magical fire would somehow be involved and had thus focused their attention on beasts that fit the criteria. But I doubt the task would involve a phoenix or a hoo-hoo. Harry was incredibly proud of Grace when she passed up a perfect opportunity to nettle Teddy about a vision and instead said, "Hagrid is breeding these nasty crab things that shoot fire out of their bum. He calls them blast-ended scroots," Ginny added helpfully. "He thinks they'll be at least 10 feet long by the end of the year." Cedric, whose father worked for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry, looked particularly concerned about this revelation. "Does he have a license for that?" Ginny shrugged. "I'd imagine. How else would he get a manticore in Britain?" "Oh, it's well known that the Falmouth Falcons have been smuggling them into the country for decades now," Luna said airily. "They use their hides to make bludger-resistant armor." "Did Marcus tell you this?" Cedric asked hesitantly after a moment of silence. Luna shook her head. "Oh no, he denied everything. Not that I can blame him, of course. He'd have to surrender the pelt to the Ministry if word got round, and those are quite valuable, you know. Even if there was some truth to the Falcons running a manticore smuggling ring, which there wasn't, Harry knew they weren't keeping the pelts for themselves. Marcus wouldn't have broken 6 ribs in the game against Pride of Portree last week if they were. Still, there was no sense in pointing this out to Luna. Once she had an idea in her head, no logical argument could shake it loose. And so, Harry nodded sagely and asked Cedric, "Do you think he'd lend it to you?" Which garnered an unimpressed look and ended the conversation. Hagrid was known for his creative lesson plans, so Harry wasn't too surprised when he was led into the Forbidden Forest 2 weeks later. That wasn't to say he was particularly pleased to do so, not in the damp Scottish November. But he wasn't surprised. What did surprise him were the massive dragons. "That's a Chinese fireball," Hagrid said, a dreamy air to his voice. "Isn't she a beauty?" Well, she certainly made her surroundings 10 degrees warmer, Harry thought as the fireball let loose a mushroom-shaped fireball from her nostrils, igniting a nearby tree. Harry could feel the heat of it from 50 meters away. And, what's it doing here?" asked Chambers, Harry's only other classmate and a 7th-year Ravenclaw who seemed to be deeply regretting his choice to enroll in Hagrid's Newt-level Care of Magical Creatures course. The moony expression on Hagrid's face flickered, momentarily replaced with panic. "Oh, no, they're just..." In an instant, Harry understood. "You've got to be joking," he breathed, glancing between Hagrid and the Chinese fireball. "This is the first task." "Now, I didn't say that." Hagrid practically squawked. But he didn't have to, not that Harry thought Hagrid wouldn't eventually say anything. He couldn't keep a secret to save his life. The confirmation was written all over Hagrid's guilty face. Madame Pomfrey's insistence on learning about magical burns suddenly made a lot of sense. Chambers let out a low whistle. "Don't fancy being Diggory right about now. Reckon he's got to slay it." "I should hope not," a vaguely familiar voice said from behind them. They turned to find a heavily freckled man with a distinctive shock of red hair. "You're Ginny's brother," Harry said. "Charlie." Charlie grinned. "Not usually how I'm recognized, but I'll take it," he said, sticking out a blistered hand. "You're Harry. The seeker who ended my winning streak on the Quidditch pitch." It took Harry a moment to recall that he and Charlie had overlapped at Hogwarts by 2 years. He even vaguely recalled playing against him as a second year. In Harry's defense, he had been far more worried about not disappointing Marcus than who his opponents had been. I usually get John's brother, so I'll take it. Charlie let out an easygoing laugh that reminded Harry instantly of Mr. Weasley. So you've come to see the dragons, supposedly for care of magical creatures, Harry explained. He glanced over at Hagrid, who had resumed his starry-eyed staring at the dragons. But it seems our teacher is otherwise occupied. Well, fortunately, you've got an expert to show you around. Charlie cheerfully replied. He waved for them to follow and gave them a tour of the interim dragon sanctuary. On more than one occasion, Harry had heard Oliver would lament about Charlie Weasley wasting his potential by giving up a Quidditch career to study dragons. But there was a difference between liking something and being passionate about something. And Charlie Weasley, he was obsessed with dragons. As he led them through the sanctuary, Charlie described the dragons with more detail than any textbook Harry had ever read and possessed more knowledge on the subject than Hagrid could hope to achieve in a lifetime. He not only could rattle off facts about a dragon's diet, anatomy, reproductive habits, and general appearance, but he seemed to understand their behavior on an instinctual level. We've given her a new egg, Charlie explained as they observed the Welsh Green in the sanctuary. It was the smallest of the dragons, at a measly 18 feet, and by far the most docile. Whilst the Swedish short snout and the Chinese fireball were busy trying to eat the keepers, the Welsh Green calmly tended to her nest, letting out soft, musical coos, as if she were singing to her eggs. She knows it's man-made, though, and doesn't want it near her clutch. As if on cue, the Welsh Green curled her tail under a shiny golden egg and hurled it across her enclosure. The egg bounced off the bars with a twang and burst open, filling the air with an ungodly screech. Is that Mermish? Chambers shouted, his hands clapped over his ears. Charlie shrugged, wholly unfazed by the commotion. You'd have to ask Crouch. He gave them to us. We tried to explain that giving an egg to a nesting mother wasn't a great idea, but he was pretty adamant about it. Harry quickly scribbled this piece of information in the margins of his notes. And the champions will have to retrieve their egg? Harry asked, relieved when one of the dragon keepers managed to close the screeching egg. Charlie shrugged again. As I said, not a great idea. Originally, they requested we send Hungarian horntails, but we managed to talk them out of it. What a shame, Hagrid sighed without an ounce of sarcasm. Harry shuddered at the mental image of Cedric facing a horntail. Yeah, such a pity. Charlie winked, and they continued their tour. By the end of the lesson, Harry had used up 6 rolls of parchment and a hand cramp that would require a muscle-relaxing potion. Still, if it kept Cedric from being barbecued in a few weeks, he'd happily tolerate the pain. Harry bid Hagrid and Charlie farewell and returned to the castle for lunch. He found Cedric and Grace at the Slytherin table, no doubt avoiding what Grace called Cedric's fan club. I think you'll find these interesting, Harry said as he tossed Cedric his notes before taking his seat across from them. Cedric smiled jovially, only to blanch when he realized what he was reading. I have to fight a. Maybe not here, love, Grace said, tucking the notes away in her school bag. How did you find out about it? Harry rolled his eyes. Hagrid can't keep a secret to save his life. Well, thank goodness for that, Grace replied. She reached for Cedric's hand, which had tightened so firmly around his goblet that his knuckles were white. This is good. Now we know what we're up against. For once in his life, it seemed that Cedric was at a loss for words. He nodded mutely before returning back to his lunch. Grace and Harry left him to his thoughts, quietly discussing what to do next. They agreed to meet in the study that evening, away from prying ears, to assemble Cedric's strategy. As lunch ended, they bid each other farewell. Grace pulled a dazed Cedric off to inform the rest of their friends of this new development, and Harry departed for the hospital wing. His patient was already waiting for him when he arrived, and Harry couldn't be more excited. Sally Ann Perkins had arrived for her 5-month follow-up. Although he had read through her patient chart several times this week alone, today was the first time he would get to examine her since the Hogsmeade attack in June, where he had transfigured part of her skeleton into titanium. Unfortunately, Sally Ann was not nearly as excited to see Harry as he was to see her. I don't want to be here, Sally Ann informed him when he slipped behind the privacy screens. She had changed out of her school robes into a set of hospital-issued exam robes that were several sizes too large for her, and she had pushed the sleeves back to her elbows to expose her hands. Her arms were crossed across her chest, and the gesture somehow made her look even smaller. Well acquainted with disgruntled patients, Harry didn't take her sour tone personally. He offered her a sympathetic smile. I know you've probably got better things to be doing. I'll try to keep this brief. Your file says you're healing. No, not here. Here, Sally Ann snapped. She raised her hands and gestured broadly around her. Hogwarts. Confused, Harry asked, would you prefer to be seen by a healer at St. Mungo's? From her chart, he saw that she'd been seen primarily by a healer Rose at St. Mungo's. Perhaps they'd already established a rapport that would be more comfortable for her. Sally Ann glared at him. I don't want to see a healer at all. I want to go home. Harry nodded slowly. I can arrange for a home visit if you like. Home visits weren't typically done, but he thought he'd be able to get Dumbledore to sign off on it if he could explain why he thought it was medically necessary. Inexplicably, his offer only made her scowl deepen. Forget it, she scoffed, looking away. You don't get it. Then explain it to me. Harry asked gently. He reached out to touch her elbow. How may I serve you? The words slipped from his lips as easily as a diagnosis, and for a moment, Harry forgot that he was in Scotland and not at the Asclepion. To his surprise, tears sprung to Sally Ann's eyes. I want to go to a normal school and not worry about being killed by my teacher, or a giant snake, or an escaped convict. I want to be with normal people who don't look down on me because of who my parents are. I hate Hogwarts and magic and. She broke off then, her breath catching as her tears turned to body-racking sobs. Harry set aside his file and pen and pulled her into a hug. This was, perhaps, against some sort of code of conduct, but if there was one thing Harry had learned over the summer, it was that there were times to be a healer and times to be a human. He let her cry on his shoulder for several minutes before she pulled back and continued. Over the summer, my parents tried to withdraw me from Hogwarts, she explained as she accepted the handkerchief Harry conjured for her. They wrote a letter to Dumbledore, saying I had had enough. And you know what happened. When Harry shook his head, she let out a brittle laugh. That I couldn't. That I had to finish Hogwarts. Apparently, there's a new law called the Muggleborn Protection Act that forces us to come to Hogwarts. Even if we don't want to. Harry nodded thoughtfully. The problem with magical children is that they need to learn how to safely channel magic through their bodies and control it so they don't have outbursts of accidental magic. But, he said, holding up a hand when she opened her mouth to argue. Nothing says attending Hogwarts is the only way to accomplish this. It's expensive, but your parents could hire a tutor. Or you could attend one of the smaller magical schools around Britain. They're not as comprehensive as Hogwarts, but they're more than adequate to see you through your owls. Sally Ann only shook her head. That's the problem, she said, sounding thoroughly miserable. Dumbledore explained that the law explicitly stated that I had to attend Hogwarts. Harry knew for a fact that this was untrue. Plenty of wizarding families, the Shafiqs and the Ollivanders most notably, elected for private instruction for a variety of reasons. But just as soon as he thought this, something ice-cold curled in his gut. Every single one of those families were wealthy. Wealthy pure-blood families. The law only applies to Muggle-borns, Harry realized with growing horror. It made sense, in a way. It was implied by the name, Muggleborn Protection Act. Only Harry wasn't entirely sure who the law was meant to protect. From certain points of view, it certainly looked like the law was stripping away a Muggleborn's control over their own life. Sure, children often couldn't be relied on to make good decisions for themselves, but why, then, weren't their parents given a say? Sally Ann nodded miserably, as if she knew exactly what he was thinking. My dad's a solicitor. The only way I can leave Hogwarts is if I'm expelled, or I leave the country. I can't even attend a foreign school. My family has to move out of magical Britain. Harry tried to take a steadying breath as his heart galloped in his chest. He wasn't sure what was happening, but he knew he didn't like it. I'll look into it, he promised, despite knowing he had neither the time nor the resources to follow through. In the meantime, He picked up his file folder and pen. Let's just finish up your checkup, yeah. The appointment continued without any further disruptions, and Harry found Sally Ann to be in remarkable health for someone whose skeleton was mostly made of metal. Her body had taken to the titanium well, and her magic hadn't been affected, despite the increase in body density. There was some weight loss, but that was to be expected, given the increase in metabolism while the body was healing, and it could easily be remedied. After prescribing a nutrition draft, Harry sent Sally Ann on her way and retreated to his office, mind swirling with confusion and stress. That's where Cedric found him, several hours later, surrounded by stacks of open textbooks and crumpled up pieces of parchment. He poked his head inside, startling Harry out of the note he'd been writing. "I thought I'd find you here," Cedric said. His skin was still a bit peaky, and his smile was tight, but he looked far better than when Harry had seen him last. "Are you busy?" Yes, he was, but Harry wasn't about to admit it. He waved Cedric farther into his office, conjuring a chair for him when he realized that the one guests usually sat at had a cauldron of fever reducer brewing on it. "What's up?" "It's dinner time," Cedric reminded him, amusement dancing in his gray eyes. Harry glanced down at his watch and swore under his breath. "Blimey, I hadn't realized." "I figured," Cedric said. "We're meeting in the study at 8. Ginny said she'd let us in if you can't make it." "I'll be there," Harry promised. He waved his hand, and his notes arranged themselves neatly in their designated folders, his textbooks snapping shut and zooming off to nearby shelves. There was a faint, "Watch it," as a book on speech impediments was jostled, and Harry sent a silencing charm in its direction. "Have you had dinner yet?" Cedric shook his head. "I was wondering. Well, I was going to go for a fly, and I wanted to see if you'd like to come. I brought some food, but if you'd rather eat in the Great Hall." Harry knew Madame Pomfrey and Uncle Remus would have his head if he skipped another meal this week. And yet, he grinned. "Let me grab my broom." One quick trip to Harry's room later, and they were heading towards the Quidditch pitch. There were many things Harry knew he should be doing: studying, prefect duties, figuring out how to help Sally Ann, and researching dragons so Cedric wouldn't get incinerated. And he would do all of those things later. But right then, Harry could think of nothing he would rather do than fly with his best friend. 2 weeks later, Harry stood next to Madame Pomfrey in what Grace had christened the Big Kid section, where the school faculty, ministry officials, and the press were gathered, waiting for the first task to begin. Harry would never admit it out loud, especially to Madame Pomfrey, who hadn't stopped grumbling about reckless children and idiotic organizers since he arrived that morning, but he was actually excited to watch the event. It was dangerous, sure, but even he would admit there was something thrilling about witnessing someone outsmart a dragon. His only wish was that Cedric wasn't one of those people. "I'll be fine," Cedric had promised at breakfast. They were sitting at the Hufflepuff table, surrounded by a larger crowd than usual, and he lowered his voice so they couldn't hear. "Those notes you gave me made sure of that." Privately, Harry thought that reading about dragons wasn't the same as facing one, but he held his tongue. Cedric was looking peaky enough as it was. Instead, he said, "I'm still surprised you read them. I thought for sure they'd upset your Hufflepuff sensibilities." "A side effect from hanging around you lot," Cedric teased. "We've thoroughly corrupted him," Grace agreed before quickly dotting Cedric's jaw. "Ah well, at least there's still Ginny," Cedric replied. "Ginny's got 6 older brothers," Ginny reminded him. "She was never going to be a bastion of virtue and morality." Harry was pulled from his musings by Professor Flitwick, who announced, "The champions have donned their robes." In order to make the tournament safer, the champions wore robes impregnated with monitoring charms. It was by no means a perfect system, but in the event of a life-threatening injury, that champion could be withdrawn from the task, even if they had been incapacitated. It was a clever piece of magic, something Professor Flitwick had spent months developing. Establishing baseline vitals, Madame Pomfrey said. She tapped 3 sheets of parchment with her wand, and words bled onto the page as if written by an invisible quill. Elevated blood pressure from Diggory and Delacour. Stress, no doubt. Crumb's bradycardic, Harry noted with a frown. His resting heart rate is generally 30 beats per minute, Madame Pomfrey explained. This is actually elevated for him. Nothing concerning, considering what he's about to face. When Madame Pomfrey declared the champions healthy enough to continue, Ludo Bagman, who for some reason had elected to wear his old and ill-fitting wasp robes, stepped up to the podium in the judge's booth. He would be the commentator for the day's event, but his face was aglow with joy and excitement, as if everyone in the crowd had really come to see him. A hush descended over the crowd. It is my greatest pleasure to welcome you to the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. He paused for a moment to allow for the deafening cheers from the crowd. In a few moments, our first champion will enter the arena. Their goal: to retrieve the golden egg from a nesting dragon. This egg holds vital instructions about the second task, so let's hope they all manage to get it. The crowd's laughter quickly turned to gasps when the dragon trainers appeared, levitating a cage into the rocky arena. Harry caught sight of a stubby, silvery blue snout from between the bars before the trainers opened the cage and released the 22-foot Swedish short snout. It roared and sent a plume of brilliant blue flames into the air, the fire so hot that Harry could feel its heat from the safety of the judge's booth. At her feet was a clutch of silvery eggs, the golden egg glinting merrily in the late morning sun. Shouldn't that thing be chained down? Professor Flitwick squeaked. They watched as the dragon began to scuttle around its new landscape, inspecting the crevices and massive boulders with what could only be described as interest. Nesting mothers don't leave their clutch, Harry offered, recalling Charlie Weasley's impassioned lecture on the behavior of Swedish short snouts. Her mate hunts for her until their young are big enough to fly. Despite his thinly veiled panic, Flitwick smiled. 5 points to Slytherin, Mr. Potter. Harry pumped his fist and replied dryly, "Hooray." Their banter was cut short by the sound of a whistle and Cedric's entrance to the arena. Being in the judge's booth, which had been equipped with eavesdropping charms so the judges could hear what spells the champions cast, Harry heard Cedric's nervous giggle and the, "Merlin, you're a big girl, aren't you?" as clearly as if he'd been in the arena next to him. "Right," Cedric muttered, summoning a stone from the rocky terrain. Starting off strong, Diggory is showcasing his ability to cast a summoning charm silently. Ludo Bagman announced. And now he's casting a non-verbal compulsion charm. I'd question his sanity if I wasn't so impressed. What does he plan on doing? Professor Flitwick whispered, eyes glued to the arena. Your statement implies he was forewarned about today's task and was able to plan accordingly, Harry replied breezily. I assure you, Cedric is an upstanding member of society and would never consider cheating. Flitwick chuckled, and together they watched as Cedric transfigured his rock into an oversized Krupp. The Krupp barked at the dragon and crouched into a playful bow, its two tails wagging furiously. With another bark, it took off across the arena, bounding across boulders and weaving through the crevices with supernatural speed. The dragon let out a warning growl, its silver, lamp-like eyes tracking the Krupp's movements. Well, that's certainly got the dragon distracted, Bagman exclaimed with childlike delight. Look at that little rascal go. And, there's a non-verbal disillusionment charm from Diggory. Merlin, I don't think I can cast one non-verbal spell, let alone 4. Flitwick let out an appreciative hum. We don't even cover disillusionment charms until next year. The nonverbal aspect was indeed impressive, but Harry wasn't about to inform Flitwick that most fifth years knew how to cast a decent disillusionment charm. They were too useful not to learn, especially for students wanting to sneak around after curfew. Whilst the dragon was distracted, Cedric crept towards the nest, his movements slowed by the rocky terrain. And he very nearly made it before the wind changed. The short snout caught his scent and roared with fury. She abandoned the Krupp in favor of shooting a jet of brilliant blue flames towards Cedric. The crowd screamed in terror. Not to worry, folks. It seems our champion has managed to cast a St. George's shield. Bagman announced. If you look closely, you can see the distinctive red cage throughout the shield. He neglected to mention that the St. George's shield was only effective up to 2000 degrees centigrade. A Swedish short snout's flames could reach up to 5000. Diggory has sustained second-degree burns on his face, neck, and hands, Madame Pomfrey announced. Internal body temperature, 41 degrees. Begin medical evacuation. Trainers at the ready. Heart pounding, Harry sprinted towards the entrance of the arena. It took him all of 2 seconds to reach the gate, but in that time, a cheer went up. Bagman's voice soared above the clamor as he shouted, "I don't believe it. He's done it. Diggory's got his egg." Cedric's skin was already blistered when Harry skidded to his side. Steam hissed and curled around his feet, and the ground was so hot he could feel it through the soles of his shoes. He conjured a levitating stretcher and helped Cedric onto it, noting the hand-shaped patch of clear skin in the center of Cedric's face. His right palm was likewise unharmed, and Harry realized that Cedric must have had the sense to protect his eyes and nose from the worst of the steam. It probably saved his life. "Airway stable," Harry said quietly, knowing Madame Pomfrey would be able to hear him. "Transporting to the medic tent." "I forgot to cover up my scent," Cedric groaned, eyes screwed shut in pain. He clutched his golden egg to his chest like a lifeline, his left hand clenched so tightly around his wand Harry thought it might snap. Harry elected to ignore his friend in favor of pushing him towards the medic tent. There would be time for dissecting Cedric's performance later. Madame Pomfrey met him at the entrance of the tent, ready with burn paste and a fever-reducing potion. Together, they transferred Cedric into a bed and began to stabilize him. Because his injuries were mundane in origin, he would make a full recovery in a matter of hours, and there would be no lasting physical damage. Still, Madame Pomfrey refused to let him leave other than to receive his score from the judges. "Think of it this way, Seed," Harry said when Cedric complained that he wouldn't get to watch the other champions. "You could have been incinerated today. You know, you were always complaining about that Rodriguez bloke's lack of bedside manners," Cedric replied. "You're not much better." Harry laughed and continued to slather burn paste on Cedric's hands. Despite Cedric's complaints, the judges were rather impressed with his performance. They awarded him an impressive 40 points out of 50. Technically he was scored a little high, considering the penalty that should have been applied for the severity of his injuries. Still, Harry thought the judges had been impressed with the non-verbal spell casting and the St. George's shield. As much as Harry would have liked to stay and chat, he was technically supposed to be working. He returned to the judge's booth, with Madame Pomfrey staying behind to tend to Cedric. The common Welsh green had already been moved into the arena when Harry returned, curled up in her nest and humming what might have been a dragon's version of a lullaby to her eggs. She seemed to have recovered from her initial distrust of the golden egg because it was nestled with the rest of the clutch, the dragon's long tail wrapped protectively around them. The whistle sounded again, and Fleur Delacour stepped into the arena. With her powder blue robes and long, silvery hair, Delacour looked like a fairy tale queen surveying her kingdom rather than a French teen forced into a dragon enclosure. She and the Welsh green stared at each other, and the audience waited in hushed silence. After several tense moments, she raised the tip of her wand to her throat and cast a sonorous charm, amplifying her voice to the whole stadium. Harry recoiled when she began to sing. Not because she was awful. Delacour had a silky, bell-like voice that was actually quite pleasant to listen to. But that song, Harry had never heard it before, and he sincerely wished he never would again. It had a haunting, dissonant melody that made his hair stand on end. He couldn't understand the words, which were in a language he didn't recognize. They sounded ancient, with powerful magic woven inside. In the audience, students and adults alike began to sway in time with her song. Unable to stand it any longer, Harry cast a muffling charm around his ears, blocking out the worst of the sound. Looking around, however, he found that he was one of the few who had. Dumbledore and Mr. Crouch alone were unaffected, the former looking far more excited by Delacour's song than the latter. "What's happening?" Harry asked Dumbledore when he realized that Bagman had fallen victim to Fleur's charms. He was leaning so far over the side of the booth that had Harry not grabbed him by his robe's collar and hauled him back, he would have fallen into the dragon enclosure. "If I'm not mistaken, this is a Veela song," Dumbledore explained, his blue eyes twinkling with delight. "How fortunate we are to hear it, even if it's not at its usual potency. Enchanting, is it not?" "No," Harry gasped. "It's horrible. There are always a few who are immune," Professor Dumbledore conceded. "This song, in particular, seems to be a lullaby." Harry looked back at the audience. Sure enough, people had begun to relax in their seats, releasing massive yawns as they slumped into an enchanted sleep. Next to Harry, Bagman let out a snore. Even the Welsh green wasn't immune, and Harry watched with astonishment as her yellow eyes fluttered shut. With a thud that shook the earth and rattled the stands, the dragon's head fell to the ground, little puffs of smoke billowing out of her nostrils. With the grace of a lioness, Delacour crossed the arena and plucked her golden egg from the nest. The dragon didn't so much as stir with the theft, nor did she wake when the dragon trainers stumbled out sometime later to remove her from the arena. Tossing her long hair over her shoulder, Delacour waltzed out of the arena. From start to finish, her task was completed in under 2 minutes. She wasn't even injured. Harry thought for sure she'd get full marks, but it turned out that the judges weren't nearly as impressed with her actions. Dumbledore, the only one to witness it, and Madame Maxime, admittedly biased, gave Delacour 10 points each. Mr. Crouch and Bagman, however, gave her both 5s, claiming that, whilst she had completed the task, they couldn't prove what she had done was impressive. Karkaroff, meanwhile, awarded her a 1. He's just mad you put him to sleep, Cedric consoled a furious Delacour as Harry performed a routine, if needless, medical exam. You were loads faster than me, nobody got hurt, and you managed to knock out a dragon. Delacour's thunderous expression melted, replaced with utter confusion. You wanted me to score. IGHER. Cedric shrugged, wincing when the movement pulled on the pink, tender skin of his burned neck. Well, yeah, it would only be fair. Ced's big on fairness, Harry explained. Cedric gave him a playful glare. Don't you have burns to heal or something? Not really. She hasn't got a scratch on her. It's you that got injured, remember? Harry and Delacour left the medical tent to Cedric's laughs. The walk back towards the stadium was awkward and silent, and Harry was relieved when she split off to join the rest of the Beauxbatons delegation. Harry continued on alone and returned to his position in the judge's box. In his absence, the final dragon had been brought in. The Chinese fireball was nowhere near as big as the Swedish short snout had been, but after the relatively docile Welsh green, it seemed to loom twice as large. And unlike the previous 2 dragons, the fireball was tethered to the ground with thick iron chains. It paced back and forth in agitation, shooting off warning blasts of orange, mushroom-shaped fire long before Krum stepped foot in the arena. Since his selection as the Durmstrang champion, Harry had seen very little of Krum. This was probably for the best, though, as Maya and her friends seemed to have it out for the man. From what Harry had managed to overhear, their torment had become so bad that Krum had been given a private living quarters in the castle for his safety rather than staying on the Durmstrang ship. Regardless of how this affected Krum, his face was set into the same flinty look of concentration Harry had seen him wear at the Quidditch World Cup. He didn't so much as look up at the stands when the Durmstrang delegation began to boo and jeer. He watched the agitated dragon for a moment before bending down, his body rippling and stretching. Merlin's beard, Harry gasped. The rest of the crowd gasped as well, although most were out of confusion rather than awe. Confused murmurs filled the stands, a sentiment shared by Bagman, who had to lean back to listen to Mr. Crouch's hurried whisper. It seems that Krum is an animagus, Bagman announced, bemused. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the arena, completely missing Krum as he leapt into the air in one fluid bound. I've been informed that he's above us. If any of you can spot him, let me know. Propelled by his leathery, bat-like wings, Krum soared high above the arena with a grace that transcended his world-class athlete status. Very few spectators witnessed Krum's movements, but that was understandable. Not many people could see Thestrals. What happened next could only be described as aerial artistry as Krum swerved the fireballs, who clearly could very much see him, attacks. His movements were agile and surprisingly acrobatic, his sleek black form moving in ways Harry didn't know a Thestral's body was capable of. Krum, it seemed, was born to fly. It was mesmerizing to watch, and Harry felt a pang of sadness for everyone who couldn't see it. Krum climbed high into the sky, forcing the dragon to crane its head back and shoot its fireballs straight into the air. The dragon paused to breathe, and Krum dove, wings folding against his body as he plummeted headlong towards the ground. When he was mere feet from the nest, Krum's front hooves turned into hands, and he deftly plucked the golden egg from the dragon's clutch. Harry gasped in awe as the whistle blew and the dragon trainers swarmed the arena. The control Krum had over his animagus form was extraordinary. To be able to simultaneously hold two different forms, the concentration alone it must have taken was incredible, but to do it whilst out flying a dragon. It was a remarkable feat of magic that Harry could only one day hope to achieve. Not that being able to turn himself into a human hare hybrid would be particularly useful, but it was the principle of the matter. He could admit that he was a little star-struck as he ushered Crumb, once again human, into the medical tent for a quick checkup. He quickly went through the motions, finding Crumb in perfect health, save for a few singed hairs and a slightly elevated internal body temperature. That was impressive flying, Harry couldn't help but say as he handed Crumb a cooling potion. Crumb shivered as he downed the potion. You are from Asclepion. Harry blinked, momentarily thrown by this non sequitur. I attended their summer intensive this year, he admitted with a smile. Did the hood give it away? Crumb stared at him, his expression flat. Why are you not wearing it? Harry grinned and reached into his hood, extracting Medusa. The dragons scared her. The overgrown lizards didn't frighten me, Medusa hissed indignantly. You're a fearsome snake, Harry indulgently agreed, rubbing the spot between her eyes with his thumb. I'm lucky you were there to protect me. Too right, was her haughty reply. She snaked her way up Harry's arm and shoulders before slipping back into his hood. Harry smiled at Crumb, who didn't return the gesture. I've tried explaining that she can't sleep in there, but she never listens. Crumb handed Harry back the empty flask. I am surprised Aganas is capable of such compassion. He wasn't sure why he was so surprised by this statement. The family resemblance between himself and Maya was unmistakable. And judging by the few interactions Harry had witnessed between his cousin and Crumb, it was no surprise that Crumb would worry that Harry might share some of Maya's antagonistic traits. Harry smiled weakly. I'm a Potter, actually. Crumb watched him for a moment before hopping off his cot and walking off without a word, leaving Harry feeling off-balanced and incredibly ashamed. Harry knew better than anybody how badly it felt when the entire school was against you. He had known Maya was awful to Crumb. And yet he had done nothing to stop her. It was fortunate that Cedric didn't require any consoling when Crumb was awarded 43 points for his performance because Harry's mind was a chaotic storm of emotions and thoughts. In a daze, he listened with half an ear as Cedric lamented missing the show. He still hadn't fully recovered from his burns, but Madame Pomfrey had cleared him to leave, so long as he promised he wouldn't drink any fire whiskey in the next 24 hours. She then shooed both him and Harry out of the medical tent, despite Harry's offer to help her pack everything away. You wouldn't have been able to see anything, love, Grace reminded Cedric gently. She was holding Cedric's egg, his hands were still too burnt to be of any use, and struggled under the weight of it. You can't see Thestrals. Teddy relieved her of the egg when she almost dropped it on his foot. I wonder what it looked like for the others. You know when Harry's under his invisibility cloak and has to stick his hands out. It was sort of like that, Ginny explained. Disembodied hands just sort of appeared out of nowhere. It was creepy. You think I'm creepy? Harry asked, feigning hurt. Ginny nodded with mock seriousness. You're a creep. But you love me anyways, right? Yes, of course, dearest, she replied, patting his arm consolingly. Harry let out a relieved sigh and tossed an arm around her shoulders. Together, they all walked back up towards the castle, joining the crowds of spectators leaving the stadium. At least until a crowd of Cedric's fans found them. Cedric gave Harry an apologetic wave as he was whisked away, no doubt to a celebratory after-party in the Hufflepuff common room. Grace followed him, as did Teddy, although that had more to do with the fact that he was still holding the golden egg, and Cedric's admirers dragged him along. Harry and Ginny followed at a more leisurely pace, in no real rush to join the festivities that would surely last through the night. Harry, wait up. They turned to find John, and his perpetual shadows, Ron and Hermione, weaving towards them through the crowd. Harry stepped out of the mass of students and waited for his brother to reach him. Can I talk to you? John asked before adding an apologetic, alone. Ginny squeezed Harry's waist before ducking out from under his arm. I'll see you at the party. Send Medusa to let me know when you want in. She bounded towards the castle, as did Ron and Hermione. Ron muttered something in Ginny's ear that annoyed her, and she shot a bad bogey hex at him before stomping off. They watched their friends for a moment before Harry turned back towards his brother. Was there something you needed? Harry asked. John bit his lip and shot a furtive look towards the rapidly dwindling crowd. A few adults loitered about, although they were more preoccupied with taking down the stadium and setting the Hogwarts grounds right than paying Harry and John any mind. The dragon trainers were moving the caged common Welsh Green, still asleep in her cage, back towards the Forbidden Forest. Charlie Weasley was amongst them, his bright red hair practically glowing in the afternoon sun. Arms wrapped around Harry's middle, and he looked down to find John leaning against him in a hug. I don't think I ever thanked you, John muttered, stepping away. He raised a hand to scratch the back of his neck, his eyes cast down. What for? John gave him a grin that was somehow cheeky and embarrassed. For telling McGonagall about Norbert. It took Harry a moment to place the name. That dragon Hagrid had in your first year. John nodded. It seemed so sensible at the time, but those things are terrifying. Who the F? Kay would think they'd make a good pet. Harry let out a startled laugh. Hagrid, for one. John shook his head, grinning. I mean, Cedric is a 6th year, and he almost got turned into barbecue today. What hope did I have at 11? None at all, Harry said, pulling John in for another hug. He came willingly and buried his face in Harry's shoulder. Thank you for. John trailed off, but no words were really necessary. Harry understood him just the same. He pressed a quick key to his brother's temple, who, for the first time in a long time, didn't squeal and wiggle away. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.